The scene opened on a solitary figure, a warrior in quiet contemplation, his sword resting before him. A flashback unfolded, revealing the origins of the sword and its weight of legacy. The camera angle shifted, offering a glimpse of the harsh, unforgiving landscape that had been the warrior's battleground for over a century. He stood, his back to the viewer, the sword's ribbon trailing behind him as he prepared to leave. A profound sense of finality hung in the air as he reached the end of his journey with the sword, yet a lingering question remained. The warrior grimaced, the approach of death as stark reality. His face, etched with the harsh realities of a life spent in relentless combat, reflected a profound weariness. A bloody hand reached out, a gesture of regret for a life consumed by the sword. He sat alone, defeated, his obsession with the sword having led him to this desolate precipice. The weight of his wasted life settled upon him. A life consumed by the sword, devoid of ordinary joys. His face was a mask of despair, the harsh lines accentuating his anguish. Another figure appeared, their expression one of disbelief and questioning. The newcomer's words, a sarcastic jab at the warrior's lament, sparked a renewed conflict. The elder's voice, sharp as shattered glass, cut through the air. He spat the words, his contempt for the younger man palpable. His fury was a physical force, the young man crumpling under the weight of it, a silent testament to the elder's power. The prestigious house of poison and hidden weapons, the Sichuan Tang family, was a name whispered with reverence and fear throughout the land. Their mountain stronghold, a fortress carved into the cliffs, loomed against the darkening sky, a symbol of their enduring legacy. The flames consumed the stronghold, a fiery testament to its fall. The once proud structure was now nothing more than ash and embers. The destruction was complete, a consequence of a new powers unleashed in Murim, a force that had shattered the established order. The Order of Nine Sects, once a bastion of strength, had been brought low, its influence shattered. Yun Junghyuk, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, stood amidst the ruins, his eyes burning with a cold fire. His methods were ruthless. If a woman refused his advances, he would take her by force. He had proposed marriage, his words a cruel mockery of courtship. But his proposal was ignored, his arrogance met with defiance. He launched himself from the cliff, a dark silhouette against the fiery sunset. Below, a woman stood defiant, her power crackling around her like a storm. He would take her by force, his resolve hardened by her refusal. The eccentricities of Yun Junghyuk extended to the Sichuan Tang family, and their deadliest weapon, Tang Jiahai, was his target. She was targeted, the poisoned phoenix, caught in the crosshairs of the demon lord's wrath. The heaven's brilliance demon lord, Yun Junghyuk, arrived to claim Tang Jiahai. He moved with terrifying speed, his attack a blur of motion. Tang Jiahai barely managed to defend herself against the onslaught. The Sichuan Tang family fought valiantly, but at a terrible cost. Their victory came at the price of their resources, leaving them vulnerable. Their depleted state paved the way for their downfall. A brutal blow landed, sending one of Jiahai's allies sprawling. He was urged to persevere, despite the dire circumstances. The question hung heavy in the air. What would Yun Junghyuk do next? He coldly blamed the fallen warrior's mother for their predicament. This was her daily life, a consequence of her mother's actions. The weight of resentment and harsh treatment had reached her as well. She was questioned about her lateness. Yun Junghyuk's mother, Tang Jiahai, was concerned by her son's appearance. A young man, chuckling, brushed his hair back, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. It was nothing, he insisted. The scene shifted, revealing an older woman, her face etched with concern. Were those children bullying him? He explained, a touch defensively, that he'd simply fallen while playing with friends. Her worry lingered, however. The thought of him being scarred haunted her. He promised to be more careful next time. She squeezed his hand reassuringly. There was no need to worry. Inside, his mother approached, concerned about his lack of appetite. He excused himself, needing rest. He lay down to sleep, alone in the quiet room. He knew it wasn't his mother's fault, but he had nowhere to turn to express his frustrations. His voice, he reflected, only invited retaliation. A flashback revealed his father met a similar fate. Even if they left the Tang family, who would protect them? He wept, wondering if things would have been different if his father were still alive. Suddenly, he was attacked. 3 figures appeared, telling him to stop exaggerating. A young woman winced, her head gripped tightly. The words, "It's just the beginning," hung in the air, a chilling promise. A blur of motion, a swift strike. The fight had begun. He moved with terrifying speed, a whirlwind of motion leaving his opponent reeling. A brutal blow sent the attacker sprawling, the impact echoing in the dust. He stood over his fallen foe, the air thick with unspoken tension. "Too much," he muttered, leaving the matter unresolved. With meticulous care, she prepared her tools, each needle gleaming ominously. A woman, Tang Yongyang, spoke of an upcoming clan competition, her expression betraying a hint of calculation. The suggestion to test the poison hung heavy in the air. He stood, his posture heavy with defeat, the weight of the world pressing down on him. A cry of anguish escaped her lips, her face contorted in pain and fear. A warning echoed in his mind. One wrong move, and crippling injury would follow. Tang Jianzhou held her firmly, his words a mixture of warning and reassurance. He wouldn't kill her, but the threat remained. He glared, his anger barely contained, as the terms of the antidote were laid out. She smiled, a chilling expression of determination. "You can't die," she hissed, the words a cruel promise. The needle plunged downwards, a swift, precise movement. Tears streamed down her face, but her eyes burned with defiance. She would endure. She had to. The question echoed in her mind, a relentless pulse against the backdrop of her suffering. How long must this torment continue? Rain lashed down, mirroring the turmoil within. Each drop was a hammer blow against her already fractured spirit. The downpour continued, a relentless rhythm accompanying her despair. She lay there, vulnerable, the rain washing away the last vestiges of her strength. The fight was over, but the battle raged on within. Her breath hitched, shallow and ragged, each gasp a testament to the poison's insidious grip. It would be so much easier, she thought, the weight of her suffering almost unbearable. But then who would protect her mother? The question, sharp and urgent, pierced through the fog of her pain. The thought of her mother's vulnerability fueled a desperate surge of defiance within her. She had been weak, but she would not remain so, not while her mother needed her. A surge of dark energy erupted from within, a desperate plea for strength. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination, reflecting the inner fire that ignited within. She yearned for a normal life, a life free from violence and pain. But that life was a distant dream now. She collapsed, the last of her strength spent. But even in defeat, a flicker of hope remained. A question hung in the air, unanswered, a testament to the uncertainty that lay ahead. A vision shimmered into existence. A sword, impossibly bright, materialized before her. The ethereal blade pulsed with an otherworldly energy, its luminescence casting an eerie glow on the surroundings. She stared, a mixture of awe and confusion swirling within her. When it appeared, it was unlike anything she'd ever seen, yet strangely familiar. The feeling of unfamiliarity was quickly replaced by a sense of recognition, a deep-seated connection. A surge of energy coursed through her, mirroring the sword's radiant glow. She gasped, a wave of understanding washing over her. It was hers. Her eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the revelation. A lifetime of training with this very weapon flashed before her, a century of dedication. She moved with practiced grace, her body remembering the ancient dance of the blade. A powerful figure watched, his eyes glowing with a malevolent purple light. He had sensed it. With a roar, he launched himself into action, his movements a blur of deadly intent. The sword responded, its energy flaring as she prepared for battle, the sword beginning technique activating. She moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, the sword path technique unfolding. The opponent lunged, but she was ready. He had underestimated her. A blinding flash of light erupted as the clash of steel echoed through the air. The final blow landed, a blinding flash of light erupting from the clash of steel. Dust and debris filled the air. From the heart of the chaos, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the fading light, wielding a sword that seemed to hum with power. He stood, a warrior etched in determination, his every muscle taut. All of this for a single purpose. The cost, however, was immense. The ground was littered with broken blades, a testament to the countless lives sacrificed. The earth itself seemed to crack under the weight of the battle, mirroring the cracks forming in his resolve. He questioned his path, the sacrifices made, the lines he had drawn in blood. But the fight was far from over. He sheathed his sword, preparing for the next challenge. The end, he knew, was futile. His opponent was relentless, his power seemingly limitless. Even reaching the end of his journey, the weight of his actions pressed down on him. He couldn't stop the approaching death, regret overwhelming him. Yet, a flicker of defiance ignited within him. If given a second chance, he wanted to live. He would fight for another dawn. Meanwhile, a young woman, eyes blazing with newfound power, gripped her sword. She remembered everything. The past, the present, the weight of her destiny. She was a swordmaster, reborn. Her past life skills surged back to her. And she was Tang Youmyang, ready to face whatever lay ahead. A figure cloaked in an ethereal blue light stood poised, a magnificent sword held aloft. The weapon hummed with barely contained power, its icy glow mirroring the energy radiating from the wielder. The light intensified, swirling around them like a tempest. Every fiber of their being seemed to vibrate with raw, untamed strength. A blur of motion, a sudden eruption of power. The figure lunged forward, the sword a streak of blue against the darkness. The sword sliced through the air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in its wake. The impact was deafening, a shockwave rippling outwards. The attack continued, relentless and precise. Each swing was a testament to years of honed skill and unwavering focus. A blinding flash, and then silence. The dust settled, revealing the aftermath of the devastating assault. A hand reached out, trembling slightly, from the midst of the debris. A surge of icy energy pulsed through it. From now on, a voice echoed in their mind, a declaration of a new beginning, a new path. They rose, the blue light fading, leaving behind a figure transformed, stronger, more resolute than before. Live in normal life, a voice whispered, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just transpired. The scene shifted. A tranquil landscape unfolded, a stark contrast to the recent battle. Lush greenery and traditional architecture painted a picture of serenity. "What do you think you're going after coming in so injured yesterday?" a concerned voice asked. The question hung in the air, a gentle reprimand. "Don't worry, mother," she replied, a reassuring calmness in her tone. "Nothing you worry about will happen." "Then, I'll be back," she declared, a hint of steel underlying her words. A promise and a warning. Tang Youmyong, a silhouette against the setting sun, walked away with a determined stride. The path ahead was uncertain, yet her resolve was firm. Above, the sky was a boundless expanse of blue, mirroring the vastness of the choices before her. Meanwhile, two figures, one with striking white hair, discussed their recent encounter. Their words spoke of a thorough beating. The white-haired youth smirked, a hint of cruelty in his eyes. He mused about the opponent's unexpected resilience, a certain guts. He continued, outlining a plan to further humiliate their victim, either through a physical rematch or public ridicule. His companion, a young man with dark hair, listened intently, a mixture of amusement and apprehension in his expression. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. He spotted someone approaching. Perched high in a tree, the white-haired youth greeted the newcomer with a sarcastic remark about their tardiness. The newcomer, visibly concerned, expressed relief at their arrival. The three figures moved as one, their steps swift and silent. A young woman with reddish-brown hair called out to them, urging them to hurry. The young woman, Youmyong, approached with a determined yet slightly anxious expression. Young Griong, having endured hardship, was greeted by the white-haired youth. He questioned her seemingly unscathed appearance, his tone laced with suspicion. She calmly responded, assuring him that the injuries were minor. The group, now reunited, turned their attention to a new development, a conversation from the previous day. A smirk played on his lips as he offered a seemingly innocuous suggestion. Perhaps a hot compress would help? Tang Jianjil stared, speechless, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and confusion. Meanwhile, Tang Youngryong appeared, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. Their reunion was unexpected, a summons from Youmyong, a name that held a weight of shared history and unspoken questions. A chilling question hung in the air, a threat barely concealed behind a playful facade. Did they really want to die? The suggestion to double the poison dose from the previous day was a stark reminder of the danger they faced. A sharp rebuke cut through the tension. Their focus was misplaced. A sudden, blinding strike landed, sending Jianzhou reeling. He stumbled back, clutching his head in pain. He shielded his eyes, the force of the blow echoing in his ears. The impact was devastating, a flurry of blows leaving Jianzhou disoriented and vulnerable. Young Ryong watched, her eyes wide with disbelief and a dawning horror. Jianzhou's defeat was swift and unexpected, a stark contrast to his supposed lack of martial arts training. The question hung heavy in the air. How could this have happened? Tang Youmyong, her eyes wide, confidently declared her ability to match her companion's skills. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Her participation in the clan leader competition was unexpected. A young man, his expression skeptical, questioned her readiness, given her apparent lack of preparation. Meanwhile, another companion, his face etched with disbelief, noted the drastic change in Youmyong's demeanor since the previous night. They recalled Jianzhou's swift defeat, a moment of vulnerability that had surprised them all. Youmyong, her eyes blazing with determination, challenged her doubters to witness her skills firsthand. With a burst of speed, she launched a fierce attack. The impact was immediate and brutal. A powerful blow landed, leaving her opponent reeling. The young man, witnessing the raw power, was left speechless, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. He realized the level of competition was far higher than anticipated. The opponent, dazed and disoriented, was sent sprawling by a swift, decisive blow. The competition for the clan leader position was clearly heating up. Youmyong stood, her expression unreadable, a quiet intensity radiating from her. The outcome of the competition seemed almost certain. High above, the hidden poison hall stood, a testament to a bygone era of clan leadership. It was here in this very place that the most crucial decisions were made. Now, however, the hall served a different purpose. With the leader's seat vacant for so long, it had become the council chamber of the elders. Two figures ascended the steps, their presence dwarfed by the imposing structure. The weight of the upcoming decision hung heavy in the air. Inside, an elder addressed the assembled group, his words carrying the authority of his position. It was time to begin the selection process for the next clan leader. The competition had narrowed significantly. The focus now turned to a single candidate, Tang Youmyong, son of the Poison Phoenix. He hadn't yet officially declared his candidacy, but the decision loomed. Despite his lineage, Youmyong's lack of martial arts prowess was a significant concern. He had been consistently outmatched by his peers, but the fact remained, Youmyong was the son of the previous clan leader. His bloodline held a certain weight. One elder voiced his apprehension. Excluding Youmyong would cast doubt on the legitimacy of the entire competition. Another elder, however, countered. While he understood the concerns, he believed a less skilled competitor would be detrimental to the clan's future. The weight of tradition clashed with the need for competence. The debate raged on. For the family, Youmyong was nothing more than a burden. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. A figure burst into the room, disrupting the tense deliberations. Tang Youmyong stood, eyes blazing with an unexpected power. The air crackled with energy. An elder, shocked by this sudden display, called out Youmyong's name. Youmyong, fully aware of her actions, calmly acknowledged the elder's question. The elders of the Tang family sat in solemn assembly, their faces etched with the weight of a difficult decision. A tense silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional rustle of robes. One elder, his gaze sharp and unwavering, addressed the group, his words carrying the weight of generations of tradition. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, a violet wave emanating from a young woman, her eyes blazing with newfound power. The room was filled with an electric hum. An elder, his face a mask of surprise and dawning comprehension, muttered to himself, the years of suppressed emotions finally finding voice. He had endured much within the Tang family. The young woman, her expression resolute, declared that she was done enduring. Her defiance hung heavy in the air. The discussion turned to the rules of the competition, specifically the gravity of harming a competitor. Concerns were raised about the fairness and safety of the event. She acknowledged the rules, but her resolve remained unshaken. There was a quiet intensity in her demeanor. A young man, witnessing the unfolding drama, expressed his confusion and disbelief at the turn of events. An elder questioned her intentions, directly addressing her decision to participate in the clan leader competition. She responded with a defiant question, her eyes flashing. Was her display of power not enough? Meanwhile, another young man revealed that he had been bullied, explaining his actions as a form of justified retaliation. He justified his actions by stating that he was merely following the family's code, repaying kindness twofold, revenge tenfold. The elders resumed their deliberation, the atmosphere thick with tension and uncertainty. One elder summarized the situation, stating that she had proven her worth and her desire to compete. Another elder voiced strong objections, highlighting the exploitation of the rules and the potential danger to other participants. Despite the objections, a final decision was made. She would be allowed to participate in the competition. Two elders stared, mouths agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. The question hung heavy in the air. Elder. One elder, shrouded in shadow, voiced his concerns. Why obstruct a qualified candidate's participation? Meanwhile, a stern-faced man addressed Tang Youmyong directly, his words a mixture of warning and expectation. He hoped her confidence matched her skills, for failure was not an option. The scene shifted to Youmyong, facing an imposing figure. A threat hung in the air, retribution for past events. She clenched her fists, the weight of her decision settling upon her. Participating in the competition was a path she had chosen. Her mother watched, concern etched on her face. Youmyong justified her actions, stating it was necessary. An observer noted Youmyong's decisive tone, recognizing it as more than a mere outburst. This was a calculated move. The scene shifted to Youmyong's mother, her expression a mixture of worry and pride. She pondered the name Youmyong, a name signifying survival. A young man observed Youmyong, sensing a powerful presence within her, far beyond her years. He decided against questioning her methods, acknowledging her overwhelming victory over 3 opponents. She was challenged, her confidence questioned. The question hung in the air. Was she truly ready for the competition? A close-up revealed Youmyong's smirk, a hint of mischief in her eyes. She knew exactly who she was. With a swift movement, she revealed a hidden weapon, a glint of steel flashing in the light. Tears welled in her eyes, a mixture of determination and sorrow. The weight of her destiny pressed down upon her. A mother's embrace, warm and comforting, enveloped her child. The young woman felt a familiar sense of security, a stark contrast to the turmoil that lay ahead. She expressed her desire to continue protecting her ordinary life, a simple wish now overshadowed by looming danger. But the shadows of powerful figures loomed, their presence a palpable threat to the peace she craved. Anything that disrupted this life would be met with swift and decisive action. A young man, his face hardened with resolve, vowed to eliminate them all. His determination burned bright, fueled by a righteous anger. 1 month passed. The weight of the upcoming competition settled heavily upon them. A conversation unfolded between siblings, a quiet discussion about the wisdom of proceeding with the clan leader competition. One of them, however, urged patience, suggesting that the young man had his reasons for his actions. They acknowledged his strategic mind, recognizing that he was not one to act without a plan. Meanwhile, the young woman's courage and composure were noted by those around her. Her mental fortitude was remarkable for someone so young. Jiaqui, the Dark King's great leader, observed her, impressed by her resilience. He wondered if she was worried. He knew that she and her family had been protecting Youmyang for a long time. She expressed her gratitude for his support and care, acknowledging the burden he carried. Jiaqui admitted that he, too, had high expectations for Youmyang's performance in the competition. He questioned whether it was wise to not train her separately, highlighting a potential strategic oversight. The young man sat in quiet contemplation, reflecting on his actions and the path he had chosen. Nourishing herself with a carefully prepared meal, Youmyang prioritized rest and recovery. Sleep and healthy eating were crucial for her upcoming competition. She focused on internal cultivation, refining her chi flow to correct any imbalances. Simple strength training was unnecessary at this stage. For someone who had awakened to a past life as a swordmaster, such refinements were easily attainable. The young man and his mother watched her, concerned. However, right now, strengthening her physical body was paramount. It was the vessel containing her power. Even at the tender age of 12, Youmyang's meridians were remarkably clear, free from blockages. Her body was naturally transforming, preparing for the next stage of her power. This transformation, a rebirth, would occur as her power grew. But even with this natural progression, the foundation of her body remained crucial. To maintain balance, Youmyang focused on nutrition and rest. Her brother, Jinjil, and Jaihai observed her. The young man and his mother watched from afar, their concern palpable. Youmyang's preparations were complete. The day of the competition had arrived. She bid her mother farewell, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A brief, grateful exchange with Jaihai before she departed. With a final nod, she and Jinjil set off. They walked towards the competition grounds, their silhouettes stark against the bright sky. Jinjil's shadow loomed large. From a distance, their mother watched, her gaze fixed on her son, Longriyang. A young man, clad in dark purple-trimmed robes, stood with his back to the viewer, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought, oblivious to the world around him. A woman, her face etched with a wistful smile, gazed at a picture. The unspoken words hung in the air, a bittersweet pride in a child's growth. The camera panned to reveal a grand hall, the Dark King Hall, bustling with activity. The air crackled with anticipation. Moments later, a family gathered, sharing a simple meal of rice cakes. A quiet tension hung in the air, a palpable sense of foreboding. One of them, a young woman, casually mentioned that the Dark King clan leader was absent due to the competition. Another young woman, eating, overheard a conversation about Tang Youmyang's impressive victory over Moonshan. She sat alone, a thoughtful expression on her face, seemingly lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, a group of young men discussed Youmyang, dismissing rumors about her supposed lack of martial arts skills. One of them expressed concern about the declining standards of the competition, given the presence of a seemingly unskilled participant. The scene shifted, showing a sudden outburst of violence. A need for discipline was clearly indicated. A swift blow landed, sending one of the young men sprawling. Concern was immediately voiced. The attacker's hidden weapon was revealed to be nothing more than a half-eaten rice cake. The onlookers were astonished by the unexpected power of the seemingly innocuous weapon. They discussed Munshin's defeat, contrasting his small group with the larger contingent of the other participants. The final panel showed a woman watching, her expression unreadable as the news of Munshin's defeat spread. Tang Youmyang, her reddish-brown hair bouncing, approached. A sense of anticipation hung in the air as she walked between two figures, their faces obscured by shadow. She smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The words, "experience it firsthand," echoed the thrill of the upcoming competition. A group of men watched her, their faces a mixture of apprehension and anger. The conversation turned to Moonshan, his crippled arm seemingly no obstacle to his participation. Their plan was simple, attack as one. The scene shifted to a distant, bright light, hinting at the scale of the competition. The attack began, a flurry of motion, a whirlwind of bodies, and a single figure at the center of all. One of the attackers felt the full force of the blow, a searing pain that left him reeling. A powerful energy surged, a wave of force that sent the others flying. A young man watched, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He questioned the nature of the commotion, the unexpected turn of events. He ran, a sense of urgency driving him forward. The others, Yun Jung-hyuk and Tang Jaihai among them, were also reacting to the unfolding chaos. The young man's surprise turned to alarm as he witnessed the scene. He questioned the sudden violence, the unexpected turn of events. The injured groaned in pain, their bodies scattered across the ground. The scene was one of disarray and chaos. Tang Youmyang arrived, her presence a calming force amidst the storm. She asked if they had arrived, her voice calm but firm. She sat calmly, seemingly unbothered by the chaos she had caused. Her boredom was palpable. A close-up revealed a satisfied smirk playing on her lips. The moment spoke volumes about her confidence and power. The young man, his face a mask of apprehension, tried to explain the situation. He was not the instigator. They had started the fight. An elder, his presence commanding respect and authority, appeared. The gravity of the situation was clear. This could not be ignored. A wave of apprehension swept through the onlookers. So many injuries, so close to the competition. The air crackled with unspoken worry. The gravity of the situation settled upon them. If someone so unstable were to become clan leader, chaos would surely follow. Grand Elder Tang Sukjung's gaze was sharp, his expression grim. He understood the implications better than anyone. A decision was made. The rules of the competition needed to change to account for the unforeseen circumstances. The vast training grounds lay before them, a silent testament to years of rigorous preparation. Two young women discussed the competition structure. One explained the grueling training process. She continued, answering a question about the competition's format, a series of one-on-one duels. The second woman, surprised by her friend's knowledge, revealed her source, her father, who worked at the general office. Silence fell over the assembled competitors as Tang Jiaqui, the Dark King clan leader, addressed them. He announced his role as overseer of the competition, his words carrying the weight of authority. The youngest clan leader ever, he commanded respect, even from his rivals. The competition's length was revealed, for years, with 3 dedicated to rigorous practice. The first year focused on finding suitable individual training methods. The path to mastery was personal. The following 2 years involved intensive training in poison-making and hidden weapon skills, under the guidance of experienced warriors. Jiaqui's voice boomed, announcing the commencement of the main competition after the grueling training period. The final stage was revealed, a one-on-one duel, a test of skill and cunning in the art of goo poison. The old man's eyes, sharp and intense, bore into the younger man before him. His expression was one of grim determination, a silent challenge hanging heavy in the air. A woman recoiled, a look of disbelief and perhaps a touch of fear contorting her features. The impact, whatever it was, had clearly startled her. A group of young people stood rigidly, their faces a mixture of apprehension and grim resolve. The word goo poison loomed large, a stark reminder of the deadly competition ahead. A gruesome image, a centipede and a spider, locked in a deadly embrace within a bubbling cauldron. The caption spoke of potent toxins being refined, a chilling prelude to the contest. The original plan, a series of one-on-one duels, had been disrupted. Unforeseen incidents had forced a change in the rules. She lay amidst fallen leaves, a picture of serene acceptance. The events leading to this moment had clearly taken their toll. The potential for further incidents, mirroring those that had already occurred, was a serious concern. A new format was deemed necessary. Tang Youmyong stood defiant, a calm center amidst a swirling vortex of shadowy figures. The implication was clear. She was the cause of the upheaval. The old man's words were sharp, his anger palpable. He blamed Youmyong for the chaos, highlighting the importance of the clan leader position. He continued, emphasizing that this wasn't a mere child's game, but a serious ceremony with potentially fatal consequences. A group of young men, their faces alight with a mixture of excitement and malice, anticipated the upcoming battle. The stakes were incredibly high. The victor would inherit everything. The weight of that statement hung heavy in the air, underscoring the desperation of the competition. Tang Jianjil, Tang Munchan, and Tang Youngryong stood poised, ready for the challenge. The tension was almost unbearable. Tang Xiaoxian and Tang Guklin, equally prepared, mirrored their counterparts' readiness. The stage was set for a brutal contest. Tang Youmyong watched from a distance, her expression unreadable. Her involvement in the events was undeniable. She seemed almost amused by the impending conflict, her confidence unshaken. The challenge ahead held no fear for her. The meeting commenced in the dimly lit meeting room of the Black Death Alliance's Sichuan province camp. A simple thank you preceded the main topic. The imposing structure of the Sword Sect's main camp loomed in the background, a silent witness to the unfolding events. Despite the gravity of the situation, the speaker acknowledged everyone's preoccupation before continuing. He revealed the Tang family's clandestine scheme, a plot that had been brewing for some time. A question arose regarding the recently announced young clan leader competition. The speaker confirmed that the competition was indeed part of the Tang family's plan. Following the announcement, the potential young leaders of the Tang family were transported in carriages. Yu Giljun, the leader of the Black Death Alliance, was shown, his image radiating power and menace. He acknowledged the Tang children's continued usefulness, despite their impending doom. The speaker's words confirmed the Tang children's importance to the family's future. Despite their decline, the Tang family remained a force to be reckoned with. The question of when to act was raised, a strategic decision looming large. The council members sat in silent contemplation, weighing the options before them. They debated the potential impact of their actions on the Tang family. The young clan leader competition had been running for 4 years, a significant investment by the Tang family. The potential loss of all those carefully nurtured children would be a devastating blow. From Yodong, a grim-faced Makinhu confirmed the plan, his voice a low growl. The Dark Moon Sword sect was ready. He proposed a plan to track the carriage's movements and strike 4 years later. The tracking had already been arranged, a subtle detail, yet crucial to their long game. But that wasn't all. A seed had been planted, a subtle element of disruption. Their anticipation was palpable. The Tang family's downfall seemed imminent. The location was established, Common Mountain, Sichuan. The Tang family's young clan leader competition was about to begin. A group of figures moved through the night, their shadows stretching long and ominous. The competition rules had changed, but the procedures remained the same. A young man listened intently. Participants would be identified by numbers, not names. A strategic move to obscure identities. One member of Group 7 was missing. A ripple of concern spread through the group. Number 28, lagging behind, apologized for her momentary lapse in focus. There was no time for idle thoughts. They had to maintain pace. A sense of unease settled in. Number 28 felt a presence behind them, a feeling that it wasn't a casual passerby. The realization hit them. They were being followed. The tension escalated. They had arrived at their destination, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. A group of figures stood at the base of a cliff, their leader expressing confusion at the apparent emptiness of the place. Suddenly, a voice boomed from the cliff face, demanding a password. The figures looked up, startled, as the voice identified itself as the Poison King of Hidden Poison. The confirmation of the Poison King's identity was met with a grim understanding. A blinding flash of light erupted from the cliff, signaling a significant event. A group of women, their faces etched with anticipation, watched the unfolding event. A newcomer arrived, extending a greeting to the assembled group. Jigul Changshin, a powerful figure, revealed himself, his presence radiating power. He introduced himself, explaining his purpose in assisting the group's competition. Meanwhile, a fiery scene unfolded, hinting at the destruction wrought by the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. The narration explained the devastation caused by the Demon Lord and the Tang family's struggle for survival. A group of people walked through a tranquil garden, their conversation suggesting a deal. They discussed preventing external interference in the upcoming competition. The Jigul family pledged their assistance, offering their unique formation techniques. 2 young women marveled at the power and subtlety of the Jigul family's formations. Tang Yomyang's distraction was evident. Her gaze drifted, unfocused. A concern flickered across the face of another, who questioned her unusual behavior. Reflecting on his earlier interactions, a realization dawned. The young man had been equally withdrawn during their carriage ride. Inside a dimly lit chamber, several figures huddled together, awaiting instructions. A suggestion was made to introduce themselves. Among them, Tang Yomyang was identified, her presence causing a ripple of recognition. Tang Yuri, a newcomer, introduced herself, her words laced with a hint of apprehension. She'd heard tales of Yomyang's prowess. The conversation turned to a past conflict, a fight that had cemented Yomyang's reputation. Yuri's boldness surprised them. She was aware of Yomyang's family connections, a powerful lineage. A warning was issued, though veiled. The safety offered by the competition was temporary, a deeper threat loomed. Yuri, undeterred, expressed her desire to discuss the recent rule change, though she wasn't seeking blame. Despite the unexpected shift, they were now united under a common banner. The others seemed surprised by her attitude. Yomyang, however, insisted on a discussion, her expression hardening. Her tone was sharp, questioning whether she was being mocked. A stern warning was given. While others might be lenient, there would be no such mercy. She had prepared extensively for this day, ready to face any challenge. A sudden disruption occurred. A figure vanished, leaving those present stunned. The disappearance of instructor Jigul sent shockwaves through the group. He had been there a moment before, but now he was gone, vanished without a trace. Panic seized them. Where could he have gone? The thought of being trapped in a spatial rift filled them with dread. But the impossible had happened. Even the instructor had fallen victim to his own formation. Trapped, they wondered if anyone would come to their rescue. A chilling realization dawned on them. They were completely immobile. Meanwhile, far away, someone watched, seemingly unconcerned by their predicament. He knew escape was impossible without the casters. The elder scoffed at the pettiness of the Tang family's actions. He had orchestrated this, trapping an entire group for the sake of one child. Eliminating a specific person would double the support for the Jigul family. But how could they ignore a promise, however unfair the competition might seem? Their family's gains were at stake, and a strange noise emanated from within the formation. A powerful energy surged, striking the trapped individuals. Terror consumed the elder as he felt the full force of the attack. They pleaded with Jigul, desperate for their escape, questioning what would become of them if abandoned. A seasoned instructor, his face etched with worry, cautioned his students. Their inexperience made their current task perilous. He acknowledged a mistake, a subtle shift in his demeanor suggesting a dawning realization. The students, their eyes wide with disbelief, questioned Yeomyong's baffling maneuver within the formation. Meanwhile, another student, seemingly oblivious to the others' confusion, urged them to focus on the task at hand. They resolved to stay focused, determined not to lose sight of their target again. A swift movement, a blur of motion, marked the target's escape. Their frustration mounted as he vanished once more, leaving them disoriented. One of them noticed something, a detail that might offer a clue. The realization hit one of the students hard. A member of the Jeagle family had fled the formation. But the young man's sharp eyes saw through the deception. The contrast between the child's perception and the adult struggle was striking. A breakthrough. The exit to the training grounds was found. Tang Jianjil, exhausted but resolute, pressed onward. He pushed himself to his limits, his breath ragged. With a final surge of strength, he believed he had done enough. But he doubted the pursuer's ability to reach this point. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The world swam before his eyes. He gripped the table, his knuckles white. Meanwhile, a grim-faced warrior, Tang Wenjin, stood silently, his expression betraying his concern. He was clearly troubled by something. The absence of Group 7 weighed heavily on him. Their disappearance was a mystery that needed solving. An older man, his face etched with worry, reacted to the news with a mixture of shock and apprehension. He tried to maintain composure, but the gravity of the situation was evident in his strained voice. He had prepared for many things, but not this. Another warrior, equally perplexed, questioned the meaning of the delay. The lack of participants was unprecedented. A suggestion was offered. Perhaps bandits or wild animals had attacked Group 7 in the area. The older man sighed, acknowledging the possibility of unforeseen accidents. The competition would proceed without Group 7. His gaze hardened, a grim determination settling on his features. He would not let this setback derail the competition. A close-up on a warrior's face revealed a look of disbelief and dawning horror. The words "this can't be," the formation, echoed the growing dread. Elsewhere, a sudden intrusion was detected. A guard reported an intruder. A blade flashed, shattering a barrier of energy. The attack was swift and precise. A powerful energy surge erupted, emanating from the man who had been attacked. The force of the blast was immense. The formation, one of the Jeagle family's most powerful defenses, had been broken. The consequences will be dire. A figure cloaked in shadow emerged from the heart of a collapsing purple vortex, a blade glinting in their hand. The narrator's disbelief was palpable. The Seven Locks Phantom Dome formation, renowned for its impenetrable defenses, had shattered with unnerving ease. The same figure, now partially visible, revealed a smirk as they sheathed their weapon, the remnants of the shattered dome swirling around them. Meanwhile, an older man's face contorted in a mixture of shock and distress, his eyes wide with fear as he watched the destruction unfold before him. A close-up on the shadowed figure's face showed a triumphant grin, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The figure, now clearly visible, stood amidst the chaos, their crimson eyes blazing with power, a stark contrast to the destruction they had wrought. A voice, filled with concern, broke through the silence. "How have you been?" "I was worried." A young woman stared, wide-eyed, at the aftermath of a battle. The skill displayed was simply astonishing. Her companions whispered amongst themselves, their voices laced with disbelief. How could such a feat be possible? Meanwhile, a woman with pink hair calmly explained that she hadn't actually broken the formation. She merely opened a gap. It would close soon. The pink-haired woman's words were met with stunned silence. They were participants of the seventh group. A tense confrontation unfolded. A man, his face grim, confronted an older man, his expression one of fear. The older man, startled, could only ask who his attacker was. He noted a Tang family crest on the attacker's hood. Elsewhere, a man in dark clothing expressed relief that his companions hadn't been attacked, as Instructor Jeagle had feared. He was informed that they had not been attacked. The question of an attack hung in the air. The group of women explained that they had been mistaken for being lost. Their presence, however, had inadvertently helped them find their way. The older man pondered this, realizing the attacker was likely acting under the Tang family's orders. He decided to treat it as mere suspicion for now. A young man with fiery red hair vowed to completely eradicate the Jeagle clan after the competition, should their collaboration be revealed. The older man apologized for his earlier mistake. He then set off to investigate the broken formation. A group of figures traveled safely, though their escort had been lacking. Apologies were offered. Tang Wenjin, a member of the Bongui Brigade, introduced himself, his words carrying the weight of his responsibility for the trainees' training. The woman's eyes widened, her expression betraying a surprise at the mention of the Bongui Brigade, a force she thought long disbanded. A panoramic view revealed the Bongui Brigade's former base, a stark and imposing location, hinting at the challenges they faced. The narration box emphasized the strength of each member, highlighting their formidable power as elite forces within the Tang family. The young woman's face reflected a mix of disbelief and concern, her internal conflict evident in her expression. She questioned the absence of the Bangui Brigade from the Tang family, her curiosity piqued by their mysterious disappearance. The young clan leader, Poison Phoenix, recounted a desperate battle fought years ago to protect their master. Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord, Yun Jung-hyuk, and the others were shown in a past battle, their defeat a stark reminder of their past failure. They were left as nothing but sinners, their failure to protect their master weighing heavily on their hearts. The introduction concluded, and the rules of the competition were about to be explained. A man explained that the first year of the competition was dedicated to autonomous practice. The conversation turned to the legendary technique, 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain, lost during the fight with Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. A question arose about the inclusion of the lost technique in the competition. The image showed the technique being granted to the one who becomes the young clan leader. An elder, his face etched with the wisdom of ages, addressed the assembled warriors. The incomplete essence of a powerful martial art, passed down through generations, was theirs to master. His gaze fell upon a young woman, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. The 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain technique, a storm of hidden weapons, was the challenge before her. She pondered the technique's complexity, a mirror to the intricate swordplay she already knew. The possibility of mastering it, however, sparked a flicker of hope. The elder continued, explaining the process. Each warrior would receive the essence of the technique from the elders, one by one. Another warrior, his face grim, voiced his doubt. He questioned whether they could truly handle the power of the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain. Two young women, their initial excitement giving way to a more practical concern, discussed their training and the lack of comfortable accommodations. One of them, wearing glasses, exclaimed about the absurdity of expecting self-sufficiency in the forest while enjoying comfortable beds. An older, stern-looking warrior, his face partially obscured by shadow, reminded them that comfort wouldn't make them strong. He recalled his own harsh training. The warriors began their training, focusing on adapting to the harsh environment. The elders' words echoed in their minds. Adaptation was key. One warrior, his face partially hidden, stood out. His judgment, the elder implied, would be crucial in their training. The young women continued to debate the practicality of their training location, questioning the necessity of adapting to the harsh forest environment. A sudden tension filled the air as a group of warriors appeared, their faces hidden in shadow, creating an atmosphere of unease and apprehension. The elder reflected on the arrogance of the young warrior who had broken through a barrier, hinting at his exceptional abilities. The elder's gaze shifted to another warrior, suggesting it was time to assess his skills. The young women reacted with disbelief and anger to the young warrior's apparent arrogance and lack of awareness. The elder offered a final challenge. Pass the test, and they could remain within the manor. The young women's faces reflected a mixture of determination and uncertainty. Participant number 28 stood, a grim determination etched onto his face. Failure, he knew, would have dire consequences. He agreed to the terms, the test's simplicity a deceptive calm before the storm. The location was stark, a desolate cliff face overlooking a vast expanse. Hidden weapons, the instructions warned, would soon be unleashed. Tang Jai-hai, already positioned, stood poised and ready. The others were hidden, waiting to strike. The rules were clear: evade or block all incoming attacks within 5 steps, or the test would end. She prepared herself, the weight of expectation heavy on her shoulders. Blindfolded, she stood, senses heightened, ready to face whatever came next. The first projectile flew. A ninja, silent and deadly, launched his attack. A wave of doubt washed over her. Could she possibly succeed against such overwhelming odds? Meanwhile, observers watched, their own anxieties mirroring hers. Why was no one moving? Tang Youmyang's eyes widened. The pressure was increasing deliberately, systematically. The ninjas moved with terrifying speed, their attacks a blur of motion. She reacted instinctively, narrowly avoiding the first wave of attacks. The fight was fierce, a whirlwind of blades and near misses. More projectiles flew, a deadly rain of shuriken. She dodged and weaved, her movements precise and deadly. A flurry of shuriken rained down, a deadly storm descending upon a lone figure. The figure stood, unmoving, a calm amidst the chaos. A young man watched, a question forming in his mind. Was this the extent of it? Meanwhile, another young woman, confident in her abilities, deemed the task simple. A seasoned warrior's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief and fury. The attack connected, a clash of steel and determination. A blur of motion, a dance of blades, the essence of martial arts on display. The fundamentals of weight, speed, and change were highlighted as key principles. Youmyang moved with practiced grace, her movements a testament to years of training. She effortlessly deflected the incoming weapons, her skill undeniable. For Youmyang, this was a simple task, a testament to her mastery. The force of the impact sent a shock wave through the air. The sheer power of the attack left a trail of destruction in its wake. Those who had trained but not achieved enlightenment watched in shock and awe. The unexpected display of skill left everyone stunned. A single movement had repelled all the hidden weapons, a feat that defied belief. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. The intensity of the scene was palpable. Observers watched, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. The sheer power displayed was unprecedented. One of them, a young woman with fiery hair, voiced the collective thought. Were they just witnessed? Meanwhile, Tang Jiahai, her expression unreadable, questioned her own success. Did she pass the test? Doubt lingered, even amidst the apparent victory. The situation was far from clear. Two figures stood silently, observing the aftermath. Their silence spoke volumes. Suddenly, a name was called out. Warrior Wan Jin. Wan Jin, seemingly unfazed, simply acknowledged the outcome. The result was the result. The young woman with fiery hair, having passed her trial, was instructed to proceed to the manor and rest. She was exhausted, but a sense of accomplishment washed over her. Elsewhere, a group of individuals discussed the young woman's success, expressing jealousy and concern about her leaving the team. The young woman, however, seemed to have other plans. She pondered the comforts of the manor, contrasting them with the harsh realities of life in the forest. A dark figure loomed, casting a long shadow. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. A group of individuals, their faces filled with anticipation, waited eagerly. Wan Jin observed them, relieved that their spirits remained high despite the recent events. The battle, it seemed, had already been decided before the competition even began. A grim realization settled over the onlookers. Perhaps this child could be the key. But then, a sudden, clumsy misstep. Meanwhile, a different strategy was being considered. Meat, it seemed, was key to the revival of the Sichuan Tang family. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across a dense forest. A pack of wolves descended upon their prey, their jaws snapping shut with brutal efficiency. The scene shifted to a young man and his mother, their faces etched with worry. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, including Yeonmyong and Jianjil, found themselves in a similar predicament. The wolves' attack continued relentlessly, their growls echoing through the trees. Suddenly, a young woman with dark hair leaped into action, her sword flashing in the fading light. She had prepared a paralysis poison, a crucial element in their survival. Her companions praised her skills, acknowledging the effectiveness of her poison and unique fighting style. The two women huddled together, exhaustion evident in their postures. They recalled the hardships of the past 4 months, their escape marked by constant challenges. Their struggle for survival had been so dire that they had resorted to eating grass roots. They shared a moment of collective relief after a successful hunt, tears of joy and exhaustion mingling. Despite the difficulties, they had managed to find shelter, a small victory in their ongoing struggle. They wondered about the well-being of someone they knew, hoping they were safe and comfortable. The tension crackled between the three women. One, clearly irritated, forbade even mentioning a certain someone. Another, however, couldn't help but express her curiosity. She scoffed, dismissing the absent individual as a loafer, likely enjoying his solitude. Meanwhile, another woman confidently predicted his impending punishment, a grim satisfaction in her tone. The scene shifted, focusing on two of the women, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and malice. One of them pondered the absent individual's potential strength, considering his past performance. Her thoughts trailed off, leaving the question of his current capabilities hanging in the air. The scene changed abruptly. Two figures sat by a dying fire, the question of missing meat hanging heavy between them. One of them, a young man, revealed the answer with a satisfied burp. He had quite simply eaten it all. The others reacted with varying degrees of shock and annoyance. Another individual, irritated by the blocked light, requested a slight shift in position. The request was met with a dismissive, almost insulting response. The location was established, the Gangdong Mountain 7 Locks Phantom Dome stronghold. A young woman with pink hair stood, her expression unreadable, as she observed something. Two figures, cloaked and armed with daggers, prepared for an ambush. A swift attack was launched, the clash of steel echoing in the night. The fight intensified. Two figures, cloaked and swift, launched themselves at Yeonmyong, blades flashing. She barely had time to react before one of the attacker's blades grazed her cheek. The sting was sharp, but she pressed on. With a blur of motion, the attacker was sent flying backward, a powerful kick sending him tumbling. The second attacker, however, was relentless. He lunged, aiming for her heart. More figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding her. She was outnumbered but not outmatched. A flurry of blows followed, a whirlwind of steel and determination. Each strike was met with a counter. Yeonmyong, despite the odds, fought with a ferocity that surprised even herself. Her movements were precise, deadly. One attacker fell, his body crumpling to the ground. The others, however, continued their assault. Her eyes narrowed, a fierce glint reflecting the danger. She knew she needed a new strategy. A sudden burst of speed. She moved like a phantom, dodging and weaving through the attacks. The attackers were thrown off balance, their coordinated assault breaking down. A volley of projectiles whizzed past, narrowly missing their target. One of the attackers, his face partially visible, looked shocked. He clearly didn't expect such skill. The tide began to turn. With renewed vigor, she pressed her advantage. Leaping into the air, she unleashed a powerful strike, sending another attacker sprawling. She declared it was time to test a new technique, her fingers tightening around a dark, smooth stone. A surge of energy enveloped her, eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Two figures emerged from the rain, their weapons raised, ready to strike. With a sudden burst of speed, she launched herself into the fray, a whirlwind of motion. The force of her attack sent a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of blue energy. One of the attackers questioned the seemingly random nature of her attack. The weapons, seemingly suspended in midair, were the key to her strategy. She spun, the energy swirling around her like a vortex. The attackers, caught off guard, found themselves disoriented by the unexpected assault. One of them cried out in surprise, the unexpected turn of events leaving him stunned. The speed of her attack was overwhelming, leaving them struggling to react. Shurikens, thrown with deadly precision, rained down upon them. They were too fast to see, each one a deadly threat. She smirked, her eyes gleaming with triumph. The technique, known as the whirling line frenzy dance, proved devastatingly effective. Her opponents were sent flying, defeated by her skill and speed. A figure, face contorted in disbelief and horror, stared into the crimson maelstrom engulfing him. The words, "This can't be," hung heavy in the air, a silent testament to the unfolding chaos. He moved with impossible speed, neutralizing trained fighters in the blink of an eye. The precision was unnerving, a wide-ranging attack that left its targets merely grazed. A young woman with fiery red hair watched, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. The question hung in the air. Was this a technique of her own creation? Another figure, cloaked and watchful, observed the scene from afar. Escape would be difficult, he mused, but the technique on display was undeniably impressive. She approached, curiosity outweighing caution. The name of this remarkable technique was all she sought. With a hint of pride, she revealed its name, Whirling Line Frenzy Dance. The cost, however, was considerable, a significant drain on internal energy. He watched her, a question forming on his lips. How was she managing such a demanding technique? He offered guidance, suggesting piercing sky eyes as a superior alternative to the technique she had just demonstrated. She, however, stood firm in her choice. He confidently declared mastery over current flow eyes. The statement hung in the air, a challenge. A glowing green symbol pulsed, a visual representation of the power he claimed to wield. The question of his mastery hung heavy. A monstrous, shadowy figure loomed, its eyes burning with an ancient power. It was an ancient Tang family technique, but how had he learned it? She reflected on the technique, noting the missing essence. Despite this, she recognized it as part of the ascendant martial arts. He demonstrated his skill, effortlessly striking his target with minimal internal energy. Precision was his hallmark. He remained unfazed, his expression unchanging. Nothing could surprise him anymore. He had seen it all. The moment arrived. It was time to reveal the truth. The instructor's words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the trials ahead. In 2 months, new recruits would face the same grueling tests. A montage of intense training flashed before her eyes. The young woman reflected on the rigorous preparation she had endured. She smiled, a hint of anticipation in her expression. The thought of her friends returning, stronger than ever, filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, a young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, expressed his own apprehension. Was he worried about his teammates' well-being? A hardened warrior, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of stoicism, considered the upcoming training. He mused that the recruits' methods were ultimately irrelevant. The young woman gazed skyward, a contemplative expression on her face. The word fate echoed in her mind. A flashback revealed a powerful figure, the sword ghost, the only connection from her past life. She smiled again, a subtle shift in her demeanor. Her origins and actions were forging new connections, a natural part of life, she mused. For some reason, she felt a strong urge to see her friends again soon. The young woman's reflection continued, remembering their novice status at the start of their training. A group of hardened warriors, their faces grim, discussed their newfound power, a stark contrast to their earlier selves. One of them, anticipating a reunion with Youmyong, expressed excitement. A close-up revealed a fierce determination. The words, "I'll split his head in half," hung heavy in the air. A face, weathered and severe, filled the frame. Eyes narrowed, lips pressed into a thin line, radiating barely contained fury. The triumphant shouts of victory echoed, a stark contrast to the grim determination etched on the face below. The words, "Down with Youmyong. Victory for the 7th team," hung in the air. A question hung in the air. What's with them? The answer was a swirling vortex, swallowing 3 figures whole. The imposing Tang family estate loomed, a silent sentinel against the encroaching twilight. A voice, sharp with urgency, cut through the stillness. Tang Youmyong, come out right now. Two figures stood, their conversation a low murmur. One voiced a question, a simple yet unsettling observation. Why is it so quiet? A cruel smile stretched across one face. The other, equally amused, added, too bad, I wanted to smash his head. The implication of their words hung heavy. Tang Ijin, her expression unreadable, was addressed. The unspoken tension between them was palpable. A gasp escaped. Two figures, one supporting the other, appeared, their surprise evident. They moved as one, their steps measured and deliberate. The quiet intensity of their approach spoke volumes. One of the pair explained, I was hiding to surprise you. The other's wide-eyed reaction suggested a different interpretation. A playful smirk spread across Youmyong's face. The question, what were you going to do with my head? Hung in the air, laced with amusement and a hint of menace. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the ornate roofline of a traditional building. A young woman with pink hair and large, round glasses peered around a corner, concern etched on her face. She whispered a question to her companion. Two women stood together, one with reddish-brown hair, the other with dark purple hair. The reddish-brown-haired woman's eyes welled up with tears as she recalled their earlier conversation. The purple-haired woman, arms crossed, challenged her companion, suggesting a demonstration of their training. A hand, clad in dark gloves, fell limply to the ground, a clear sign of defeat. The purple-haired woman's eyes narrowed, a hint of suspicion clouding her intense gaze. She had noticed something. The pink-haired woman's eyes spun wildly, a comical exaggeration of her heightened senses. The three women huddled together, their curiosity piqued by the absence of someone. The reddish-brown-haired woman smiled, a hint of pride in her eyes as she reflected on the changes in a certain someone. The purple-haired woman blushed, lost in thought, questioning her own perceptions. She was reassured by a voice, reminding her of her significant growth and strength. The reddish-brown-haired woman's confidence was subtly challenged, her achievements seemingly diminished by the presence of another. The three women stood together, their expressions conveying a sense of unchanging camaraderie. A nighttime cityscape was shown, the city lights twinkling in the distance. An older man, seated at a large table with several others, observed the gathering. He acknowledged the arrival of a specific individual, noting the passage of time. The meeting commenced with a pointed inquiry, the speaker's face partially obscured, yet his tone sharp and direct. He wanted to know if anyone in the group stood out. His gaze shifted to a woman with vibrant orange hair, her expression unreadable. She was deemed noteworthy, her progress exceeding expectations. The discussion turned to another participant, whose intensity was described not as a desire for strength or survival, but as a burning hostility towards someone. A close-up revealed the participant's face, contorted in a mask of barely controlled rage, fueling their power. Two figures observed, one with purple hair, the other older and more stoic. They couldn't ignore the 10th participant. The observers, after witnessing the 28th participant's display, found the others comparatively unremarkable. One of the observers, his face etched with concern, reflected on the surprising ease with which a young man had broken formation during training. However, a later observation of the same young man's training revealed skills that shocked the observer. The young man's skills were far beyond what even the most skilled masters could achieve. Despite his potential, recruiting the 28th participant was deemed too risky. The older man, visibly troubled, was approached by a colleague, concerned about his demeanor. He deflected the concern, claiming his group had no outstanding members, but his distress was evident. The conversation shifted to strategy, focusing on manipulating the second participant as a pawn. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, mused on the vulnerability of her opponent. He was, after all, quite a character. News of a disfigured face, a consequence of a past injury, circulated amongst the strategists. This detail was not lost on them. A powerful man, his face etched with determination, declared the Jeagle family's official alliance with the Tang family head. His words carried the weight of authority, promising intervention in the Tang family's internal affairs. The plan unfolded, increase influence, secure interests, and eventually merge the two families. This strategy, they agreed, was the very reason for their support of the Tang family competition. With the discussion concluded, the meeting adjourned. A new plan was hatched. If the young competitor survived, they would tempt him with revenge and a powerful position. A man, his laughter echoing, celebrated a double victory. Meanwhile, a young woman walked purposefully across the courtyard. Suddenly, a swift, precise movement, a projectile launched with deadly accuracy. Two young women, their faces alight with determination, spoke of their intensified training. Despite the rigorous training, the comfort of a good night's sleep remained unmatched. One of the women inquired about the whereabouts of Ijin and Youmyong. The other responded, describing Ijin's furious arrival at the lab. She expressed concern, but ultimately expressed confidence in Ijin's abilities. Tang Youmyong, a young woman with reddish-brown hair, smirked across the table at her companion. She gestured towards 2 cups of tea, a subtle challenge in the air. Her companion, equally young but with a more mischievous glint in their eyes, chuckled. The implication of the tea's contents was clear. Suddenly, the companion downed the tea in one gulp, a look of surprise quickly turning to alarm. Youmyong's expression shifted to concern as she urged the other to spit out the poison. The poison's effects were immediate and dramatic. The companion's face swelled grotesquely. Another figure, observing from a distance, questioned the unusual reaction to the poison. The poisoned individual convulsed violently on the floor, their body racked with spasms. Youmyong, her face grim, placed a hand to her chest, a subtle sign of her own discomfort. She wondered aloud if the poison was weaker than expected, a question born of both concern and suspicion. The other, despite the poison, seemed surprisingly unaffected, prompting further questions. A slow, knowing smile spread across the poisoned individual's face, a chilling contrast to their earlier distress. The poisoned individual suggested that perhaps the poison itself was simply subpar. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 other figures observed the situation, one expressing skepticism. One of them, clearly irritated, warned against treating the poison like alcohol. A young woman, her face contorted in anger, tossed the bowl aside. It contained the remnants of a poison, seemingly ineffective. She glared at her companion, a mixture of frustration and disbelief etched onto her features. The poison, clearly meant to be lethal, had failed to take effect. The companion, a man with a stoic expression, simply smirked. His immunity to the poison was unexpected, even to him. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in shadow emerged, a green aura swirling around them. The scene shifted to a different location, hinting at a larger conflict. A skull, engulfed in a swirling vortex of green energy, materialized. The image served as a visual representation of the power of poison. The woman, still seething, questioned her own mastery of poisons. Doubt gnawed at her confidence. She reflected on the poisons she had ingested, realizing they had been transformed into a source of power. However, she understood that this mastery required a profound understanding, a level she had yet to achieve. The woman declared that weaker poisons only served to increase her internal energy. She needed something stronger. She contemplated the challenges ahead, acknowledging the many obstacles before she could live the life she desired. An elderly figure, surrounded by shadowy figures, appeared. He seemed to be contemplating a difficult decision. A man with intense eyes and dark hair appeared, his thoughts focused on the potential threat posed by powerful factions. A man with long dark hair considered the risks of invading a city, acknowledging the uncertainty of success. A map of a city, marked by conflict and division, was shown. The situation was complex and fraught with danger. A man, described as a genius who had destroyed 3 of 9 factions, was introduced. He was the leader of a powerful alliance. Another man, his face etched with determination, reflected on his past self and the challenges he still faced. A young woman, her gaze intense, resolved to achieve a strength surpassing her past life, a strength that would allow her to live as a human. She pondered the Tang family's 10 poisons, legendary concoctions of immense power. A young man and an older woman listened as she explained her ambition, the weight of her words heavy in the air. The young woman continued, explaining the history of the poisons, their potency increasing with each number, up to the 10th, the most powerful of all. Images of ancient, potent poisons flashed before their eyes, a testament to the lost knowledge of the Tang family. The 10th poison, a legend among legends, was so potent that even transcendent masters couldn't withstand its effects. She revealed that only the elders controlled the remaining vials of this deadly substance. A predatory gleam appeared in her eyes. This poison was something worth coveting. She turned to a companion, Aijin, and asked if she could recreate the 10th poison. Aijin scoffed, reminding her that the formula was lost to time, making its recreation impossible for anyone. The young woman sighed, her disappointment palpable, as she reflected on the poison's potency and its forbidden nature. A man, his face contorted in pain and rage, demanded an explanation for what had just happened to him. He coughed violently, a fiery substance erupting from his mouth, a clear sign of the poison's effect. The young woman, her expression unreadable, challenged him to repeat his question. The man's face contorted further, his features shifting in a horrifying transformation as he cried out in pain and confusion. A searing inferno erupted from the figure's mouth, a terrifying display of raw power. The intense heat warped the air around it, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. The flames intensified, consuming everything in their path with unstoppable force. A hand reached out, seemingly unaffected by the inferno's rage. The perspective shifted, revealing a face contorted in fear and disbelief. The impact shattered the object, sending fragments flying in all directions. Tang Jihai watched, her expression a mask of controlled fury. The aftermath of the explosion was devastating. A young man lay among the debris. He was surrounded by Yun Jung-hyuk, Tang Jai-hai, a mother, and Yo Myung, each observing the scene with varying degrees of concern. She was shocked by the poison's potency, a testament to her family's legacy. A young man smirked, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. Yo Myung watched, her expression unreadable, a chilling calmness in her demeanor. She vowed to restrain her rage and pain, a silent promise etched on her face. Tang Jai-hai clutched her head, the pain evident in her contorted features. A sinister smile spread across Yo Myung's face, her eyes burning with a cold fury as she promised to torment her opponent. Half a year had passed since the last competition. The sky was a brilliant blue, the mountains majestic in the distance, a serene scene belying the intensity of the coming challenges. A year had passed since the start of training. The narrator reflects on the rigorous preparation, the honing of skills, and the anticipation of the upcoming competition. Now, the time had come to choose a team leader. A group of young martial artists stood, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. A temporary leader would be appointed, a decision made with the understanding that a more permanent choice would come later. The speaker explained that by the third year, the team would officially elect their leader. The leader of each team would represent them in the Gu Poison match, a life-or-death battle. Two young women discussed the upcoming match, noting that not all participants would compete in the Gu Poison match. Based on achievements, Tang Yo Myung, participant 28, was chosen. She was not only a team leader, but also a leading contender. The other participants acknowledged her skills and standing. The temporary nature of the leadership was reiterated, ensuring everyone understood the situation. The team stood together, a mix of apprehension and determination on their faces. The leader was given a small, ornate box. Inside, a glowing orb pulsed with light. Curiosity and wonder filled her. It was the Tang family's elixir, a powerful and valuable item. A weathered hand presented a small, glowing orb. It was called the Heavenly Heart Pill. The pill, an elixir brewed from the root of 100-year-old ginseng, promised a significant boost in internal energy. A young woman, Yo Myung, watched with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity as the pill was presented. It was a precious thing. This privilege, the elder explained, was given only to the person chosen to lead the team in the upcoming competition. The Tang family had high expectations. One of the team members, his face grim, considered the implications of taking the Heavenly Heart Pill. Anything else? His question hung in the air, a murmur of uncertainty rippling through the group. Another team member voiced her dissent. She didn't want the elixir. She wanted something else. Yo Myung, her expression hardening, echoed the sentiment. She, too, desired an alternative. The others reacted with disbelief. The value of the elixir was immense. Why would anyone refuse such a potent gift? One member, desperate for the power boost, pleaded with the others to give it to him if they didn't want it. But the refusal wasn't about the energy increase. A suspicion began to form. Could it be poison? Yo Myung's face was a mask of determination. She knew what she wanted. Instead of the elixir, she had brought something else, a collection of weapons. The others were shocked. They had expected the elixir, not a set of weapons. Where was the elixir? She explained that she had sought the Tang family's 10 poisons, but had settled for these weapons instead. A swift movement, a blur of motion. A sharp rebuke cut through the air. The words, heavy with accusation, hung between them. You should have brought the elixir, you fool. The tension was palpable. A heated argument simmered beneath the surface, barely contained. One of them, however, remained unfazed, even amused by the unfolding drama. The conversation shifted to the Heavenly Heart Pill. A young woman with reddish-brown hair confessed, her voice tight with a mixture of guilt and defiance. I haven't returned it yet. A few hours earlier, the requested weapons were presented. A subtle but significant exchange occurred. The young woman expressed regret that the provided weapons were not potent poisons, but she accepted them nonetheless. She was the only one who would dare ask for poison instead of an elixir. The implication hung heavy in the air. The young woman, Yo Myung, declared the provided weapons sufficient. She had one question for her companion. Her companion, a man with a stern expression, listened intently as she posed her question. Her question, what are you planning to do with the Heavenly Heart Pill? He considered his response carefully. He initially intended to return it, but a new idea had taken root. He paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. The weight of his decision was evident. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a discussion about the team leader and the Heavenly Heart Pill was underway. The team members agreed to combine forces to defeat the temporary leader. The plan was simple. Use the Heavenly Heart Pill as motivation to unite the team against the temporary leader. With the plan set, the challenge was issued. The path forward was clear, and the stakes were high. The deadline loomed. The start of the poison match fast approaching. A young woman barked orders, her voice sharp. Bring the shurikens. You're done for, Tang Yo Myung. She knew they wouldn't comply, but a plan was forming in her mind. Her ambition burned bright. If she became clan leader, she vowed, everyone would receive the Heavenly Heart Pill. Meanwhile, Tang Yo Myung was summoned. The young woman needed to establish her dominance. She hurried towards them, a determined glint in her eyes. Autumn leaves swirled around the group, a picturesque backdrop to the brewing tension. The scene shifted, revealing a high vantage point overlooking the courtyard. A cry of pain echoed. Someone had been struck. A swift kick connected, sending the attacker sprawling. The blow was decisive. He grinned, relishing the victory, before his expression shifted to one of surprise. A close-up revealed a strand of hair, the only clue to the attacker's identity. A young man with reddish-brown hair threw his head back, a triumphant laugh echoing the question. How many times have you lost now? Two women, one with pink hair and round glasses, sat nearby, their conversation revealing a weariness born of long experience. It's been more than just a day or two, one admitted. I gave up a long time ago. The reddish-haired man's gaze softened, a wistful smile playing on his lips. These days, regardless of the competition, he lived only to see Yeomyong's face. Meanwhile, two other women watched from a distance, one of them observing with amusement. There's indeed a fun element to watching, she mused. The scene shifted to a young woman on the ground, defeated, a hand extended, offering a chance to accept defeat. She stood, her expression resolute. She was going to take the young clan leader position. Her opponent protested, pointing out that they hadn't even met the other teams yet. But she couldn't imagine losing. Their hands clasped, a silent agreement passing between them. She wouldn't ignore them once she was the young clan leader. The group gathered, a sense of shared accomplishment hanging in the air. Everyone had grown tremendously over the past year. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, announced the selection of participant number 28 as team leader. There were no surprises. The reddish-haired man nodded, his expression serious. He understood the gravity of the situation. Make your final preparations. The team leader reflected on the passage of time. 3 years had passed since they started training for the competition. Two women sat together, discussing the grim realities of the competition. In other teams, there were withdrawals due to disqualification and even deaths. They compared their team's safety to others. All members of their 7th team were safe and had achieved growth comparable to the Bangui Brigade. The reddish-haired man warned his team one last time about the goo poison match. The team leader explained the rules. Until now, the use of poison in sparring was prohibited, but in the goo poison match, the use of extreme poisons, except for the 10 poisons, is allowed. The goo poison match, a competition where lives hung in the balance, a battle of deadliest means. Participant number 28 was given a final instruction: maximize your capabilities. A small, ornate box was presented. Inside, the requested poisons. A warning was issued. Even a single drop of the elixir could be lethal to anyone but the intended recipient. The ocular poison, for instance, was only effective when applied directly to the eyes. The instructions were complete, but a lingering worry remained. A demand echoed. Could victory be guaranteed? She glared at her teammates, a fresh wound on her face a testament to their earlier carelessness. A swirling blue portal opened, promising a new path. The day of the goo poison match had arrived. She smirked, a sinister confidence in her eyes. Her grandfather's 10 poisons were ready. With a determined grip, she held a key, symbolizing a new alliance. Two figures stood before a shimmering portal, their silhouettes stark against the ethereal glow. The Jeagle family, a name whispered with anticipation and trepidation. A man in official robes, his face etched with suspicion, questioned the offer of help. How, he demanded, did they plan to assist? The response was swift and chilling. The poison arena's layout was designed to favor their family's formation, making manipulation of their opponents trivially easy. A young woman, her eyes blazing with power, materialized within a swirling vortex of energy. She was ready. She knew this wasn't an act of charity. There was a reason behind this offer of assistance. She wanted to know what it was. The Jeagle family, he explained, was in a desperate state, needing revival. This was their plea for help. An alliance was proposed, but the Jeagle family was wary of losing their sovereignty in the process. The question hung heavy in the air. What would happen if the alliance was rejected? He simply asked her to state her desires. A close-up on a bloodshot, I revealed years of waiting and enduring, culminating in this moment of vengeance. A sinister smile stretched across her face, a chilling promise of retribution. Team assignments were announced. Tang Jianzhou leading one team. Disappointment washed over him. The Tang family's strongest military force was weaker than expected. The weight of wasted years pressed down on him. All that time spent mingling had been for nothing. He prepared to enter the arena, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. A fallen warrior lay bleeding, a dagger embedded in the ground nearby. The fight had been brutal. The remaining teams were revealed, each with their own leader and unique strengths. A breathtaking vista unfolded, a panorama of rolling hills and a clear blue sky. Petals drifted lazily on a gentle breeze. It was a scene of idyllic peace, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing. Tang Yeomyong, a member of Team 7, stood silhouetted against this tranquil backdrop. A cruel smile played on her lips as she declared it a perfect day for someone to die. The goo poison match was about to begin. The idyllic beauty of the landscape was shattered by the stark announcement. A deadly competition was about to commence. A young woman with reddish-brown hair, her expression unreadable, gazed across the vast expanse. The location for the goo poison match was breathtaking, a serene landscape of rolling hills and distant mountains. It would take time to encounter anyone else in this remote area. She continued her trek, her gaze sharp and alert. As expected, a member of the 7th group, number 28, had appeared. She mused on the wasted potential of others, but the Jeagle family had made their choice. She needed to eliminate him quickly before any unforeseen complications arose. A feeling of being watched washed over her. Their eyes met across the distance. She wondered how it was possible to pierce through so many layers of formations. She sensed an unpleasant gaze, a feeling of being watched. Was it the Jeagle family? No one should interfere in the goo poison match. But she had heard otherwise. Even in the goo poison match, she was not safe. A young woman, her face obscured by shadow, felt a prickling unease. Whatever they were planning, it felt ominous. She dismissed the apprehension. Let them try whatever they wanted. She would face it head on. With a powerful leap, she launched herself from a sheer cliff face, a blur against the verdant landscape. Landing softly, she caught her breath. She could question them after the goo poison match concluded. Panting, she surveyed her surroundings. The air crackled with tension. She had been surrounded by layers of formations, yet he had recognized her. How? Had she not quickly withdrawn her true sight, she would have been blinded by the sheer power of his swordsmanship. Those watching whispered amongst themselves, awestruck by the display of skill. This was beyond their capabilities. The man's eyes burned with a fierce intensity. If he noticed their intentions, revenge would be swift and brutal. A young woman, wounded and exhausted, slumped to the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. She stared at her surroundings, a wave of despair washing over her. How had it come to this? The fear of death consumed her. She hadn't wanted this. She just wanted a decent result. A young man approached the girl, offering her a hand. She smiled, her eyes filled with hope. She had planned to surrender, to withdraw by mutual agreement. But then he appeared. His sudden arrival threw everything into chaos. A sinister grin spread across his face. Blades clashed, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The fight had begun. She clutched her bloodied side, a wave of nausea washing over her. His goal hadn't been surrender. It had been extermination. The mud squelched beneath his boots as he walked away, leaving her to her thoughts. She looked up, her eyes filled with a desperate hope. The thought of the other team leaders still being alive offered a fragile lifeline. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the shadows, their presence a silent threat. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Had he done it? The scene shifted, focusing on the grim determination of the pursuer. Her lightness technique, though impressive, proved no match for her captor's power. She was trapped. She screamed, a raw cry of defiance and despair. This wasn't just about her. It was about her family. Her eyes widened, a dawning horror replacing the earlier despair. She had never considered herself a member of the Tang family. The young man smirked, his blade dripping with blood. He had no such qualms. A sharp cry of pain cut through the air as the blade found its mark. The attacker moved swiftly, their movements a blur of deadly precision. She watched, her expression unreadable as the events unfolded. Secluded in a hidden cave, she found the solitude she craved. No one would stumble upon her here. The air hung heavy with anticipation. This was it. A subtle shift in the air, a barely perceptible change in pressure, alerted her senses. Something was near. He moved with purpose, his steps measured and deliberate. He was ready. The moment had arrived. There was no turning back. Her body was prepared, strengthened by the poison coursing through her veins. She had already achieved a state of enlightenment, a culmination of past lives' experiences. The poison, a potent concoction, had steadily increased her internal energy. All the preparations were complete. The final stage was about to begin. With a surge of power, he unleashed his full potential. He released the barriers he had placed on his meridians, preparing for the final transformation. The energy within him pulsed, a vibrant green light illuminating his form. The accumulated poison refined itself, a process of controlled madness. Her internal energy exploded outward with immense force. The strain was immense. Joints broke and reformed countless times. A metamorphosis was underway, a literal rebirth into a new body. The process, having been experienced in a previous life, felt surprisingly familiar. A pair of eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, snapped open. She grimaced, the effort of the transformation taking its toll. Regular cleansing of the meridians was essential. Any lingering impurities would have made the process far more difficult. The young woman, Yo Myung, addressed her companions. The smell of filth on her clothes was unacceptable for battle. She began to prepare. The transformation, though taxing, was not without its positive aspects. A lone figure walked down a path, seemingly unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. Maintaining a clean and healthy body had always been a priority, even before the upcoming battle. However, there were still some physical changes to address. With a flick of her wrist, Yo Myung summoned a small orb of energy. She launched a swift attack. The strike connected with devastating force. A blinding flash of light erupted, the source obscured by a chaotic flurry of motion. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the fading light. He stood poised, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Shall we start moving properly now? Nearby, another figure, clearly impatient, scoffed. This is boring. What have you been doing for 3 years? High above, a figure descended from a tree branch, landing silently. He addressed the figure below. Didn't you come here to become the young clan leader? The figure on the ground groaned, his face etched with pain. Damn, of all the people to meet in the poison match, it had to be this guy. A close-up revealed a grim smile playing on his lips. An orphan, raised like his own grandson by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's favorite pupil, Tang Gukrin, sat calmly, a chilling smile on his face. He watched from above as the other man moved with surprising speed and strength. The man on the ground thought he had a chance if he struck first. But he couldn't even touch his collar and ended up like this. He despaired, the grim reality of his situation setting in. Damn, I'm really going to die. Meanwhile, another figure pondered, why am I thinking of that guy now? Tang Youmyang's face was a mask of grim determination. The thought that he hadn't run into him yet eased his mind, but a chilling question arose. Am I going insane? A young man, his face a mask of amusement, chuckled. The gravity of the situation seemed to amuse him, a secret glint in his eyes. He stood amidst a tranquil forest, the sunlight dappling through the leaves, a stark contrast to the darkness hinted at in his words. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous crossing his features as he considered his opponent. He found the suggestion insulting. The young man's expression shifted, a grim determination hardening his features. He was prepared to reveal a shocking truth. With a self-assured smirk, he revealed his true allegiance, a spy for the Black Death Alliance. His opponent, momentarily stunned by the revelation, stood frozen, the weight of the news settling upon him. The impact of the fight was evident. Blood streamed down his face, his eyes wide with pain and disbelief. His voice was a low growl, laced with lethal intent. He wouldn't let the spy live. Despite his impending death, the spy smirked, ready to reveal his name before the end. Mak Injuk. He braced himself, the weight of his actions heavy upon him as he faced his demise. His opponent, wounded and defeated, could only stare in stunned silence, his body racked with pain. The spy's body began to fail him. He struggled against the paralysis setting in. He fell to his knees, his body refusing to obey his commands. A familiar presence arrived, sensed by the fallen spy. Hope flickered in his eyes. Jianjil appeared, his voice calm and steady, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. A voice, calm yet laced with menace, cut through the air. The words hung between them, a challenge. Have you healed from the last time you faced me? He was bleeding, his body racked with pain, yet a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes. The questions tumbled from his lips, raw and desperate. What? Who are you? Years ago, under a full moon, a grand estate stood silhouetted against the night sky. A young man was approached with a proposition to infiltrate the Sichuan Tang family as a spy. The recruiter explained the Tang family's brutal competition for leadership, a contest that would eliminate rivals. Success meant acceptance by the family. Failure, oblivion. The weight of this promise hung heavy in the air. Years later, the young man lay wounded, his body racked with pain. He wondered who had inflicted such damage, his insides feeling as though they were dissolving. Nearby, a woman questioned whether he was responsible for the young man's condition. Another woman, Tang Youmyang, appeared, confirming her identity and her willingness to inflict further pain. The wounded man, recognizing her, expressed his shock and disbelief. The woman, however, confirmed his identity as a spy, a fact he had himself revealed. She mentioned hearing him confess to being a spy for the Dark Moonsword sect. A decision was made to capture him first. The young man cried out in pain as he was attacked. The woman revealed that she had poisoned the needle used to attack him. She pondered the potency of the poison, questioning the reaction it caused. Meanwhile, others discussed whether to interrogate him after detoxifying him. A poison blade lay discarded on the ground, the remnants of a failed assassination attempt. One of the assassins, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury, argued against further attempts at detoxification, deeming it unnecessary given the target's clear allegiance to a dark faction. Meanwhile, the young man, Mak Injuk, remained impassive, his expression betraying nothing of his inner turmoil. Another assassin, surprised by the young man's resilience, noted his unfazed demeanor despite the serious injury. He lay there, defeated, his sword resting beside him. The poison's effects were too potent to overcome. A woman, Tang Jiahai, offered a sincere apology, though the gesture felt inadequate given the circumstances. Her hands clenched, the weight of her actions heavy upon her. She urged him to let go of the past, a sentiment he found difficult to accept. The injured assassin, however, felt the apology was insufficient to atone for past grievances. He insisted that the apology, while sincere, wouldn't erase the past. Suddenly, a warning cry pierced the air. Tang Yomyong, alerted to the danger, stood ready to defend herself. The poisoned assassin, despite his weakened state, vowed to take his enemies with him. A flurry of motion, a desperate attack. A swift counterattack. A face contorted in furious rage filled the frame, eyes blazing with a malevolent intensity. Below, Yomyong stood defiant, her words a challenge. "I'll take at least you." The young man, his body racked with pain, could only let out a desperate cry. He lunged, a desperate attempt to strike back, but his attack was met with a swift counter. The impact sent him reeling, the question echoing in his mind. His opponent, Yomyong, remained unmoved, her resolve unshaken. She thought she felt something, but she was not one to spare a dying man. But she warned him, should he insist on attacking, she would erase him without a trace. As she stood over him, a chilling thought crossed her mind. It would be better to have no corpse to clean up later. Her gaze fell upon him, a cold calculation in her eyes. His eyes, wide with pain and fear, reflected the grim reality of his situation. The words hung in the air, a stark assessment of her actions. "You're ruthless?" The aftermath of the fight was laid bare, a fallen body, weapons scattered around. She noted his overwhelming power, even in death. Despite being a spy, he was one of the top contenders. His final technique was the Great Darkness Silent Sword Sex Poisonous Martial Art. The young man, his movements a blur, casually executed the twin sword technique, his dual blades flashing like lightning. He stood amidst the carnage, his breath ragged, the weight of his actions settling upon him. Only Jianzhou remained, the two of them facing each other in the aftermath of the battle. Jianzhou questioned his opponent's next move, uncertainty clouding his features. Defeated, the young man offered his surrender, acknowledging the lack of any other option. His mind raced, desperately searching for an escape route, but he found none. Jianzhou, however, showed no mercy, his resolve unwavering. A wave of despair washed over him as he braced for the inevitable. But then, unexpectedly, his life was spared. He expressed his gratitude for the unexpected mercy. He received a parting message of good luck, a cryptic farewell from his captor. The scene shifted, revealing a vast, unsettling landscape. A question hung in the air. What had happened? The Dark Moon Sword Sect headquarters came into view, a formidable army, standing at attention. A narration box explained the significance of a small bead, a spiritual tool capable of sensing life and death from afar. News of a death reached Jianzhou. The youngest member of the Tang family had perished. The bead, it turned out, had been implanted in the youngest, confirming the grim news. The narrative shifted to the youngest's origins, a child born to a servant, yet possessing exceptional talent. Consumed by rage, the man clenched his jaw, the memory of his wife's fear fueling his fury. He'd tried countless times to eliminate the threat, a desperate attempt to secure his family's future. His guilt gnawed at him. He hadn't been the father he should have been. The weight of his failures pressed down, but a steely resolve hardened his gaze. At the very least, he would avenge his family's honor. His face contorted in a mask of grim determination. The man's eyes burned with a cold fire. The time for decisive action had arrived. The moment to bring down the Tang family was at hand. He issued a curt order, his voice sharp and commanding. The network of allies must be mobilized. His voice boomed, a declaration of war echoing through the air. No one bearing the Tang surname would survive. A sense of unease settled over him. Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. The moon hung high in the inky sky, casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. Days and nights blurred into a relentless search, yet his spiritual senses remained stubbornly silent. The absence of any sign was deeply unsettling. Unless the formations had been deliberately manipulated to prevent detection, a possibility that chilled him to the bone. The implication was stark. The remaining survivors were likely allied with the Jeagle family. He pondered the implications, a frown etching itself onto his face. The Jeagle family's involvement was unexpected. Their long-term strategy was clear, to subtly increase their influence within the Tang family. A bitter chuckle escaped him. Predictable people, always so predictable. The words hung in the air, a final warning delivered with chilling certainty. The Jeagle family's arrogant schemes would soon come to a devastating end. A reaction of surprise, barely perceptible, flickered across the man's face before he disappeared from view. Underneath a tranquil night sky, a young man lay sleeping, his blonde hair spread across the ground. Meanwhile, a young woman with reddish-brown hair gazed up at the stars, her thoughts far away. He longed to share the beauty of the night with his mother. Her eyes fluttered open, a mixture of worry and longing clouding her features. She wondered about her mother's well-being, a silent prayer forming in her heart. A voice, calm yet resolute, broke the silence. "I found one." The young man awoke to find a mysterious figure standing over him. She hesitated, a conflict raging within her, duty versus compassion. The woman's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned the identity of the newcomer. Her actions were deliberate, a calculated move to find a vulnerable target. Dismissing the unexpected encounter, she shifted her focus. The young man, still unconscious, was strikingly handsome. She observed him, a strange mix of curiosity and appraisal in her gaze. Her thoughts turned to the Jeagle family's nephew, a comparison forming in her mind. The young man lay on the ground, his breath shallow and ragged. Above him, a figure loomed, their face obscured by shadow. A gloved hand delicately placed a small, dark pill onto the figure's tongue. A pity about the face, but the mission must continue. With a flick of the wrist, a purple energy surged from the figure's hand, striking the young man with brutal force. The attacker, Tang Jai-hai, stood poised, the word arsenic poison swirling around her like a malevolent aura. The young man, despite his weakened state, offered a defiant remark. Don't resent me too much. After all, the competition ends when only one remains. He had been prepared for this, his training kicking in even as the poison took hold. His attacker, however, wasn't so sure he was prepared for what was to come. A hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. A hand reached down, its grip tightening around the young man's throat. The young man coughed, his body racked with the effects of the poison. Tang Jai-hai and Yun Jung-hyuk watched, their expressions unreadable. He was clearly struggling, but he remained defiant. His resolve was unwavering. Meanwhile, another competitor questioned the young man's strategy. While others competed against each other, you were probably in a safe place. And your plan was to attack the last vulnerable person remaining at the end, wasn't it? The competitor's anger was palpable. The young man's actions had clearly violated an unspoken rule. Tang Yeonmyong's voice cut through the tension. If you want to breathe, answer quickly without hiding anything. She tightened her grip, her intent clear. The young man's face contorted in pain. A final, desperate gasp escaped his lips as he succumbed to the poison. The moon hung high above, casting an ethereal glow on the two figures plummeting through the night sky. They fell silently, the only sound the wind whistling past their ears. One of them, a woman with fiery red hair, cursed her misfortune. A careless mistake had cost them dearly. Her eyes widened as she spotted something below, a glint of metal amidst the darkness. Tang Yeonryong? The name escaped her lips, a mixture of shock and disbelief. She struggled to understand. How could this person know her name? The other figure, a man with dark hair, spoke, his voice laced with bitterness. He noted her unchanged appearance, a cruel reminder of their past encounters. A wave of frustration washed over her. The plan had completely failed. The blue energy field pulsed, a stark contrast to the grim expressions of those around it. An older man, his face etched with worry, observed the unfolding events. He had managed to eliminate most of his competitors, but one remained, a formidable opponent. The momentum shifted dramatically when the remaining competitor faced number 28. The woman with fiery hair, now on the ground, watched the battle unfold. The older man pondered the unlikelihood of number 2 winning against number 28, given the time it took number 10 to defeat his opponents. A sense of dread filled the room. If number 28 won, their carefully laid plans would crumble. A gruff voice, laced with suspicion, cuts through the air. From outside the formation, something unexpected has caught his attention. The speaker's gaze sweeps across a verdant landscape, his senses picking up on an unusual surge of energy. A vast army, a sea of dark figures, stands poised and ready. The sheer number of them is unsettling. Two figures, silhouetted against the backdrop of Gangdong Mountain, exchange a meaningful glance. One notes the mountain's proximity, the other, more concerned, focuses on the impending conflict with the Tang family. A concern is voiced regarding the overwhelming force being used against the newcomers of the Tang family. Is this truly necessary? The leader of the Chanjin sect, Jung Yeonsong, remains resolute. His decision, though seemingly harsh, is justified by the strategic importance of Gangdong Mountain. Over 200 soldiers, bolstered by additional forces from other sects, stand ready. The numbers are staggering. He acknowledges the excessive force, but the strategic implications outweigh his reservations. A spy has been detected, and this necessitates decisive action. The Gangdong sect's influence is undeniable, especially considering the recent collapse of the Tang family. This explains the overwhelming show of force. With such a large force, the situation is carefully monitored. The opponent's hesitation is noted. The conversation shifts back to the spy. The implications of this discovery are far-reaching. A close-up on the stern face of the leader. His expression is one of grim determination. A wave of painful memories washes over him. The person he cherished is somehow involved in this. The decision is made. They set off immediately. A surprise appearance. Mak Inhu, the leader of the Dark Moon Sword sect, is present. His unexpected arrival raises questions. Unless involved in the competition, his presence here is inexplicable. The leader orders a report to the Bangui Brigade. The fiery sunset cast long shadows as a plan formed in the minds of several figures. Could they use their enemy's own hands to eliminate number 28? The question hung heavy in the air, a silent agreement passing between them. But a voice of dissent arose. Wouldn't their scheme be discovered by the Tang family? Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Yeonmyong, Tang Jai-hai, her face contorted in a grimace, realized her failure to recognize a familiar figure. She watched, horrified, as the young man moved with deadly precision. Her eyes narrowed, focusing on the strange substance coating his blade. That thing on your blade? The question hung in the air. Poison? The young man, Mak Injuk, had never seen such a vibrant red poison before. He saw his chance. With a swift move, he launched his attack. Di Tang Iwan Myong. Yo Myong barely had time to react before the blow landed. The crimson substance flew through the air, a deadly projectile. The impact sent shockwaves through her body. Tang Yo Myong, her face contorted in pain, struggled to comprehend the situation. Her opponent, however, remained unmoved, calmly observing her futile attempts. A young woman, scrutinizing a small vial, noted the poison's color. It was similar to the residue on her opponent's blade, but significantly less potent. She pressed her advantage, demanding a response from the injured man before her. From above, a figure descended, suggesting a return to past conflicts. The poison man groaned, barely able to speak. He was forced to taste the poison, confirming its identity. The realization hit him. It was one of the Tang family's infamous 10 poisons. The attacker, now revealed to be Tang Jiahai, held a similar vial, her eyes gleaming. She confirmed the poison's name and origin, emphasizing its dangerous nature. Her opponent, realizing the poison's identity, felt a surge of fear. She smirked, considering the wasted opportunity to use such a potent elixir. Defeated and poisoned, he begged for mercy. He surrendered completely, his body racked with pain. Despite his surrender, she offered an unexpected alliance against the remaining competitors. But she remained unconvinced, wanting a more complete explanation. A gloved hand clamped down over a man's mouth, silencing his desperate plea. The question hung heavy in the air. Was he cooperating with the Jeagle family? Her eyes, blazing with an emerald fire, demanded an answer. The details of any promises exchanged with the Jeagle family were needed. A warning, sharp and cold, cut through the tension. Hesitation would mean a deadly dose of fire dragon's poison. The scene shifted, the sky a canvas of twilight hues above a canopy of trees. A sense of foreboding settled over the landscape. The confession came out in a strangled gasp. A marriage alliance, a merger of the Jeagle and Tang families, was proposed. It was a strategic move, a calculated risk to ensure unwavering loyalty. The future clan leader was the key. The Jeagle family's leadership was playing a long game, meticulously planning to maintain their power. She had eagerly accepted the marriage proposal, a dream come true. But the implications were far-reaching. The weight of the decision pressed down on her. Kill them or spare them? The choice was hers. A sudden movement broke the silence. What was she doing? Despite the pleas, the poison wouldn't be relinquished. The consequences were dire. A look of sheer terror contorted her features. The heavens themselves seemed to recoil in horror. She watched, stunned, as the unexpected unfolded before her eyes. A fiery transformation erupted, a blazing inferno consuming the figure. The consequences of the poison were catastrophic. A maniacal laugh ripped through the night air. The sound was chilling, echoing the cruelty in the attacker's eyes. The flames intensified, a fiery spectacle against the darkening sky. The attack was brutal, swift, and merciless. With a sneer, the attacker taunted their victim, highlighting the foolishness of their actions. The poison, it seemed, was already taking hold. Tang Yomiang, the target of this vicious assault, was clearly in grave danger. The words, a death sentence, whispered on the wind. The scene shifted, showing the aftermath of the attack. A figure lay engulfed in flames, the night sky a silent witness. Their eyes widened, a mixture of disbelief and agony. The poison's effects were far more potent than anticipated. Their grip weakened, the strength draining away. The poison was winning this battle. A close-up revealed the intensity of their suffering, a silent scream etched onto their face. The question mark, a symbol of their fading hope. The victim, fighting back with a desperate surge of energy, described the sudden, intense burning sensation. It was a desperate attempt to overcome the poison. Confusion and pain warred on their face. The unexpected intensity of the poison was overwhelming. A horrifying realization dawned. This wasn't just poison. Something far more sinister was at play. A piece of lore was revealed. A legendary state of invulnerability within the Tang family. A defense against all poisons. The scene shifted to a terrifying landscape, a realm of the poisoner. The sheer scale of the horror was breathtaking. The attacker, seemingly unfazed, revealed knowledge of this terrifying place. Their words carried a chilling implication. The attackers seized their opponent, tightening their grip. The fight was far from over. A blinding flash of light, a sudden, violent impact. The world dissolved into streaks of white and black. Two figures plummeted from the sky, their descent a testament to the ferocity of the attack. One, clad in dark clothing, glared upward, a mixture of anger and defiance in their eyes. They clearly hadn't expected this. The falling figure, a master of poison, felt a shift in their own power. The energy within them, honed to a deadly edge, had undergone a transformation. A fiery eruption bloomed behind them, a visual echo of the inner turmoil. The intensity was palpable, a raw power unleashed. Impact. The force of the fall sent tremors through the earth. But even as they hit the ground, a sense of triumph filled them. Something good had been gained. The other figure, equally defiant, met the gaze of their attacker. The challenge was clear. This was not a simple ambush. Above, the sky glowed with an unnatural light, a radiant energy that defied the darkness of night. It was as if the sun itself had risen. The question hung in the air, a silent query against the backdrop of this impossible dawn. How could this be? They moved with a speed that blurred the line between reality and illusion, a blur of motion across the landscape. The shifting landscape was a constant challenge, a dynamic battlefield that demanded constant adaptation. The formation itself was in flux. A question arose, a doubt that pierced the adrenaline-fueled focus. Was this the end? Had the competition concluded? Disbelief washed over them. This couldn't be happening. The reality before them defied logic. An unsettling truth dawned. A massive, unseen force had arrived. Hundreds of unknown presences had appeared. The sheer number of them was staggering. 200? No, more than 300. She considered the implications, the gravity of the situation. This was a threat unlike any they had faced before. A young woman with reddish-brown hair, her expression grim, pondered a disturbing possibility. The sheer size of the group couldn't have gone unnoticed by the Jeagle family. Had they been deliberately lured into a trap? Meanwhile, another figure, a man with long, reddish-brown hair tied back, smirked. The unexpected arrival of so many opponents was, to him, a stroke of luck. He moved with a predatory grace, a blur of motion as he approached his unsuspecting prey. Her thoughts returned to the goo-poison match, the sheer brutality of it all, the struggle for survival. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. This wasn't just a fight. It was a calculated maneuver, a chance to prove his superiority. A tense question hung in the air. What did you just say? The response was immediate, sharp with alarm. There are intruders. News of the intrusion spread quickly. Over 300 troops, led by a formidable figure, had breached the defenses. The identity of their leader was revealed. Mak Inhu, the head of the Dark Moon Sword sect. A grizzled elder, his face etched with worry, reacted to the news with a mixture of shock and grim determination. A heated discussion ensued. One voice urged immediate action, but another cautioned against haste. The hesitation of a powerful figure, Master Jeagle, was noted. He confessed to never anticipating such an event. A masked warrior explained the limitations they faced. Intervention was deemed impossible. Meanwhile, another figure, a woman with fiery red hair, expressed their helplessness. They could only hope for the best. The scene shifted to a desolate battlefield, the aftermath of a brutal conflict. The sun set on the carnage. The fallen lay scattered, victims of the recent battle. Their swords lay discarded, their struggle ended. A young woman, her face pale, was discovered hiding amongst the fallen. She had been there the whole time. The discovery of the young woman prompted a sorrowful utterance. My youngest. The scene focused on the young woman, her face a mask of anger and defiance. It seemed they had infiltrated the location successfully. A grim assessment followed. The wound suggested a swift, precise strike from a poison needle. The lack of struggle indicated a one-sided encounter, a silent, deadly efficiency. Even death couldn't claim a warrior's dignity in this instance. The poison had robbed him of even that final struggle. A voice boomed, demanding the immediate attention of the assembled warriors. The search began, a grim determination etched on the faces of those hunting the Tang family. Despite their caution, their movements were not entirely unseen. The enemy was aware of their presence. Orders were given. Report any discovery immediately. A leader's voice cut through the tension. No one bearing the Tang surname was to be left alive. His defiant words echoed the grim determination of his men. Only survival mattered. The killer's intent was unmistakable, openly displayed in a stark contrast to the usual subtlety. A suspicion arose. Could the body they'd found earlier have been a spy, planted by the enemy leader? Even the poison couldn't fully explain the swiftness of the death. The Tang family's skill was legendary. The Tang family's reputation for ruthlessness was well-earned. They targeted life itself, regardless of martial prowess. A young warrior vowed to remember this cautionary tale, the deadly efficiency of the Tang family. 3 figures emerged, their silhouettes stark against the setting sun, ready for whatever lay ahead. A figure hurtled through the air, the impact sending tremors through the ground. He landed hard, a poison needle already embedded in his flesh. His face contorted in pain. The cry of ambush ripped through the air, swords flashing as the soldiers reacted. Steel clashed, a whirlwind of blades and desperate defense. A voice, sharp with anger, demanded the attackers reveal themselves. The master warned his disciple not to lower their guard, the danger coming from above. Suddenly, explosions erupted, illuminating the night sky. One soldier's horrified expression reflected the sheer scale of the attack. He fell. A wave of disbelief washed over him. This couldn't be happening. The green energy surged, a devastating force. Soldiers were thrown about like rag dolls by the unseen power. The assault continued, relentless and brutal. In the distance, the setting sun cast long shadows over the ravaged battlefield. Tang Jiahai, her face grim, surveyed the scene. She had underestimated the enemy's strength. She unleashed a devastating poison technique, efficient against the overwhelming number of foot soldiers. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a wave of poison energy towards the remaining soldiers. A flurry of emerald energy erupted, leaving a trail of fallen soldiers in its wake. One lone sword lay discarded amidst the carnage. A woman, her expression grimly satisfied, surveyed the scene. The efficiency of her technique was evident in the silent, lifeless forms around her. She had used a poison needle technique that required minimal internal energy. Further down the path, more bodies lay scattered. The scene was grim, a testament to the swift and brutal nature of the attack. A question hung in the air. Where should they search next? The east was a possibility. The grim reality settled upon them. All the teams had been wiped out. The fallen soldiers bore the same marks, the unmistakable signs of the same deadly poison. One of the fallen soldiers plummeted from the sky, a silent testament to the unseen force that had decimated their ranks. A report came in. Every single soldier had fallen victim to the same method. From the western lookout, another report confirmed the devastating news. The eastern forces had also been completely annihilated. The grim realization dawned on a leader. Not a single group had survived the attack. The scale of the massacre was staggering. A single individual had managed to wipe out nearly 100 soldiers in under an hour. The leader pondered the implications. Could one person truly be responsible for such devastation? The thought lingered. This was the work of a single, incredibly powerful individual. The grim reality settled in. Even more devastating attacks could follow. It wasn't just any attacker. A master from the Tang family had infiltrated their ranks. The chilling realization dawned. They were being hunted. Fear etched itself onto his face, a stark contrast to the setting sun. He couldn't afford to lose more disciples, so he entrusted the remaining forces to his most trusted lieutenant. The group moved silently, the lack of enemy presence unnerving. The urgency mounted. If they couldn't find the ambusher soon, annihilation was a real possibility. He assessed the situation. They were suffering losses without any gains. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Who had ordered the retreat? His voice was sharp, laced with disbelief and anger. She watched them from above, her intentions hidden. He was surprised. He hadn't expected her to be there. He felt nothing, a chilling detachment, as he surveyed the scene. The battle raged, a desperate struggle for survival. A guttural cry ripped through the air, a sound of pure, unadulterated shock. The fallen warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even sensed his attacker's presence. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the trees, his question hanging heavy in the suddenly silent air. He remained vigilant, his senses heightened, prepared for any threat. But he hadn't noticed the approach of the one responsible for the massacre. A blur of motion, a sudden eruption of energy, and a question mark hung in the air. She watched, her eyes narrowed, a question forming in her mind. Could this be void absorption? The young man's disbelief was palpable. This technique was only for those who had reached enlightenment. He noted the lack of follow-up attack, realizing it was a calculated technique. His arrogance was evident. He had chosen to forego the element of surprise. She had never encountered anyone like him in her family. His response was a shrug. His identity was irrelevant. The man's eyes burned with intensity as he prepared to strike. A fist shot forward, a young life about to meet its end. The challenge was issued, a final defiant stand against fate. Muscles coiled, a figure of immense power stood poised, energy crackling around him like a storm about to break. His face, a mask of grim determination, showed the strain of the immense power he wielded. Then, an explosive release of energy, a blinding flash engulfed the area. The force of the blast sent him reeling, but he remained defiant. He lunged forward, his intent clear, to end the fight swiftly. His opponent, however, met the attack with a chilling declaration of intent. A clash of immense power erupted, sending shockwaves through the very air. The impact was deafening, a maelstrom of energy and force. Observing from a distance, another combatant questioned the opponent's true strength. She offered a moment's respite, a brief pause in the brutal exchange. He was urged to unleash his full potential, to push beyond his limits. The Spearpoint sect, one of the 9 factions, had fallen to the Black Death Alliance. Zhang Jinbang, however, willingly joined the union. An impressed observer commented on Zhang Jinbang's staff techniques, offering to refine them. The refinement process began, a pivotal moment in Zhang Jinbang's journey. The result was a dramatically altered technique, one that resonated with immense power. He found a new name for his technique, underwhelming. But the power it unleashed was undeniable. It reached towards the heavens. The Black Death Alliance leader bestowed a new name upon the technique, Heavenly Quake Palm. Yet, despite its power, a shadow of doubt lingered. The technique, so recently perfected, had been bested by a younger warrior. The young woman, Tang Youmyang, stood victorious, her expression a mixture of triumph and weariness. A close-up on the young man's face revealed a mixture of shock and disbelief. His eyes widened, taking in the full impact of the defeat. Tang Youmyang, her pink hair a stark contrast to her dark clothing, prepared herself. She focused on controlling the venom qi, transforming it into a weapon of immense power. The venom qi, imbued with the intent to permeate all, became a venomous force. Jinbong unleashed his refined heavenly quake palm, a wave of raw energy erupting outwards. His opponent recoiled, eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer force of the attack. But Youmyang met the assault head-on, a fiery energy of her own flaring to life. Jinbong gritted his teeth, the name of his technique escaping his lips as he braced for impact. The clash was deafening, a maelstrom of fire and energy. Jinbong's attack faltered, the force of Youmyang's counter overwhelming him. He roared in pain and frustration as his technique crumbled. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the area, leaving a trail of destruction. Youmyang watched the aftermath, a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. She calmly surveyed the damage, her expression betraying no hint of exertion. She mused on the nature of her enhanced venom, now imbued with fiery heat. A grim determination hardened her features. She addressed the remaining soldiers, her voice carrying a chilling threat. The soldiers stood their ground, a silent testament to their loyalty, or perhaps fear. Their leader, unmoved, prepared to face whatever came next. A group of men, faces grim, stood resolute. Death, they decided, would be preferable to surrender. Meanwhile, a lone figure moved with practiced grace through the forest, their destination unknown. The disciples, the guardians of the formation, and the one who had slain the youngest. Their killer, eyes blazing with furious intent, vowed to leave no trace of his victims. He would be found nowhere, not in Guangdong, nor anywhere else in the world. The order was given. Encircle him, using the Charyan formation. The assault began, a brutal clash of steel and fury. She warned her allies to watch for hidden weapons and poisons. From a distance, the battle was observed. The strategy was clear: deplete his strength. The swords fell, a deadly dance of precision and power. The weight of loss bore down on him. The deaths of his disciples and allies were a heavy burden. He would not let their sacrifices be in vain. The command echoed across the battlefield: eliminate the threat. She stood ready, the Charyan formation a familiar comfort, a testament to rigorous training. A figure with vibrant pink hair smirked, a glint in their eyes. They mused about trying a different technique this time, a departure from their usual whirling chaos dance. The scene shifted, revealing a fiery explosion engulfing a battlefield. The intense heat and force of the blast sent shockwaves through the air. Amidst the chaos, a man urgently shouted a warning to his companions. Stay alert. 3 figures watched in stunned silence as the battle raged around them. One of them, eyes wide with alarm, warned his superior of an unseen threat approaching from behind. The warning came too late. A swift, brutal attack left the man reeling. Crimson rained down as several figures fell victim to a deadly assault. The aftermath of the attack was brutal, leaving a trail of carnage. A man, his face contorted in shock and disbelief, could only stare at the scene unfolding before him. He had missed the attacker's movements entirely. A woman with fiery red hair watched the scene, her thoughts filled with disbelief and a growing sense of unease. Who was this attacker, and what was their identity? A sword flashed, a blur of motion as it sliced through the air. Enraged, a voice boomed, filled with righteous fury at the attacker's audacity. A woman with reddish-brown hair calmly requested the use of nearby swords. She moved with practiced ease, her movements precise and deadly as she prepared for battle. A young man, caught completely off guard, found himself facing the sharp edge of a blade. The title card, Destruction, set the stage. A figure, blonde hair windswept, stood amidst a flurry of shattered debris, a testament to the recent battle. Nearby, another combatant watched, their expression a mixture of awe and fear. The sheer power on display was overwhelming. The blonde-haired warrior's actions were extraordinary. He destroyed swords without even touching them. It was a mastery of destruction and dispersal, the resulting force manipulated into a deadly spin. He focused his intent, controlling the area around him with precision. The word spin appeared, emphasizing the swirling vortex of energy he commanded. With a powerful movement, he unleashed the full force of his technique. The resulting blast sent shockwaves outward, impacting those nearby. A question mark filled the panel, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. A woman, her hair a fiery red, watched in disbelief. She recognized the technique as the pinnacle of the Tang clan's hidden weapon techniques. The sheer power of the attack left her speechless. The question of the 10,000 heavenly flower rain hung in the air, a technique deemed impossible. 2 onlookers reacted with terror, their faces contorted in disbelief and fear. The force of the attack continued to wreak havoc, a whirlwind of destruction. The battle raged on, figures silhouetted against the crimson backdrop of the attack. The intensity of the conflict was palpable, the chaos consuming everything in its path. The battle raged, a whirlwind of motion and blood. One combatant, clearly overwhelmed, cried out in pain. His opponent, unfazed, delivered a final, devastating blow, a testament to their superior skill. The impact sent a spray of crimson across the dusty ground. Silence followed, heavy and expectant. From the chaos, a new figure emerged, their presence radiating power. This was Tang Youmyang, and she announced her technique. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. An older warrior, his face etched with years of battle, challenged her. He noted her previous exertion. He pressed his advantage, urging her to continue the fight. He scoffed, confident in his own strength and ready for the next round. The older warrior prepared himself, his stance radiating power and experience. His resolve was unshaken, despite the opponent's formidable reputation. He revealed the source of his skill, a legacy passed down from a respected leader. With a surge of dark energy, he unleashed a powerful counterattack. He vowed to crush his opponent, his words filled with righteous fury. His opponent, however, remained unmoved, having faced this before. The clash of their powers was earth-shattering, a maelstrom of energy. One of them, exasperated, silenced the other with a sharp rebuke. Blood rained down as she moved through the fray, a whirlwind of crimson and steel. Her declaration hung in the air, a chilling promise. "I'll crush you." The attack came swiftly, a blur of motion. He barely registered the words, "you," before the blow landed. The impact sent him reeling, a jarring shock that stole his breath. He staggered, disoriented. Her eyes, narrowed in focus, held a chilling intensity. The fight was far from over. She moved with deadly grace, her blade a silver flash. The fight was hers to command. A guttural roar ripped through the air, a sound of pure rage. He would not be defeated. The clash of steel echoed across the battlefield, a symphony of destruction. The battle raged on. His face, contorted in fury, spoke volumes. The old warrior was far from finished. He lunged, his attack a whirlwind of motion. His skill was undeniable. The force of the blow sent a shock wave through the air. The earth trembled. She met his attack head-on, a clash of wills and skill. The outcome remained uncertain. A sword plunged into the earth, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The fight continued. He gasped, his breath ragged, his body battered. He was weakening. His opponent stood poised, a deadly calm in their eyes. The end was near. She spoke, her voice calm but resolute. She had assessed her opponent's skill. The aftermath of the clash hung heavy in the air. A question echoed in the fighter's mind. Was this supposed to happen? Across from them, an older man stared, his eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of dawning horror. He could only stammer, "Ew, how could you?" He was met with a confident smirk. The young woman, her crimson hair pulled back, calmly countered, "How can you wield this silent sword technique?" A clash of steel echoed across the tranquil field. One combatant, clearly outmatched, cried out in disbelief. The other, a seasoned warrior, questioned his opponent's mastery of the silent sword technique, a skill known for its deadly energy. The warrior explained that even he could only wield such a weapon after mastering the ultimate twin sword technique. His young opponent, however, scoffed at the notion of difficulty. The older warrior reflected on a recent encounter, realizing the opponent he'd slain hours earlier had used the same technique. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, a figure observed the transformation of martial arts, adapting to the user. He pressed his young opponent, questioning their allegiance to the Black Death Alliance, a group known for its ruthless devotion. The older warrior expressed his disappointment that such a powerful technique was so easily replicated. The young woman, unfazed, smirked, pleased with the power she now possessed. He then accused the young woman of being overconfident, implying a lack of faith from her superiors. Undeterred, he offered to demonstrate his own abilities. She warned him not to be too surprised by what she was about to do. The anticipation hung heavy in the air as the young woman prepared to display her skills, her opponent watching with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. An older man, his face etched with worry, watched intently. What was the younger warrior attempting? The younger warrior moved with a blur of motion, his twin blades a whirlwind of energy. For those who had mastered the transcendental level, the length of their blade was inconsequential. He prepared to unleash a technique beyond the ordinary. The speed of his movements defied perception, a blur of green energy. His blades danced, a deadly ballet of precision and power. The older man's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? He could only stammer in disbelief at the display of skill before him. Meanwhile, another warrior, a woman, moved with similar grace and deadly intent. The two warriors clashed, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The younger warrior's attack was relentless, a flurry of strikes. He pressed his advantage, pushing the older warrior to his limits. The older warrior, wounded, could only question if this was all the skill he possessed. He had underestimated his opponent's power. The younger warrior stood poised, ready for the next confrontation. He gripped his sword, a tremor in his aged hand. The familiar weight felt alien, his body betraying him. His young opponent, a whirlwind of motion, remained unfazed by his internal turmoil. The old warrior knew the power of the silent sword technique. Its energy differed greatly from a normal blade, but against the Blade River, it was useless. But the young woman's skill was undeniable. She wielded the Blade River with effortless grace, a testament to her mastery. Mak Injuk, the young man, watched with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Was this power truly so significant? The old warrior, realizing his disadvantage, attempted a desperate maneuver. He had to dodge. She pursued him relentlessly, her voice sharp and impatient. He was merely delaying the inevitable. Tang Jai-hai, the poison phoenix, moved with lethal precision. She would catch him, no matter what. She was a member of the Tang clan, and this was her duty. Her movements were fluid, powerful, and deadly. She was a force to be reckoned with. She knew the only logical course of action, to eliminate him, Tang clan style. He launched himself through the air, a desperate attempt to escape her relentless pursuit. The old warrior landed heavily, his breath ragged. He had underestimated his opponent's skill. He watched in disbelief as the young woman displayed such power, a monster from the collapsing Tang clan. Yun Jung-hyuk, the heaven's brilliance demon lord, would not stand idly by. He would intervene. A seasoned warrior, his face etched with the map of countless battles, stood frozen, a question mark forming in his mind as he witnessed an impossible sight. Before him, swirling energy coalesced into a breathtaking display of power. Golden rings of pure force spun through the air. His younger opponent watched, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his eyes, as the rings effortlessly severed trees like a hot knife through butter. The aftermath of the energy's passage was a scene of devastation, a landscape scarred by the sheer force of the attack. The warrior, his eyes narrowed in concentration, recognized the speed of the attack as something extraordinary. He braced himself, the impact of the golden rings sending a jolt through his body. A sharp cry escaped his lips. He knew he couldn't simply outrun the relentless assault. He would have to face it head-on. With a defiant roar, he resolved to confront the spinning rings of energy. The rings continued their deadly dance, closing in on their target. He met the attack with a fierce expression, his eyes blazing with determination. His blade flashed, a counterattack aimed at disrupting the deadly rings. The clash of steel against energy created a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rippled through the forest. He gritted his teeth, the strain of the confrontation evident on his face. Another impact, another cry of pain, as the rings continued their relentless assault. He felt the cracks forming on his sword, a testament to the power of the silent sword technique. The rings continued their deadly dance, the warrior's fate hanging precariously in the balance. A brutal clash of steel echoed through the clearing. The older warrior, his face a mask of grim determination, deflected a blow with a resounding clang, sparks erupting from the impact. He lunged, his blade a blur, aiming for a killing blow. The younger warrior barely managed to evade the attack, the wind of the near miss ruffling their hair. With a guttural cry, the older warrior pressed his advantage, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. His opponent, momentarily stunned, could only watch as several of the older warrior's blades spun into the ground, their momentum still deadly. The older warrior roared in triumph, his voice echoing through the trees. He had successfully blocked every single attack, but a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Could he really defeat such a skilled opponent? He stood, panting, his body weary from the exertion. The fight had taken its toll. Despite his injuries, a grim resolve hardened his gaze. He would continue fighting, no matter the cost. He muttered to himself, calculating the energy expended in his previous attack. It had been a costly maneuver. Across the clearing, the younger warrior watched, a hint of surprise in their eyes. The older warrior's skill was far beyond what they had anticipated. They wondered aloud if they should compliment their opponent's skill or simply acknowledge their own defeat. The younger warrior's surprise deepened. The older warrior showed no signs of fatigue despite the intensity of the battle. Rain began to fall, washing away the blood and dust from the recent battle. The older warrior stumbled, a fresh wave of pain washing over him as he felt the wound on his arm. His eyes widened in shock and pain. The sheer force of the younger warrior's attack had left him reeling. The blades remained spinning in the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. The battle was far from over. A warrior, his dark clothing stained crimson, lunged forward, sword flashing. The attack was fierce, desperate. He reeled back, a look of disbelief etched onto his weathered face. The words, "Just who in the world is this bastard?" echoed the turmoil within. The scene shifted, revealing a younger figure, their movements a blur of motion. They had left everything behind, joining the Black Death Alliance to forge their own path. The older warrior's eyes widened, his defeat a bitter pill to swallow. He questioned his own actions, his years of training seemingly worthless against this opponent. The younger warrior paused, a question forming in their mind. Have I caught everyone now? Across the field, bodies lay scattered, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. The older warrior reflected on his experiments, acknowledging some gains despite the loss. The victor surveyed the scene, a chilling ambition in their eyes. They planned to teach their newly honed skills to those under their command. They pondered their next move, the question, shall I leave this place now? Hanging in the air. Their gaze sharpened, focusing on the loose ends that needed tying before their departure. With a swift, precise movement, they unsheathed their weapon, a flash of emerald energy emanating from the blade. The narrative shifted to the elders who had cornered their mother, and the Jeagle family's plot to seize control of the Tang clan. The older warrior, his face grim, vowed to set everything right. He stood resolute, his weapon glowing, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A swirling vortex of green energy erupted from the earth, a single tooth-like shard at its center. The force of the blast sent debris flying, a testament to its raw power. Two figures, one in white and the other in dark clothing, watched from a rocky outcrop, their faces etched with concern. What way? One of them whispered. An older man, his face lined with worry, offered an apology. The situation had become impossible to control. A group of warriors stood amidst a darkening sky, their leader's face grim. It can't be. He questioned the truth of the reports, knowing they were likely lies, but bound to silence until the task was complete. The entrance had been sealed, ensuring no one could escape alive. Meanwhile, other warriors subdued the remaining opponents outside the arena. The investigation confirmed the involvement of the Great Darkness Silent Sword Sect and the Dark Moon Sword Sect. The sheer number of soldiers involved meant even the most skilled warrior would struggle to survive. Despite the loss of potential talent, the man reflected on the necessity of their actions, considering the greater strategic goals. He felt the weight of the decision, the consequences of his actions heavy on his shoulders. A familiar energy pulsed in the distance, causing a stir among the warriors. A tense silence fell over the group as they braced themselves for what was to come. One of the warriors, visibly sweating, felt the pressure mounting. A powerful energy surged forth, threatening to shatter the very ground beneath their feet. A blur of motion, a clash of steel. The air crackled with residual energy as the combatants separated. Two figures watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of surprise and grim satisfaction. It's Yeonmyeong, one exclaimed, the other nodding in agreement. They knew this wouldn't be an easy fight. Meanwhile, a young woman with reddish-brown hair found herself surrounded. She braced herself, ready to defend against the approaching figures. Concern etched itself onto the face of another woman as she approached the young woman, her voice laced with worry. Are you hurt anywhere? The young woman, despite her predicament, offered a wry smile. I told you, until the competition is over, you're the only one who has hurt me. A pause, then a question. Number 28? She looked up, a serene smile playing on her lips. The tension seemed to ease, replaced by a quiet confidence. But the quiet was deceptive. A wave of disbelief washed over her as she realized the true extent of the situation. Just how in the world? The impossible had happened. 300 soldiers, a force considered insurmountable, lay defeated. A young woman, her face a mask of disbelief, stared at the scene. A grizzled veteran, his face etched with years of battle, voiced the collective shock. How could such a force be so easily overcome? His gaze lingered on the young man responsible, a flicker of grudging respect in his eyes. Meanwhile, the young man's actions continued to ripple outwards. A powerful blow landed, sending a seasoned warrior sprawling. The defeated soldiers watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. One of them, his eyes wide with astonishment, could barely comprehend what he had witnessed. The young man's opponent, however, remained unfazed. Their expression was one of cold calculation. The veteran, still reeling from the impossible defeat, found himself unable to process the events unfolding before him. A sudden surge of energy erupted from the young man, a powerful display of skill that left his opponent stunned. Even the veteran's jaw dropped. The veteran, his mind racing, tried to understand the impossible feat. How could the young man have broken through such powerful defenses? The intricate details of the Seven Locks Phantom Dome formation flashed before his eyes, a testament to its complexity and power. He knew that even a master would struggle against such a formidable barrier, yet the young man had shattered it with ease. The sheer power of the young man's attack was breathtaking. He had sliced through the formation as if it were nothing more than thin air. Observing from the shadows, a woman watched, her expression unreadable. Her gaze was fixed on the young man, a hint of something akin to curiosity in her eyes. Beside her, an older man, his face etched with worry, watched with growing concern. The young man's power was unsettling. The young man, his eyes burning with intensity, stood defiant. He had proven his strength, but the battle was far from over. A man in a dark robe stood amidst a tranquil landscape, his face etched with grim determination. He knew he couldn't act rashly. His ascension to leadership demanded patience. He reassured a woman, Tang Yeonmyeong, ensuring her safety, a promise whispered amidst the looming threat. News of the young man's unexpected victory reached the Tang clan. Relief washed over them, but questions lingered. A seasoned warrior, his face grim, pondered the fate of his missing comrades. The silence spoke volumes. A tremor ran through the earth, a subtle shift in the landscape foreshadowing the coming upheaval. The Tang sisters, initially puzzled, soon realized the nature of the disturbance. Fear etched itself onto their faces. Elsewhere, two figures watched the unfolding events with growing alarm. One of them urgently pointed out a developing crack. The crack widened, a fissure in the earth, revealing an otherworldly light emanating from within. A blinding light erupted from the crack, its intensity almost unbearable. An elder, his eyes wide with shock, recognized the significance of the event. The Seven Locks phantom dome formation was failing. The energy surged, a powerful wave of light and power that shook the very foundations of the land. Those nearby were thrown back by the force of the blast, their faces a mixture of awe and terror. One of them, observing the fragments of the shattered dome, sensed something within, a mystery yet to be revealed. A grizzled warrior's face contorted in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief as a searing pain ripped through him. Two onlookers watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape as they processed the scene before them. One whispered that this was exactly what had happened. The aftermath of the battle was stark. Fallen soldiers lay scattered across the field, their uniforms identifying most as members of the Dark Moon Sword sect. One warrior questioned the young man's incredible feat, wondering aloud if he had single-handedly taken on hundreds. Another, more experienced warrior, admitted that even they would struggle against more than 30 opponents. A sudden shout alerted them to something new on the horizon. One of the fallen warriors lay still, blood staining the grass. A nearby warrior recognized the double sword sheath on his back, identifying him as Mak Inhu. He was certain of the identification based on descriptions he'd heard. The implications of Mak Inhu's defeat were staggering to the onlookers. Even he was no match for the young man. They had been many, but not difficult to overcome. A warrior, his face grim, muttered about Tang Youmyang's unexpected prowess. Tang Jiahai, her gaze fixed on the distance, reflected on the young man's power, noting he was beyond the level of a mere head of the sect. Others echoed her assessment, marveling at his ability to defeat hundreds single-handedly. The Dark Moon Sword sect's reputation was well known. The position of sect leader had been his from the start. They realized his strength surpassing even the final level. A scowl contorted the man's face, his words a venomous whisper. That son of a bitch. He recounted his past failures, his voice laced with bitterness. His arm, ruined in battle, had left him a shadow of his former self. But the young man's unexpected strength was undeniable. His opponent acknowledged it, a grudging respect in his tone. Tang Youmyang's name was uttered, a mixture of awe and resentment coloring the speaker's expression. He spat out his contempt, the words a testament to his own bitter defeat. How could someone so weak achieve such victory? The audacity of it all. His opponent's disbelief was palpable, the tournament's conclusion a bitter pill to swallow. The official announcement echoed across the grounds. Tang Youmyang, number 28, was the victor. The judge's voice boomed, demanding any objections to the results. He clenched his injured hand, the pain a constant reminder of his failure. His gaze was fixed, resolute. All he could do now was to accept his defeat and move on. The judge's words hung in the air, confirming the fairness of the process and the finality of the decision. The tournament was officially over. His voice, though weary, carried the weight of authority. The warriors were ordered to assemble before the victor, their movements swift and disciplined. They gathered, a silent testament to Tang Youmyang's prowess. The air crackled with anticipation. The victorious group stood before the assembled warriors, a stark contrast to the chaos that had preceded their triumph. A young woman stared at the assembled warriors, overwhelmed by their sheer number. Decades after the Tang clan's downfall, this was finally their moment. Nearby, a man watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. The tournament's victor was about to receive a momentous announcement. The victor, a young person with striking pink hair, stood before the assembled crowd. The words, "We appoint you as our new master," hung in the air. But the weight of this new position was immediately apparent. There were 82 members of the Tang clan besides the new leader. A warrior, his face contorted in a grimace, pledged his allegiance to the new leader. The weight of tradition and expectation pressed down on him. The assembled warriors echoed the sentiment, their voices a unified chorus of greeting. The new head of the Tang clan had arrived. Across the land of Seishan, a new era was dawning. The young master's ascension marked a turning point. Meanwhile, a figure with pink hair turned away, their thoughts hidden. Doubt lingered in their mind. 3 onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their concern evident. They questioned the wisdom of the decision. One of them wondered aloud if they should speak formally to the new leader. Uncertainty clouded their judgment. The new leader stood tall, their gaze sweeping across the landscape. The path ahead was long and uncertain, but they knew what the clan desired, to regain their former prestige. This was their chance. The new leader's confidence was unwavering. They believed that restoring the clan's former glory was within reach. With a determined expression, they urged patience and trust. The weight of their words settled upon the assembled warriors. The warriors, though uncertain, felt the weight of the new leader's words. Their position was now inextricably linked to his success. The crowd proclaimed the new leader as the true head of the Tang clan, their voices ringing with a mixture of hope and apprehension. The command rang out, crisp and clear. They would follow Tang Youmyong, the tournament victor. A young woman with fiery red hair, she stood poised, awaiting their next move. She declared their return to the main house, her voice firm despite the lingering tension. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across a vast army assembled on the field. A lone figure stood before them, radiating power. 3 figures, their backs to the viewer, walked away from the scene, their journey seemingly concluded. A man, his face etched with frustration, voiced his silent question. Why? His anger flared, a bitter resentment boiling over. The injustice of it all consumed him. Meanwhile, another competitor, a woman with fiery red hair, steeled her resolve. She would achieve her goal, no matter the cost. His eyes blazed, a furious determination hardening his features. He would bring him down, no matter what. The aftermath of a brutal battle was laid bare. Defeated warriors lay scattered on the ground. A lone figure walked away, their footsteps echoing the silence of the battlefield. A thoughtful pause. An older man, Teo, questioned if the others had already left, his gaze searching the horizon. He arrived swiftly upon hearing of the situation, his presence a calming influence amidst the chaos. A young man addressed him urgently, the word "sir" hanging heavy in the air. A powerful figure, cloaked in shadow, launched a sharp rebuke. The words hung heavy in the air. You can't just go alone like that. He turned, his gaze sharp and unwavering, a silent challenge in the intensity of his stare. The older man, his face etched with concern, countered. Now that you're at the top, you must act the part. His voice trailed off, a hint of unease coloring his tone. I can't hear a thing, Hyunseo. Isn't that strange? His companion, ever vigilant, responded curtly. Don't change the topic, sir. A large man, his features soft yet somehow imposing, offered a thoughtful observation. Well, it'd be impossible to sleep next to a mountain of corpses, right? The scene shifted to a vast, desolate landscape, littered with the fallen. The scale of the carnage was breathtaking. Even the large man admitted. Even I would leave the area immediately. He continued, his voice low. The unusual thing is that more than 300 people have been killed. A fallen warrior lay amongst the dead, a poignant reminder of the battle's ferocity. A question lingered in the air. Is it because an old eagle is better than a young crow? As expected of a clan that used to be prestigious. The large man, still processing the information, stated, as far as I know, there were less than 100 members of the Tang family located on the mountain. He added, that's what I'm saying is strange. The mountain is an open area. The older man pondered this, his brow furrowed in thought. He murmured, wouldn't it make sense that if something this big happened, we would have heard of it? A younger man, observing from a distance, voiced a new concern. What's their reason for avoiding us? The older man considered this new angle. On top of that, the Tang family even sent us valuables in honor of the tournament. Unless they're hiding something? We don't know for sure anyway. A different man, his expression thoughtful, remarked, I didn't know the Tang family's blade technique has declined this much. Just how many people have been killed by a short blade? He continued, his voice rising in disbelief. Pardon? With a short blade? Are you saying these corpses are the work of one person? The older man, his eyes narrowed, declared, you can't deceive my eyes. Another man, examining the scene, observed, though most of them show signs of being defeated by learned sword techniques, I don't see any signs of mastery, which is why everything is all over the place. The aftermath of the battle left him awestruck. Witnessing opponents unable to even draw their weapons before being swiftly defeated, a profound realization dawned. Such overwhelming skill was exceedingly rare. He knew he had to meet this individual. The determination hardened his gaze. Turning to his companion, he issued a concise order. Let us go to Sichuan. A stout man, his face etched with worry, voiced his apprehension. The trip to Sichuan was fraught with peril. An accidental encounter with their enemies would be disastrous. An older man, his gaze sharp behind spectacles, calmly dismissed the concerns. He had reached the pinnacle of his power. Self-preservation would be simple. The younger man, however, scoffed at the notion of a hasty confrontation. He questioned the likelihood of a reckless attack. He chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his tone, questioning who could possibly overcome his stubborn resolve. The older man, conceding the point, suggested a return to the family clan. A discussion with the head of the family was necessary. He agreed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. The joint faction faced immense challenges. A sudden, violent clash erupted. The scene shifted to a chaotic battle, the Tang family caught in a familiar struggle. The stout man pondered the plan, to use the Tang family to deal with the Black Death Alliance, then defeat the demonic cult. He reflected on the Tang family's decline, a slow decay that had been ongoing for some time. Uncertainty clouded his thoughts. The success of the plan was far from guaranteed. The younger man was thrown violently to the ground, the force of the impact evident. A grand, traditional building stood majestically, a symbol of the Tang family's former glory. The competition concluded sooner than anticipated, the participants having been swiftly dealt with. A woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, stood defiantly, a wicked-looking blade in her hand. The text beside her spoke of her skill and the deadly poison at her command. Nearby, an older man contemplated the upcoming competition, confident in its outcome. His confidence, however, was met with a hesitant objection from a younger man. The older man's eyes narrowed, his concern growing as he realized the key participant was missing. Elsewhere, a conversation turned to the competition's likely winner. The discussion included the formidable granddaughter of Sam Jangro, known for her intense training. A masked figure, observing from afar, noted the individuals involved. A large group of warriors marched, their presence hinting at the scale of the competition. The sight of a familiar symbol caused a moment of reflection. Were these warriors connected to the Tang family? An announcement broke the quiet contemplation. The competitors had returned. The scene shifted to a grand building, the backdrop to the competition's conclusion. The swift passage of time was noted, a stark contrast to the intensity of the competition. A group of onlookers expressed uncertainty about the competition's results. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared, their identity unknown. Two women reacted with shock and surprise to this unexpected arrival. A man's desperate cries echoed, filled with worry for someone named Soy. A young woman, joyous and relieved, threw her arms up in celebration amidst a crowd. The weight of recent losses was heavy, but her survival was a beacon of hope. News of a young master's return spread quickly. His cheerful demeanor, however, caused some to question the gravity of the situation. He remained uncertain, his expression a mixture of relief and apprehension. The unexpected turn of events left him wary. Across the square, a large group of people waited anxiously. Among them, a familiar figure was spotted, bringing a wave of relief. Three men, their faces etched with worry, searched the crowd. The absence of two loved ones weighed heavily on their hearts. A young man, his expression grim, reflected on the losses suffered during the competition. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. A woman, serene and composed, observed the scene with a knowing gaze. Her calm exterior masked a deeper concern. Another woman, filled with apprehension, questioned her next move. The possibility of not being recognized by her mother loomed large. She noticed Yomyang's shocked expression, piquing her curiosity. The unexpected reaction hinted at something more. The General Administration Department arrived, their presence a symbol of order and authority amidst the chaos. Two figures, their faces obscured, walked purposefully through the crowd. Their destination and intentions remained unknown. An older man, relieved, confirmed the safety of his granddaughter. His joy was palpable. A young man was challenged about his responsibility towards his father. The question hung heavy in the air. He wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Determination hardened his features. Two women, one sly and the other honest, exchanged a knowing glance. Their bond was evident. Despite his doubts, he acknowledged the other's skills. A grudging respect began to form. Two shadowy figures huddled together, their faces obscured by darkness. A low chuckle escaped one, commenting on a colleague's lack of advancement, attributing it to a failure to curry favor. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, her expression unreadable, reflected on the current state of affairs. It wasn't ideal, but served her purposes. An older man, his eyes wide behind spectacles, considered his next move. He needed allies, not obstacles. Two women, their faces partially hidden, were the subject of his investigation. He needed to learn more about their connection to the temple. The implication hung heavy in the air. Mirio and Aijin's involvement with the temple was significant. A broad smile spread across the face of Tang Kism, the head of the Tang family, as he praised the warriors and the Jiggle family for their efforts. A reunion between old friends, marked by laughter and camaraderie, hinted at a long-standing bond. The head of the Jiggle family expressed gratitude for the Tang family's assistance, acknowledging their support. A warrior, his face partially visible, humbly deflected praise, emphasizing their collective contribution. Tang Kism, pleased with the outcome, noted the successful deployment of the Seven Locks Phantom Dome formation. Despite the success, a sense of loss permeated the air, a subtle acknowledgement of a broken bond. The elder gave instructions, sending the warriors to rest and preparing to visit the elder's house. A warrior, his face etched with weariness, apologized, hinting at a change of plans. Two figures, their faces grim, revealed their decision. They would not be going to the elder's house. A close-up on a man's intense expression, his eyes filled with determination, foreshadowed conflict. A man introduced himself as Tang Wenjin, the temporary head of the honor guards, setting the stage for a new development. The scene opens with two figures, their faces etched with grim determination. One voiced his doubts about the competition's rules, suggesting a more logical approach than the one currently being enforced. His words hung in the air, a challenge to authority. The other, clearly a superior officer, reacted with disbelief and outrage. The commander, his face contorted in fury, barked orders to his troops, threatening dire consequences for any dissent. The commander's threat echoed through the assembled crowd, silencing any further protests. Fear rippled through the onlookers. One of the warriors, his face obscured by shadow, reflected on the situation. He anticipated this show of defiance, but not its intensity. The commander's words, protesting, hung heavy in the air. He questioned whether there was anyone within the main house who held more power than the family head. The camera focuses on a tense exchange between two figures, the weight of unspoken power palpable between them. A striking woman, her identity unknown, appeared, her presence demanding attention. The question hung in the air, "Who are you?" The warrior's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. The scene shifts to reveal Tang Yeonmyeong, her expression unreadable. The name, Tang Yeonmyeong, was spoken, confirming her identity. The camera pans to a grand building, the headquarters of the family, a symbol of power and tradition. The question echoed, a challenge to the established order. "What are you talking about?" 3 elders sat in council, their faces etched with concern. They discussed the competition's outcome, a matter of grave importance. One elder announced Tang Yeonmyeong as the winner, a statement met with disbelief and outrage. The elder, his fist clenched, reacted with fury to the unexpected results. The final panel shows a man, his face shadowed, questioning how someone could defeat Yeonmyeong. The conversation turned to the recent competition, specifically the surprising lack of effectiveness from the fire dragon's poison. Could she have been unable to use it? Tang Sukjung, leader of Sichuan, appeared troubled. Another loss to Tang Yeonmyeong weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, a young woman with reddish-brown hair, Tang Yeonmyeong, stood among several figures in dark robes, a scene observed before the competition began. The discussion shifted to the young man's unexpected victory. One elder expressed disbelief that he could have defeated Gukrin. Tang Sukjung, his face etched with concern, countered that the victory was likely achieved through some sort of trickery. Despite their desire to forget the past, the war's events continued to cast a long shadow. Tang Myeong-sung, the second elder, voiced his concern, suggesting they investigate the matter thoroughly. Tang Jiryong, the fourth elder, let out a roar of frustration. The implications of the competition's outcome were clearly unsettling him. Sukjung proposed questioning the victor to uncover the truth, a suggestion met with general agreement. The whereabouts of Tang Yeonmyeong became a topic of discussion. It was believed she had been summoned to the elder's house. The discussion turned to the succession, with the family head's absence creating uncertainty. The elder's attempts to assert control were challenged, as only the family head could officially name the heir. One elder, his face contorted in anger, questioned the continued punishment of those protesting the current situation. The young man's victory was still provisional, as he had yet to receive official recognition as the heir. A lone figure stood against a vibrant backdrop of blue sky and rolling hills. His reddish-brown hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, his expression unreadable. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. If he angered the elders, the consequences would be dire. His eyes blazed with a sudden, fierce intensity. A wordless command, a silent declaration, enough. The impact of that declaration rippled outwards. A nearby man, startled, recoiled in surprise. A wave of green energy erupted from the figure, its target clear. The green energy surged, a torrent of power unleashed. It struck its target with devastating force, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. He clenched his jaw, his face contorted in frustration. The situation was baffling, nonsensical. His inner turmoil was palpable. If he pushed any further, the consequences could be catastrophic. The green energy continued its relentless advance, a blur of motion. It was a force of nature, unstoppable, leaving only a trail of emerald destruction. Another man, caught in the crossfire, cried out in terror. His fear was raw, visceral. He was certain of his impending doom, regardless of the elders' opinions. 2 figures stood amidst the chaos, their resolve unwavering. They would adhere to the competition's rules, proceeding to the stealth and poison's hall. He gritted his teeth, his expression grim. The message was clear. The competition was ending. He would make sure everyone knew it. With a final defiant gesture, he turned his back on the scene. Their reign of power was over. A new era was dawning. A weathered face, etched with worry and a hint of disbelief, contorted in a grimace. The words, "Tell the elders to come themselves," hung heavy in the air, a challenge issued with trembling lips. The messenger, a young woman with fiery determination in her eyes, stood resolute. Her reply was swift and uncompromising. "Your era is over." An elder, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, muttered to himself, "I can't bring myself to say just that." The weight of the decision, the implications of such a bold statement, were clearly weighing heavily on him. A fist slammed onto a table, the force of the impact echoing the elder's inner turmoil. How dare that young fool? he thought, his rage barely contained. The scene shifted to another elder, his expression one of grim determination. Even the legendary Poison Phoenix, he thought, would have been cautious in their presence. The power emanating from them was undeniable. But perhaps this unexpected challenge wasn't entirely bad. The young man hadn't yet been officially recognized as the branch leader. This gave him an opportunity. The discussion continued, the elders agreeing to proceed as planned. It was decided that his attitude warranted a review of his qualifications, and a visit to the Stealth and Poisons Hall was deemed necessary. One elder, his face etched with concern, voiced the need to assess the young man's capabilities before making any rash decisions. The warriors outside listened intently. The Grand Elder's direct command troop was ready to move. The troops, clad in dark, stealthy attire, prepared to follow the elder's instructions. The second elder's troop of integrity stood ready. The fourth elder's venomous sword troop and the fifth elder's shadow troop were also mobilized, their movements swift and silent. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, the master of the Blue Dragon, responding to the summons. A masked warrior, his face obscured, gave a curt response, as commanded. The audacity of the young man's actions was not lost on the elders. His challenge to their authority was a grave insult. A large contingent of soldiers stood poised, ready to enforce the elder's will. The tension was palpable. The Grand Elder, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, vowed to show the young man the true nature of reality. The question hung heavy in the air. Who truly leads the Tang family? The imposing Tang family estate stood as a silent testament to generations of power. A young man with striking silver hair pondered the challenge before him, winning the Tang family succession competition. He confidently declared his intentions, his voice echoing with determination. The elders, sensing the young man's immense power, exchanged worried glances. One elder, a woman with a calm demeanor, expressed her belief that his sister would be pleased with his ambition. Her brother, the man with the scarred face, remained stoic, his gaze unwavering. The competition loomed, a shadow hanging over the Tang family. The elders questioned the young man's confidence, reminding him of the competition's inherent dangers. He responded that he would ensure his mother and the others paid for what happened to his brother. The weight of his words hung in the air, a promise of vengeance. An elder challenged his statement, demanding confirmation. The young woman, her face hardened, reiterated the consequences of his actions. Another elder warned him about the dangers of his words and actions within the Tang household. The final elder, his eyes narrowed, hinted at a long-held grudge. A young man, a smirk playing on his lips, stood before a snow-dusted temple, his gaze distant and thoughtful. He seemed to be waiting, a quiet anticipation hanging in the air. An elder, his face etched with worry, gasped, the question of the Poison Phoenix's son echoing in his mind. The name sent a ripple of unease through the ranks. Even the usually stoic warriors seemed disturbed. A scarred warrior stood alone, his thoughts turning to the questions that needed answers. A woman with pink hair, her expression unreadable, listened intently. She offered a brief reassurance, suggesting that the pressing matters could wait. But the gravity of the situation was clear. The question of the young man's identity hung heavy in the air. The conflict's origin was revealed, a clash between the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord and the Poison Phoenix. The ensuing battle was depicted in a flurry of motion and violence. The Tang warriors fought valiantly, their strength and determination unwavering. The intensity of the battle escalated, the clash of steel echoing through the air. The resistance was stronger than anticipated, the enemy's power a formidable force. A warrior fell, his defeat a grim reminder of the battle's cost. The battle raged, a fiery inferno consuming the palace. A figure, silhouetted against the flames, demanded, "Have you not finished yet?" From within the palace walls, a single figure emerged. The command was curt, decisive. Release them. The enemy pressed their attack, heedless of danger. Their relentless advance was noted. They keep pushing forward, disregarding even our poison techniques. The cost of this reckless bravery was clear. The grim reality was stated, and risking death. An elder, his face etched with worry, confessed his failure. He lamented, "I requested support from the elders to counter the intensified attacks of Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. If we fall too, the family will inevitably face destruction." His plea had been rejected. The blunt truth hung heavy in the air. It wasn't accepted. The consequences of inaction were clear. A regretful observation was made. We could have reduced the damage. The blame, however, fell on others. Accusations flew. Shameless people blamed everything on Poison Phoenix after everything ended. "You almost destroyed the family." Tang Jiahai stood before the elders, her back to the viewer, head bowed low. The weight of their words settled upon her. Meanwhile, another elder reflected on the situation. He mused, unable to step onto the battlefield, accepting the deposition from the position of head elders despite the injustice. It must have been to protect the young lord under her care. A different elder spoke, his gaze sharp and observant. He stated, "I believe you must have also noticed." The focus shifted to the current state of affairs. The elder continued, who the current master is the child of. To us, who failed to fulfill our roles that day. A group of figures approached a grand palace, their steps measured and purposeful. One of them spoke, a glimmer of hope in their voice. It's as if another chance has come our way. But their resolve was challenged. A voice boomed, halting their advance. Stop. Two individuals reacted to the interruption. One whispered, This voice is. A young man, his face etched with determination, turned to his companion. He suggested a direct approach. It was time to see what awaited them. The imposing structure of the Elder Council loomed before them, a testament to generations of power and tradition. Inside, the honor guards stood rigidly at attention, their leader, a stern-faced elder, questioning their loyalty. Doubt hung heavy in the air. Could they truly defy the council and remain unscathed? One of the elders, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, glared, his anger palpable. Meanwhile, another elder, a figure cloaked in shadow, inquired about Tang Yomyang's whereabouts. The elder, surprised by the mobilization of his own forces, voiced his astonishment. The tension among the assembled guards was thick, a silent acknowledgement of the precarious situation. The young man's voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of steel. He demanded Tang Yomyang's immediate presence. Unfazed, another elder calmly declared his arrival, dismissing the need for further discussion. The young man and his allies stood firm, their resolve unwavering in the face of the assembled elders. Tang Yomyang appeared, her arrival a silent exclamation of surprise. The young man's allies questioned his actions, surprised by his apparent disregard for the council. He boldly asserted his claim to leadership, a declaration that sparked immediate outrage. The elder, his voice laced with disapproval, reminded him of the established order and the need for permission. But the young man stood his ground, his confidence unshaken. He had already proven his worth. The accusation hung heavy in the air. One of the family elders, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, leveled a scathing glare at the young man. Nearby, the branch leader stood impassively, his expression unreadable, surrounded by a contingent of guards. Another elder, his voice a low growl, demanded a full confession of the events during the young man's solitary trial. A young woman with striking pink hair listened intently, her thoughts focused on the gravity of the situation. The elder's voice boomed, his anger escalating as he questioned the fairness of the young man's victory. The source of the information was revealed, the Jigal Lord himself. The young man countered, pointing out the interference from the Dark Moon Sword sect during the competition. He calmly explained that he had dealt with the intruders, ending their interference. He dismissed the issue of fairness, stating that their intervention had occurred after the competition's conclusion. The elder, his eyes blazing, challenged the young man's claim. He suggested a personal investigation of Gangdong Mountain as proof. The elder emphasized that if the Gangdong sect hadn't cleaned up, the bodies would still be there. An elder unleashed a furious attack, roaring his intent to kill. The force of the attack was immense, creating a shockwave that shattered the ground. A blinding flash of light erupted as the young man countered the attack. The clash of powers was earth-shattering, the energy surging between them. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst the ruins. The weight of the world seemed to press down on them. Their anguished cry echoed through the desolate landscape, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A blinding flash of energy erupted, engulfing the combatants in a maelstrom of light and power. The shockwave from the explosion sent tremors through the earth, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Another surge of energy, even more potent than the last, tore through the air. A voice, laced with bitter scorn, cut through the chaos. You fool! Two figures, battered and bruised, stared in disbelief at the unfolding devastation. The weight of their actions settled upon them. They had unleashed this destruction upon themselves, a consequence of their rash decisions. An elder, his face etched with grim determination, observed the scene. His words hung heavy in the air. Do you find it hard to believe? He was a man weathered by countless battles, his eyes reflecting the burden of years of conflict. Below, amidst the rubble, two figures struggled to rise, their movements slow and labored. A woman, her face contorted in a mixture of grief and fury, whispered a chilling question. That your granddaughter is dead? The ground cracked, a fissure of energy splitting the earth. A figure, cloaked and defiant, stood amidst the chaos, their demon-killing poison seemingly neutralized. An elder, his eyes wide with disbelief, observed the scene. His poison, renowned for its debilitating effects, had failed. The elder's astonishment was palpable. How could such a potent toxin be so easily countered? A single thought pierced his mind. Could this be the work of someone who had surpassed him in power? Meanwhile, a figure with fiery red hair stood poised, a hand raised in a gesture of power. The elder's mind reeled. He had spent decades honing his internal strength, yet this opponent seemed to have surpassed him. His rage ignited, a furious outburst of energy erupting from him. You dare mock me, an elder? The elder's eye, now close up, revealed a strange object embedded within. A horrifying realization dawned on him. He recognized it instantly, the poison bottle. Across the battlefield, a group of soldiers stood, their leader questioning the nature of the strange object. The poison bottle, a seemingly innocuous object, held a dark secret. The truth was revealed. The poison given to the elder's granddaughter originated from him. The bottle shattered, its contents dispersing in a fiery explosion. The elder was engulfed in flames, the consequences of his own actions catching up to him. A figure was engulfed in a fiery explosion, the intense heat warping the very air around them. The aftermath of the blast left only scorched earth, a stark contrast to the clear sky above. A hushed observation was made. It was more than just a simple poison. But this was no ordinary poison. It was the Tang family's infamous 10 poison. The defeated elder lay there, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and betrayal. The remnants of the poison, 2 small vials, were tossed into a bonfire, their fiery demise mirroring the fate of the elder. The group discussed the poison's potency, identifying it as the deadly fire dragon's poison. An elder, his face etched with worry, pondered the implications of the poison's theft. He mused on the poison's strength and its storage location, guarded by the 3rd elder. The gravity of the situation was underscored. The poison was far too dangerous for personal use. A guard explained the rarity of the remaining poison, its recipe lost to time, making it even more valuable. The elder, aghast, realized the severity of using such a precious substance for personal gain. A commanding voice boomed, demanding the immediate arrest of those responsible for the elder's demise. A figure smirked, their eyes gleaming with a chilling confidence. The elder's face, etched with years of power and now betrayal, was a mask of barely contained fury. His words, though laced with the authority of his title, held a tremor of fear. He knew his actions had consequences, but the clan's rules, once a shield, now felt like a noose. A searing inferno erupted, consuming the elder in a fiery embrace. The onlookers recoiled, their faces a mixture of shock and horror. The flames danced, a macabre ballet reflecting the chaos unfolding. The words, a condemnation, hung heavy in the air. The other elders watched, their expressions a mixture of outrage and fear. The question of succession, once a distant concern, now loomed large. From the heart of the inferno, a voice, strong and defiant, cut through the din. A decision had been made. A young warrior, his face grim, watched the spectacle unfold. His thoughts were a mixture of awe and disbelief. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Who dared to challenge the established order? The remaining elders reacted with a mixture of shock and outrage. The death of a clan elder was a grave matter, and the audacity of the act was shocking. An elder, his face etched with worry, turned to his disciple. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. He questioned the events, his voice laced with disbelief. The accusations were stunning. The elder's eyes widened in shock and fury as the truth was revealed. The betrayal ran deeper than he could have imagined. A young woman, her face a mask of controlled fury, reacted with outrage. The accusations were a blatant attempt to shift blame. The grand elder, his face a mask of fury, leveled an accusatory finger. Conspiring with the enemy, he thundered, demanding proof. His gaze shifted to a young woman with fiery red hair, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. Was she the key to his downfall? A young man, his expression unreadable, simply asked why. The question echoed the unspoken tension. The answer came swiftly, a declaration of unwavering certainty. He was the sole witness to the spy's treachery. He detailed his injuries, sustained in a prior confrontation, the wounds a testament to the struggle. The young man with purple hair, his face contorted in anger, listened intently. His own role in this unfolding drama was about to be revealed. The nature of the wounds was crucial. They were not from poison or stealth, but from a direct sword attack. A figure emerged, a blur of motion and lethal intent. The spy, his face a chilling mask of confidence, was ready. The Grand Elder dismissed the young man's observation as mere speculation, but a flicker of doubt crossed his face. He countered with his own observation. Most victims of the spy's attacks were brutally mangled, not cleanly wounded as this man was. The relatively intact bodies were a key piece of evidence, pointing to a specific fighting style. The young man, his identity revealed, was Mak Injuk, a name synonymous with scandal and illegitimacy. The weight of the revelation settled upon the Grand Elder, his expression grim. The truth was undeniable. The young man with purple hair, surprised by the other's confession, expressed gratitude for the unexpected assistance. The red-haired woman, her expression unreadable, accepted the thanks. This development would simplify matters. The Grand Elder, his face etched with disbelief and anger, finally acknowledged the undeniable truth. Mak Injuk was indeed a spy. A figure, cloaked in shadow, stood amidst swirling purple energy. Their words, barely audible, spoke of a pressing need for safety. The scene shifted to a furious confrontation. An elder, his face contorted in anger, commanded a younger man to defend him. The question hung heavy in the air. Why wasn't the elder taking action against the perceived betrayal of the third elder? The onlookers watched with a mixture of fear and anticipation. A young woman, her pink hair a stark contrast to the somber setting, strode confidently through a crowd, urging caution. An elder, his face etched with disapproval, rebuked the continued defiance in the face of overwhelming evidence. The young woman, her expression hardening, insisted her situation differed from that of the third elder. The gravity of the situation was underscored. Even a seemingly minor oversight could lead to the Tang family falling under the control of a dangerous sect. The elder, his patience wearing thin, demanded an end to the pretense of ignorance. A desperate plea for patience was cut short as the elder was attacked. The elder, his eyes blazing, prepared for counterattack. The young woman unleashed a powerful energy blast. The accusation of harboring a spy hung over the elder, inescapable. The punishment was about to be carried out, but a crucial detail was revealed. There was no evidence of collusion. The elder's relief was palpable as the punishment was called off. He expressed gratitude for the unexpected mercy. The elder's eyes widened, his voice barely a whisper. The attack had been too swift, too precise for him to even register. He clutched a small vial, the formless poison, a Tang family heirloom of unmatched lethality. His body convulsed, racked by an unseen force, the poison's insidious work beginning. The question hung heavy in the air. Was this master of poisons also a master swordsman? The answer was soon to be revealed. It was a poison unlike any other, a culmination of a lifetime's work, colorless, odorless, tasteless, and utterly lethal. The young man, Mak Injuk, felt a sudden dizziness, the poison's effects already taking hold. He stood defiant, his gaze unwavering despite the creeping dread. The elder, his face contorted in a rictus of pain and fury, vowed to kill his opponent before they even knew what struck them. A swirling gust of wind erupted from the seated figure, sending a nearby opponent sprawling. Blood blossomed on the dusty ground. The source of the wind, a woman with fiery pink hair, watched the scene unfold with narrowed eyes. An older man, his face etched with fury, observed the chaos. He muttered, "You really do all sorts of things." His gaze hardened, suspicion clouding his eyes. Could it be? He wondered. He lunged forward, his hand outstretched. The pink-haired woman reacted instantly, shouting, "What is this madness? Didn't you say you would consider mercy?" She moved with lethal precision, her attack aimed at the elder's throat. He was clearly taken aback by her sudden aggression. Another elder, witnessing the unfolding events, called out, "Wait, just a moment. What is that?" The first elder, momentarily distracted, stumbled back. An object fell near his hand, a poison bottle. The pink-haired woman feigned a halt in her attack, preparing a poison strike. The elder, utterly disgraced, pleaded, "Family head, please." A blond young man, preparing to intervene, was warned, "By attempting to assassinate the family head and disrupt the clan, you'll be deemed a traitor and punished severely." He launched a swift counterattack. A bloody hand reached out, clutching at the fading light. The old man's eyes, wide with shock and pain, reflected the crimson chaos. He crumpled, the weight of betrayal crushing him. His lifeblood stained the earth, a grim testament to the power struggle. Across the sprawling Tang family estate, a young man stood, his aura crackling with raw energy. The ancestral temple loomed behind him, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. The aftermath of the conflict was stark. A body lay lifeless, a grim reminder of the violence that had just transpired. The remaining elders, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and uncertainty, listened intently to the young man's pronouncements. He spoke of the Tang family's decline, the precarious position they found themselves in, and the promises he made to ensure their safety. His words were backed by a contingent of guards, their presence a silent promise of protection and control. He addressed the elders, seeking not their approval, but their cooperation in ensuring the family's future. A young woman with vibrant pink hair challenged him, her voice sharp and defiant. The question hung in the air, a demand for recognition and acceptance of his newly claimed authority. Confusion and disbelief clouded the faces of those who witnessed the bold claim. Within Tang Jiahai's residence, a plea for calm was issued amidst the rising tension. The conversation continued, focusing on Youmyang's actions and the implications of the recent events. Doubt lingered, questioning the legitimacy of the victory and the young man's ascension. A weathered elder, his face etched with worry, confessed, "And that's not all." The elders acknowledged him as well. The weight of that memory settled heavily upon him. The scene at the Stealth and Poisons Hall, a vivid nightmare. A vast, empty sky stretched above, mirroring the emptiness he felt inside. Meanwhile, a young woman with reddish-brown hair stood before a grand palace, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within. The hushed acknowledgement of a young man's ascension hung heavy in the air. A close-up revealed the elder's contemplation. The young man's remarkable growth was undeniable, a striking resemblance to a woman from his past. The question hung between two figures, Long Riang, if he were alive to hear this news. He yearned to share the news of his survival with his mother, but a wave of uncertainty washed over him. His eyes, intense and focused, reflected the weight of his responsibilities. There were mountains of tasks to handle. According to the family head's orders, all subsequent events and decisions would require his approval. The elders, though displeased, remained outwardly composed. One elder suggested acting as a regent until the young man matured. Only Elder O voiced his concerns, his words holding a certain weight and truth. They decided to postpone the discussion of the regency. An elder watched, surprised by the ease of the decision, but aware of the challenges ahead. The investigation confirmed the third elder's guilt in the fire dragon poison smuggling. The ritual concluded, the final poison sealed away. The weight of authority, once held by the elders, had visibly diminished. With their power waning, the elders retained only their respective military forces. A young woman, her expression sharp and determined, reviewed documents. The military's continued operation under the elders' purview a matter of course. However, a new decree shifted the financial burden of maintaining these forces onto the elders themselves. A budget allocated through the vice director was promptly removed, a consequence of the power vacuum left by a deceased elder and the subsequent lack of responsibility. The two remaining forces were consolidated into the Shadow Troop. Their new mission focused on stealth and poison. Despite some initial dissent, the transition was swift and decisive. The pink-haired woman's voice cut through the air, a stark reminder of the diminished power of the former military leaders. Those who remained were given a stark warning: fulfill their duties or face dismissal. A masked figure, his face grim, contemplated the consequences of negligence. Subduing any further dissent proved remarkably easy. Days passed. The scene shifted to a grand palace, bathed in the soft light of a new dawn. A young woman approached a council of elders, her voice calm yet firm. An elder, his face etched with weariness, reflected on the futility of using force to challenge the council. Despite the victory, a lingering unease remained. A bead of sweat trickled down his weathered face. One wrong word, he knew, could unleash unimaginable consequences. He cleared his throat, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air. This was it. Meanwhile, across the courtyard, a younger man stood, radiating an air of quiet confidence. He had a request. His gaze was sharp, assessing. Was this man truly the 28th? The older man's surprise was palpable. The subordinates had been fussing over appropriate attire for the occasion. It was more than just clothes, it was a declaration of power. But what was this unexpected request? The Jeagle family's defensive formations were legendary, impenetrable to unwanted guests. Tang Jiahai, a powerful figure, moved with practiced grace, a shimmering barrier appearing before her. She had experienced something similar, but this was different. The young man's request was clear. He wanted the same protection. The older man sighed, explaining the limitations. Such formations required rare, inherited treasures and expert maintenance. He gestured to the intricate formation, highlighting the immense resources needed. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged. The young man was acting. A swift strike, a blur of motion. The attack was unexpected. The installation of the formation was now in question. A figure, cloaked and partially obscured, paused, a thoughtful expression etched onto their face. A single word escaped their lips, barely audible. The question hung heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. What is this? A sudden, violent movement shattered the stillness. Someone burst through a heavy wooden door, their arrival marked by a forceful impact. The question, sharp and accusatory, cut through the tension. Family head, why are you doing this? He already knew of the deal made with Tang Yonryong. This was no surprise. A young man with pink hair made a decisive gesture, a clear indication of his choice. The older man's eyes widened, a mixture of shock and anger flashing across his face. He hadn't expected this. Instructions were given, terse and efficient. Install a defense around the Tang family's main inner quarters. With a flick of the wrist, a wave of green energy manifested, a quick, decisive action. Despite the swift action, a sense of foreboding lingered. There was more to come. The older man's voice rose, his words laced with barely controlled fury. Does this still sound like a mere suggestion? A sharp reminder followed. You should have heard of our family rules. The young man's eyes burned with a cold fire, his words a chilling confession. That's why the elders met their death by my hand. He issued an ultimatum, his tone leaving no room for misinterpretation. 3 seconds to comply, or face the consequences. The threat was immediate and personal. He would hold Jeagle Changson accountable. A figure stood silhouetted against a fiery sunset, the scene left open to interpretation. He stood, profile sharp against the gathering gloom, a storm brewing within him. A guttural roar escaped him, a raw display of barely contained fury. He agreed, the weight of the decision settling heavily on his shoulders. The request was made, a plea for mercy. The king, his face contorted in agony, begged for the lives of his family. His pleas were desperate. A curt nod was the only response. The order was given, the expectation of swift action clear. He smiled, a chilling expression that promised swift and decisive action. The game was afoot. Sunlight streamed into a grand courtyard, illuminating an ornate, traditional building. It was a place of power, a seat of authority. Inside, two figures sat, their conversation tense. One explained that she'd intended to summon them earlier, but unforeseen circumstances had delayed her. A sharp-eyed woman, her expression unreadable, demanded an explanation for the summons. Why had they been called? A young man with pink hair, seemingly unfazed, tilted his head in mild curiosity. Elsewhere, two others reacted with laughter to the news, their amusement palpable. The laughter subsided as the gravity of the situation settled in. It was time to be serious. The initial levity gave way to a more formal tone. The young woman reiterated her question. What was the reason for this urgent meeting? One of the pink-haired individuals, eyes wide, excitedly asked what had been said. The young man with reddish-brown hair turned to his companion, asking if their father was truly capable of handling the situation. He mused that this was a golden opportunity, urging her to seize it. The weight of responsibility hung heavy in the air. His thoughts turned darker. The consequences of failure were severe, potentially exposing a secret and leading to embezzlement accusations. The young woman vehemently denied that her father was capable of such actions. With the decision made, the pink-haired woman offered her assistance to her father in adapting to his new role. Meanwhile, another individual, his face a mask of intense focus, spoke of his devotion to the family's safety and prosperity, recalling past injustices. The pink-haired woman, reassured, expressed relief. There was nothing left to worry about. The woman who initiated the meeting finally explained her reasons for calling them together. The young man's voice carried a note of urgency, his gaze intense as he posed a question to the assembled elders. Were there any individuals with exceptional abilities who had been overlooked due to their lack of influence? He continued, outlining his plan to take such individuals under his wing. A woman nearby subtly shifted, her expression unreadable. The conversation shifted. A question arose regarding the Medicine King Hall, its nature, and its connection to a certain family. Meanwhile, another individual, deep in thought, pondered whether to bring up the Medicine King Hall's involvement in a sensitive matter. The young man, addressing a woman with reddish-brown hair, revealed a connection between her and a past tragedy. His words hit home. The weight of the revelation was palpable in the intensity of her gaze. The discussion turned darker, focusing on those responsible for a past poisoning. Two shadowy figures loomed in the background, their faces grim. The woman, her face a mask of controlled fury, spoke of the Medicine King Hall. The woman's incredulity was evident as she questioned the information she'd received about the Medicine King Hall. A young woman with pink hair and glasses reacted with a burst of anger. Her fury was immediate and intense. She vowed vengeance against those who dared to harm her family. The young man, his expression hardening, urged the speaker to continue. The secluded location of the Medicine King Hall was described, emphasizing its isolation within the main house. The panel shifts to show the Medicine King Hall, where medical and toxicological studies are conducted. The narration box explains the hall's financial independence and its crucial role in the family's survival, even after a major crisis. The Medicine King Hall's revenue sustained the Tang family. Its leader? The narrator's grandfather. A question hung in the air. Why was the grandfather dismissed? The revelation hit hard. It was the narrator's father who caused the upheaval. Despite his scholarly nature, the father fiercely defended the Medicine King's honor. A verbal dispute escalated, leaving visible marks of a physical altercation on the father. The internal injuries sustained from the fight were severe. Yet, despite everything, the father fought back. Then, the situation exploded. A conflict arose between the father and the vice leader, Tang Il. The father's slander against his mother was the catalyst. Tang Il's inappropriate use of martial arts during a verbal dispute further fueled the conflict. Only the grandfather's intervention could stop the escalating violence. Because of the incident, Tang Il was removed from succession. A question arose. Did Tang Il harbor resentment and poison the father? The answer was a grim confirmation. The grandfather was also poisoned and imprisoned. The shocking truth remained hidden, a fact that angered the speaker. A young woman, her face etched with worry, knelt beside an elderly man. Ever since his poisoning, he'd been out of his mind, a fact that weighed heavily on her. She looked up, her gaze falling on a group of people seemingly unconcerned by the old man's plight. No one offered assistance. Meanwhile, a young man, his face set with determination, moved swiftly. He had entered a contest, unaware of the deadly game it truly was. The young man's worry was palpable. He desperately wanted to check on his grandfather, but fear held him back. He apologized to Yo Myong, the weight of his helplessness evident in his posture. Finding the right people within the Medicine King Hall proved difficult. A skeletal figure lay on the ground, a chilling image. The question hung in the air. Why had the vice leader kept the grandfather alive? The young man's tears flowed freely. He considered a grim possibility. Perhaps killing the grandfather would have been simpler. A hidden truth was revealed. A secret division within the Medicine King Hall, unknown even to the elders, existed. A fiery energy surged, a mythical creature emerging from the flames. The intensity of the moment was breathtaking. The power continued to build, culminating in a radiant orb of fire. The orb was identified as the 10,000-year fire carp, a legendary being. A young woman's skepticism was evident. Could such a creature truly exist? The situation was far more complex than it initially seemed. 100 years prior, a lesser lord had obtained the fire carp's inner pill. This act unleashed a tremendous fiery energy, propelling the lord to the realm of fire. Despite the fiery sun palace's disappearance in a history, the tale persisted, passed down through generations. The story, though possibly exaggerated, held a kernel of truth. The inner pill had indeed granted access to the fire realm. A young woman's worried face filled the screen, her eyes wide with apprehension. The inner pill, a source of immense power, held a deadly secret, potent poison. The text explained the perilous nature of the pill. Mishandling it could prove fatal. A hushed conversation unfolded. The current leader's ambition was clear: consume the pill, ascend to power, and usurp the Tang family. He clenched his fist, his face contorted in a grimace of determination. His plan was audacious, bordering on rebellion. A looming figure, shrouded in shadow, appeared, exuding an aura of power and menace. His presence commanded attention. A young man with pink hair, his expression grim, contemplated the situation. This was nothing less than rebellion. He scoffed at the folly of seeking power without true enlightenment. The path to the fire realm demanded more than mere strength. Tears welled in a woman's eyes as she witnessed the unfolding drama. The current leader's ambition was misguided. True enlightenment was the key, not brute force. Despite the gravity of the situation, he smiled, a gesture that betrayed a hidden agenda. She expressed gratitude for his honesty, acknowledging the difficulty of the conversation. The young man with pink hair continued, outlining a plan to restore the Medicine King Hall to its former glory. A woman's face reflected worry and uncertainty. Could the hall ever be the same? He pressed for a decision, his tone firm but measured. The weight of responsibility rested heavily on her shoulders. Her fists clenched, her resolve hardening. She would not be outdone. She declared her capability, confident in her ability to lead and train others. He nodded, accepting her proposal. The plan was set in motion. A woman with short, dark hair and intense eyes calmly responded to a question about the Medicine King Hall. Of course, she stated, her tone suggesting a matter-of-fact acceptance of the situation. She turned to her companion, a suggestion forming on her lips. Let's head to the Medicine King Hall right away, she said, initiating their next move. He nodded in agreement, but a concern lingered. Are you sure? You haven't yet visited your mother since coming to the main house, he questioned, voicing his apprehension. She replied with quiet confidence. She'll understand. As the family head, she felt the weight of responsibility, unable to leave a conspirator to his own devices. The weight of the situation pressed down on her. I'll completely erase the Medicine King Hall, she vowed, her determination hardening. He continued walking, his words sharp and final. That you used to know from the Tang family, he stated, emphasizing the past. The Medicine King Hall stood serene amidst the mountains, its green roof gleaming under the morning sun. Inside, a heavy wooden door, adorned with a green emblem, hinted at the secrets held within. A man's face, etched with worry, filled the frame. This was an unwelcome development. He mused on a past event, a decision made before the subject's birth, a secret kept from his father. He watched, a grim expression on his face, as a young woman fled the scene. She wouldn't abandon her grandfather. However, he knew she valued her own life above all else. The problem wasn't killing her. It was the inner pill, its energy needed to reach the fire realm. An old man's anguished cry echoed, his plans disrupted. He wrestled with a difficult choice. Should he remove the poison himself? The risk of losing the entire inner pill was too great. He needed a better solution. A sudden shout pierced the silence. The commotion was noticed. The family head's rampage was causing chaos. Outside, a struggle ensued. Guards tried to restrain someone. More guards arrived, determined to prevent any escapes. The family head's actions were causing widespread panic within Hall. His eyes, filled with a cold determination, reflected the gravity of the situation. A stark white page, the only text a desperate plea. Why are you doing this to us? The scene shifts to a group of men in traditional garb, their faces contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. Have you forgotten where you are? One of them bellows. A young woman, her expression etched with worry, asks a man, Ijin, did you find him? His reply is a curt, disheartening, no. The man's face crumples, tears welling in his eyes. He explains his fruitless search throughout the Medicine King Hall, his voice heavy with despair. The scene changes. A young man confronts a group of bound individuals, demanding to know the whereabouts of his grandfather. An older man, his face creased with worry, shakes his head, unable to provide an answer. The focus shifts to another man, One Jin, his hand clenching into a fist, a silent promise of action. A flurry of motion, blades clash, sparks fly. The fight is intense, brutal. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through. Who are you trying to fool with those shifty eyes? The challenger, defiant, retorts. Don't test my patience. Go ahead and keep pretending. We only need one mouth to talk anyway. The words, "Inoyoke," loom large, hinting at a dark, foreboding place. A young woman, her face a mask of anguish, discovers the truth. Her grandfather is imprisoned in this dreadful place. The grim reality of Noyak is revealed, a prison designed to isolate the sick, its harsh conditions worsening their plight. Undeterred, the young woman and Ijin resolve to enter Noyak together. A commanding figure, clad in dark attire, addressed his troops. The Bangui Brigade was ordered to secure the area and await further instructions from the family head. Inside, the scene was chaotic. Pleading for mercy, several individuals knelt before the rampaging family head, their fear palpable. A scream ripped through the air as the family head unleashed his fury, the violence echoing in the confined space. Meanwhile, Tang Jaihai and Mak Injuk descended into a dark, cavernous space, the entrance to Noak. It was a fitting name for this place. They pressed onward, nearing their destination. The urgency in their movements spoke volumes. She worried. The weight of the situation pressed down on her. What if they were too late? Reassurance came swiftly. He was alive. Injuk confirmed the good news. He had found him. A desperate cry echoed from within the depths. The grandfather's voice. Trapped behind bars, the grandfather strained against his confinement. His granddaughter's arrival brought a glimmer of hope. With a swift, precise movement, Injuk deflected an incoming attack. His skill was evident. The sight of his grandfather, frail and distressed, filled Injuk with a surge of protective emotion. The young woman, Yeonmyeong, observed the scene with growing concern. This wasn't how things were supposed to be. She reassured the distraught young man, emphasizing their purpose, to save his grandfather. The mountain-subduing poison was only part of the problem. Tears streamed down her face, a silent testament to the gravity of the situation. The words "thunderbolt idiocy poison" echoed the despair in her heart. A grimace contorted his features as he explained the nature of the poison, its insidious ability to cloud the mind before killing its victim. His gaze was grim, conveying the urgency of the situation. Without immediate action, there was no hope. She looked at him, a mixture of fear and hope in her eyes. "All right, it will be simple," he said, but the reassurance felt hollow. The old man lay there, his breathing shallow, his life hanging precariously in the balance. A simple instruction was given: keep him steady. With practiced precision, a hand reached out, preparing to channel energy. The plan was risky, but necessary. Injecting inner energy into the poison man was their only chance. The energy surged, a vibrant green force consuming the poison within. It worked. The poison was being devoured, leaving only the faintest trace. Her eyes widened in alarm as she noticed something else: his hands. She knew the risks, having witnessed the power of this technique before. It was time to act decisively. His breathing returned, his complexion improving. The crisis was far from over, but there was a glimmer of hope. The poison was being expelled, a dark green energy leaving his body. A subtle smile played on her lips. The immediate danger had passed, but the long-term consequences remained unknown. An elderly man lay on his back, eyes closed, his face etched with the passage of time and bearing faint scars. A sense of profound peace, or perhaps unconsciousness, settled over him. He stirred slightly, a flicker of awareness in his eyes as he slowly opened them, confusion clouding his gaze. Where was he? A young woman with bright eyes peered down at him, a mixture of surprise and concern on her face. "Oh, isn't this my granddaughter, Ijin?" The camera focused on the old man's eye, reflecting a world of pain and disorientation. The intensity of his experience was palpable. He looked up, a wide, disbelieving grin spreading across his face. "Is that really you?" The young woman, Ijin, knelt before him, her expression a mix of respect and apprehension. "So, you're Longyang's son, and now the family head?" He nodded, a hint of weariness in his voice. Ijin had informed him of the situation. He had looked after his father. The old man reflected on the irony of fate. A child who couldn't even see his father's face because of his fault ended up saving him. He looked at his son, Longyang, who had grown up wonderfully with the young lady. The old man felt a surge of pride. Longyang smiled, a hint of sadness in his eyes. If only his father had lived to see this. Another young man, perhaps a servant, approached, his demeanor respectful but hesitant. He offered his services to the family head. Longyang grasped his father's shoulder firmly, a gesture of support and perhaps a subtle warning. Longyang explained that he had come to arrange new positions for the leader and Ijin. A new order was being established. Longyang's expression shifted to a confident smirk. It was time to leave. There were people waiting. Elsewhere in the hall, servants whispered amongst themselves, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension at the old man's unexpected resilience. The accusation hung heavy in the air, a thunderous challenge echoing the speaker's outrage at the merciless attack on the Medicine King Hall. His words were a stark warning, the gravity of the situation underscored by the knowledge that a full-scale conflict was imminent. The aftermath of the brutal attack lay scattered before them, a grim tableau of fallen bodies, a testament to the cold efficiency of the unseen assailant. A young woman's voice cut through the tension, her question laced with disbelief and a hint of desperate plea. The response was swift, brutal, and laced with chilling finality. There would be no quarter given. His eyes, narrowed and intense, reflected the storm brewing within. The weight of his decision pressed down heavily. A young man, his face etched with worry, received urgent messages, the implications of which were immediately clear. A chef, his face contorted in a mask of fury and fear, witnessed the unfolding events with dawning horror. He was forced to act, the urgency of the situation overriding any hesitation. Survival was paramount. His desperate plea for escape was a testament to the immediate danger he faced. The realization of his adversary's unexpected progress fueled his frustration and anger. Paralyzed by a sudden, unexpected attack, he could only watch in helpless horror. The nature of the poison was revealed, its origins pointing to a specific individual. A suggestion was made, a cold assessment of the situation and the potential for replacement. His final words, barely audible, were a testament to his fading strength and the grim reality of his situation. The final blow landed, sending the last opponent sprawling. Asai escaped the victor. The immediate threat was neutralized. But the respite was short-lived. A voice boomed across the battlefield. Bangui Brigade. A wave of fresh soldiers surged forward, answering the call with a resounding yes. Meanwhile, two figures rushed to the side of the fallen elder, concern etched on their faces. One, a young woman, cradled his head. The other, an older man, his face grim. The young man, Longriang, issued a curt order. Erase the Medicine King Hall. News of the Medicine King Hall's fall sent shockwaves through the Tang clan. A young man, his face etched with disbelief, questioned the unthinkable. Was everyone truly dead? The elders huddled together, their whispers hinting at a conspiracy. Their survival, they realized, had always been intricately tied to the Medicine King Hall's resources. Now, that lifeline was severed. A fiery orb, pulsating with an ominous energy, rested in a lavish box. The question hung heavy in the air. Would it be taken away? Caution hung in the air. The risk of attracting unwanted attention was high. Leaving such a powerful artifact unguarded was simply too dangerous. He declined the offer of safekeeping, choosing to take the orb with him. His decision was made. He would handle it himself. Despite the advice to store it safely, he insisted on taking it with him, confident in his ability to use it soon. He left, a quiet determination in his stride. The orb, a source of both power and peril, was now his responsibility. The orb's potent poison was visible to the naked eye, a testament to its destructive power. He pondered its immense value and the difficulty of disposing of it. He contemplated the orb's immense power and the challenge of safely disposing of such a precious and dangerous object. With a focused expression, he began to manipulate the orb's energy, his hands moving with practiced precision. He channeled his energy, attempting to neutralize the poison. The process was delicate, requiring absolute control. He confirmed the orb's deadly nature. Its fiery poison was exceptionally potent. His expression hardened with resolve. The fiery energy within the orb surged, resembling a dragon emerging from lava. It was a power unlike anything he had encountered before. The power was immense, far exceeding even the demonic fire dragon. He was handling something truly extraordinary. The risks were clear. An untrained individual would be consumed by the raw power. He knew he had to proceed with extreme caution. The young man, his face etched with concern, examined the fiery orb. The immense power within it, he mused, might have been the cause of the Medicine King Hall's destruction. More importantly, he realized the orb was a potent poison, a tool to test the strength of other toxins. He wondered if its origins were truly as legendary as whispered. The orb pulsed with an inner light, a tangible manifestation of its potent energy. Its power was undeniable. He carefully secured the orb, a grim determination settling on his features. With this, he thought, a new chapter begins. He clenched his fist, the weight of his decision pressing down on him. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with peril. His mother's voice, soft yet firm, cut through his thoughts. It was Yomiang, his sister, seeking entry. He moved aside, allowing her entrance. The reunion was long overdue. Yomiang's voice, tinged with a hint of disbelief, echoed in the quiet room. She never expected to return to this place. Tang Jiahai, her expression a mixture of relief and apprehension, stood gracefully in the room. She had been worried. She smiled, a genuine warmth in her eyes. She had been incredibly lucky with her child. The young man nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. This place, after all, had always belonged to him. However, a shadow of uncertainty clouded his features. The future remained uncertain. He pondered his mother's worry, the weight of her concern heavy on his heart. He wondered how much she had suffered during his absence. He embraced his mother, gratitude overwhelming him. Her safe return was a blessing. He expressed his relief and gratitude for her safe return. The reunion was emotional. He smiled, a quiet confidence replacing the earlier uncertainty. He was home, after all. A warrior, his face etched with the weight of past regrets, sat in quiet contemplation. The setting sun cast long shadows, mirroring the length of his life's regrets. He reflected on his past life, a life marked by a profound loneliness, even in its moments of joy. A young man, his resolve hardening, vowed to protect his current life, a life he intended to fill with happiness. News of his safety reached him. The Bangui Brigade had arrived, offering their assistance. Surrounded by familiar faces, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. It felt like a return to simpler times. Yo Myung, however, noticed something peculiar, a small, ornate box. Tang Jai-hai, a woman of quiet strength, presented the box, explaining that it contained a gift. She revealed the contents, a glowing orb, radiating an intense energy. The young man recognized it instantly, an inner pill from the legendary 10,000-year fire carp. His companion urged him to take it, believing it was his destiny to use its power. He demurred, suggesting that his mother, the rightful clan leader, should be the one to use it. But he insisted he had no immediate need for such power. A request for a hand, a simple gesture, held a deeper meaning. The young man's refusal to use the pill was questioned. Its potential was too great to ignore. He held the orb, feeling its immense power surge within him. He had no choice but to accept its potential. As the orb's energy pulsed, a terrifying realization dawned, the power of the fire realm. A young man with striking pink hair smirked, a question hanging in the air. Could he truly reach the legendary fire realm? His mother, a woman of evident power and grace, voiced her concerns. The implications of his achievement were immense, and a potential attack on the Tang family loomed. He calmly responded, his words carrying a weight of unspoken ambition. Even his father's share of the inheritance was at stake. A young woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension, received a small, ornate box. A silent exchange, heavy with meaning. The urgency of the situation pressed upon her. A vital pill was fading, demanding immediate action. She acknowledged the inherent risks, but her maternal instincts were unwavering. Even clan leadership wouldn't deter her. He looked up, startled by her words, a question forming on his lips. A woman of striking beauty, known throughout Sichuan, was introduced. The Poison Phoenix, a name whispered with both awe and fear. The title, Poison Phoenix, was revealed to be a moniker bestowed upon the most renowned member of the Tang family. With a burst of energy, she moved swiftly, her actions precise and deadly. He was taken aback by the revelation, his expression a mixture of surprise and dawning understanding. She let out a sigh of relief, the shock of seeing him again still lingering. She confidently stated her own impressive achievements, a subtle challenge in her tone. Following her power increase, she immediately began cultivating, her focus unwavering. A young man, still reeling from a recent shock, reflected on his mother's hidden strength. He marveled at her ability to cultivate such power in secret. The sheer power of a fire realm master, capable of sensing even the slightest movements, was highlighted. The young man, impressed yet unsurprised, acknowledged his mother's prowess. He noted that she had already reached a peak state of power. The woman was now absorbing the spirituality of the inner pill. He pondered whether she would overcome her limits. A looming problem was foreseen. The woman sat in meditation, flames swirling around her as she absorbed the pill's power. The method of absorption was surprisingly simple. She slowly drew the spirituality of the inner pill into herself. The energy was absorbed into her body. She internalized the spirituality, repeating the process until all was absorbed. However, a doubt lingered. Would it be possible? The sheer magnitude of the task loomed large. Even now, the pill's spirituality was fading, leaving her questioning her next steps. A subtle smirk played on his lips, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The air crackled with unspoken power. He stood, a picture of quiet confidence, his emerald green robes flowing around him. The young man exuded an aura of controlled strength. The news hit him like a physical blow. His mother, it seemed, had crossed into the fire realm, a place of immense power and peril. The weight of this reality settled heavily on his shoulders. The Stealth and Poisons Hall stood silent, anticipation hanging heavy in the air. A large circular emblem marked the center of the floor. A man, Poison King Tang Jihyuk, waited impatiently, his expression a mask of barely contained frustration. He muttered about the inconvenience of the early meeting, his gaze fixed on the empty space where the clan head was expected. An older man, clearly irritated by the delay, voiced his displeasure at the clan head's tardiness, deeming it rude. A young man, however, remained calm, assuring everyone that the clan head would arrive shortly. The announcement came. The clan head was entering. The clan head, a figure of authority and power, entered the hall, his presence commanding attention. Meanwhile, another figure, Tang Jai-hai, prepared to address the assembled group. The young man questioned the need for a proxy head, given the clan head's imminent arrival. Tang Jai-hai, however, dismissed his concerns, confidently stating that she would choose one of the elders. An elder, skeptical of her choice, questioned who would lead if not them. The young man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The elders reacted with stunned silence, the weight of the revelation settling upon them. One elder suggested that Tang Jihai would be the perfect choice for clan head. Tang Jihai, however, revealed a past transgression that had forced her from the position a decade prior. A regal figure, bathed in the warm glow of the afternoon sun, stood poised in a doorway. Her crimson robes hinted at power and authority. She turned, a serene smile gracing her lips, her gaze calm and assured. Tang Jihai, as she introduced herself, offered an apology for her tardiness. The night before the announcement of a new clan leader loomed, heavy with anticipation. She reflected on her recent ascension to the Fire Realm, a bittersweet achievement. The process of ascension had left its mark, a lingering discomfort she was still adjusting to. Despite her newfound power, she admitted to still feeling inadequate. But this journey had also given her a deeper understanding of Youmyang. News of Youmyang's remarkable achievement in the Fire Realm spread quickly. Meanwhile, another individual learned that only the Black Death Alliance's leader had previously reached such heights. He pondered the events of the recent competition, anticipating a conversation with his son. Youmyang, meanwhile, basked in the quiet aftermath of her success, a peaceful contentment settling over her. Longyang expressed his gratitude for her assistance. Tang Jihai listened intently, her expression unreadable. She questioned Youmyang about her ascension, expressing disbelief at her young age. Longyang considered how to explain Youmyang's rapid progress, attributing it to past life memories. A sly smile stretched across his face, eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. He extended a hand, the gesture both welcoming and ominous. The words, "The Tang clan head is also invited," hung in the air, a subtle threat veiled in politeness. A young woman, seated in an elegant room, expressed her gratitude for the meticulous arrangements. The setting, clearly marked as Tang Jihai's residence, spoke of wealth and influence. She confessed her uncertainty about the success of her efforts, the weight of responsibility evident in her pensive expression. It had been a long time since she'd had to take charge. A young man received praise, but his response was one of quiet concern, addressing his mother with a hint of apprehension. His mother, a striking figure in rich red robes, questioned whether he had suppressed his powers again, a clear indication of past events. The young man's impeccable control over his abilities was noted, a testament to his training and discipline. He explained that his power was already at a level where concealment was no longer necessary. The young woman, Youmyang, was instructed in a family secret technique to control her abilities. The narrative shifted to the founder of their martial art and ancestor of the Tang family, setting the stage for a historical context. The scene changed to a desolate village, the figure of a young man standing amidst the devastation, a grim reminder of the events to come. The narrative described a plague that had ravaged a Sichuan village, leaving a trail of death and despair. Despite the absence of famine, the plague's victims perished emaciated, their bodies hastily cremated to prevent further spread. The grim reality settled in. It was only a matter of time before the entire village succumbed. The plague had infected everyone, leaving only one survivor. That survivor was a 10-year-old boy, inexplicably unaffected by the deadly disease. The question hung heavy in the air: why was this child spared? It wasn't he who unleashed the plague, a chilling revelation. From that moment, the boy dedicated himself to relentless self-improvement. No matter the peril, he accepted and completed the mission without hesitation. His exceptional performance elevated the sect's reputation to unprecedented heights. He stood before them, his back to the assembled figures, a silent testament to his achievements. The offer of power and recognition was presented. His response was simple, devoid of ambition. A surge of power emanated from him, a raw, untamed force. The scene shifted to a distant landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. His skills had already reached a formidable level. His opponents were thrown about like ragdolls, helpless against his might. The insights gained from battles with absolute masters sharpened his technique. He refined his own unique style based on the sect's martial arts. The poisonous moon shadow sect's legacy was about to be rewritten. He stood victorious, a lone figure amidst the fallen. A chilling image, a figure, vanished overnight, leaving only a crimson stain. The narrative shifts to a discussion of the Tang family's origins, their ancestors' legendary status, and the alias, invisible guest, still whispered in awe. A young man, his brow furrowed in concentration, listens intently. A woman, amused, playfully pokes the young man's cheek, her words light but hinting at a hidden history. He reacts with a surprised chuckle, admitting his ignorance of his past. The woman continues, revealing the poison sect's formidable power and the mystery surrounding the invisible guest's victory. A sudden, violent gust of wind whips past, a visual representation of the flower rain of the sky technique. She explains that the flower rain of the sky is not merely a martial art, but a mastery of energy control. The young man, now thoughtful, sips his tea, pondering the implications. He questions whether it's a martial art or hidden weapons. His curiosity piqued. The scene shifts to a dynamic clash of energy, illustrating the nature of combat in the fire realm. He reflects on the fact that ordinary hidden weapons are useless against the body-protecting energy of a fire realm master. The sheer power of the body-protecting energy is emphasized. Hidden weapons simply bounce off. A fierce energy battle unfolds, showcasing the destructive potential of concentrated energy attacks. Even with body-protecting energy, the sheer volume of energy attacks would be overwhelming. The ultimate technique, designed for Fire Realm Masters, is revealed to be a marvel of energy manipulation. The young man pondered the immense energy control required for such a technique, noting that even a master would find it difficult to maintain. A woman, seated across from him, chuckled at his observation, prompting a further inquiry. His gaze shifted inward, a sudden realization dawning. The answer lay in the vein sealing concealment. The process began with focusing internal energy into one of the 12 main meridians. Next, true energy was used to block and seal the flow of internal energy within that meridian. He explained that this method effectively concealed the energy from those skilled enough to perceive its flow. While this technique temporarily reduced overall power, he reassured that it could be easily rebuilt with experience. Repeating this process 12 times sealed the internal energy in all 12 main meridians. The true energy protecting the internal energy intertwined, forming a new protective layer. This newly created layer was called the Dragon Scale, a name reflecting its strength. She noted that not only did it surpass existing defenses, but its strength was comparable to dragon scales. The young man murmured the name, Dragon Scale, a term that resonated with the power of the fire dragon. They discussed the implications of this technique, particularly its defensive capabilities and the potential for misinterpretation. The release of the sealed energy resulted in a temporary surge of power, exceeding the body's natural limits. This surge, however, was temporary. The excess energy naturally dissipated. A young man, his expression thoughtful, pondered aloud. Flower Rain of the Sky, he mused, a martial art requiring the release of vein sealing to use? He recalled several key points passed down with the vein sealing concealment, lost after the Demon Lord's invasion. 2 elders had mysteriously died around the same time. A confident laugh escaped him. He believed his mastery of Flower Rain of the Sky was complete. A woman, her face radiant, addressed him. Yo Myong, she said, you are my proud son, aren't you? He smiled faintly, a quiet pride evident in his posture. A proud son indeed. Of course, he thought, there's nothing the son of the Poison Phoenix can't master. He resolved to live up to expectations, to make his mother even prouder. This was how he received the vein sealing concealment from her. To quickly replenish internal energy after vein sealing, he mused, drinking poison was the best way. He was addicted. What others called poison, he considered a miracle elixir. There was no need for the rebuilding process, he thought. He would simply ask Gaijin to make more poison. He wondered what was going on. A friend, despite his current work, insisted on seeing him. A fierce young woman, her movements swift and precise, attacked. She was clearly out of breath. She cried out for help, desperate. Yo Myong, she called. A woman with purple hair, her face etched with worry, watched the unfolding events. If this continued, she feared the worst. A woman's anguished cry pierced the air. My sister will die. Her face, contorted in grief and terror, was a mask of despair. A young woman knelt before a man, her face etched with worry. His words, your sister is dying, hung heavy in the ornate room. Tears welled in her eyes as she explained, we've already consulted several doctors. This isn't something medicine can fix. The man, her brother, reacted with alarm. What do you mean, did she suffer internal injuries? He asked, his voice sharp with concern. He looked down, his own face reflecting the gravity of the situation. The weight of his sister's illness bore down on him. The diagnosis was grim, the 9 severed meridians a terminal condition. A woman cloaked in white, wielded ice shards with fierce power, a blizzard erupting around her. The skill she displayed was both a blessing and a curse, a legacy of those born with extreme energy. But those who didn't practice the ice arts suffered a terrible fate. He pressed further. So you and your sister are their descendants? The woman nodded, her gaze distant. Long ago, the descendants of the Ice Palace had settled in Sichuan and married into the Tang family. Learning the ice arts could cure the condition, but the Sichuan Tang family's expertise lay in poisons and hidden weapons, a stark contrast to the lost ice arts. The ice arts, passed down from distant ancestors, were long lost. But there was a way, a glimmer of hope in the face of despair. A young woman in a green and orange outfit stood before a grand, icy structure, a question mark hovering above her head, suggesting uncertainty about her next move. Nearby, 2 figures watched her, their expressions unreadable, one in dark purple and the other in a vibrant green. Inside, a scene of worry unfolded. The words, oh, no, hung in the air, reflecting the gravity of the situation. A desperate plea echoed, sister, please open your eyes. The urgency was palpable. The sister lay still, encased in ice, her body radiating a faint, ethereal glow. One of the observers noted the extreme cold of the room, far exceeding expectations. The other, eyes brimming with unshed tears, urged, "Maririo, pay attention." A grim assessment followed. "I can't guarantee your sister's life." A sharp intake of breath, "What?" punctuated the silence. The sister's body, now shown in full, was a breathtaking spectacle of ice and inner light, a testament to her struggle. She had reached her limit, her consciousness blocked, all her energy focused on resisting the cold. The question hung heavy. Does that mean there's no way to save her? A tearful denial. It's not that there's no way. A solution was proposed, artificially releasing the cold from her body. However, a warning followed. The procedure was risky, and failure could be fatal. The young woman clenched her fists, a question mark swirling above her head, symbolizing her determination and uncertainty. A young man, his face etched with worry, wrestled with a difficult decision. He yearned to help, but the risk to his friend's family was too great. Across the room, a woman sat alone, her posture rigid. The weight of the choice rested heavily upon her shoulders. Meanwhile, another woman, her expression grim, offered a solution. It was a risky path, but one she believed was necessary. He had traveled far, driven by desperation. There were no other options left. He couldn't give up without trying. The young man's concern for Yeomyong was palpable, even as he acknowledged the inherent danger. His plea was simple, desperate: save his sister. Closing her eyes, she steeled her resolve. She would help. They would do this together. A quiet resignation settled over her. This was the only way. The young man felt a blush creep up his neck. This was incredibly embarrassing. He and the woman stood over the unconscious form, their expressions serious. The young man's discomfort was evident. Removing the energy required removing her clothes. The woman's words were firm, practical. The alternative was far worse. He began the process, his movements precise and careful. The process began, drawing the cold from her body, meridian by meridian. A surge of energy erupted as the cold was expelled, a visible wave of icy power. He breathed a sigh of relief. The worst was over for now. A figure knelt, their hands gently pressing against the abdomen of a prone woman. A question mark filled the air, a silent query hanging heavy in the dimly lit room. Her eyes flew open, wide with shock and disbelief. A gasp escaped her lips, a single word echoing the turmoil within. "Sister." Elsewhere in the house, a woman in dark clothing stood over a fallen opponent, her knuckles bruised, a grim determination etched on her face. The fight had clearly been fierce. Meanwhile, another woman lay on a bed, her eyes closed, a single word escaping her lips. "Mirio." Tears streamed down her face, silent rivers reflecting the profound sorrow and longing in her heart. The weight of unspoken words pressed down on her. A tender embrace followed, two figures finding solace in each other's arms. A moment of quiet comfort amidst the storm. Her eyes opened again, a glimmer of hope replacing the despair. A soft whisper escaped her lips. "Is it really you, Mirio?" A tranquil scene unfolded, showcasing a majestic pagoda nestled amidst lush greenery. The sky was a brilliant blue, hinting at a peaceful atmosphere. Inside, a young woman lay recovering, her eyes still closed. Beside her knelt another woman, her expression a mixture of concern and relief. The second woman spoke. "Then, this is the person who saved me?" The recovering woman murmured, "It's fine." Meanwhile, a man with reddish-brown hair observed the scene from distance. He thought, "He's concentrating, so let it be until he wakes up." The energy coursing through the young woman was described as almost like a miracle drug. A swirling vortex of blue energy surrounded the young woman, a powerful and otherworldly force. The man observing from afar continued his internal monologue. "It's beyond the body's capacity to absorb internal energy. If left like this, the energy will naturally dissipate." He saw an opportunity. "This is a perfect opportunity to absorb all the cold and attempt to open the closed meridians." The narration explained that one meridian was already filling with internal energy. The blue energy continued to surge, filling the young woman's body. The man wondered how many meridians would fill once all the cold was absorbed. He also noted that he'd gained back the internal energy he'd originally had. He reflected on the situation. "It's unfortunate that my immediate achievement has decreased, but it can't be helped. I have no choice but to supplement it by drinking poison." The reddish-brown-haired man, the recovering woman, and another woman with dark hair were shown in a room together. The recovering woman looked surprised. The reddish-brown-haired man stammered, "Oh." The dark-haired woman smiled. "There's no need to be so flustered. Yeomyong explained everything to me." The reddish-brown-haired man expressed his gratitude. "I don't know how to thank you enough." The scene opens with a young boy, his face alight with innocent joy, playing in a sun-drenched garden. His parents watch him fondly from a nearby bench, their expressions filled with love and contentment. Years pass. The boy, now a young man, sits in quiet contemplation with a young woman beside him. A sense of peace and shared understanding hangs in the air between them. The young man and woman stand on a hill overlooking a tranquil lake at sunset. Their embrace speaks volumes of their deep affection. The young man, Yeomyong, smiles wistfully, his thoughts drifting to a future he once envisioned. I even imagined grandchildren. He continues his internal monologue, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. To think I would feel nervous just by looking at someone in my life. The scene shifts to a grand building, the architecture hinting at a place of power and authority. Yeomyong walks through the city, his expression thoughtful. He reflects on his current life. Is this what an ordinary life feels like? He looks back at the scene from panel 3, a longing in his eyes. He quietly hopes for a chance to return to that simpler time. However, a more pressing matter occupies his mind. The issue is... Yeomyong speaks to someone off-panel, explaining the current state of affairs. Since the Tang clan's power declined and the Black Death Alliance took over, we rarely go outside the city. His companion responds, their voice laced with concern. The Black Death Alliance again? The narration explains the situation. Although the Black Death Alliance didn't directly bring down the Tang family, their subordinate's presence is a constant, bothersome intrusion. The narration continues, emphasizing the ongoing threat. Moreover, as long as they remain in Sichuan province. A man, seemingly a government official, speaks to someone off-panel, expressing his concern about the growing influence of the Tang clan. So, they say the Tang clan's influence has been growing uncontrollably lately? A woman responds dismissively. Is that all there is to it? The words "look forward" hung in the air, a cryptic message hinting at events to come. A young woman with fiery eyes and blonde hair appeared, her gaze intense. She was addressed as the Tang clan's family head. The same woman's upper body was shown, her expression unreadable. A chilling promise was made. A stage would be prepared. Night had fallen upon the Tang clan estate. A full moon hung in the inky sky, casting long shadows across the traditional architecture. Inside, two figures sat at a table, their faces etched with worry. One, a younger man, asked his uncle for guidance on a pressing matter. The uncle, a grizzled elder, responded with a weary sigh, questioning the younger man's motives. The conversation turned to the former Poison King, Tang Jiak, and his impact on the family standing. The elder lamented the family's weakened position, unable to even assess the strength of their opponents. Another man, his face sharp and his expression grim, listened intently. He felt the elder's words were a personal attack. His anger flared, blaming the current head of the family for the clan's decline. Tang Yeomyong, the man in question, sat alone, vowing revenge and healing. Meanwhile, two other elders discussed their predicament, acknowledging the difficulty of maintaining their power. One of them, a younger elder, made a solemn decision. He declared his intention to leave the family. A young man, guided by another, arrived at a specific location. They stood before the Tang family's poison warehouse, a place of immense danger. A group of figures stood guard outside the warehouse, their presence ominous. A young man with pink hair explained the history of the warehouse and its current management. A young man approached the gate, greeted by a voice announcing, "Greetings, young master." Two figures stood guard, one commenting, "You've worked hard." A figure offered the young man a pearl, inquiring, "Young master, before you go in, take this." "What is that?" The figure explained that the pearl would block toxic air and filter out most poisons. One of the guards refused the pearl, questioning its necessity. The other guard explained that many people, including the third elder, had previously used the pearl. The young man was assured that the pearl was cleaned after each use. Despite his immunity, the guard insisted that the young man take the pearl. The young man instructed the guards to open the gate, receiving confirmation. One guard fell to the ground, seemingly incapacitated. The young man observed the well-maintained interior of the building, noting the storage of toxins. The young man realized the danger of the warehouse, understanding the guard's earlier concern. He reflected on his decreased inner strength due to the poison vein stimulation technique. Despite this, he felt his inner strength replenishing due to his mastery of the poison refining heart technique. He acknowledged that his strength was still insufficient for his martial arts. A young man, clad in green robes, stood amidst numerous poison vials in a dimly lit room. He contemplated the necessity of consuming a potent concoction, a decision seemingly forbidden by his family's strict regulations. His expression was one of grim determination, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He felt a strange sensation wash over him as he continued to consider his options. The young man's eyes glowed with an eerie green light, indicating a shift in his internal energy. A swirling, ethereal energy manifested before him, resembling a mystical formation. He recognized the pattern as a type of magical formation, but not one associated with his family. He investigated further, noting that the formation seemed unrelated to the Jeagle family's known techniques. He decided to investigate the unusual energy disturbance directly. With a swift movement, he sliced through the air, his blade leaving a trail of glowing energy. He pressed forward, his resolve unwavering. The energy disturbance led him to a hidden passage. He found a talisman inscribed with the words "prohibited" and "sealed," confirming that this was not a Jeagle family formation. He recognized the formation as belonging to a magician. The young man reflected on his past life, recalling his master's connections with several magicians. He observed a group of sorcerers, their actions mirroring his master's obsession with the sword. Their ultimate goal was to master sorcery, transcend human limitations, and achieve immortality. The young man, his face etched with concentration, worked to sever the magical formation. The rebounding force was immense. He noted, far stronger than most. He moved with precision, each cut calculated to weaken the structure. He intended to sever the talismans on the jar as well. With a final, powerful strike, he shattered the remaining barriers. He spun, his movements fluid and deadly. His inner strength had been significantly depleted by the poison vein stimulation technique. He realized, normally, this would have been a single-strike affair. He turned, his back to a large, pulsating green orb. The poison, now that the talismans were gone, felt far thicker. He didn't mind, though. He reached out to investigate the contents of the orb. A dark, serpentine form coiled within. The creature spoke, lamenting its long absence from the light. The young man's face was grim, his eyes filled with a newfound determination. He felt a surge of freedom. The creature burst forth, its power unleashed. It moved with terrifying speed. A powerful surge of energy erupted nearby, causing Tang Jiahai to stop in her tracks. Her eyes widened in surprise, a clear question forming on her lips. What the? The source of the energy remained unseen, but its power was undeniable. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured everything. Tang Jiahai reacted instantly, her body moving with impossible speed. She launched herself forward, a wave of teal energy trailing behind her. She noted the speed of her own movement, a thought flashing through her mind. Fast. The young woman braced herself for impact, a grim determination hardening her expression. She knew she had to act first. As the energy dissipated, a figure emerged. He observed her swift reaction, commenting, "Oh, quite a sharp reaction." The figure, a young man with blonde hair, addressed Tang Jiahai. He offered a chilling proposition. "As a reward for releasing me from the seal, I'll kill you without pain." Tang Jiahai countered his attack with a swift movement, her hand moving to intercept his. The young man, unfazed, revealed his true nature. He declared, "I am Jingo Poison, blue-horned white snake." A young man, his face partially obscured by shadow, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. He chuckled a low, almost sinister sound, and confirmed, "Jingo Poison S." The young man's movements were swift and precise as he expertly sealed a vital point, momentarily halting the spread of a potent poison. Despite his success, a serpentine creature, its scales shimmering, warned him, "I'll slowly melt your arm this way." The creature hissed, its words laced with venom. "This energy is the poison-absorbing aura. Why do you have it?" The young man, unfazed, calmly responded that the creature was his ancestor. The young man's expression shifted, a hint of malice in his eyes. He questioned whether his opponent had changed their mind due to being at a disadvantage. With a surge of power, the young man declared his intention to absorb all of the creature's poison. The creature, sensing the imminent danger, felt a surge of fear. It realized this was a trap. In a desperate attempt to survive, the creature proposed a deal. The creature eagerly agreed, its primary goal being escape from its current predicament. The creature pleaded for its life, offering a proposition in exchange for its freedom. The creature proposed to become the young man's guardian spirit. The young man considered the offer, acknowledging the potential benefits of having a guardian spirit. The young man, Mak Injuk, felt the effects of the poison coursing through him, its energy intensifying with each passing moment. He noted that the rate of increase far surpassed the norm. Injuk recalled the immense power of the carp's inner pill or even the fire dragon's poison. Even absorbing a small amount was overwhelming. The creature, a serpentine guardian spirit, proposed a deal. In exchange for becoming Injuk's guardian spirit, it would provide him with poison whenever needed. Injuk, however, rejected the offer, stating he had no interest in keeping alive a former enemy. He could replenish his poison elsewhere. The creature pleaded for its life, having spent centuries trapped in poison, staring at a wall. The creature tearfully reiterated its plea, emphasizing its obligation to obey as a guardian spirit. Injuk, after a moment of consideration, relented, accepting the creature as his guardian spirit. He warned the creature that any treachery would result in immediate destruction. The creature readily agreed, assuring Injuk that such a betrayal would never happen. Injuk then inquired about the process of binding the creature as his guardian spirit. Injuk admitted his unfamiliarity with spirit arts. The creature explained that no action was required from Injuk. The creature then demonstrated a spirit-binding seal. By holding the seal, the creature's spirit would be bound to Injuk's soul. Injuk grasped the seal, completing the binding. It had been some time since the family head had entered the poison library. Two figures anxiously awaited news, their faces etched with worry. One whispered, "He wouldn't be in trouble, would he?" A masked figure declared, "We need to go in and check," but another cautioned against entering carelessly. Dismissing concerns about punishment, the first figure tossed a small object to the ground, and they proceeded. One of the masked figures, holding a strange orb, insisted they couldn't let the future leader suffer. The other scoffed, questioning who could stop their stubbornness. A bright light emanated from within the library. Outside, the masked figures reacted to the sudden light and powerful vibrations. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the library doors. One of the figures, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "Family head." The radiance surrounding the family head was intense and mysterious. A hand, glowing with the same energy, emerged from the library. The aura surrounding the family head was identified as a guardian spirit's aura, specifically a dragon scale. The aura felt tangible, unlike any other guardian spirit aura. The family head reflected on how absorbing the poison and filling his meridians made this possible. He acknowledged the unbelievable fortune, but knew he would need to control the power's output. The young man, Mak Injuk, felt the weight of everyone's attention. His newfound power was undeniable. He subtly manipulated his newly acquired guardian spirit, a small, serpentine creature, causing a surge of bright energy. The spirit, still partially concealed, inquired about his concerns for those of lesser power. The narration explained that the Wanderer Saint had openly displayed a similar power, setting a precedent. Injuk scolded the spirit for its reckless display. The spirit explained that its presence remained hidden unless intentionally revealed. It reassured Injuk that its potent aura would deter any potential attackers. Despite the reassurance, Injuk desired a more ordinary life, expressing his wish to the spirit. Injuk questioned the spirit's ability to remain hidden. The spirit responded that there was a reason for the power it had granted him. The spirit revealed that Injuk's power was similar to that of his ancestor and the Wanderer Saint. The spirit stated that those wielding great power are often bound by destiny. Injuk wondered if he, too, had been exploited in the past. He recalled the harsh treatment he received from his previous master, who was even more inflexible than the spirit. The spirit explained that the previous master had sealed it away because he deemed it too dangerous. The narration revealed that the spirit was highly sought after as a guardian spirit. A young man, lost in thought, questioned the nature of his existence. He wondered if his ancestor was similar to his master. He pondered this while receiving a cryptic message about his purpose. The young man's thoughts turned to the implications of awakening memories from a past life, a possibility that seemed increasingly likely. Suddenly, he was startled by an unexpected event, exclaiming in surprise. An urgent message arrived, demanding his immediate presence. The young man reacted with a mixture of surprise and concern. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group faced a setback, lamenting their near success. Their progress was interrupted by an inquiry from a member of the Justice faction. The messenger explained the situation, revealing the location of the conflict. A seasoned warrior, despite his injuries, resolved to hold off the enemy, urging a younger companion to flee. The warrior acknowledged his limitations, unable to face the approaching threat in his current state. Another individual, observing the scene, surmised that the besieged party had sought aid from the Tang clan. The urgency of the situation was highlighted by the fact that the Tang clan was isolated in Sichuan. A ruthless individual plotted to capture the young man and offer him to the leader for a reward. The arrival of reinforcements was confirmed. A character observed the newcomers, identifying them as members of the Justice faction. A young man, observing a group of individuals, deduced that those on the opposite side belonged to the opposing faction. He was tasked with escorting members of the Justice faction. Meanwhile, a contingent arrived, seemingly as guests. The young man continued his advance. He recognized the Tang clan martial artists, but noted their small numbers against the overwhelming enemy force. One of the Tang clan members suggested focusing on the critically injured individual. They were being pursued by over 200 martial artists. The young man urged them to see the approaching enemy force for themselves. In the distance, a large army advanced. A warrior questioned the Tang clan's audacity in blocking his path. The warrior recognized the new head of the Tang clan. One of the warriors commented on the young man's appearance. Another warrior questioned their intentions. The remaining warriors were those spared by the leader's mercy. The leader declared his intent to eliminate them completely. A subordinate, his face contorted in a sneer, addressed his superior. He insisted that they were not to blame for the current predicament, shifting responsibility onto others. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure on horseback was violently thrown from their mount. The impact sent them sprawling. A young man, dressed in green, stood defiantly. He expressed his annoyance at the ongoing conversation. The fallen figure, now on the ground, questioned the notion of receiving mercy from their leader. They were threatened with removal. The young man in green, his expression hardening, prepared himself. He declared his intention to act first, before any mercy could be considered. The scene opens with the horrifying discovery of the palace lord, lifeless, a look of shock and agony frozen on his face. A group of masked figures reacted with alarm, their whispers expressing disbelief and confusion over the speed and stealth of the attack. Two of the masked figures exchanged worried glances, speculating about the method of attack, the possibility of airborne poison needles. The masked figures reacted to a sudden threat, the word drop, appearing as they braced for impact. A wave of green energy swept through the ranks of the masked figures, causing them to fall. A young man, witnessing the scene, expressed his astonishment at the unfolding events. Meanwhile, a figure in green clothing stood over a fallen soldier, their fist clenched. The young man, still processing the situation, questioned how the victims exhibited symptoms consistent with poisoning despite his failure to apply the poison directly. He received an explanation. His poison had seeped into the needles used by the assassin. The young man smirked, amused by the unexpected effectiveness of his poison. A bystander expressed awe at the assassin's skill, wondering if this was the same individual described in a previous report. The aftermath of the attack was shown. Over 100 soldiers lay dead. Two masked figures discussed the unexpected power of the assassin, questioning their prior assumptions about the Tang family's decline. A burly man with an axe shouted that the assassin wouldn't have the energy to repeat such a powerful technique. A warrior, leading the charge, urged his companions forward. "I'll lead the charge and take him down. Follow me." His opponent, a formidable figure, roared a defiant challenge. "Die." The warrior's attack shattered the ground, sending debris flying. The opponent, surprised by the effectiveness of the warrior's technique, exclaimed, "Dragon scale. Huh? It's pretty effective. Blocking weapons with bare hands." Meanwhile, another individual spotted something familiar in the distance. "Wait a minute. Is that the 10,000 heavenly flower rain?" A new combatant prepared to join the fray. "So now it's my turn." "Huh?" One of the warriors reflected on the Tang family's history. "I heard that the Tang family's secret techniques were lost after the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord's invasion. I was mistaken." He continued his assessment. "The Tang family's strength is still solid." Two figures discussed strategy, one noting, "If they handle the Black Death Alliance as Sabak intended, we can—" "Are you still here?" An observer commented on the young lord's impressive skills. "Oh, haha. The young lord's skills are so impressive. I couldn't look away." "Is that so? Let's discuss this further back at the main house." A character reacted with a nervous chuckle. "Why yeah." A scene change. A few days ago, in the outskirts of Sichuan, a woman with fiery red eyes recalled the decimation of 3 martial arts sects over a decade ago, a testament to her overwhelming power. Only the joint sect survived, due to its remote location. Following a suggestion, she and a companion headed towards a secluded area suitable for a swift confrontation. Meanwhile, another individual expressed alarm at the unfolding events, urging caution. Ignoring the warning, a man with a sword declared his intent to confront a reckless opponent, confident in the superiority of his sect's martial arts. A young man reflected on the earlier fight, noting its stark difference from the current situation. He explained that the pursuers from earlier were after the Black Death Alliance leader, a terrifying figure. Elsewhere, an older man cautioned a younger one to exercise caution. The woman from the first panel, now identified as Yun Jung-hyuk, prepared for battle. A rapid exchange of blows ensued. The fight intensified, showcasing impressive speed and skill. One combatant observed the other's impressive swordsmanship. Yun Jung-hyuk analyzed his opponent's technique, noting the use of internal energy. His opponent struggled to keep up with the speed of the fight. The intensity of the battle was described as a clash between warriors who had mastered the fire realm. A warrior stood poised, ready to strike. The confrontation between Yun Jung-hyuk and his opponent intensified. Jung-hyuk's eyes glowed with a fierce determination. His opponent, pushing their energy to its limits, unleashed a powerful attack. Jung-hyuk's opponent scoffed, reminding him of his earlier boast about his energy reserves. Unfazed, Jung-hyuk declared his intent to demonstrate the joint sect's ultimate technique. He prepared to unleash the true power of the demonic sword technique. Observers noted the overwhelming power of Jung-hyuk's attack, speculating that he might even defeat the Black Death Alliance leader. Jung-hyuk noticed his opponent was deliberately blocking his attacks, seemingly testing him. He acknowledged the situation, deciding to use the demonic sword. He vowed to end his opponent's arrogance. Jung-hyuk smirked, questioning his opponent's understanding of the technique. The clash between the two fighters was fierce and destructive. The power of the demonic sword technique was unleashed in a blinding flash of light and energy. An observer watched in shock as the secret technique of the demonic sword was used, shouting the name Sabak. Hyung-so, witnessing the aftermath of a battle, exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you see that, Hyung-so?" The aged warrior, Sabik, declared with grim satisfaction, "I, Sabik, defeated that you bastard." Despite his victory, Sabik acknowledged the gravity of the situation, saying they needed to leave quickly due to the commotion. He reflected on the precision required for the technique he had just used. The technique's power was noted as fitting for the joint sect, a major orthodox faction. It involved internal energy amplification through intent. A figure, seemingly confident and powerful, explained that despite its name, the demonic sword technique was fundamentally a potent internal martial art. This was the secret technique of the demonic sword. Meanwhile, two observers discussed the unusual mixed energy used in the technique, questioning how it was possible. One of them, a woman with striking eyes, pointed out that the technique didn't have to be exclusively demonic, implying a deeper understanding of its principles. Another individual, out of respect for its origins, referred to the technique by a different name. The immense power of the technique was unleashed, creating a devastating explosion. Following the explosion, a figure, seemingly victorious, prepared to name their newly demonstrated technique. The figure declared the technique's name to be the Divine Subduing Technique. The imposing structure of the Black Death Alliance headquarters loomed, its grandeur a stark contrast to the gravity of the conversation unfolding within. The words hung heavy in the air. Yu Giljun, the leader, had somehow mastered the orthodox faction's martial arts. A young man, his face etched with concern, listened intently. He seemed to be processing the implications of this revelation, a subtle shift in his posture betraying his inner turmoil. The gathered energy pulsed, a tangible force. Though different from the demonic sword technique, its essence was unmistakable, a power surpassing even that ancient art. A blinding flash of light erupted, the force of the impact sending shockwaves outwards. Only the timely intervention of his senior brother, expending his remaining energy, prevented a far greater catastrophe. Two figures sat across from each other, the tension palpable. One, a young man in green, seemed to be delivering news that left the other, a heavier-set man in yellow, visibly stunned. He had done again. The young man, his face a mask of quiet contemplation, had once more proven his exceptional skill, mastering a new martial art in a single duel. The family head, a figure of immense authority, observed from a distance, his expression unreadable. His silence spoke volumes. Two brothers, their faces grim, stood before the Tang clan. Their purpose was clear, to participate in the upcoming martial arts tournament, and they expected cooperation. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a formidable religious and militant group, held sway in Xinjiang. Their power was legendary. The cult's leader, a figure of immense power, was once strong enough to rival the 9 great sects and other martial arts factions. His presence alone commanded respect, even fear. Even now, after countless upheavals, the orthodox factions dared not confront the cult's might. Their power remained a force to be reckoned with. A vast army marched, a sea of dark figures moving as one. Their movements were precise, disciplined, reflecting the absolute control of their leader. The sect's power structure shifted when Yun Junghyuk emerged. His innate talent and charisma quickly gained him a devoted following. The fear of an unintended factional split loomed large. The delicate balance of power within the sect was threatened. A crimson sky, a single, malevolent eye dominates the heavens above jagged peaks. Below, the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Cult was born. The speaker, a young man in a green robe, explains their predicament. The sect's elite are weakened, but a greater threat looms from the south, the Black Death Alliance. His concern is palpable. If the Black Death Alliance moves north, while their elites are away, they will suffer greatly. But hope remains. The young man's impressive martial prowess offers a solution. He could prevent the Black Death Alliance's advance. A plea is made. A weighty request is put forth. Stop the Black Death Alliance while they eradicate the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Cult. The response is immediate, a flat refusal. The weight of the decision hangs heavy in the air. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. What did you say? A young man with pink hair, clearly frustrated, contemplates the absurdity of the situation. Why should he? The news spreads. He refused. A ripple of shock and disbelief washes over the room. The young man in green explains the situation. He can't decide alone. He needs to consult with the family head. A worried discussion ensues. What if they can't persuade him? A decision is made. For now, they wait. The state of the Tang clan is far from what they expected. Traveling to the Tang clan's territory, they observe the martial prowess of its warriors and the atmosphere among its members. A plan forms. They must bring the Tang clan to their side. 2 Taoists are dispatched as escorts. Tang Jihyun, responsible for the Tang clan's general affairs, introduced herself with a slight, almost mischievous smile. The family head's command to bring the delegation was relayed, setting the scene for the meeting. The imposing grandeur of the Tang clan's estate filled the air with anticipation as the delegation entered. Tang Jive, their host, made her presence known, her arrival immediately shifting the atmosphere to one of tense formality. The delegation, composed of Jiamyong, Yoon, and others, awaited their audience with a mixture of apprehension and determination. Jiamyong, her auburn hair catching the light, sat poised and ready, her calm demeanor belying the weight of their mission. Whispers of the family head's power rippled through the room, underscoring the significance of their presence in the fire realm. The question of the family heads and the acting head's presence in the fire realm hung heavy in the air, adding another layer of mystery. A murmur of awe and respect followed the revelation of the Tang clan's resurgence, a testament to their strength. The discussion turned to the matter of justice, the eradication of evil sects, and the potential for alliance. A plea for reconsideration hung in the air, a silent appeal to the Tang clan's sense of righteousness. Yeomyong's earlier refusal was brought up, the weight of her decision now bearing down on her. Yoon, his expression thoughtful, questioned whether his earlier stance still held true. A quiet exchange between Yoon and his mother, hinting at a familial conflict and a potential shift in their strategy. Yoon, understanding the complexities of the situation, clarified that the Black Death Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Divine cult were separate issues. The Black Death Alliance's actions, while collecting protection fees, also served to eliminate bandits, blurring the lines between protector and oppressor. Two figures, one elder with a stern expression and the other younger and more hesitant, sat in a dimly lit room. The elder's words hung heavy in the air. In such a situation, we have no justification to attack them first. The younger man's response was a quiet, almost questioning, "What are you saying?" A young man with fiery red hair and intense eyes spoke, his voice laced with a bitter undercurrent. "You mentioned acting in the name of justice," he began, the memory of past events clearly fueling his words. "When the Black Death Alliance and Heaven's Brilliance Demon Cult invaded and isolated the Tang clan." His voice trailed off, the unspoken accusation hanging in the air. The elder from the previous scene, his face etched with weariness, offered a somber reply. "I heard no one from the Orthodox factions came to help." The weight of his words spoke volumes about the hypocrisy he perceived. A different young man, this one with pink hair styled in a high ponytail, responded with a measured tone. "I understand prioritizing the safety of your own sect and clan," he conceded, his expression a mixture of understanding and quiet frustration. "I'm not blaming you for that," the unspoken implication being that he understood, but didn't condone their inaction. A heavy-set man, his face contorted in a mixture of anger and desperation, voiced his concerns. "When Kunlun falls, Gongdong is next. Do you think I don't see that you're desperate?" His words a stark warning. The same young man with fiery hair clenched his fist, his frustration evident. "I can't lift my head," he muttered, the weight of his clan's predicament bearing down on him. The elder, his face a mask of regret, spoke again. "We preach righteousness, but only act when our own sects are threatened," he admitted, his voice heavy with self-reproach. "The family head is right. I apologize for not considering the Tang clan's position." The younger elder, surprised by his colleague's admission, spoke. "Senior brother? Usually you'd be angry by now." The pink-haired young man, his expression softening slightly, made a proposition. "We are willing to pay a fair price for your help. Please reconsider. We're seeking cooperation, not just asking for help." The heavy-set man, considering the offer, responded thoughtfully. "Since you put it that way, I can't keep refusing." "Really? Then let's discuss the forces we can deploy first." The scene shifted to the heavy-set man, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "How much are you willing to pay?" he asked, his tone shifting to one of shrewd calculation. A close-up on the heavy-set man's face revealed a predatory grin, his eyes alight with greed. The implication was clear. He was already envisioning the wealth he would gain. The heavy-set man's face was a picture of gleeful anticipation. The sheer amount of gold being offered was clearly staggering. The elder chuckled, a sound that held both relief and a hint of cynicism. "Years' worth of our sect's maintenance costs in one go. If it can save our sect, it's a small price to pay," he said, his words betraying a pragmatic acceptance of the situation. The younger elder, still somewhat surprised by the turn of events, observed thoughtfully. "You must be confident to offer such an amount." Certainly, the family head's martial prowess was impressive, his words a testament to the power and influence of the figure they were now allying with. A tense conversation unfolds. The speaker, his voice low, expresses uncertainty about the family head's true strength, suggesting it might surpass even his own. The question hangs heavy in the air. How could such power remain hidden from someone of his caliber? A subtle shift in perspective reveals a deeper game at play. This isn't merely about money. Something far more significant is afoot. The scene shifts. A cup of tea sits untouched, mirroring the unresolved tension. He speaks, his words laced with distrust. The alliance with the Black Death, while seemingly beneficial, feels treacherous. She counters, her voice calm but firm. The current order, fragile as it is, rests on a single man's shoulders. The camera focuses on a group of figures, their faces obscured by red masks. Their methods are ruthless, their motivations purely self-serving. The speaker continues, painting a grim picture of the precarious balance. The Tang clan's decline and the Black Death Alliance's rise have confined them to the city. A figure emerges, his expression cruel. His methods are brutal, his ambition boundless. The narrative shifts back to the conversation. The speaker explains the ruthless tactics employed by these groups. A close-up reveals a chilling visage, a stark reminder of the chaos that would erupt should the current order collapse. The threat looms large. The unleashing of these factions would plunge Sichuan into darkness. She understands the gravity of the situation. The question now is, what is her next move? A beat of anticipation. A plan is forming. The plan is simple, yet monumental in its implications. Prevent the northward advance. A sobering realization dawns. Their current strength may be insufficient to completely halt the Black Death Alliance. A strategic meeting unfolds, the tension palpable. A plan is proposed. Instead of a direct confrontation, they will infiltrate the Black Death Alliance from within, disrupting their operations before they can launch their next attack. The young woman, her face a mask of concern, voices her apprehension. The undertaking is undeniably risky, a perilous gamble. Her apprehension is quickly replaced by a flicker of understanding. The invitation to the Sichuan gathering. It was a calculated move, a chance to assess the true nature of their enemy. The scene shifts, revealing the Sichuan gathering, a tournament where the most promising young masters of the evil factions compete, a stage set for deception and potential conflict. A young man, his grip firm on his sword, prepares for the journey. His resolve is unwavering. He will attend the gathering and uncover the truth. He harbors a deep suspicion. The evil factions haven't truly abandoned their wicked ways. This gathering may be a trap, a carefully laid snare. His eyes blaze with a cold fury. He will not hesitate. He will eliminate them all if necessary. Instructions are given, a warning whispered. Caution is paramount. Any offense to the family head could have dire consequences. A stern-faced elder imparts a weighty message. The fate of their family rests on the young man's shoulders. The weight of expectation is immense. A young woman, her face obscured, offers reassurance. Her quiet confidence is a balm to the elder's anxieties. The elder, his gaze intense, reflects on the situation. If the Tang clan's head is truly as extraordinary as rumored, this could be a turning point. A young woman with vibrant green hair beams, radiating optimism and unwavering faith in the plan. Jigul Yonryong, the young lady of the Jigul clan, declares her unwavering resolve. Victory is her only objective, no matter the cost. Sunlight streamed onto a grand estate, its traditional architecture hinting at a history as rich as the surrounding landscape. Inside, a young woman approached an elderly man resting in bed, bearing a tray of food and medicine. She inquired after his well-being, her concern evident in her gentle demeanor. He assured her he was recovering well, his gratitude palpable. He expressed surprise at the medicine's effectiveness, having initially been hesitant due to its ingredients. The young woman smiled, pleased by his progress. His recovery was so swift that even the clan leader was astonished. He expressed his joy at the prospect of returning to his sect soon. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded elsewhere in the estate. A young man remarked on the unusual noise outside. An older man, astute and observant, surmised that the Jigul clan had arrived. The arrival of the Jigul clan was no surprise. Their long-standing friendship with the Tang clan was well known. A young woman, overhearing the discussion, questioned the nature of their collaboration, specifically mentioning the formation. Another older man pondered the financial implications of such a large-scale undertaking, questioning the Jigul clan's wealth. He learned that the Jigul clan was footing the bill for the materials and costs. The young woman smiled, pleased by this news. According to the family head, the Jigul clan's cooperation had been exceptional. Two figures, their faces etched with concern, watched from behind a screen as a powerful, fiery aura erupted from a warrior, his crimson armor glowing ominously. The question hung heavy in the air. Had the Tang clan discovered a weakness? An older man, his expression a mixture of worry and hope, addressed the young woman, her green hair a vibrant contrast to his more subdued attire. His words were a reassurance, a quiet confidence in her abilities. She laughed, a self-assured sound that echoed her words, a declaration of her own power and allure. The man beside her, however, looked less than convinced. The woman's words were a subtle boast, a reminder of her captivating beauty and the power held. Her gaze, however, held a hint of sadness, a memory lurking beneath the surface. Her confidence was unwavering, a quiet strength in her demeanor. The unspoken words hung in the air, a challenge, a promise of what was to come. A fiery image flashed before her eyes, a painful memory of a past tragedy. The words spoke of a devastating attack, a loss that still burned within her. The scene shifted to a moment of sacrifice, a noble act that had saved many. The image was one of loss, but also of unwavering courage. An older man, his face etched with grief and determination, recalled the past, his voice heavy with the weight of his memories. His words spoke of a tragedy that had shaped his life. She spoke with quiet resolve, her words a testament to her strength and resilience. The weight of responsibility rested heavily upon her shoulders. The plea was urgent, a desperate hope clinging to the young woman's shoulders. The fate of the family rested on her actions. A gruff welcome, laced with a hint of suspicion, greeted the newcomers. The man's words hinted at past conflicts and simmering tensions. The older man's expression shifted from suspicion to gratitude, his words acknowledging the significant contribution of the newcomers. A sense of relief washed over him. A young woman, her face a mixture of surprise and awe, whispered her thoughts aloud. The revelation of the family head's mother was unexpected, a twist that added another layer to the complex dynamics. Jigul Changshin, overwhelmed by the Tang clan head's presence, could only stammer out a greeting, explaining his momentary lapse in composure. The Tang clan head, understanding his fluster, graciously accepted his apologies, noting that his recent ascension made the oversight understandable. Changshin, ever the gracious host, invited his guests to rest before commencing their work, showing consideration for her journey. He then introduced the young woman accompanying him as his niece, explaining her presence as a gesture to strengthen the bond between their clans. Jigul Yeonryong, upon seeing the Tang clan head, was struck by her imposing presence, questioning if she was indeed the family head. Meanwhile, the Tang clan head's son, observing Yeonryong, found himself captivated by her striking appearance. Yeonryong's companion, impressed by the son's appearance, blurted out her opinion of him as perfect husband material. Yeonryong, slightly flustered but composed, formally greeted the Tang clan head, offering her belated congratulations on her ascension. The Tang clan head graciously accepted Yeonryong's polite words, commenting on her loveliness and predicting many young men would be heartbroken over her. Yeonryong, blushing slightly, thanked her for the compliment. The Tang clan head, amused, remarked that Yeonryong reminded her of her younger self. Changshin, still slightly flustered, reiterated Yeonryong's beauty, admitting he initially mistook her for the family head sister. Yeonryong, pleased by the compliments, accepted them graciously, acknowledging that even flattery felt good. The Tang clan head, hoping to foster a bond between Yeonryong and her son, expressed her wish for them to become close during her stay. Yeonryong, touched by the gesture, revealed her own longing for familial affection, contrasting it with her brother's lack of warmth. The Tang clan head, sympathetic to Yeonryong's situation, expressed her concern, noting the family head's visible reaction to the revelation. A young man, slumped over a wooden desk, lets out a dramatic sigh, his pink hair falling over his face. He mutters something unintelligible, his expression one of utter dejection. The scene shifts to reveal two older men observing a young woman, their expressions a mixture of surprise and intrigue. One of them remarks on how unusual it is for men to overlook such a beautiful woman. One of the older men, his face etched with disappointment, confesses to feeling like he has failed. He reflects on the humiliation of being ignored by the young woman, a first for him. The young woman, her face set in determination, vows to make herself noticed, no matter the cost. Her eyes flash with resolve, her expression unwavering. The setting changes to a bustling town square, the news of the Tang clan's family head's participation in the Sichuan gathering spreading like wildfire. A discussion ensues about the potential ramifications of the family head's actions, with concerns raised about the reactions of other factions. The scene shifts to Simhwa Hall, the preparation site for the Sichuan gathering, where the budget details are being reviewed. The report details the participating factions and families. The leader of the 6 demonic lords reviews the report, deeming it sufficient. A woman, her expression unreadable, observes the scene, commenting on the difficulty of the task. She justifies her actions as simply fulfilling her duty as a leader. Elsewhere, 2 men discuss the family head's departure, one of them remarking on his free spirit and hoping he enjoys some refinement. A young man urgently calls out to an older man, his voice echoing in the grand hall. The scene is filled with other figures, their faces partially obscured, yet their attention is clearly drawn to the commotion. A young woman, her eyes alight with excitement, declares her intention to attend the Sichuan gathering, a determination that contrasts sharply with her previous disinterest. An older man, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern, questions her sudden change of heart, reminding her of her past reluctance. The young man from the first panel, now speaking to someone else, shares a piece of gossip he overheard. The Tang clan's head will be attending the gathering. 2 women, their faces flushed with excitement, whisper about the rumored attractiveness of the Tang clan head, their words filled with girlish fascination. The young woman from panel 2, her resolve hardening, declares her intention to marry the Tang clan head, her determination unwavering. She turns her attention back to the young man, reiterating her desire to attend the gathering, her impatience evident. He sighs, acknowledging her unwavering resolve, knowing that any attempt to dissuade her would be futile. A sinister smile plays on her lips as she contemplates the power she wields, a power that even the formidable Black Death Alliance leader's daughter cannot challenge. The scene opens on a tranquil courtyard, sunlight dappling through the leaves of ancient trees. A hand, adorned with elegant rings, carefully combs through long, dark hair. Nearby, 2 women converse. One, her face partially obscured, inquires about the other's recent confinement. The conversation shifts. A younger woman's curiosity about a certain Yeonmyong is evident in her wide eyes. Her companion's reaction is immediate, a sharp question revealing a hidden awareness. The younger woman's surprise is palpable. Her friend's keen observation skills are clearly not to be underestimated. She presses further, her curiosity piqued. The question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. The older sister reveals Yeonmyong's absence, a detail that seems to unsettle her. Their conversation turns to the upcoming Sichuan gathering, a dangerous event that fills them both with apprehension. The younger sister voices her concerns, her worry evident in her expression. The older sister dismisses them, focusing on a different matter. A serious contemplation follows, the potential consequences of Yeonmyong's attendance weighing heavily on her mind. A decision is made. With a determined glint in her eye, she declares their course of action. Reassurance is offered, a calming presence amidst the growing tension. The younger sister is urged not to worry. The final decision is confirmed, a silent agreement solidifying their shared purpose. The journey begins. A young woman with vibrant green hair and piercing eyes sits in a richly decorated room, thoughtfully considering the upcoming Sichuan gathering. The words, "I've heard that young masters from the evil factions will be competing for power there, and I'm just curious to see how that competition will unfold," reveal her anticipation and strategic mind. A young man with reddish-brown hair listens intently, a hint of concern in his expression. He's been informed he can bring one guard and one maid, a detail that seems to weigh on him. The green-haired woman, her gaze unwavering, reminds her companion that this is no pleasure trip. Her determination is palpable, hinting at the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a booming voice calls out "Yo Myong," shattering the quiet contemplation. The scene shifts, revealing a sense of urgency. The young man and the green-haired woman exchange a knowing glance. He acknowledges her presence, confirming his suspicion that she was the one approaching. Two women, one with purple hair and the other with auburn, engage in a tense discussion. The purple-haired woman's words, yes, my sister has something to discuss, and you're being disrespectful to the family head," reveal a power struggle and familial tension. A sudden interruption. A dark figure appears, causing the purple-haired woman to question their identity with a sharp, "Huh? Who are you?" The green-haired woman, equally surprised, echoes the sentiment, adding a layer of shared uncertainty to the scene. The purple-haired woman, her expression shifting to one of determination, begins to explain her intentions. With a burst of excitement, she announces her and her sister's desire to attend the Sichuan gathering, surprising the others. The reddish-brown-haired man stares, speechless, at the unexpected announcement. The purple-haired woman clarifies her request, stating that she wants to go as a guard and her sister as a maid, utilizing the allowance of one guard and one maid. The green-haired woman observes the unfolding events with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, questioning the purple-haired woman's audacity. Her thoughts turn to the purple-haired woman's close relationship with the family head and her surprising attitude. The scene shifts to a close-up of the auburn-haired woman, highlighting her striking beauty and resemblance to the family head's mother. The green-haired woman's eyes narrow, her expression hardening as she considers the implications of the auburn-haired woman's presence at the gathering. The words, "If a woman like her accompanies him, my plan, my position," reveal her growing concern and strategic anxieties. Jiggle Yeonryong, her back to the viewer, calmly explains her decision to Miryong, her tone firm but gentle. She already has a maid lined up, and while she appreciates Miryong's offer of protection, she cannot accept. Miryong's eyes widen in shock and disbelief. Her sister, Yeoryong, beside her, echoes her surprise and confusion, a silent question hanging in the air. Yeonryong's expression remains unchanged, her resolve unwavering. She explains that if Miryong doesn't accept her assignment, she'll have no choice but to send another warrior, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Yeoryong, ever the peacemaker, tries to comfort her sister, her words soft and reassuring. Miryong, though visibly upset, nods slowly, accepting the inevitable. Miryong, with a heavy heart, urges Oong to go ahead without her, her voice laced with a mixture of sadness and resignation. Yeoryong, tears welling in her eyes, insists she's fine, but her trembling voice and downcast gaze betray her true feelings. She explains her inability to force the family head's decision. Suddenly, a gruff voice cuts through the tension. A man appears, his presence demanding attention. He addresses Yeoryong directly, his words a curt command to meet him outside. Yoon approaches Yeonryong, his admiration evident in his words. He praises her skills and decisiveness, highlighting her exceptional qualities. He then shifts to a more concerned tone, questioning her apparent obliviousness to the emotional impact of her decisions, particularly regarding her sisters. The scene shifts to show Yeoryong confronting the man from panel 8, her frustration palpable. She questions his decision to exclude her sister. Miryong, alone, reflects on the situation, her expression hardening. She recognizes the inherent dangers of their mission, emphasizing that this is no mere pleasure trip. A close-up on Miryong's face reveals her growing apprehension. The realization that the trip could easily turn into a battlefield dawns on her. Yoon continues his conversation, expressing concern over the potential dangers they face during confrontations with the young masters of the opposing factions. The narrative shifts to a shadowy figure, the ominous presence of the Black Death alliance looming large. The question of responsibility for any harm that befalls Yeoryong hangs heavy in the air. Yoon's expression turns grim as he reveals the true nature of their destination, Black Death Alliance territory, where they might even face the leader. A young woman, her face etched with weariness, slumped slightly. The weight of her recovery, still incomplete, was clearly a burden. Beside her, a man with peach-colored hair sighed, his expression one of reluctant acceptance. He understood the difficulty of her situation. Despite the obvious challenges, she declared her unwavering resolve, her voice firm despite the fatigue. Her determination was undeniable. A sudden, high-pitched squeak cut through the air. The young woman's decision, it seemed, had unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young woman with vibrant green hair and a surprised expression seemed to sense the conversation. The setting sun cast long shadows across a traditional building, its architecture hinting at a rich history and culture. An older man, his face partially obscured, seemed to notice someone's lingering presence, his words laced with impatience. The reaction to a piece of news was immediate and dramatic. A look of disbelief washed over the older man's face. The older man, his mustache bristling, reported on the progress of defensive preparations, his tone one of confident efficiency. A young man with reddish-brown hair listened intently, his expression a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. A mystical symbol, glowing faintly, filled the sky, its intricate design hinting at ancient power and secrets. A lone figure stood before the symbol, silhouetted against the vibrant sunset, a sense of mystery hanging in the air. The focus shifted to a map, its details highlighting a specific location, the Poison Hall. The scene shifted to a traditional building, its serene exterior belying the potential dangers within. An older man, his words carrying the weight of authority, confirmed the completion of defensive measures, emphasizing the time constraints. Another older man, his face a mask of grim determination, issued a stark warning, leaving no room for hesitation. A hand gently guided another, a silent instruction. The words, "You see, you can do it if you try," hung in the air, a quiet encouragement. The student, encouraged, continued the exercise, mirroring the movements shown to them. A subtle shift in the atmosphere, a suggestion of gratitude, went unspoken, hanging heavy between them. The weight of the request bore down on the elder, tears welling in his eyes as he choked out a hesitant agreement. He surveyed the preparations, a quiet confidence settling over him. "It's better than expected," he mused. "Even if we're attacked while I'm away, we'll still be well protected." His gaze sharpened, focusing on what remained to be done. A sense of anticipation filled the air. The scene shifted to a grand, imposing structure, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The family head's voice cut through the quiet. "What did you summon me for?" Elder Tang Jerome, his face etched with years of experience, stood firm. When not exactly on talking terms, he stated plainly. A younger man approached, his words carrying a hint of respect. "I've heard you're skilled with the sword." He continued, "Since I use the sword as well, I thought it'd be nice to have a chat." The implication hung heavy in the air. The elder's expression hardened. "Of course, with your skills, you're not even close," he scoffed, a hint of arrogance in his tone. His words were sharp, a challenge masked as an offer. "So, I thought I'd give you some pointers on swordsmanship," he said, a glint in his eye. A sly smile played on the younger man's lips. "Of course, I'm not offering this for nothing. The condition is that you follow my orders from now on," he stated. The elder considered the offer, his expression unreadable. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air. The younger man's confidence was unwavering. "I assure you, this kind of opportunity won't come often. Willing to change sides?" he pressed. A group, led by a man in a yellow robe, bids farewell. Their words express gratitude for the hospitality shown and a promise to depart. The man in yellow continues, extending thanks for their participation in a shared cause on behalf of the Gongdong sect. An older man, his internal injuries miraculously healed, pledges his support should the Tang clan ever require assistance. Two individuals, a woman and a man, express their gratitude for the kind words offered and pledge their own support to the cause. A solemn scene unfolds, showing a group of warriors standing in formation. Their commitment to the cause is palpable. The man in yellow assures them that payment will be sent upon their return to their sect. A woman, her face filled with warmth, offers a final farewell, wishing them well on their journey. A young woman, her expression a mix of curiosity and anticipation, addresses someone called family head. An older man expresses deep gratitude, acknowledging his reliance on the assistance received. A firm handshake seals a bond of mutual respect and shared purpose. The words spoken hint at future potential. A sudden surge of energy, a powerful aura, emanates from a figure, hinting at hidden strength. A man's face, etched with strain and concern, reflects the weight of a hidden burden. One man notices another's paleness, expressing concern for his well-being. The man, reluctant to leave, explains his hesitation. An older man contemplates the mysterious power displayed earlier, questioning its source. The scene shifts to a grand building. The reason for the Tang clan's resurgence remains a mystery. The scene opens on a young man, his face partially obscured, amidst a group of cloaked figures. A question hangs in the air, a silent challenge to the established order. Isn't the family head, but the young family head? A woman in rich robes stands tall, her expression unyielding. The main family values loyalty above all, a principle etched into the very fabric of this world. Her voice rings out, sharp and clear, a declaration of shared fate. Since they've agreed to assist, their destinies are now intertwined, facing the battle together. The young man and a woman in vibrant attire descend the steps of an imposing palace, the word understood, echoing their shared resolve. A series of panels depict various figures, their faces etched with determination and a hint of apprehension. They prepare for the coming conflict, their farewells unspoken yet heavy with meaning. A brief interlude shows a character restocking supplies, a small act of care amidst the looming battle. Thanks as always, Aijin. The young man is questioned about his consistent choice of poison. He explains that there are plenty of others, his tone suggesting a matter-of-fact acceptance of risk. He walks away, his figure silhouetted against the backdrop of a sun-drenched landscape. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air. He justifies his choice, stating it's the poison he's most familiar with, and there's no other quite like it. A young woman offers a reassuring touch, a silent expression of trust and concern. Make sure you come back alive. A conversation ensues, questioning the young man's age and his surprising martial prowess. Are you really as young as you say you are? The discussion continues, highlighting the young man's exceptional skill, surpassing many veteran warriors. It's hard to believe someone your age could have such martial prowess. The conversation shifts to a specific sword technique, its power exceeding that of the masters he's faced alongside the invisible guest. It was several levels above. A young man, his face etched with a thoughtful expression, pondered aloud. If martial arts prodigies existed, why not someone with his unique abilities? He was interrupted by a small, blue-scaled creature perched on his shoulder. The creature, with a distinctly grumpy expression, urged him to set aside his curiosity. The scene shifted to a grand, traditional building, its architecture hinting at a place of power and history. The young man's journey was clearly far from over. A young woman with striking purple hair appeared, her voice filled with relief and concern as she spotted him. Where had he gone? He explained his recent trip to acquire poison, but the presence of another individual beside him raised questions. The masked figure, a silent guardian, bowed respectfully. Their mission was to ensure safe passage. He offered a reassuring smile, his gaze unwavering. He would be counting on their support. A woman in elegant robes approached, her question hanging in the air. Was he leaving already? Three figures, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension, greeted the family head with exaggerated formality. One of them, a young woman with auburn hair, gently suggested there was no need for such formality. The wind picked up, a subtle shift in the atmosphere foreshadowing the journey ahead. He offered words of encouragement, a reminder to pursue their goals without pushing themselves too hard. A young woman, her face radiant with a knowing smile, revealed a secret, his true identity. The group prepared for their departure, their resolve strengthened by their shared purpose. She smiled, a serene expression reflecting her inner peace and confidence as she embarked on her journey. The group departed, their silhouettes framed against the bright light of the gateway, leaving the viewer to wonder what challenges lie ahead. A boundless azure canvas, streaked with wispy white clouds, filled the sky above. The words Sichuan Hainyang appeared, a bold declaration against the bright backdrop. A long, bustling street, lined with traditional buildings, teemed with people, their movements a blur of activity. A horse-drawn carriage, dwarfed by its escort of shadowy figures, moved slowly down a sun-dappled path. Their journey brought them to a lively scene. One of them remarked, "Wow, it really feels like a festival." He continued, "It wasn't like this the last time I came. You've been here before." She nodded, her gaze distant. It was quite a big company in Sichuan back then, you know? But since the evil factions took over, the business has shrunk a lot. He pondered, "Come to think of it, your father did mention that." A vision of prosperity flickered before their eyes. "If our clan grows, it would be advantageous to have a trading company for financial stability. We can't rely on the elders' embezzled funds and the medical wing's profits forever." He clenched his fists, a grim determination etched on his face. "It's becoming clear that we'll need to deal with the evil factions." She looked up surprised. "Once this is all over, come see me with your father." "Huh? Why?" He answered, "I'm planning to help him start running the trading company again." She gasped, "What, really?" She protested. "You can't take that back later." He conceded, all right. The scene shifted to a quiet street, the sun casting long shadows. A weary man sat, sighing, "Looks like it's going to be another slow day. I wish someone who knows how to appreciate swords would come by." "I don't hear any hammering." Another figure approached, questioning, "Isn't this place open for business? We're here to look at swords." A young man, his face partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, stood before a group of onlookers. His posture spoke of quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the nervous energy radiating from those around him. He addressed them, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. The words, though muffled, spoke of an unusual appearance. The scene shifted to a sword shop, the polished wood gleaming under the soft light. Rows of swords, sheathed and gleaming, lined the walls. Two young women, their heads superimposed on speech bubbles, debated the merits of carrying a weapon, even for show, a practical measure, or a mere affectation. Back in the shop, the young man from the first panel hesitated, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was clearly considering something. His gaze fell upon a particular blade, its sharpness evident even from a distance. He wasn't kidding about the quality. The shopkeeper, a burly man with a weathered face, chuckled, acknowledging the blade's exceptional quality. He then tested the young man's knowledge of swords, a subtle challenge masked in casual conversation. Two figures, one seemingly a young woman, examined a sword with discerning eyes. Their expertise was evident in their careful assessment. The shopkeeper, impressed by their skill, commented on the precision of the forging and tempering process. He gestured towards the selection, inviting them to choose a sword that suited them. The young man, however, paused. He quickly excused himself, leaving the young woman momentarily alone. His departure was abrupt, leaving her slightly startled. The camera panned to a detailed view of the shop's interior, revealing a variety of weapons hanging on the walls. A sense of history and tradition permeated the space. The shopkeeper, meanwhile, retrieved a special box from beneath the counter. His movements were deliberate, hinting at the content's importance. He beamed, excited to share this treasure with someone who truly appreciated fine blades. His enthusiasm was infectious. The young woman, her eyes wide with anticipation, peered into the box, a gasp escaping her lips. What she saw was unexpected. A powerfully built blacksmith, sweat beading on his brow, presented his latest creation. The words, "the masterpiece of our forge," hung in the air, a testament to his skill and the weight of expectation. He revealed it then, a gleaming sword, resting in its case, radiating an ethereal glow. The caption, "the demon-slaying sword," spoke volumes, hinting at the power and purpose of this extraordinary weapon. A young woman, her eyes wide with awe, gazed upon it, her breath catching in her throat. The demon-slaying sword rested in its ancient scabbard, its ethereal glow hinting at the power within. Yomiong, witnessing the sword for the first time, felt a surge of awe. He marveled at the blade's incredible sharpness. The swordsmith explained that his master had begun forging it, but illness had prevented its completion. He had finished the work. He proudly presented the finished weapon, eager for an assessment. The smith considered the sword a masterpiece, comparable to those of his past life. Yomiong, however, felt the sword's power was too overwhelming for him. He politely declined, explaining that such a powerful weapon would attract unwanted attention. He felt a simpler sword would suit him better. The smith, though initially disappointed, understood his reasoning. He agreed to let Yomiong choose a different sword. Suddenly, a disturbance erupted. Master Yun Sochong appeared, his expression grim. He confronted Yomiong, accusing him of deception. The imposing figure of Master Yun Sochong loomed over Yomiong, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Yomiong, attempting to defuse the situation, explained that it was a misunderstanding. However, a strange aura emanated from the guards, causing Yomiong to pause. Two figures, their faces obscured by shadow, stood silently, a palpable tension filling the air. Yomiong sensed the demonic energy, confirming his suspicions. He had encountered this before, but this was his first time witnessing it in person. The question of why demon sect members were in Sichuan weighed heavily on his mind. One of the guards, impatient, declared his intent to kill Yomiong. Enraged, Yomiong retaliated, his anger evident. A swift, brutal attack followed, the force of the blow sending shockwaves. The guards reacted with shock and fear, their surprise palpable. One of them explained that even with a superior sword, Yomiong lacked the skill to wield it effectively. The audacity of attacking Nam Jinsu's grandson was highlighted. Unfazed, Yomiong dismissed their status, demanding to know their connection to the demon sect. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, whispered about Yomiong's sudden appearance. The confrontation escalated quickly. A member of the Heavenly Moon Brigade, enraged, accused Yomiong of using a deeply offensive slur against their sect. Another member of the sect, his face obscured by a mask, issued a chilling warning. He moved swiftly, striking with lethal precision. His attack was met with unexpected resistance. The victim cried out in pain. Yomiong, despite being outnumbered, fought back fiercely, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. One of his attackers, pleased with the outcome, spoke of their plans to deal with Yomiong. The surviving members of the Heavenly Moon Brigade prepared to finish the job. One of them expressed surprise at having been discovered. The masked man, irritated by Yomiong's audacity, berated him for his blatant provocation. Meanwhile, other members of the sect questioned the lack of urgency in dealing with the situation, given the recent deaths. One of them, seemingly unconcerned, retorted that they should focus on the immediate threat. From Yomiong's perspective, the living and the dead were indistinguishable. The masked man, his face partially visible, revealed a chilling determination. He gave orders to his remaining men, focusing on the capture of Yomiong. The masked man's eyes burned with a cold fury as he vowed to kill Yomiong. The masked leader, Nam Jinsu, observed a young man in a conical hat, his expression unreadable. Seizing the young man, he demanded to know his identity. The young man, Yomiong, was clearly surprised by the sudden aggression. He questioned the audacity of his captor. With surprising speed, Yomiong countered his movements a blur. His attack was swift and precise. The force of the blow sent several of Nam Jinsu's men reeling. One of them fell to the ground, defeated. Nam-jin-soo, despite his experience, found himself taken aback by Yeomyang's unexpected strength and speed. Meanwhile, another member of the Heavenly Moon Brigade, Yang Yangseong, prepared for his own counterattack. He knew he needed to act quickly. A young woman watched in alarm as the fight intensified. Yang Yangseong's face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Yeomyang's opponent, momentarily stunned, watched him. Yeomyang examined his sword, impressed by its craftsmanship and balance. It was truly the work of a master, a masterpiece of craftsmanship. And the young man who continued his legacy was equally remarkable. He addressed the older man, his voice filled with awe. Every valuable object eventually finds its rightful owner. The older man nodded, his gaze distant. This sword, too, would find its master someday. He turned, his expression hardening. Only give this sword to someone who can truly appreciate its worth. With a determined glint in his eyes, he declared, I found it. The true owner of the demon-slaying sword. Who's next to try their luck? He stood defiantly, challenging them. Come at me all at once if you want. His opponents lunged, shouting insults. Cocky bastard. But he was ready. He wouldn't underestimate them. The battle began in earnest. A whirlwind of steel and motion. With incredible speed and precision, he dispatched his foes. The fight was brutal, a flurry of blows and counterblows. His movements were a blur, each strike perfectly placed. One by one, his opponents fell, their bodies scattered across the ground. The onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. He stood amidst the fallen, his breath ragged but his eyes sharp. Two figures in conical hats watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief. One of them muttered that she was too weary to be surprised anymore. The observers' astonishment was palpable. Their question hung in the air. Why had he learned such skill with a blade? A grand procession approached the imposing gates of Sichuan estate, the sun glinting off the ornate rooftops. Within the crowd, whispers circulated about a particular individual. The murmurs focused on a man whose presence seemed to command attention, even from a distance. Observers noted his female companions and guards, leading to speculation about his character. Some within the crowd openly voiced their doubts about his martial arts skills, deeming them inadequate for such a prestigious event. Despite their skepticism, others were captivated by his striking appearance. One individual approached him, requesting his name, family affiliation, and sect. He confidently introduced himself as Tang Yeomyang. The identity of the young master of the Sichuan Tang family was revealed. Meanwhile, at his lodgings, anticipation grew. News of his arrival spread quickly. It was revealed that he had registered early that morning and proceeded directly to his quarters. One of his female companions vowed revenge on his behalf. Elsewhere, a young woman reacted with concern to his reckless actions. A young woman, alone and vulnerable, walked through a region notorious for bandit attacks. She was unaware of the danger until a voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up, startled, to see a man standing before her, his expression unreadable. He had just finished dispatching a group of bandits. The man approached her cautiously, concern etched on his face. He asked if she was hurt. The woman, still shaken, began to recount her story. She had been living as a concubine to a high-ranking military officer. It was a life devoid of genuine affection, more akin to being a plaything. Then, unexpectedly, the officer died in an accident. Seizing the opportunity, she escaped, taking with her one of the officer's prized possessions, a martial arts manual. This led to her encounter with Mak Injuk, a man from the Wudong sect who taught her self-defense. They quickly formed a close bond. He was her teacher and protector. She mastered the basics of the Red Lotus Flame art, a powerful martial art. However, her happiness was short-lived. A mysterious illness began to consume her. Knowing her time was limited, she left Mak Injuk's side, unwilling for him to witness her decline. Years passed. News reached her that Mak Injuk had risen to become the head of the Darkness Silent Sword sect, amassing considerable power. She lay dying, consumed by pain and regret. Her regrets, however, prevented her from finding peace in death. A desperate plea echoed through the chamber. See Mak Injuk one last time. Ryan Ju, a man of discerning eyes, observed the woman before him. He explained, this is the woman I mentioned, possessing remarkable talent. But why is she on the brink of death like this? The old master, his face etched with concern, addressed the ailing woman. If you wish to live, he instructed, recite the formulas of the martial arts you've learned. As if hypnotized, she began to recite the formulas. The process took less than half an hour. The old master, satisfied with the results, reflected on his actions. He had modified the Red Lotus Flame art so that a woman could use it with her Yin energy. He then imparted further instructions. If you reach a high level, the accumulated internal injuries will naturally heal, so keep practicing. The woman, having been saved, revealed this startling truth. She had joined the Black Death Alliance, pledging her loyalty to Ryan Ju. It was also revealed that Mak Injuk, her former master, was also a part of the Black Death Alliance. Ryan Ju, having sought her out again, clarified his intentions. He sought her out for her talent, not for any other reason. He urged her to not get caught up in old feelings anymore. His heart, however, had drifted much further away than she had imagined. Despite everything, she couldn't bring herself to blame him. She had been the one to leave first, but she didn't want to miss this opportunity again. She suppressed her feelings, hoping he would one day understand her sincerity. News of the Great Darkness, Silent Sword Sect's annihilation reached her. That day, she made up her mind. She would kill Tang Youmyong, the young master of the Tang family. She wanted to track him down and eliminate him immediately. But he was a master who had surpassed the peak realm. Even with her Red Lotus flame art, killing him would be difficult. She decided to wait. At the upcoming Sichuan assembly, she had prepared a fate he wouldn't escape. A complete destruction. Meanwhile, Youmyong sat in meditation. He had been disrupting his mental training for over an hour, but he hadn't moved an inch. Someone questioned if this was really the focus of a child, suggesting he might be an old master who had rejuvenated. What was he doing in there? He stood amidst a swirling cosmos, a lone figure silhouetted against the celestial backdrop. Before him, a woman with flowing, light pink hair waited, her expression unreadable. The woman's eyes narrowed, and she moved with a speed that defied perception. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. His body reacted instinctively, deflecting the attack with a practiced grace. The clash of steel echoed in the silent expanse. The battle intensified, a whirlwind of strikes and parries. Each movement was a dance of lethal precision. He countered, his blade a silver streak against the darkness. The word eliminate blazed across the void. Her attack faltered, her momentum broken by his superior skill. She stumbled back, momentarily off balance. A blinding flash of light erupted, obscuring the combatants in a radiant explosion of energy. When the light subsided, she stood panting, her expression one of grim determination. He remained, seemingly unscathed. She lunged again, her movements sharper, more precise than before. Her resolve was unwavering. As expected, she found that fully manifesting the eliminate technique with the green heart poison was impossible. Even a degraded version, with its power reduced by half, had cut down 70 people with a single strike that day. Meanwhile, in a distant city, a figure moved with purpose, his gaze fixed on a specific location. If the attack had been at full power, the consequences would have been catastrophic. The sheer force of it was evident in the devastation left behind. In a past life, he had used a mental technique called destructive force. The memory flickered, a chilling reminder of his immense power. He mused on the eliminate technique, a destructive force only his master and he could wield. Its power was hampered by a mismatch between his mental technique and swordsmanship. The sheer destructive power of the technique was evident in the image of a powerful figure, his body seemingly radiating immense energy. However, Youmyong had reached a new peak, his body strengthened, and he was confident in mastering destructive force. He questioned whether his attachment to the sword was clouding his judgment, but dismissed that thought as incorrect. Despite its degraded state, he had managed to adapt the essence of eliminate to his current swordsmanship. He considered modifying the green heart poison technique to better align with his style. His face was grim, his focus intense as he prepared himself. Suddenly, he was startled by the appearance of two women, one of whom questioned his apparent sleep. He denied sleeping and asked if they were ready. The women, clearly expecting him, confirmed their readiness. With that, he declared it was time to leave. One of the women expressed concern about the casual nature of their relationship with their young master. The other woman retorted that Youmyong hadn't voiced any complaints. She had voiced her concerns, a quiet apprehension clinging to her words. Why was everyone so worried about Youmyong's dignity? Her companions, however, seemed unconcerned. One of them scoffed. Youmyong isn't wrong. Are you siding with her now? The other girl giggled, seemingly amused by the situation. Youmyong, meanwhile, remained stoic. His expression was one of quiet confidence, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed to dismiss their concerns entirely. He declared, "No need to worry about dignity in front of a pile of corpses." Before that, however, a voice spoke. "Since you attacked me, I should pay you back, right? Tenfold." The speaker was clearly addressing Youmyong, a challenge laced with a hint of resentment. A lone figure stood in a vast plaza, the only sound the faint melody carried on the wind. Nearby, a group of musicians played traditional instruments, their faces obscured by masks. A woman in a crimson dress watched from afar, her expression unreadable. She addressed someone unseen, her voice sharp and commanding. She insisted on directness, eschewing pleasantries. Two individuals, a man with blonde hair and a woman with red hair, discussed the rules of the upcoming competition. Life or death duels were permitted. The rules were clearly defined. The winner's rights would last 5 years, and any challenge would be reviewed by the main sect. The woman in red reiterated the gravity of breaking the rules. Even a slight infraction would be considered an insult to the Black Death Alliance. 3 individuals, their faces grim, vowed that those who broke the rules would pay the price. The explanation concluded. This year's Sichuan assembly was about to begin. A man with blonde hair and a topknot appeared unconcerned, casually picking at a piece of grass. A group of soldiers whispered about the legendary Sword of Nine Rings, one of the 6 Grandmasters of the Evil Path, and his strength within the Black Death Alliance. Another swordsman expressed his long-held desire to meet the Sword of Nine Rings. The blonde-haired man chuckled, finding the situation slightly embarrassing. Sang Gil, having reached the level of the Fire Realm, declared his presence at the Sichuan Assembly, accompanied by Yonhui. Master Sang addressed the assembled fighters, expressing his hope for excellent performances. The rules were explained. Master Sang would oversee all life-or-death duels, and permission was required before any such duel could commence. The Sichuan Assembly officially began. Sang Gil requested permission from Master Sang to engage in a life-or-death duel. He wished to fight the young head of the Tang clan. The stakes were made clear. This would be a life-or-death duel. Mak Chanhui, the current leader of the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect, was introduced. Dressed in black and wielding 2 swords, he was identified as a member of the Great Darkness Silent Sword sect. It was revealed that Mak Chanhui sought revenge for his father's death at the hands of the Tang clan's young head, Mak Inhu. Chanhui was known for his considerable strength within his sect. Observers among the crowd questioned the circumstances, noting that the Tang clan had been the ones attacked. A hushed warning was given to those around them. Mak Chanhui stepped onto the stage, ready for his duel. The ground trembled slightly as a figure approached, his boots striking the stone with measured precision. He continued his advance, his gait betraying a quiet confidence. In the distance, the duel was about to begin. The anticipation was palpable. That man is the young head of the Tang clan, and rumors of his strength preceded him. A young woman watched from the sidelines, openly admiring the young clan head's appearance. Her excitement was evident. Nam Jinsu observed the proceedings, commenting on the potential disappointment if the Tang clan lost the duel. He also reiterated the rules of engagement. He confirmed that there were no restrictions on attack methods, and that ignoring an opponent's surrender was permitted. Both combatants agreed to the terms. The young head of the Tang clan was asked if he would bring his guards. Sang Gil had already instructed his own guards not to interfere. He stated that he would not. Sang Gil's decision was bold, but he felt confident in his abilities. Sang Gil's 3 guards stood ready, though their presence wouldn't change the outcome. Sang Gil smiled, pleased with the boldness of the situation. The duel was about to begin. Nam Jinsu, the Tang clan head, stood poised, his dark robe billowing slightly in the tense silence. His gaze swept across the assembled warriors, a grim determination etched on his face. He adjusted the grip on his sword, a subtle movement betraying the intensity of his focus. His opponent, Sang Gil, remained calm, seemingly unfazed by the imposing presence of the Tang clan. A young Tang clan warrior, eyes wide with apprehension, glanced nervously at his leader. The weight of the impending duel pressed heavily on him. Sang Gil, unwavering, held his twin swords, a lethal dance of steel poised to begin. His resolve was absolute. The energy emanating from Sang Gil's swords was unlike anything the Tang clan warriors had ever witnessed. It was the signature dark sword energy of the Silent Sword Sect's master. He had mastered the twin sword technique of Great Darkness, a testament to his skill and dedication. The first clash of steel echoed through the courtyard, a whirlwind of motion too fast for the eye to follow. Sang Gil's strategy was clear. His men would draw Nam Jinsu's attention, creating an opening for a decisive strike. A bead of sweat trickled down Sang Gil's temple, a sign of the intense concentration required for his deadly technique. With blinding speed, Sang Gil unleashed his twin swords, aiming to tear through his opponent's defenses. The Tang clan warriors watched in horror as their comrades suddenly collapsed, their movements ceasing abruptly. Feathered needles, too fast to see, had pierced their necks, effectively neutralizing them. Nam Jinsu, the seasoned warrior, was astonished. The speed of the attack was beyond his comprehension. Nam Jinsu, the previous head of the Tang clan, stood patiently, his expression unreadable. "How long do you plan to stay in that stance?" he asked, his voice low and steady. "I'm getting bored waiting." His opponent, Sang Gil, responded with a chilling declaration, "I will kill you." With a blur of motion, the fight began. Sang Gil launched a swift, precise attack. He roared, "I'll crush you," as he pressed his advantage. Suddenly, Sang Gil vanished. His body disappeared in a flash of light, leaving his opponent stunned. A flashback revealed the conversation. Among the people who attacked the Tang clan during the competition, there were 2 who used sword energy like yours. One was your father, the previous head of the clan. The voice continued, and the other was a spy. You fall far short of either of them. Nam Jinsu's face contorted in disbelief. "This can't be," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper. Meanwhile, Sang Gil had already ended the fight with surprising ease. Observers watched in shock. It hasn't even been half a quarter of an hour since they started. Has it? Is the skill gap really this big? The young clan head's skill was deemed unbearable. The weight of his failure to avenge his father pressed heavily upon him. His thoughts turned inward. I ended up weaker than a bastard like him. Nam Jinsu's allies watched in disbelief as he declared the fight was far from over. The Mak Chanhui's sword, a legendary weapon, was still within reach. He lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion. His opponent, however, met his assault with a chilling confidence, vowing to prove his superiority. The onlookers gasped as the warrior caught the descending blade with his bare hands. The shock rippled through the crowd. Their expressions ranged from stunned disbelief to open-mouthed awe. One observer, seemingly unfazed, simply stated that at this point, nothing surprised them anymore. Meanwhile, another warrior expressed his astonishment at the seemingly impossible feat, unable to imagine his opponent losing. The defeated warrior lay on the ground, admitting that he had intended to go easy on his opponent. A nearby observer marveled at the victor's skill, noting his ability to move despite being poisoned. Another individual commented on the remarkable blade-catching technique displayed, expressing surprise at its execution. A spectator commented on the Tang clan's unique training methods, noting their practice of handling sharp weapons barehanded or with gloves. He then admitted surprise at their ability to deflect an energy-imbued blade. The young warrior, Sang Myingil, offered a modest explanation for his feat, attributing it to a protective aura generated by his dragon scale. However, he chose not to elaborate further. An official declared the Tang clan victorious, confirming Sang Myingil's impressive display of skill. Despite the victory, Sang Myingil resolved to continue the duels. He mused that if the legendary sword of 9 rings permitted it, the outcome would remain unchanged, even against a larger force. The official then informed him that he was free to continue with more duels or to stop at his discretion. Sang Myingil, resolute, prepared for whatever lay ahead, knowing the result would be the same regardless. The aftermath of a fierce battle lay scattered across the courtyard. 2 figures, clearly defeated, lay prone on the ground, weapons discarded nearby. A young man, his face etched with grim determination, stood amidst the chaos. He was addressing a group of onlookers, their expressions a mixture of awe and resentment. Their leader, a man of imposing stature, spoke with undisguised contempt. The leader scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. He questioned the young man's audacity, highlighting his status as the heir of a fallen clan. Undeterred, the young man responded with a defiant declaration of his own strength and power. A woman, her face impassive, intervened. She reminded everyone that this was a formal assembly, not a street brawl. Meanwhile, a group of high-ranking officials observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Among them was a man with a particularly shrewd expression. He mused aloud about the young man's potential, hinting at his willingness to intervene if necessary. The woman from earlier, seemingly a grandmaster, quietly accepted the situation. The shrewd official explained the Tang clan's assassination techniques, emphasizing their effectiveness in large-scale conflicts. He then offered the young man a chance to reconsider his actions, suggesting that the current conditions might be unsatisfactory. The young man, however, remained resolute in his decision. The shrewd official, having witnessed the young man's capabilities, admitted to misjudging his strength. He revealed his initial belief that the opponents would eventually adapt and overcome the Tang clan's techniques, giving them a chance to win. However, he was proven wrong. The aftermath of the brutal contest was stark. In less than half an hour, more than half the participants lay dead. A wave of disbelief washed over the onlookers. The sheer scale of the carnage was shocking. All he had used were his feathered needles and blade-catching technique. Yet none of the challengers could put up a fight. Even so, the young man's skill was undeniable. One observer, a man with blonde hair and a weathered face, admitted to himself that he had underestimated the young man's strength. The sheer disparity in skill was alarming. At this rate, the entire Sichuan assembly would be jeopardized. One of the defeated warriors, his face pale with fear, forfeited the match. He couldn't comprehend how anyone could overcome such overwhelming power. Another competitor, overwhelmed by the display of skill, declared he was done. The assembly was no longer important. The tension in the crowd was palpable. Whispers of fear and awe rippled through the onlookers. Meanwhile, the young man's next opponent was announced, the Rising Phoenix sect. The Rising Phoenix sect's leader, confident in his strength, declared that his guards and he were more than enough to handle the challenge. The leader, along with his 3 masked guards, stood ready. Their presence radiated menace. The vice leader of the Rising Phoenix sect, Yip Chonggang, declared that the young man's winning streak would end there. Despite the looming threat, the young man showed no fear. He was ready to continue the life-or-death duel, as expected of the Tang clan's young family head. He mused on the opponent before him, noting the unusual nature of his physique. Even in his past life, he'd never encountered anything quite like it. His opponent, a man with blonde hair and a weathered face, declared the life-or-death duel to begin. The duel commenced with a flurry of motion. 3 figures, their bodies seemingly hardened and strengthened, charged towards him. 2 women watched, surprised that their feathered needles were deflected. One of the attackers' skin had dried and cracked, resembling tree bark. The process of hardening their skin and muscles was explained. It made their bodies tough enough to withstand even sword energy. The young Tang clan head was asked what he would do. The blonde-haired man was astonished by the speed of his opponent's movements, questioning if he had mastered a high-level body technique. He moved with incredible speed, striking his opponent. The impact was devastating. A figure, swathed in bandages, stared with wide, terrified eyes. The bandages were stained crimson. He was one of 3 opponents Yeomyong faced, their bodies hardened by some unknown technique. Despite this, Yeomyong declared that breaking through wouldn't be a problem. The warrior launched a swift, decisive blow, connecting with his opponent's jaw. The impact sent the bandaged man reeling, his body momentarily stunned. Another opponent lunged forward, but Yeomyong was ready. His movements were a blur of motion. He effortlessly evaded the attack, his confidence unshaken. He doubted the effectiveness of their hardened bodies. His fist connected with the second opponent's abdomen, the force of the blow clearly visible. The impact sent a shockwave through the opponent's body, causing him to stagger back. Yeomyong's eyes narrowed, his expression intense. He was focused on his final opponent. With a burst of speed, he delivered a final, devastating blow. The final opponent crumpled to the ground, defeated. He had aimed to break his opponent's body with his internal energy, but the result was far more swift and decisive than anticipated. He unleashed a fierce attack, his movements a blur of motion. His opponent, however, met the assault with a chilling grin, seemingly unfazed. The 2 combatants clashed, their skills evenly matched. But the opponent scoffed, questioning if that was all Yeomyong had to offer. He considered ending the fight swiftly, but paused. His opponent boasted about waiting for this moment. Yeomyong's eyes narrowed, a new determination hardening his gaze. The opponent began to channel a powerful energy. He was about to unleash the true essence of the withered tree divine art. His master instructed him on the technique, warning him of its inherent danger and the need for secrecy. The technique demanded a decisive kill. He vowed to drain his opponent's internal energy, a dangerous undertaking. The ensuing attack was swift and brutal. The opponent, the young head of the Tang clan, met with a swift and brutal attack. Meanwhile, a young man with striking reddish-brown hair watched the unfolding conflict with a hint of amusement. He warned the attacker to cease their foolish actions. The attacker, undeterred, revealed a terrifying grin, his face partially obscured by bandages. In his youth, Yeep Inji, searching for purpose, encountered a Lama monk in Podalap, present-day Tibet. Recognizing his potential, the monk taught him withered tree divine art, a martial art. Though its advanced form was lost and limited to external applications, it was perfect for Inji, who excelled at catching blades. Seeking greater mastery, Inji joined the Black Death Alliance, where he met Yu Giljun. Giljun proposed using the lost abilities of withered tree divine art. Inji reflected on the essence of martial arts, understanding that each name held the key to its technique. The name withered tree wasn't arbitrary. It described the body's transformation. The technique allowed the user to absorb an opponent's energy, like a tree drawing water from the earth. Giljun, transformed, laughed. He declared he would drain his opponent dry. Inji's opponent was surprised by his resilience. Inji's opponent questioned the strange sensation in his arm. He demanded to know what Inji had done to his body. Records detailing the 3 vicious stars of chi absorption hung on the wall. These individuals, regardless of their affiliations, were once considered the most dangerous in the martial world. Their mastery of chi absorption allowed them to drain the internal energy of their opponents. The 3 roamed together, consuming anyone who crossed their path. 2 of them reached the flame realm, making them nearly impossible to defeat. Or so was said. Yeomyong, recalling the 3 vicious stars, wondered about the reward for defeating them. He had single-handedly subdued these formidable beings. He explained that he was testing a new sword technique. None of them lasted a single stroke. This was before the sword demon appeared. His master had warned him about the dangers of absorbing weakness chi. Ordinary martial artists cannot withstand the decaying nature of weakness chi. He hadn't yet mastered weakness chi, but it didn't matter. His opponent scoffed, questioning why his family hadn't taught him not to absorb just anything. His internal energy was pure venom. He told his opponent to get lost. The aftermath showed the opponent's shocked allies. Yeomyong, his face etched with weariness, stood beneath a crimson umbrella, the remnants of a fierce battle clinging to his clothes. Nearby, a young man with pink hair seethed with barely contained rage. That bastard, he addressed Yeomyong, his voice tight with urgency. If this continues, we'll lose too many men. We need to stop now. Yeomyong's eyes, usually sharp and calculating, were clouded with a deep exhaustion. He seemed to be struggling to comprehend something. The grim news arrived. The clan's young family head was dead. A young girl, her face streaked with tears, whispered, "Uncle." Yeomyong's expression hardened. He had underestimated the young family head's skill. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair and piercing eyes issued a chilling command. "Sword of the 9 rings, please, kill the young family head of the Tang clan." The pink-haired youth reacted with outrage. "You dare." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. A tense silence fell over the scene. The pink-haired youth's anger was palpable. "How can you take Yoni hostage?" The woman with dark hair remained impassive. She questioned the pink-haired youth's motives, highlighting the insignificance of the Mac family head's death in the grand scheme of things. Her resolve was unshaken. She vowed revenge, regardless of the cost, even if it meant repaying kindness with vengeance. A question hung in the air. Was this why Yeomyong had volunteered to oversee the Sichuan assembly? The woman's chilling smile revealed her mastery of flame techniques, and the young girl cowered in fear. Two young women watched from the sidelines, their faces etched with confusion. "Why are they fighting each other now?" one of them whispered. One of them responded, her voice laced with uncertainty. "I have no idea." The older man, his face contorted in rage, bellowed. "Do you think I can't cut off your head at this range?" A woman with a chilling smile observed the scene. "As someone who has reached the highest realm, I'm sure you could." He hesitated, his eyes narrowed. "But," she warned him, "you might leave a scar on the lady's pretty face." A younger man cried out, "Uncle, you." The older man sheathed his sword, a glint of calculation in his eyes. "Fine, I'll play along this time." He added, with a chilling undertone, "I'll make sure you die as well after I kill him." The woman chuckled. "Ha! If you rid me of that cunning young family head." The younger man stated resolutely, "I'll gladly accept death." News arrived. One of the 6 grandmasters is going to step in personally. Two figures stood facing each other, the tension palpable. Nam Jin-soo, the grandmaster, revealed his true intentions. He hadn't planned on fighting Yeomyong that day, but circumstances forced his hand. He explained that he was in a difficult situation, with no other choice but to prioritize someone else's life over his own. A young woman, seemingly understanding his predicament, expressed her hope that he understood her decision to end things quickly. Meanwhile, another figure, prepared for battle, vowed to make the encounter swift and painless. Yeomyong noticed the music playing in the distance, questioning its purpose at that moment. The melody intensified, and Nam Jin-soo felt its effects. Yeomyong called out to Yeo Seol-ryong, his voice echoing across the courtyard. He confronted the grandmaster, questioning his use of sound techniques to manipulate the innocent heirs into madness. The grandmaster, unfazed, continued his actions, seemingly unconcerned about the potential consequences. The young woman, assisting in the grandmaster's plan, reassured Lady Yeonhee that she would not be affected. Nam Jin-soo, enraged, questioned how much shame he would be made to endure. A commanding voice demanded an end to the unnecessary trickery. The grandmaster's voice echoed, sharp and cold. He addressed the two figures before him, their faces etched with a mixture of defiance and fear. His words were a chilling assessment of their situation. He ordered them to swiftly eliminate the head of the Tang family, his tone brooking no argument. One of the figures, however, protested, their voice barely a whisper against the grandmaster's imposing presence. Meanwhile, another individual, a young man with striking blonde hair, prepared for battle, his stance radiating power and determination. The words "whirlwind blade dance" appeared, hinting at the technique he was about to unleash. The blonde-haired warrior launched his attack, a flurry of golden energy slicing through the air. His movements were swift and precise, a deadly dance of steel and light. The intensity of the attack continued, a whirlwind of motion and energy. The sheer force of the strikes was evident in the way the air itself seemed to crackle with power. The attack reached its peak, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting from the warrior's blade. The sheer power was awe-inspiring. The force of the attack left its mark, leaving one of the figures reeling from the impact. His face was contorted in pain and surprise. He attempted to counter, but the blonde-haired warrior's attack was relentless. The warrior continued his assault, his movements a blur of motion. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, apologizing for the interruption. A new figure, muscular and imposing, appeared, his presence commanding attention. The newcomer addressed the blonde-haired warrior, calmly requesting that he finish what he had started. The implication was clear. The interruption was not meant to stop the fight, but to shift its focus. The blonde-haired warrior, his expression unreadable, clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. The stage was set for a new confrontation. The scene opens on a young man, his attire suggesting high status, standing amidst carnage. Two swords are sheathed at his back. He surveys the scene with a grim expression, his gaze unwavering. A man observes the young man from a distance, his face etched with concern and surprise. He muses about the devastating martial arts skills just displayed. The observer continues his internal monologue, commenting on the ease with which the young man executed such powerful techniques. Meanwhile, another figure, seemingly a powerful warrior, observes the young man from afar, noting his potential to surpass even his own level. The observer questions the necessity of killing such a promising talent. The young man, now facing the powerful warrior, is seemingly unaware of the danger he is in. The warrior notes the young man's naivete. The warrior confidently asserts the superiority of his swordsmanship over any hidden weapon techniques. The warrior finds the young man's challenge audacious and absurd. Despite this, the warrior is impressed by the young man's spirit and offers him the first move. The young man accepts, seemingly ready to give his all. The young man acknowledges the warrior's skill, recognizing him as a master of the fire realm. In response, the young man declares his intent to fight with everything he has. The young man unleashes a powerful attack, a torrent of energy erupting from him. The swordsman unleashed a devastating blow, a torrent of energy erupting from his blade. His opponent, momentarily stunned, stumbled backward. Nearby onlookers watched in disbelief, their faces a mixture of shock and awe. One young woman whispered, "Truly, to possess that much internal energy." The energy continued to surge around the swordsman, a visible aura of power. His opponent, Nam Jin-soo, felt a chill run down his spine. He thought, it's beyond that. The most terrifying part is... Nam Jin-soo realized the extent of his opponent's power. He hadn't even sensed the young man hiding it. He stated then, "I'm in your hands for this lesson." How could such a young man have attained such a level of skill? Nam Jin-soo felt a strange sensation, a sense of unease. His eyes glowed with a menacing red light. He prepared to counterattack. Yeomyong, with a smirk, reminded him, "Didn't you just say you would let me strike first?" He stood ready, his sword gleaming under the rain. The swordsman weighed his options. If he retreated, Yoni's life would be in danger. But a full-scale attack risked the death of one of them. He couldn't simply stand there and take the attack. He apologized, knowing a battle of attrition would be his downfall. The impact of his opponent's attack was unlike anything he'd felt before. This was the Fire Realm. His opponent, impressed by his breakthrough, explained that he had broken through the wall of talent and reached the Fire Realm. Despite his success, the scars on his face remained. His opponent offered congratulations. He reflected on his progress, grateful for even this much. He found a rugged look more manly. His opponent chuckled, remembering the young man's fierce expression years ago. The swordsman, however, suspected his opponent wasn't here to congratulate him, but to mock him. His opponent clarified that he was there to guide him to a new realm, now that his transformation was complete. The transformation had granted him a stronger body and impressive skill, but his sword techniques were still limited. Now that he was physically stronger, his opponent offered to teach him the technique of the strong sword. He would teach him. Softness controls strength. True strength is derived from flexibility. The subtleties of softness learned from the illusion sword could be transformed into the strength of the strong sword. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a chaotic dance of light and power. His master observed, noting that the technique was still imperfect, requiring refinement. The master expressed surprise at Yeomyong's progress, questioning his knowledge of the strong sword. The sheer power of the strike was almost unbelievable. Yeomyong himself was astonished by his own strength. He had not yet fully mastered the technique, yet he wielded it with surprising proficiency. The master explained that historically, swordsmanship was based on 6 core principles: heaviness, speed, breaking, illusion, scattering, and sharpness. Mastering strength, he continued, was exceptionally rare among sword techniques. An ordinary body could not withstand the force of such techniques. The master elaborated on the concept of ultimate strength, born from pushing the body to its absolute limits. Even though his body was different, the memory of the strong sword remained. The master warned Yeomyong that controlling his newfound strength would be challenging. As Yeomyong prepared, other figures watched from afar, their expressions a mixture of concern and anticipation. The impact of Yeomyong's strike sent tremors through the earth, a testament to the raw power he now commanded. He stood amidst the dust and debris, his breath ragged, but his eyes alight with a newfound understanding. The afterimage of his sword lingered, a ghostly echo of the devastating blow he had just delivered. His master, observing from a distance, nodded slowly, a subtle acknowledgement of Yeomyong's progress. The energy from the clash dissipated, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the silence of a battlefield. Meanwhile, at the Sichuan assembly, a powerful aura was sensed. It was confirmed that one of the 6 grandmasters was in attendance. Observers speculated that the grandmaster was releasing energy to inspire the young prodigies. 2 figures, seemingly unfazed by the distant display of power, continued their conversation. One of them remarked that the Sichuan assembly was expected to last at least 10 days. The Sichuan assembly was in full swing. A cacophony of chatter and clinking cups filled the air. Nam Jin-soo, however, noticed a shift in the atmosphere. A hush fell over the crowd as a collective intake of breath rippled through the room. His keen senses, honed over years of rigorous training, detected at first a surge of energy building with terrifying intensity. The energy manifested as a visible wave, a torrent of raw power emanating from an unseen source. Fear etched itself onto the faces of those nearby. Even seasoned martial artists felt a primal dread wash over them. Meanwhile, in a secluded tea house just outside the assembly grounds, a lone figure sat calmly sipping tea, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He remained composed, his movements deliberate and precise as he savored each sip. A young man, his face partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, sat alone in a dimly lit room. His expression was unreadable, but a sense of unease hung heavy in the air. A voice, barely a whisper, broke the silence. "Brother?" A blizzard raged outside the Tang clan compound, snow swirling around the ancient, ornate buildings. Inside, a young man, his face contorted in agony, clutched at a wound on his chest. Blood welled up, staining his tunic. He gasped for air. The injury was severe. His lifeblood flowed freely. Despite the pain, he stood defiant, his eyes blazing with determination. He vowed to protect Yonhee, no matter the cost. Elsewhere, a group of elders reacted with shock and disbelief. News of Master Sang Myeonjil's defeat spread like wildfire. They were stunned. How could such a thing have happened? The young head of the Tang clan was responsible. The Tang clan, it turned out, had annihilated the Silent Sword sect and the Heaven and Earth sect. The elders feared the sect leader's wrath. If Yonhee could not be protected, there would be dire consequences. The young man's eyes burned with fury. He would not let them harm Yonhee. A wave of fear washed over the assembled warriors. They knew the strength of the young man, but the sheer number of their attackers was daunting. Their apprehension was well-founded. Facing such a formidable opponent alone was a suicide mission. The warriors charged, their weapons raised high. They would overwhelm him with sheer force. Two women watched from a distance, their faces a mixture of fear and disbelief at the unfolding battle. The battle raged, a whirlwind of steel and fury. The young man moved with impossible speed, deflecting blows and countering with deadly precision. One of the attackers, a woman, watched in disbelief as her comrades fell. She blamed her subordinates' actions for the disastrous turn of events. The young man, despite his skill, found himself outnumbered and outmatched. He knew his situation was dire. Even so, his opponent's skill impressed him. It was a fight worthy of respect. Despite his impressive display, the outcome was already decided. The difference in numbers was insurmountable. The young man fell, his lifeblood staining the ground. It was a warrior's death, swift and decisive. His enemy, despite their conflict, paid their respects to the fallen swordsman. The woman vowed to avenge him. The journey to the afterlife, it seemed, would be anything but dull. A fierce battle raged, the combatants locked in a whirlwind of motion. A weapon, gleaming faintly, was raised high. With a sudden, powerful movement, it was brought down. Amidst the chaos, a figure stood defiant. They recoiled in surprise, a look of disbelief on their face. What is this? Their opponents scoffed. Cheap tricks. Do you think you can stop thousands with mere shards? The defiant figure responded calmly. That's more than enough. Even so, they cautioned, they are just tiny fragments. Don't be scared. The impact of the shards was devastating. The figure moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. Their allies cried out in terror, we have to stop it. A figure, cloaked in shadow, pointed an accusing finger. That must be the Tang clan's secret technique. A wave of energy, a torrent of shimmering blue light, erupted from the figure's hand. The light surged forward, engulfing several opponents in its path. The technique was identified as the 10,000 Heavenly Flower Rain. Its resurgence was a shock. Yeomyeong scoffed at the opponent's naivete, recognizing the technique as something far less impressive than they believed. Maririo, a young woman with purple hair, called out to Yeomyeong. He assured her he would handle the remaining attackers, though a few might slip through. Maririo, confident in her abilities, stated she would not get in his way. Yeomyeong, with a determined expression, commanded his allies to finish off the remaining foes. One of Yeomyeong's allies, understanding without needing to be told, prepared to act. The ally, confident in their abilities, stated that they would indeed finish the job. The ally unleashed a powerful attack, a whirlwind of energy. The battle raged, a whirlwind of motion too fast for the naked eye to follow. Yeomyeong moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion. His opponent, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the attack, staggered back. He was too fast. His movements were a blur of motion, leaving his enemies disoriented and unable to react. Despite their numbers, the Tang clan warriors were no match for Yeomyeong's overwhelming speed and skill. A nearby soldier pointed out more enemies. Two female warriors, sensing the danger, called for reinforcements. Meanwhile, a group of Tang clan soldiers, having witnessed Yeomyeong's prowess, decided to focus on capturing other, less formidable opponents. Their plan was to offer their captives to their sect leader. A woman with purple hair, suffering from dead vein syndrome, was surprised by the offer to cure her. She was told that she would need to strip down for the treatment, causing her to frown. One of Yeomyeong's allies, though injured, reassured everyone that his injuries were not life-threatening. The purple-haired woman was surprised to learn that her strength had grown significantly, even without realizing she had dead vein syndrome. It was proof of her extraordinary martial arts talent. If they could cure her dead vein syndrome and unblock her meridians, a man's face contorted in pain as a powerful blow impacted him. The blow sent him reeling, but he muttered, "We'll reach the level of a clan elder." She countered, "This side is strong too." Her eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned, "What the hell are they?" Observing the young fighters, a voice noted, "They're just kids, but they were stronger than most sect heirs." One of the young fighters lamented, "Protecting someone is harder than it looks. I regret neglecting my training. In my current state, I'm useless." Another fighter despaired, I can't do anything. A powerful warrior declared, I have to stop the wind pressure from that guy. No matter how strong he is, his internal energy has to have limits. A plan formed. Even if we take some damage, surround him and overwhelm him. The final confrontation began. The young warrior braced himself, the wind pressure threatening to tear him apart. His allies fought alongside him, their determination unwavering despite the obvious danger. He saw the strain on their faces, the sheer force of the wind threatening to overwhelm them. Their resolve, however, remained unshaken. It was working. The opponent's wind pressure was weakening, a testament to the fighters' combined strength and resilience. Despite the progress, the battle raged on, a chaotic dance of blades and wind. One of the fighters observed the scene, contemplating the extraordinary loyalty of his comrades. They were willing to risk their lives for their leader. He moved with a swiftness born of desperation, his movements a blur. Another fighter questioned the nature of their leader, wondering what kind of person would inspire such devotion. The pressure continued to lessen, giving them a small window of opportunity. Seizing the moment, the warrior launched a powerful counterattack. The impact was brutal, sending shockwaves through the air. Blood splattered across the ground as the battle reached its climax. The sheer power displayed was undeniable. In a single strike, he had decimated half of their 2,000-man army. It wasn't mere luck. He had utterly overpowered a fire realm master. Seeing the carnage, the remaining soldiers were urged to retreat, to save themselves from certain death. Meanwhile, a young woman wept, inconsolable in the face of such devastation. The young family head of the Tang clan acknowledged his culpability, knowing he would one day atone for his actions. His opponent, however, remained unyielding, stating that even thousands of lives would be insufficient to stop him. A woman, her face etched with grim determination, prepared for a desperate measure. She realized she had no other choice. The young man watched, wondering what she was about to do. She was about to unleash the Inferno Lotus technique. The Inferno erupted, engulfing her target in a wave of searing flames. With Lady Yonhee's demise, the battle reached its climax. Amidst the Inferno, a grim determination settled upon Yomyang's face. He knew the odds. None would survive to recount this battle. But even as a woman nearby wept openly, her despair was met with a chilling declaration. It didn't matter. He would be the first to fall, he mused, already anticipating his arrival in the afterlife. The name Tang, Yonmyang, echoed in the silence. A figure cloaked in shadow stood amidst a fiery tempest, a single word echoing in the desolate expanse. What? The intensity of the flames intensified, engulfing the figure as a powerful force was unleashed. Seal Ryong, his face contorted in a grimace, stood before his adversaries. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? A woman with dark hair and piercing eyes responded with chilling resolve. Consequences? If I can avenge Mak Inhu, I'd do far worse. It's only regrettable that I can't do more due to my lack of power. A solemn figure observed the unfolding events, lamenting. It's a shame that I won't be able to witness the death of the Tang family's young lord myself. She continued, her voice laced with grim determination. But I trust the Lord will exact vengeance. A surge of fiery energy erupted, signaling a powerful counterattack. The woman moved with lethal precision, her blade flashing. Her face, contorted in anguish, reflected the weight of her actions. Amidst the chaos, another figure, cloaked in darkness, moved swiftly. A young man with light pink hair prepared to unleash his power, the word absorb echoing in his mind. A wave of intense energy consumed him as he prepared for a final, desperate act. A powerful energy surged from the warrior's fist, a blinding flash of light and heat. He had committed a grave offense, not only harming an innocent person, but also sullying the honor and sacrifice of a swordsman. His opponent, enraged, condemned the act as a transgression against the very pride of someone who deserved respect, even in death. The fallen warrior, defiant even in defeat, was warned against seeking a peaceful end. She vowed to continue fighting, despite the odds. Though he acknowledged her resolve, the man stated that her fate was not his to decide, but rather that of her lord. He questioned whether her actions would earn her forgiveness. She vehemently denied any possibility of forgiveness, her resolve unwavering. Her opponent, unmoved, declared that she would die by the hand of her lord that day. He threatened to begin by tearing her mouth apart. A triumphant laugh echoed across the battlefield as the young man watched the chaos unfold. Suddenly, a new arrival was announced. Dust swirled in the courtyard, the aftermath of a brutal conflict. A lone figure, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the chaos. He turned, revealing a grim expression etched onto his face. His shoulders slumped with exhaustion. Suddenly, a voice pierced the silence, a cry of Lord. The warrior looked up, his eyes widening in surprise as he saw the source of the call. He had fallen, defeated, but not yet dead. A new figure emerged from the shadows, their face obscured by a dark mask. The newcomer was identified as the Lord of the Black Death Alliance. His subordinates had fought to the death out of loyalty, not just blind obedience. They believed dying fighting was a better fate than facing the wrath to come. The Lord of the Black Death Alliance strode purposefully towards the fallen warrior. Two figures watched from the shadows, their faces grim with concern. One of the onlookers noticed a strange object on the ground, a dagger unlike any she had ever seen. The other whispered, questioning the nature of the approaching figure. Is he even human? Neither Mirako nor Yanjiang could withstand the overwhelming force of the attack. The sheer power was evident in the devastation left behind. He knew that if it came to a fight, he would have to face it alone. His gaze remained fixed on the approaching figure. His eyes were locked on the figure, unable to tear themselves away. He was shocked. When had he arrived? The figure stood tall and imposing, his face obscured by shadow. A gasp escaped the onlookers. Lord, that's him. A voice filled with rage boomed. Do you not hear the cries for vengeance? The young lord of the Tang family had been slain, and the young lady had been harmed. The weight of this knowledge was heavy. He watched, helpless, as the scene unfolded before him. The figure turned, his back to the onlookers. A woman's voice cut through the silence. What are you doing? You must fight. But he seemed to ignore her, his enemy standing directly before him. Where are you going, Lord? A fierce battle raged. One warrior, clad in dark gray, stood defiant against the tide of opponents. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Lord! The warrior paused, his gaze distant and filled with despair. Everything is meaningless, he muttered. A woman's voice shrieked. Meaningless? This is about avenging our dead. He turned, his face etched with grief. His allies urged him to return to the fight. Ignoring them, he continued, You must kill this bastard. Another warrior, impatient, snapped, Stop flapping your mouth. Even my patience has its limits. Stay silent before I rip your tongue out. The young man remained resolute, his expression grim. The situation had escalated beyond expectations. The plan to kill the heirs had been to draw attention away from a larger demonic cult attack. But the death of the Lord's daughter changed everything. It was no longer a justified cause. It had become a personal vendetta. A concerned voice asked, Where are you going? He knew that if he left, the Tang family would be in danger. He needed to see this through, instructing others to retreat and wait. He had felt it, a tremor in the very fabric of the earth, a ripple of power unlike anything he'd ever encountered. The Black Death Alliance leader, a man said to have even overwhelmed Tewa Jinin, was a force to be reckoned with. But even so, the young lord of the Tang family remained resolute. He wouldn't go to fight. If the lord had any reason left, he wouldn't kill someone who came to talk. Yet, the question lingered. What if it came to a fight? He would risk his life if it threatened his family. The grim news arrived, delivered by a grief-stricken servant. They had done everything to save the young lady. But the injuries were not only on the surface. Deep inside her body, the damage was extensive. Given her frail constitution, it was a tragedy. She had passed away. The image of Yonhee, her bright smile, was a stark contrast to the weight of the news. The leader of the Black Death Alliance received the devastating news. His subordinate, Giljun, was named a successor should he fall. The grieving father made a final request, that Yonhee be raised as his own daughter. The weight of loss shattered him. He felt something inside him break. He had sought power to prevent loss, a strength born from tragedy. The memory of his sister's broken doll, a symbol of his past failure, haunted him. His path had led him to guide his sworn brothers into the Fire Realm, forging a formidable alliance. He had amassed the loyalty of those hungry for power, building a force capable of great things. Yet it was all for naught. In the end, tragedy struck in places beyond his reach. The memory of Yonhee's grief, her tears over a broken toy, now resonated deeply within him. He understood her pain, a pain he felt mirroring his own. The weight of his past failures was almost unbearable. He hadn't even realized the suffering of those closest to him. But regrets were meaningless. His focus shifted to preventing future mistakes. The pain was overwhelming, a grief that threatened to consume him. Yet, a steely resolve hardened his gaze. He would eliminate any threat to his people, no matter the cost. Sentimentality was a weakness. Only eradication would ensure their safety. A young man, his face set with grim determination, prepared for action. A grand, imposing structure loomed before them, its dark silhouette stark against the twilight sky. The air crackled with an unspoken tension. A young man, his gaze fixed on the building, was suddenly addressed. Did you know dragons are real? He looked surprised. Dragons? Aren't they just mythical creatures? I don't believe in legends. Usually, it's just a nickname given to prodigies. The speaker corrected him. I'm not talking about some human nickname. I mean an actual dragon, as a species. The young man's eyes widened. What are you trying to say? A fiery image erupted, depicting a monstrous, reptilian form. That Black Death Alliance leader, he's not human. The image resolved into a magnificent, serpentine creature. He's what you call a dragon. The young man's expression shifted to one of disbelief and dawning comprehension. He stared, his mind reeling from the revelation. A voice explained, dragons don't start out in their full form. A majestic dragon emerged from the mist, its scales shimmering. They're born when the energy of heaven and earth comes together, taking the shape of a human child. As they live through experiences, they transform into a true dragon. Most adult dragons sleep for hundreds of years, but when they wake up and cause chaos. A colossal dragon unleashed a torrent of fire, capable of devastating entire nations. He questioned the evidence presented, deeming the claim of the Alliance leader being a dragon as mere speculation. The immense, ethereal being before him was undeniable proof of dragon's existence. He pondered the reasons behind his continued service to Manhwa. Humans, lacking the ability to sense the unique energy of dragons, often fail to recognize them. However, as a supernatural being, he possessed the sensitivity to perceive a dragon's energy. Their collaboration in hunting down malevolent dragons was a shared history. The revelation that his ancestor hunted dragons shocked him. The more he heard, the more difficult it became to believe, yet the source's age lent it credibility. He contemplated the immense strength required to hunt dragons. He questioned whether his skills were sufficient to face a dragon. Not all dragons are inherently evil. The Azure Dragon was a rare exception. Manhwa, unaware of dragons, mistakenly judged the Azure Dragon as dangerous and killed it. Following a significant conflict, the hunters who had previously collaborated with the Azure Dragon found themselves at odds with those who sought to capture evil dragons. It was only later that Manhwa understood the gravity of his error in slaying the Azure Dragon. His remorse led him to dedicate himself to hunting evil dragons as a form of atonement. As he explained, dragons aren't born inherently good or evil. Their nature is shaped by their experiences and the influences around them. They coexist with humans, forming bonds and attachments. However, if negative emotions overwhelm them, they can transform into fearsome, malevolent beings. Yeon, still grappling with the implications of this revelation, questioned the nature of dragon morality. The leader of the Black Death Alliance, having lost his brother and daughter, was on the brink of becoming an evil dragon. This transformation was imminent, a terrifying prospect. A messenger arrived, bearing a request from the Tang family's young lord for a meeting. He agreed to the meeting, sensing that it might be an opportunity to resolve misunderstandings. A young man with striking pink hair and intense eyes observed the scene before him. He seemed to be waiting patiently, his expression unreadable. He was clearly assessing the situation, his gaze sharp and calculating. The man he was waiting for was desperate enough to walk into a lion's den. The man in question, with long silver hair and piercing eyes, finally arrived. He was the leader, but not human. He was a dragon. He began his confession, explaining how he had used the adopted daughter of the Hall's leader as a hostage to force a duel. His confession continued, detailing how he had been forced into a life-or-death battle. The intensity of his words was matched by the violent energy he unleashed. The force of the attack left the leader coughing, his title barely audible. A plea for understanding was made, a desperate attempt to be heard. The young man's response was swift and decisive. There was no need for further discussion. He questioned the other's fear, noting the deceased Yeonhee must have felt the same terror before her death. He recognized the traces of the flame art on Yeonhee's body, confirming his suspicions. The young man vowed that this wouldn't end quickly, fueled by his brother's manipulation and death. He considered the implications of his adversary's words, a chilling threat echoing in his mind. The pain Yeonhee had endured was nothing compared to what awaited him. His opponent, the young lord of the Tang family, remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. The reason for his delayed vengeance was revealed. Yeonhee, despite appearing healthy, suffered from an incurable disease that prevented her from practicing martial arts. Even the slightest exertion caused her to cough up blood, a grim testament to her condition. Despite the best efforts of renowned physicians and potent medicines, her illness proved insurmountable. The silver-haired man explained his desperate hope that the Tang family's unique poisons, known as Idok Jedok, might offer a cure. But now, Yeonhee, the one they had hoped to save, was dead. With that hope extinguished, the silver-haired man saw no reason to spare the Tang family. He pressed his attack, unmoved by the young lord's attempts to reason with him. The young lord warned him that he was merely a pawn in Simhwa Hall's scheme. The silver-haired man scoffed at the notion of manipulation, his anger burning fiercely. He found the young lord's attempts to justify his actions pathetic, a futile attempt to escape the consequences. The young lord, grief-stricken, revealed his losses, one in the past and now two more. His rage intensified, a vow of vengeance echoing in his heart. The silver-haired man made it clear. This was no longer about the Black Death Alliance. It was personal. The prelude to a conflict of immense proportions was set. It would begin with the Tang family. Nam Jin-soo, the silver-haired leader, stood poised, his expression grim. He warned his opponent to prepare. He explained that the forces of the Black Death Alliance were already en route to the Tang family estate. His plan was to swiftly eliminate his current opponent and then join them. A blinding flash of light and energy erupted as the battle commenced. Nam Jin-soo intended to finish quickly and return to the main assault. He revealed the deep-seated anger fueling his actions, the loss of his brother to the righteous sects. He listed the names of various martial arts factions, Qingcheng, Wudong, and Amei. He recounted how he had personally destroyed those sects that had accepted his brother's death. This time, he declared it was the Tang family's turn, but it wouldn't end there. His plan was to eliminate all martial arts factions in the Central Plains to prevent future threats. From now on, the world would fear his wrath. The imposing Tang family estate stood silhouetted against the darkening sky, its intricate architecture a stark contrast to the ominous clouds gathering overhead. Inside, a woman with striking pink hair, her expression etched with worry, sipped tea, her thoughts far away from the delicate porcelain cup. She wondered if Youmyong was all right, a subtle tremor in her hand betraying her anxiety. Suddenly, a frantic servant burst into the room, her words laced with panic. Wenjin, a stern-faced man, demanded an explanation amidst the growing unease. The servant, her eyes wide with terror, could only gasp, "We're under attack." A wave of black-clad figures, identified as members of the Black Death Alliance, had swarmed the Tang estate. Chaos erupted as the warriors clashed, their blades flashing in the dim light. Wenjin, despite his age, fought bravely, his movements precise and deadly. The pink-haired woman watched in horror, her face a mask of fear and helplessness. A desperate cry pierced the din of battle. Youmyong, a figure, cloaked in shadow, moved with terrifying speed towards the heart of the conflict. The battle raged. Youmyong, his movements a blur, unleashed a flurry of strikes against his opponent. Each blow was precise, each aimed to exploit a weakness. Even the seasoned warrior watching was astonished by the speed and precision of Youmyong's attack. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was throwing everything he had at his opponent, every lethal move he knew, using his strong sword to its fullest potential. His attack sent a shockwave through the Tang family estate, the force of the blow causing a visible tremor in the very ground beneath his feet. The impact of the attack was devastating, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Despite the ferocity of the attack, his opponent remained unyielding, deflecting every blow with ease. As expected, his brother had been outmatched. This technique was superior even to the sword techniques he had taught him. Youmyong's face showed a mixture of determination and grim resolve. One of his eyes glowed with an unnatural, fiery light. His opponent's body and internal energy allowed for continuous attacks, making him a relentless foe. He was deflecting every single one of Youmyong's strikes with unnerving precision. Even now, in the midst of battle, the opponent was analyzing and measuring Youmyong's sword techniques, adapting to his every move. He decided to change his tactics. He would move at a speed his opponent's eyes couldn't react to. With a burst of speed, Youmyong launched a final, decisive attack. The swordsman lunged, his blade a silver streak against the backdrop of swirling dust and shadow. His opponent met the attack with a blur of motion, deflecting the blow with effortless grace. The clash of steel echoed through the air, a symphony of sparks and near misses. He stumbled back, momentarily off balance, but quickly recovered his footing. Youmyong noted that he hadn't blocked everything, a subtle unease settling in his gut. His opponent's movements were almost preternatural, as if he could predict every strike before it landed. Youmyong realized his sword's path was being anticipated, a chilling realization. He wondered if the unsettling glint in his opponent's eyes held the answer. A powerful counterattack came, forcing Youmyong to raise a defensive barrier. Nam Jinsu's face contorted in a snarl of fury and exertion. He unleashed a devastating blow, sending Youmyong reeling. Youmyong crashed to the ground, the impact jarring him to his core. He stood over his fallen opponent, the weight of victory heavy on his shoulders. Nam Jinsu's breath hitched in ragged gasps. His eyes, however, held no triumph. Instead, a chilling premonition settled in his gut. A sudden, sharp pain shot through his side, a searing reminder of the battle's toll. He staggered back, clutching at the wound. His vision swam. From the corner of his eye, he saw a flicker of movement, a blur of motion, too fast to track, too swift to comprehend. The world exploded in a kaleidoscope of light and shattering stone. Debris rained down around him, a testament to the raw power unleashed. He felt a searing heat, a burning sensation that spread through his body. The ground trembled beneath him, the very earth seeming to reject his presence. He landed hard, the impact jarring his already wounded body. Youmyong's eyes snapped open, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. Nam Jinsu's eyes, blazing with an unnatural orange light, were a terrifying sight. His face, partially obscured by shadow, showed the strain of battle. He lunged, a blur of motion, his attack aimed at Youmyong. The younger warrior barely had time to react. Youmyong parried the blow, his own blade meeting Nam Jinsu's with a deafening clang. Sparks flew as the two weapons collided. The force of the impact sent tremors through the ground. Both fighters braced themselves for the next assault. A flurry of blows followed, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Each strike was met with equal force, neither warrior giving an inch. The battle raged, a chaotic dance of death. The air crackled with energy, the ground beneath them trembling. Suddenly, Nam Jinsu unleashed a powerful attack, a wave of energy that sent Youmyong reeling. He was thrown back, crashing into a nearby wall. Dust and debris filled the air as he struggled to regain his footing. Despite the blow, Youmyong rose to his feet, his eyes burning with determination. He would not yield. He charged forward, his blade a silver streak against the darkening sky. Nam Jinsu met his advance. The clash of their blades echoed through the ravaged landscape. The fight was far from over. Nam Jinsu, his face grim, acknowledged Youmyong's skill. Incredible. I never thought the fight would be this even. Youmyong, panting slightly, reflected on his own progress. I thought I had fully grasped the principles of martial arts and reached the pinnacle. He needed to rethink his strategy. The battle had reached a critical juncture. His opponent, a formidable warrior, saw Youmyong as a valuable stepping stone to further enhance his own abilities. It was hard to believe, but the young man's talent was undeniable. Even under relentless pressure, the warrior was not only responding to Youmyong's attacks, but also meticulously studying them. He seemed to have found something interesting. Youmyong, however, was beginning to enjoy the challenge. The warrior's azure light technique wasn't at full power, and his sword was starting to strain under repeated use. His opponent noticed Youmyong's momentary distraction. A powerful energy surged from Youmyong. The warrior countered with his Black Death Palm technique. The clash of their powers was earth-shattering. The attack was swift, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. A flash of light, and then a resounding clang as steel met steel. He parried the blow, but the force sent him reeling. His opponent pressed their advantage, a relentless assault. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling on his face. This was no ordinary opponent. With a sudden burst of speed, he countered, his blade a silver streak across the battlefield. His face contorted in pain, sweat beading on his brow. The sheer power of his opponent's strikes was overwhelming. He stumbled back, his breath ragged. He needed a new strategy, and fast. He scoffed. Cheap martial arts won't work here. His opponent smirked. Recently, I've had quite the enlightening experience. I'm curious how you'll handle this one. He unleashed a new technique, a surge of fiery energy erupting from his palm. The impact was devastating, a shockwave of energy ripping through the air. He sneered. Even you won't be able to withstand the subduing righteous divine art. It was a martial art based on the supreme method of amplifying true energy. Nam Jinsu watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, as the amplified energy emanating from his opponent began to wane. He had unleashed the subduing righteous divine art, a technique of immense power, yet it seemed to be faltering. It was gradually fading. Could this be it? The energy, once a blinding torrent, now resembled a dying star, its light dimming. He saw his opponent, Youmyong, stumble, the strain evident on his face. The amplified energy was clearly taking its toll. Youmyong's face was contorted in pain, his eyes bloodshot. The dark markings on his skin pulsed faintly. Despite the pain, Youmyong moved with surprising speed, his movements fluid and precise. He was preparing for a counterattack. He launched himself forward, his movements a blur of motion. His blades flashed, aimed at Nam Jinsu. Nam Jinsu's eyes widened in alarm as he saw the attack coming. He barely had time to react. The impact was devastating. Nam Jinsu staggered back, blood spraying from a deep wound across his chest. What the hell? He gasped, clutching his side. The searing pain was a constant reminder of Nam Jinsu's brutal attack, but a newfound clarity shone in his eyes. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched himself forward, his movements a blur of controlled fury. His blade sang as it sliced through the air. The attack was swift and precise, a culmination of everything he had learned, honed to perfection in the face of death itself. Nam Jinsu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had underestimated his opponent, believing Youmyong to be merely a stepping stone. His words echoed in the air. You said you'd use me as a stepping stone to reach a higher level? Youmyong smirked, a grim satisfaction playing on his lips. Sorry, he said, but that's not happening. The final blow landed with devastating force. Nam Jinsu crumpled to the ground, defeated. His opponent stood over him, victorious. The one who's going to die here today is you. A vast, icy chasm split the landscape, a torrent of frozen water cascading down its jagged walls. Youmyong, his face grim, tested a new technique. It was a risky improvisation, born of desperation. To his astonishment, it worked. He had found a way to manipulate the very nature of his energy. This breakthrough held the potential to revolutionize his fighting style, allowing him to unleash the full power of his past life swordsmanship without the debilitating side effects. The raw power surged through him, threatening to overwhelm his body. However, by transforming the destructive force into a potent poison, he could channel it without self-harm. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike imbued with this newly discovered power. The technique proved effective, allowing him to fight without fear of his blood vessels deteriorating. But the strain was immense. A wave of doubt washed over him. Was this the end? He pushed himself further, his body screaming in protest. His opponent, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the assault, recovered and retaliated. Yeomyang was caught off guard. A powerful figure emerged, challenging Yeomyang. The swordsman found himself suspended before a colossal, shadowy figure. And talk about killing me, the figure boomed, its voice echoing with menace. He reacted instantly, launching a furious counterattack. His blade flashed, a blur of motion against the darkness. The clash of steel echoed through the desolate landscape. He was thrown back, the force of the impact sending him tumbling. Despite the blow, he rose to his feet, his eyes burning with determination. His opponent, a formidable warrior, grunted. I can't get close so easily. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and fury. With a powerful surge, the warrior unleashed a devastating blow. The impact sent tremors through the ground. Dust and debris filled the air as the two combatants clashed once more. The swordsman parried, his blade meeting his opponent's with a deafening clang. He tumbled through the air, a whirlwind of dark gray fabric and black hair, the impact of the blow sending tremors through his body. His opponent, a towering figure cloaked in shadow, loomed over him, a cruel smile twisting his lips. With a guttural roar, the shadowy figure unleashed another devastating attack. Yeomyang, despite the pain, met his attacker's gaze with defiance. He scoffed. Did you really think that would give you a chance of victory? The shadowy figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the battlefield. Nothing's going to change. You're going to die here, and the Tang family will be completely destroyed today. Yeomyang, his eyes narrowed, responded with a single word, you. He smirked, a glint of steel in his eyes. You're underestimating my family too much. The words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the brutal reality of the battle. The Tang family's warriors were not weak. Indeed, as if summoned by his words, reinforcements arrived, trained and ready for battle. Since I became the young lord, I've trained them thoroughly. A new figure emerged, her presence radiating power. And more importantly, you're not the only ones with masters at the Fire Realm. The tide of battle began to shift, a wave of light and energy erupting from the newcomer. The warrior, battered but unbowed, watched as a blinding light erupted from the heart of the conflict. He saw a woman, her face etched with determination, shouting encouragement to her comrades. They would hold the line until their leader returned. Meanwhile, a contingent of reinforcements, their faces obscured by shadow, moved swiftly into position. Their leader barked a command. Show them. Their arrival was a declaration of intent. The Tang family would not be defeated as easily as before. The warrior's eyes narrowed. He knew that the ones who would fall today would not be his family. A fierce opponent, his face contorted in rage, lunged at him. It would be him, the warrior knew, who would face this onslaught. The warrior met the attack head-on, his movements a blur of controlled fury. A wave of energy, cold and sharp as ice, erupted from his blade. The force of the blow shattered the earth around his opponent. The attack continued, a relentless storm of ice and steel. His adversary, his face a mask of pain and disbelief, roared in defiance. He challenged the warrior, questioning his right to fight. The warrior, his face contorted in a mask of fury, unleashed a devastating blow. His blade sliced through the air, leaving a crimson trail in its wake. He roared, his voice filled with grief and rage, recounting the injustices he had suffered. The weight of his brother's death and Yeonhee's demise fueled his attack. His opponent, a figure of imposing stature, met his gaze with cold defiance. He scoffed at the warrior's threat, daring him to finish what he started. The challenge hung heavy in the air. The warrior, fueled by his fury, prepared to strike again. With a renewed burst of speed, the warrior lunged forward, his blade a blur of motion. The impact was earth-shattering. The force of the collision sent shock waves rippling through the ground. The warrior staggered back, his body racked with pain. He had taken a significant blow. A small, ethereal creature appeared beside him, urging him to regain his composure. Its words were a mixture of concern and encouragement. The creature revealed a powerful bond with the warrior, stating that their fates were intertwined. A surge of energy pulsed within the warrior's eyes, a sign of his awakening power. He stood, his form renewed, a newfound strength coursing through his veins. The battle was far from over, but he was ready. He stared, disbelief etched onto his features. A powerful blow had sent him reeling, but this... Nearby, a smaller figure watched, a knowing glint in its eyes. It had anticipated this outcome. The opponent smirked, confident in his victory. His technique had weakened Yeomyang, leaving him vulnerable. But Yeomyang's rage burned brighter than ever. He would not yield. With a surge of adrenaline, he launched a desperate counterattack, a whirlwind of motion. The blow landed, but not as expected. His opponent cried out in pain. From the chaos, a figure emerged, moving with impossible speed. A wave of energy followed her. The warrior felt a surge of power, an unfamiliar energy coursing through his veins. Even with reinforcements, the battle was far from over. The enemy outnumbered them significantly. Explosions rocked the battlefield as the conflict intensified. Casualties mounted on both sides. A leader surveyed the scene, her expression grim. She knew decisive action was needed. Her eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the approaching battle. A warrior gripped his sword, preparing for the inevitable clash. His gaze was fixed on the approaching enemy, a formidable figure whose presence radiated power. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of the conflict. The sheer scale of the battle was overwhelming. Countless figures clashed amidst a maelstrom of energy. From a distance, a concerned observer watched, their worry palpable. They questioned the intensity of the conflict, wondering if it could truly be the result of a mere human struggle. Amidst the chaos, a name was called out: Yeomyong. The force of the attack sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Yeomyong, his face marred by wounds, gritted his teeth, analyzing the devastating technique he had just witnessed. He recognized the technique as sword strike annihilation, a move on par with his own most powerful attack. Even if the opponent was not human, their ability to withstand the weakening effect of the sword strike was remarkable. But to analyze and recreate such a technique in the midst of battle was truly astonishing. A powerful figure emerged from the dust and smoke, their presence commanding. He knew the stakes. Failure meant the rise of an unstoppable monster. His battles had fueled his creativity, inspiring new martial arts. He had mastered his opponent's techniques, making them his own, yet it felt hollow. Even mastery felt meaningless in the face of such overwhelming power. His goal was not just victory, but to leave a legacy for those he cared about. But what was the point if everyone he protected would eventually fall? The harsh reality of the world dawned on him. Was this the natural order? For the strong to prey on the weak? He would not stand idly by. He vowed to stop them, no matter the cost. His opponent declared their intention to become the new law. They would stand above all. He would become the ruler of this world. A tranquil landscape unfolded at dawn, the sun rising over a range of rolling hills. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the earth, shaking the very ground. The light intensified, forming a colossal explosion of energy. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling outwards. A figure silhouetted against the blinding light braced themselves against the impact. The figure was thrown back by the sheer power of the blast. They crashed into the earth, the impact creating a small crater. Another figure, eyes wide with shock, watched from a distance. He unleashed a powerful counterattack, a wave of energy blasting towards the source of the explosion. The attacker, a monstrous figure, emerged from the dust and debris. A fiery blast erupted from the monster's maw. The young man, witnessing the unbelievable power, muttered to himself, "This is insane. This isn't even in the realm of martial arts anymore, is it?" He realized that even a slight delay in his reaction would have been fatal. He realized, with a grimace, that he'd been incredibly close to death. The sheer power of his opponent's technique had momentarily stunned him. But there was no time to dwell on his near-death experience. He needed to counterattack, and quickly. A voice called out from above, guiding him. The young man looked up, the fiery debris raining down around him. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. He recognized a monstrous form emerging from the dust and smoke. It was a creature of immense power, wielding a technique known as the Black Snake Palm. It was a legacy passed down to him, a crude technique refined over time. The creature before him was the result of dark arts, created by someone who never truly understood martial arts. But he had modified the technique, making it his own. He had refined it, transforming it into something worthy of his name. The creature lunged, unleashing a devastating attack. The young man watched in disbelief as a swirling vortex of energy appeared before him. A monstrous, shadowy figure loomed, its form vaguely serpentine, exuding an aura of immense power. The creature lunged, its movements impossibly fast. The attacker was identified as wielding the true Black Snake Palm, a technique beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. He declared it his ultimate technique. Yeomyong, his eyes blazing with defiance, challenged the attacker. He warned that even a direct confrontation would be perilous. The full force of the attack would cause widespread devastation. Despite the danger, Yeomyong's companion urged him to gather his venomous energy. His companion questioned his sanity in facing such an attack head-on. He knew that the impact would shake the earth, potentially killing countless innocents. His companion offered to provide the venomous energy needed to counter the attack. The companion urged Yeomyong to survive, regardless of the outcome. Yeomyong resolved to counter the attack with his own true power. He prepared to unleash a power capable of neutralizing the overwhelming force of his opponent's attack. Yeomyong, his face grim, realized that annihilation alone wouldn't suffice. He needed a far more potent technique, one capable of piercing his opponent's defenses and ending the fight with a single, decisive blow. He pleaded, a desperate plea barely audible above the clash of steel and the roar of the conflict. A voice, calm amidst the chaos, urged him to persevere. Just a little longer. He gripped his sword, the rain lashing down as he prepared himself. The warrior braced himself, his muscles tense. The moment of truth arrived. He was about to unleash a devastating sword technique. With a furious burst of energy, the attack tore through the air. The technique, born from the image of piercing, was about to be unleashed. A swirling vortex of power erupted from the ground. The perfected martial art of piercing, a red sun against the blue sky in a single strike. The attack struck with blinding speed and force. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The aftermath of the battle was still smoldering. A figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed someone unseen. Boss. Meanwhile, in a village, a young thief was apprehended. I finally caught you, you barn thief. So you're the punk who's been stealing the grain mint for the villagers. The villagers, angered by the theft, confronted the young thief. A kid, already stealing at this age. You little brat, you're hopeless. Two figures, seemingly members of a sect, approached the scene. One of them, a burly man, threatened the thief. Now let's see how well you take a taste of my fist. One of the sect members observed the thief's condition. That kid, look at his body. The other sect member sighed, commenting on the increasing number of orphans joining their ranks. At this rate, people will start thinking the Black Death sect is a foster home. Hey, you brat, that's not how you eat that. The young thief, frightened, was taken by the sect members. Come with us. One of the sect members offered the thief a chance to start new. At the very least, you won't have to steal from the barn to fill your stomach. They asked the thief his name. By the way, what's your name? Since I didn't have a name, the boss gave me his surname and made me part of his family. A flashback revealed the thief's past. He became my teacher, teaching me the black snake palm technique as a means to defend myself, crude as it was. A woman, Yeonhee, spoke of her late boss's wishes. Boss, before you died, you entrusted Yeonhee to me. Yeonhee expressed her conflicted feelings. I wanted to be her support, just like you were for me, but now I don't know how I can face you. Yeomyong stared out at the horizon, a troubled expression etched onto his face. He confessed himself, I really don't know anymore. His adversary, a powerful figure, spoke with chilling resolve. The only thing I know how to do is to eliminate everything connected to Yeonhee and my brother's deaths. The impact of the attack left him reeling. His voice was a shocked whisper. How did he? He unleashed a furious counterattack, a whirlwind of motion. The technique he employed was known as the sky-piercing sunstrike. His opponent was astonished by the sheer power of the blow. He muttered, he really pierced through an attack of that size in a single strike. Even in Mueang Geek's era, there was no sword technique like this. Who the hell is this kid? His weapon, a demon-slaying sword, showed signs of breaking. He grimly assessed. Is this the limit? Despite the damage, he remained resolute. He addressed his sword. You've served me well, demon-slaying sword. He was far from defeated, his resolve hardening. He declared, but with only one arm, I still haven't completely defeated the Black Death Alliance leader. If I want to finish this for sure, now's my only chance. He urged his opponent, so, stick with me just a little longer. The warrior's face was grim, his determination unwavering. He launched a final, desperate attack. Yeomyong, despite his grievous wounds, stood defiant. Let's settle this once and for all, he declared, his voice strained but resolute. He unleashed a torrent of energy, a swirling vortex of azure power. The attack intensified, forming a spiraling column that pierced the very ground. The force of the blow shattered the earth, sending debris flying. The opponent, momentarily stunned, watched as the attack subsided. He felt a strange sensation, a weakening of his own power. His confusion turned to anger. Why? Why is my chi being chipped away by a mere dagger like that? He questioned, his voice laced with disbelief. His opponent, Yeomyong, simply responded with a grim, resolute no. Nam Jin-soo, fueled by rage, roared. I refuse to be defeated like this. My revenge. Observing his opponent's fury, Yeomyong noted, he's getting agitated. Nam Jin-soo prepared for counterattack. Opening. The two clashed once more, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The clash between Yeomyong and Nam Jin-soo reached its peak. A flurry of blows exchanged in a whirlwind of motion. Nam Jin-soo, his face contorted in a grimace, bore the brunt of Yeomyong's assault. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Despite the damage, Nam Jin-soo's rage intensified, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Even with a lost arm, his movements remained surprisingly fluid and powerful. It was revealed that the fragments of the demon-slaying sword embedded within him had been slowly chipping away at his chi, preventing a more devastating counterattack. Undeterred, Nam Jin-soo roared, declaring that he had not yet fallen. He acknowledged the end of the Black Death Alliance, but vowed to exact revenge for the meddling with his family. With a surge of power, he unleashed a devastating new technique, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The battle raged, a whirlwind of motion and energy. Two figures clashed, their movements a blur of speed and power. One combatant, his body racked with pain, gasped, "What is this technique?" My body is slowly deteriorating, decaying away. His opponent, seemingly unfazed, calmly replied, "That's right. Did you create a new technique in the middle of the fight?" The younger warrior explained, "Just as I used the intent of Fire Dragon to create the blazing venomous force." He had unleashed overwhelming energy to create a venomous force. He declared, "This is the end, Black Death Alliance leader." With a final surge of power, he moved to deliver the final blow. But his opponent, fueled by rage and grief, retorted, "But you should never have dared to attack my family." The older warrior, defiant even in defeat, challenged, "Do you think you have a right to say that?" He refused to die like this. He summoned a final burst of strength, a desperate attempt to survive. For Yonhee and his brother's sake, he would fight on and bring peace to their spirits. You're lucky you got through that without losing a limb. It wouldn't have been surprising if you'd ended up disabled after a fight like that. He scoffed, his gray eyes narrowed. "You're relentless, aren't you? Do you think venomous energy just pops out whenever you want? I'm already squeezed dry. Or do you want to go back to the jar?" His opponent, a man with short brown hair, smirked. "I didn't say I wouldn't give it." The scene shifted to show the brown-haired man, now holding a small, glowing creature. "Enough talking. Just hand it over already." He prepared to unleash the creature's power. The impact of the attack sent tremors through the ground. The brown-haired man was shocked. He had survived the venomous attack and transformed into a dragon. He wondered if the transformation was complete. Yeomyong gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I haven't gotten the venomous energy from Chonggak yet." He realized the danger of the situation. His opponent declared, "I'll kill you." But Yeomyong was already severely weakened. He urged Chonggak to rest. Chonggak, the dragon, paused, heeding the warning. He braced himself, the dust still settling around him after the ferocious exchange. His breath hitched in ragged gasps, his body screaming in protest. The monstrous form of his opponent loomed, a terrifying silhouette against the bruised sky. Yeomyong's eyes widened, recognizing the creature's immense power. His brother, his voice filled with remorse, apologized. The impact of the previous attack sent him tumbling, the ground shaking beneath him. He struggled to his feet, his face grim with determination. He was thrown back again, his head ringing. His opponent lunged, aiming a devastating blow. He gritted his teeth, bracing for the impact. A dragon horn, broken off in the fight, fell to the earth. He was advised to hold on to it. It was imbued with the dragon's spirit, a powerful refining material. He remained silent, lost in thought. A question arose. Was he feeling sympathy for his opponent? He was consumed by guilt. The weight of his inaction pressed down on him. He had possessed the power to save Yonhee, but his hesitation had cost a life. Initially, he had dismissed the conflict as a mere disagreement among the sects. The Black Death Alliance leader likely shared a similar assessment, trusting his subordinates but prepared to intervene if necessary. He believed he could resolve the situation at any time, a complacency that proved fatal. The dragon, sensing his emotional turmoil, questioned his sentimentality after their recent clash. The dragon reminded him that dwelling on past mistakes was futile. He should focus on the present and the kind of person he would become. His ancestor, Muing Geek, had made a similar mistake, judging solely on his experiences, leading to the death of a benevolent dragon. The dragon continued, emphasizing the importance of learning from past failures rather than succumbing to regret. He pondered his future self, the kind of person he would become. His companion, having expended his venomous energy to save him, expressed his frustration. The companion revealed that he had used every ounce of his venomous energy to keep him alive. "Is that so? At least say thanks, or something for all my trouble." The small dragon tilted its head, its large, luminous eyes fixed on Yeomyong. He vaguely remembered sharing his venomous energy with the young man. Without Yeomyong's intervention, he would have suffered a fatal wound. He felt a pang of gratitude. Yeomyong thanked the dragon sincerely, his words conveying genuine appreciation. The dragon's companion, however, offered a curt response, devoid of any warmth. He explained that Yeomyong was merely a tool to help distinguish dragons. His words were sharp, questioning Yeomyong's mental state after the recent battles. Yeomyong chuckled nervously, claiming it was a joke. But the dragon's companion remained unconvinced. A fierce battle raged. Bodies littered the ground, a testament to the brutal conflict. A powerful warrior, his body adorned with tribal markings, unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, the impact echoing in the aftermath. He watched, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. The clash of steel echoed through the air. A warrior, clad in crimson, moved with deadly grace, his blade ablur. The crimson warrior gritted her teeth, her focus unwavering. She needed to finish this before reinforcements arrived. A booming voice interrupted her concentration. "Are you really turning your attention elsewhere when I'm right here?" A powerful blow was exchanged, sending a shockwave through the air. She landed heavily, but quickly recovered, her eyes blazing with determination. Meanwhile, a group of strategists observed the battle from afar. They explained that the enemy's formation masters were busy clearing traps, making it difficult to enter. One of them warned that once the formation was broken, many more troops would arrive, along with the alliance leader. A confident voice echoed across the battlefield. Today, the Tang family will be wiped out for good. But before that could happen, a warrior declared, I'll take the honor of killing the Tang family's patriarch. The Crimson Warrior's face was grim, her resolve hardened. The clash of steel echoed across the battlefield. A masked warrior, his movements fluid and deadly, brought his blade down upon a towering foe. Nearby, a young woman watched, her face etched with concern. Warrior, Tang Jiazheng. The massive warrior, staggered by the blow, roared in fury. Who the hell is this fly? With a final, decisive strike, the masked warrior ended the fight. This is enough. As the dust settled, the warrior removed his mask, revealing a weary face. He reflected on his life, a life shunned by his clan. I've lived a life shunned by the clan for serving disgraceful elders. At least now, I can die with some dignity. His opponent's weapon lay discarded nearby, a testament to the battle's intensity. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over him. What's that presence behind me? He turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, wielding a long sword. What's standing behind me? The masked warrior gasped, his eyes widening in surprise. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, two figures observed the unfolding events. One of them, recognizing the masked warrior, exclaimed, Yo Miang. A third individual, clearly surprised, questioned the situation. Tang Zio Miang, but I thought Minjil killed that guy. Why is he here instead of Giljun? A group of individuals huddled together, assessing the situation. Take a closer look and see if anyone's missing. I already wiped out everyone who tried to break through the formation around the main house. He seethed, the barely contained fury evident in the set of his jaw. As much as he desired to end his opponent's life in that instant, a more pressing matter demanded his attention. His adversary, radiating an aura of unsettling green energy, offered a chilling proposition, a chance to withdraw his troops and depart, a mercy previously extended to others. The warrior's eyes narrowed. If this offer was refused, the consequences would be dire, a meeting with his alliance leader in the afterlife. The massive warrior turned to the slender young man beside him, his brow furrowed in concern. What about Giljun's side? He gestured towards the distant, swirling vortex of energy. Then, that incredible wave of energy, was it caused by a fight between you and Giljun? The warrior scoffed, his voice laced with disbelief. Nonsense. How could someone like you? His eyes narrowed, a grim expression settling on his face. Yes, the Black Death Alliance leader. The young man, his face etched with exhaustion, spoke quietly. I surpassed him and personally finished him off. The warrior's incredulity deepened. So you're saying Giljun was truly defeated? From a distance, a voice called out, cutting through the tension. Everyone, stop fighting. Another warrior, his face obscured by a mask, questioned, What are you saying? A narration box appeared, revealing a shocking truth. The supreme master of the unorthodox path was defeated by the young lord of the Tang clan. The masked warriors exchanged a look of dawning comprehension. Means only one thing, that he is a match for Giljun himself. The young warrior, Yo Miang, had just won a stunning victory. His last order to the fleeing soldiers was clear: abandon their weapons and flee for their lives. He watched them go, prioritizing their survival above all else. The weight of his victory settled heavily upon him. A figure emerged from the dust, a towering warrior with a massive blade. He questioned Yo Miang's decision not to flee. The warrior, despite his defeat, felt no true loss. His sworn brothers, who had shared his hardships, were his true concern. Even if it was only to vent his rage, the warrior felt it was his duty to draw his blade. Meanwhile, a young man with vibrant pink hair watched intently, a glint of determination in his eyes. He clenched his fists, a silent promise forming in his heart. A group of figures stood before a grand building, their leader speaking of his existence being tied to them. The warrior, despite his injuries, vowed to rejoin his comrades soon. A scream of pain echoed through the air. A young woman and a masked man watched the unfolding events with apprehension. A group of soldiers, their faces partially obscured, stood silhouetted against the setting sun, their expressions grim. Thus, the reign of the Black Death Alliance came to an abrupt end in a single day. The victor, Yo Miang, stood silhouetted against the setting sun, his back to the fallen enemy. He was summoned to a meeting. A man, seated behind a large desk, inquired, You asked to see me? A masked figure, seemingly unfazed by the loss of an arm, replied, How are you feeling? Losing an arm must be quite an inconvenience. I was trained to use both hands interchangeably from the start, so it doesn't bother me much. Elsewhere, a young man with pink hair sat pensively. The young man continued, I heard that thanks to you, my mother's life was saved. I wanted to at least thank you properly for that. The masked warrior responded, I only did my duty as a martial artist of the Tang clan. I sought no reward. Impressive, wasn't it? Even so, it was impressive. It's not as if we've always been on the best of terms, is it? The pink-haired youth demurred. No, certainly not. Anyway, merits must be rewarded. He then posed a question. Have you ever thought about learning the sword? The masked figure replied, with one arm, it must be difficult to throw daggers or handle poisons. The pink-haired man smiled knowingly. He offered a proposition. If you follow my guidance, I guarantee you'll become stronger than when you had both arms. A young man, dressed in dark gray and black, expressed his gratitude to his superior. The superior, seated behind a large wooden desk, instructed the young man on his next task. Meanwhile, an older man with a long white mustache and beard sat in a chair, looking weary. He sighed, lamenting the trouble caused by the young lord. The older man's expression shifted as he saw someone enter the room. He chuckled, correcting his previous statement. The older man was informed of the young lord's valiant efforts in battle. He admitted his desire to flee during the chaos. A young woman with vibrant green hair scolded him for his lack of focus. She noted that even Miss Mirio had participated in the battle. The older man and the young woman discussed the young lord's survival chances. The young woman expressed her unwavering belief in his return. She had faith in the young lord, a faith unwavering even in the face of overwhelming odds. There was no need to burden him with the details of their recent struggles. The older man, his face etched with worry, accepted their gratitude for upholding their word. He assured them of his full support in the Jeagle clan's recovery efforts. With a grateful but weary farewell, the man took his leave, leaving the weight of the clan's future in their hands. The elder's relief was palpable. To hear such words from someone he had always feared was unexpected. He reflected on the young lord's transformation, noting a change in his demeanor. A stern warning was issued. Desertion during a crisis would not be tolerated. The elder, though relieved, still felt a lingering unease. Fortunately, the main clan had suffered minimal damage during the recent conflict. With most matters resolved, the elder turned his attention to the next task. The only remaining issue was 2 days later in the Black Death Alliance fortress basement. The sheer amount of treasure was staggering, enough to sustain the clan for decades. They marveled at the unimaginable riches stockpiled within the fortress. A grizzled warrior, his face etched with the weight of a sudden revelation, muttered, "Now I understand why the Black Death Alliance never expanded beyond Sichuan." The reason was simple. Giljun, the leader, had ruled over the unorthodox sects without seeking territorial expansion. Instead, he had amassed an unimaginable fortune, a mountain of gold and riches that filled the entire cavern. A young man, his gaze distant and thoughtful, observed the scene. He knew that Giljun's actions were not driven by greed. The warrior continued, explaining that the vast treasure was likely the bare minimum requirement to sustain the many who sought Giljun's teachings. Jin, a high-ranking member of the Jeagle clan, addressed his subordinates. He instructed them to move all valuables to the main family. Their attention turned to a deeper area within the fortress. It appeared to be a library, though strangely empty. Despite the shelves, not a single book was in sight. One of the young men, however, noticed something peculiar. He picked up a book, its cover bearing a unique symbol. The young man carefully examined the book, his expression thoughtful. Meanwhile, another figure, cloaked in shadow, meticulously documented their findings. The young man, having just finished reading, let out a sigh. He had discovered the truth behind the Azure Fortress sect's downfall. To ensure the restoration of their martial arts lineage was impossible, their techniques were not only destroyed, but studied to counter them. The scene depicted a fiery battle, the remnants of the Azure Fortress sect's base consumed by flames. This was done to humiliate and mock what they once stood for. All counter techniques to those arts had been compiled here. He carefully examined the book, its cover bearing a unique symbol. The young man pondered the sheer volume of martial arts knowledge contained within those few books. This place predated the Black Death Alliance fortress. It was once the base of the Azure Fortress sect, a sect with centuries of tradition and martial depth. Yet, in a rejection of their legacy, he discarded every book but his own writings. He scoffed at the immense arrogance of such a claim. It turned out to be shallow at best. Their martial arts couldn't even fill 10 volumes. The techniques of those who acted so high and mighty while belittling others amounted to nothing. Following the decisive victory against the Black Death Alliance, the Tang clan initiated efforts to restore order to the turbulent Sichuan province. Simultaneously, a conflict ignited in Qinghai, pitting the demonic cult against the Kunlun sect. The cult's ambition was to push into the Central Plains. The Kunlun sect fought valiantly, but they were heavily outnumbered. One warrior fell, screaming in defiance. Among the Kunlun forces was Gakun, a formidable elder known for his mastery of fire techniques and ruthless efficiency in combating the demonic cult. The demonic cult, a vast organization rivaling the combined strength of the 9 great sects, proved a relentless foe. Reinforcements from the joint sect and the Tang clan arrived, bolstering the Kunlun forces. With the arrival of the joint sect's powerful forces in Tihio, the Fire Realm Master, the tide began to turn. The combined might of Gakun, Tihio, and the reinforcements pushed back the demonic cult, forcing a temporary retreat. The war's balance shifted in favor of the righteous factions. Among the Sichuan Tang clan's reinforcements was a figure whose presence would soon drastically alter the course of the conflict. This individual, whose twisted nature was evident in their cruel demeanor, was far more sinister than initially perceived. Their actions threatened to upend the entire situation. The arrival of this unexpected figure caused shock and disbelief among the assembled forces. Elder, he had just finished addressing the assembled warriors, his words carrying the weight of a difficult decision. There was no need for two leaders within a single group. The blacksmith, a man of considerable size and obvious strength, glared intensely. He seemed to be considering a proposition. The offer was simple, to work as a smith for the Tang clan. He seemed pleased but hesitant. He would be honored, of course, but a question hung in the air, a polite but pointed inquiry about the legendary demon-slaying sword. The blacksmith's face fell. He revealed the devastating truth. The sword was broken. The news spread like wildfire. A young man, nearby, reacted with shock. The blacksmith, still reeling from the revelation, looked around in confusion. Despite the loss, the blacksmith found a measure of peace. The sword had served its purpose. Meanwhile, a high-ranking figure surveyed the aftermath of the battle, a grim satisfaction on his face. He had sent the leader of the Black Death Alliance to the afterlife. He approached the young man, explaining that only someone of his skill could have crafted such a renowned sword, and that is why he had come to personally recruit him. A figure, cloaked in shadow, approached a traditional-style building. Their voice, calm yet firm, carried on the breeze. "There's something I'd like to show you. May I come in for a moment?" Inside, two young men reacted with alarm to the strange object presented to them. What is this?" One of them, a man with pink hair, explained. It would take a long time to explain, but to put it simply, this is the horn of a mystical beast. The older man, his face etched with worry, recounted his attempts to forge the horn into a sword. He had asked the Tang clan smiths for help, but no matter how high the furnace temperature was raised, the horn would not melt. He looked troubled. "What's the matter? You look troubled." He responded, "Forgive me. I was lost in thought for a moment." The reason for the horn's unyielding nature was revealed. It carried spiritual energy and couldn't be forged using ordinary methods. The entire forging process would need to be reimagined. The older man pondered. It may sound absurd, but isn't a mystical beast ultimately still a living creature? The younger man, insightful, offered a solution. If exposed to extreme cold, it might react as if it were experiencing intense heat. There's logic in that. Everything in existence operates within the principles of yin and yang. Just as a yang metal blade is tempered with its opposing element, fire, a yin attribute like this horn might respond to its complementary element, cold. He continued, "We'll only know if we try. I can infuse it with cold energy easily, thanks to the cold energy I gathered when saving Miss Miso." The young man, lost in thought, spoke of his plans. "I've had plenty to spare. Speaking of which, I haven't visited her since returning to the main family. I'll have to check on her once this is done." With a burst of icy energy, he began the forging process. The young man watched, his eyes wide with disbelief, as the horn reacted to the hammer. It seemed to be reacting to the blows, a subtle shift in its form. He was cautioned against touching it with bare hands. A powerful strike from the hammer sent sparks flying. The smith's eyes widened in astonishment. The horn had deformed under the impact. The cold energy was causing a change in the horn structure. He decided to leave the forging to the expert. A dagger, he decided, would suffice. The length of the blade was of little consequence to him. The purpose of the weapon was paramount. The previous demon-slaying sword had served its purpose well. Now it was time for a blade forged by his own hands. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, watched intently. Emperor Xuanzong's advisor, Ma Yui, expressed his amazement at the revelation of the emperor's obsession with Yang Guifei. However, he found the current situation somewhat disappointing. A woman, seemingly devoted to her cult leader and the divine cult, was offended by the comparison to Yang Guifei, who had ruined her lord and country. She pledged her loyalty with body and soul. Ma Yui apologized for the comparison, stating that it was an insult. He then proceeded to explain the reason for his visit. The woman listened intently. She confirmed that their cult was at war with Kunlun and that a path needed to be cleared to reach the Central Plains. The war was proving difficult, as Kunlun's strength was formidable, especially with the presence of Gakun, the demonic immortal. The arrival of reinforcements, including Tihio, the blade saint of Joint, had not been enough to break the stalemate. The stalemate was due to the presence of Tihio and another powerful figure. Despite the difficulties, hope remained. An elder from the Tang clan, who had arrived with the reinforcements, had contacted the cult. This elder sought contact with the cult. The woman's expression showed concern. News of Gang Haiseng's prowess had reached Sichuan. A young woman, her face obscured by shadow, knelt beside a sick boy. His father, a man of considerable age, looked on with despair. Despite the father's considerable wealth, even the most extravagant offers failed to cure the boy's ailment. Yet, she healed the boy in a single day. This unexpected success transformed him into a valuable asset for the cult. News of her abilities reached the Tang clan, who also required her skills. The woman, ever loyal to the cult, readily agreed to whatever task they assigned her. The request was simple: heal the clan elder's grandson. The boy's arm was permanently paralyzed. She considered the terms of the exchange. Her abilities were legendary, capable of slaying even the most powerful of Fire Realm masters. But the cult's request was not merely for healing. They sought something more. The elder revealed his true intentions, to use the 10 poisons to eliminate Gakun and Tihio, securing the path to the Central Plains. The main house of the Jeagle family in Hubei province. How foolish. There is no safe place for him in the Central Plains, no matter where he goes. Even within Wudong's territory, this carelessness is excessive. But aside from that, the Black Death Alliance leader is dead. And the one who defeated him is from the Tang family? According to reports, the person was skilled in poison, hidden weapons, and swordsmanship, even wielding sword force. If they can wield sword force, they must be quite talented. But wouldn't that still be insufficient to defeat the Alliance leader? Could it be they've reached a level where they use strong sword techniques, like me? What a pitiful death. I wish I could have been the one to kill him. Well, in any case, it's worked out well for me. One troublesome foe that I'd inevitably clash with someday is now gone. Now then, it's time to pick up where I left off cleaning up the trash. What about the Moyong clan's location? It's confirmed they've been growing their power while disguised as a merchant guild. Sir Tianzhou, something's approaching this way. I sense it too. Quite fast, isn't it? This aura. A group of Wudong warriors moved with surprising speed. Their leader, a stern-faced man, muttered about their unexpected efficiency. Nam Jinsu, overseeing the aftermath of a bloody conflict, delegated tasks. He would personally handle their guest. His subordinate would deal with the Moyong clan. The subordinate acknowledged the command with a curt, respectful response. Alone under the vast night sky, Nam Jinsu looked towards the moon, a single word escaping his lips, "Father." A sinister smile stretched across the face of a young man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He spoke of soon. The era of the demon-ruled world was about to begin. A young woman, her muscles straining, gripped her weapon. She felt them about to snap, but she couldn't let go. She was offered the chance to learn a powerful martial art, one hard one through persuasion. The memory of a past helplessness, witnessed at the Sichuan assembly, flashed before her eyes. She vowed never to experience that feeling again. With renewed determination, she resolved to persevere. Young Miss Yanjiang practiced her movements in the courtyard, seemingly unaware of the imposing figure watching her from the shadows. The observer, a stern-faced man with silver hair and a distinguished mustache, watched her with a mixture of concern and apprehension. He approached her, his expression unreadable. "Didn't you say you were busy today?" Startled, Yanjiang asked, "Why are you here?" She was informed of a devastating event. The Jeagle family's main house in Hubei. Her eyes widened in shock as she learned that the Jeagle family had been completely wiped out. The news was explained further. A powerful figure, responsible for the destruction of 3 other great families, had resurfaced, dramatically altering the situation in Hubei. Wudong's forces had attempted to intervene, but their surprise attack on Magwangshan had failed. The grim reality was revealed. Wudong itself would soon be destroyed. A young man studied a document detailing the events, his expression one of disbelief. He questioned the seemingly insurmountable power of the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. The older man confirmed the devastating news, having received reports from Hubei. Despite their survival, the weight of their family's annihilation settled heavily upon them. The elder Jeagle patriarch clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony. "It is unbearably painful." His son, head bowed, spoke in a low voice. "Forgive me for showing such disgrace." The elder looked up, tears welling in his eyes. "Not everything has been lost." He continued, offering a glimmer of hope. "There are still members of the Jeagle family here in the Tang family, including yourselves. As long as you're alive, it's possible to rebuild the family." The elder Jeagle made a solemn promise. "I'll do everything in my power to help you rebuild your family as quickly as possible." His son responded with determination. "So don't let me become a liar." The elder offered further encouragement. "And don't lose hope, either." The young lord, however, remained pensive. "What's causing these sudden movements? I need to find a way to prepare on our side, too." A servant announced the arrival of a visitor. "What's the matter?" Another servant explained. "A guest from the Wudong sect has come requesting to see you." The young lord's eyes narrowed in suspicion. The Wudong sect, at a time like this? An attendant urged caution. "You two must be grieving deeply, so go and rest for now." The young lord, however, was resolute. "I need to hear what they have to say." The young lord considered the implications. "A guest from Wudong? We'll see if they're a visitor or troublemaker." "Someone from Wudong?" The Wudong sect swordsman, Changyan, formally requested the Tang family support. He informed them of the chaos in Hubei and the resurgence of the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord. Changyan pleaded with the Tang heir to use their strength for the greater good, emphasizing the need to drive out the Demon Lord. The young lord refused, stating that he did not care for the attitude of those who came begging. He reiterated his refusal. Changyan pointed out that the Tang family had also suffered greatly at the hands of the Demon Lord. The young lord's anger flared, warning Changyan to mind his words. The young lord challenged Changyan's audacity in invoking their family principles. Changyan stated his intention to not stand idly by while the demon lord continued his rampage. The young lord remained resolute. Changyan criticized the young lord for avoiding direct confrontation with the demon lord, even when the Jeagle family was destroyed under Wudong's protection. The young lord found his attitude deeply irritating. Changyan's expression turned serious. The current state of the righteous sex was utter chaos. A single man, his face etched with grim determination, stared into the void, his unspoken intention heavy with foreboding. The image depicted the ruins of the once proud martial alliance, a testament to the devastating power of the heaven's brilliance. In its place, a demonic faction now held sway, openly operating in the heart of the Central Plains. A critical factor in the martial alliance's downfall was the simultaneous attacks by the Black Death Alliance, which annihilated 3 of the 5 great families. The heaven's brilliance had directly assaulted the martial alliance, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Even if the heaven's brilliance demon lord were somehow driven out, the situation remained dire. The righteous sects were in disarray, lacking central leadership. The map showed the precarious state of the righteous sects, their houses burned, and the lack of a mediator to unite them. One young man, observing the situation, lamented the constant trouble plaguing his life, even wishing for a normal existence. He considered taking on the monumental task of managing the righteous sects himself. However, a high-ranking official declared that assisting Kunlun and the joint sect in attacking the demonic cult was the immediate priority. The fight against the heaven's brilliance demon lord would come later. For now, the immediate threat required attention. Someone would need to oversee both fronts. A proposal to establish a new martial alliance in Sichuan was rejected. The young lord remained firm in his decision. He declared that a new martial alliance would be established in Sichuan. Following the declaration of the young lord, the construction of the Second Murim Alliance rapidly progressed. Under Jeagle Changshin's leadership, numerous buildings were erected. The swift land acquisitions by the general administration caused land prices in Sichuan to skyrocket, much to the general administration's amusement. Thus, the Second Alliance of the Righteous faction was formed. The Righteous Heaven Alliance was born, and these were the individuals who had gathered to join the alliance. One of the men observed that the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. He pondered the young lord's reputation, noting his role in restoring the Tang family and establishing the alliance's stronghold in Sichuan. The men discussed the fact that the young lord had even been given a title. One of the men commented that while the title was a bit embarrassing, it suited the young lord. Yang Yangxiang, the young lord, smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He had just been addressed as the venomous sword dragon, a title that seemed to amuse him. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, addressed him. He suggested that Yang Xiang formally declare himself the leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance. However, the young lord's expression turned serious. He acknowledged that the alliance's primary goal was the eradication of demonic forces, but he remained cautious. Meanwhile, another figure, observing the proceedings, voiced his concerns. He suspected that not everyone within the alliance shared the same intentions. The scene shifted to a group of solemn-faced men, one of whom was a high-ranking official. Their expressions reflected the gravity of the situation. Yang Xiang, alone in his study, contemplated his next move. He knew he needed to solidify his authority. The young lord stood before 2 other figures, one of whom was the older man from earlier. The atmosphere was tense. The older man's words confirmed Yang Xiang's suspicions. His predictions about the events unfolding had been accurate. Representatives from various sects arrived to meet with the young lord, marking a significant step in the alliance's formation. An elder addressed Yang Xiang, acknowledging his exceptional skills, but also challenging him to a duel to prove his worth as leader. The elder's challenge was a calculated risk, placing the leadership position on the line. Another man, observing the events, expressed his disbelief at the audacity of the challenge. In this era of ceaseless conflict, fueled by the unprecedented rise of demonic forces, the land of Sichuan, once the seat of the Black Death Alliance's leader, had known relative peace from demonic incursions. However, with the leader's demise, Sichuan has become a contested territory, ripe for the taking by a new power. This power struggle extends beyond mere territorial control. It also encompasses the allegiance of countless sect disciples within the alliance. An elder, observing this, mused that a duel might reveal who possesses the courage to seize this opportunity. Zhan, a martial master from Shaolin's Fire Realm, was chosen as the impartial judge. He instructed the young lord to treat the duel as a genuine fight. He was aware of the young lord's reputation as the venomous sword dragon, and cautioned him to use all his skills to avoid any regrets. The young lord, however, stated his intention to use only his sword, despite the potential for unforeseen accidents. Zhan, with a knowing look, declared the duel to begin. The anticipation was palpable as the 2 duelists faced each other. Both nodded in acknowledgement, ready to commence. The duel between Zhan and Tang Yonmyang, the young lord known as the venomous sword dragon, was about to commence. The position of the Righteous Heaven Alliance leader was at stake. Despite his youth, Yonmyang's arrogance was evident. The assembled martial artists watched, awestruck, as the technique unfolded before them. It was, they all agreed, the epitome of Shaolin martial arts. The old monk's body glowed with an incandescent light, his very form seeming to defy the laws of physics. Indestructible. But this was no ordinary indestructible Vajra body. This was the ultimate martial art of the first Shaolin founder, a man who had never known defeat. The monk's power surged, a terrifying display of raw energy. He wondered if even this ancient warrior could withstand the poison. He mused that his trial had come sooner than expected. The Alliance leaders discussed their plans to establish their headquarters on Mount Changxiang. With the Black Death Alliance fallen, the land was vacant and seemed suitable. They considered purchasing the surrounding lands as well. Mac Inchial interrupted the meeting, apologizing for the intrusion, but unable to wait to show them something. He presented a mysterious item, leaving the others stunned. A dagger of such radiant luster. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with anticipation. He, a man of imposing stature with a stern expression, revealed the name. White Snow Dragon Fong, inspired by its brilliance and cold aura. A young man, his gaze fixed on the dagger, wondered if it could be. He questioned the wisdom of facing such a formidable opponent with only a dagger, deeming it sheer stubbornness rather than confidence. Then, the demonstration began. There was no other way to teach but through experience. A blinding flash of light and energy erupted from the strike. The shockwaves from the strike extended far beyond the sparring arena, a testament to its power. Those observing were astonished. The master, overwhelmed, cried out in shock and confusion. The wielder of the dagger, his eyes blazing with intensity, felt a power unlike any other. He sensed the famed inner energy of Shaolin, but with a unique, auspicious quality. He felt a strange energy coursing through his fists, a tingling sensation, almost painful in its intensity. The Shaolin martial arts, he recalled, relied on the principle of smooth energy flow. Disrupting that flow could break their techniques. He understood. By disrupting the smooth flow of his opponent's energy, he could overcome even the most formidable techniques. With a renewed focus, he moved, his movements a blur of motion. The onlookers watched in disbelief as the seemingly indestructible Vajra body was pushed back. They couldn't comprehend how such a feat was possible. The energy of the Vajra body, renowned for its resilience, was being effortlessly deflected by a simple dagger. His swordsmanship was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The rumors of the young lord defeating the Black Death Alliance's leader were no longer exaggerated. But how'd he do it? Nam Jin-su, the defeated warrior, stared in stunned silence, his mind reeling from the encounter. The moon hung high above a grand palace, its pale light illuminating the intricate architecture. A figure, cloaked in white, stood silhouetted against the night sky, their back to the viewer. The figure turned, revealing a young man with striking pink hair, his expression unreadable. He chuckled softly, a hint of amusement in his tone. The title of Lord of the Alliance felt unusual. A memory flashed before his eyes, his recent demonstration of skill before countless martial artists. He would be hearing the title often, he mused, and should get used to it. Someone from the Muron clan wished to meet him. He had no connection to them, as far as he knew. A message had been left for him, mentioning the sword ghost, the Herculean body, and a specific technique. Meanwhile, inside, an older man sat at his desk, awaiting a visitor. The Lord of the Alliance had come to ask a question, despite the risk of offense. The swordsman's skill during the duel was remarkable. It was reminiscent of the sword ghost, a legendary figure from 200 years prior. The young lord was questioned about his mastery of the force technique and how he knew of it. The interrogation continued. Did he truly master the force technique with the body of an ordinary human? To recognize the cultivation method at a glance, a connection to the sword ghost was evident. He was born the illegitimate son of the Muron clan, suffering ridicule and neglect within his family. Yet, before turning 20, he mastered all of the clan's sword techniques. This was the sword ghost, his back to the viewer, standing before a large rock formation. His departure caused a rift over succession, fueled by a lack of affection for the family. About 10 years later, he rose to fame under the title Sword Ghost. His power was undeniable, a torrent of energy surrounding him. Despite attempts to persuade him to return, he refused, leaving behind only a cryptic message. His swordsmanship was incomplete. For decades, there was no news of him. The family searched relentlessly for any trace. They found his mausoleum, a tomb marked with the inscription Sword Ghost. Within, they discovered texts left behind by the Sword Ghost. These texts detailed the force technique, a dangerous path even for those with exceptional physical capabilities. Despite the risks, Yomiong chose to learn it. The strain on his body had accelerated his cultivation, a path he could not abandon. He believed the Sword Ghost would have left behind a method to overcome this. But before that could be uncovered, Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord attacked. The attack was swift and brutal. A wealthy man observed that the attacker hadn't touched their wealth, only interrogating and killing their people. It was clear the attacker was searching for something. Years had passed since that day. He reflected on the Namgung clan, the only one he couldn't destroy. But today, things would be different. He was warned to be ready. Sword King Namgung Jangshin stood before him. Jangshin noted that the young man used to rely on fist techniques, but now wielded a sword. He surmised that the past defeat must have been a deep wound. Yeomyong, his expression sharp and eyes gleaming, reflected on his journey. Thanks to his recent training, he had come to understand the subtleties of swordsmanship, and in the process, he had also acquired some very refined martial arts. He stood before Namgung Jangshin, the Sword King. The Sword King, a man of imposing stature and bearing, seemed amused by Yeomyong's confidence. The Sword King scoffed. So what you're saying is, he launched a swift attack, a blur of motion that belied decades of training. Yeomyong stood firm, ready to face the Sword King. He would stand against the legendary warrior. The Sword King found this amusing. He considered Yeomyong a perfect opponent. He was eager to see whose martial arts would prevail. The Sword King beckoned Yeomyong to come forward. The scene shifted to a grand palace, a testament to the Sword King's power and influence. A third party observed the unfolding events, questioning Yeomyong's motives. He had stolen the Sword Ghost's martial arts. Why would he do that? The observer pondered the implications. If Yeomyong was truly the young lord of the demon sect, he would have already mastered their pinnacle martial art. The question hung heavy in the air. Why would anyone abandon such a powerful technique? He turned to the young man, his expression polite but insistent. The young man's eyes widened, a flicker of fear crossing his features. He suspected it was a remnant of the Sword Ghost's martial art. But the young man corrected him, explaining that he had only encountered an illusion of the sword and its techniques. It was during a battle with the Black Death Alliance leader that he realized his clan's cultivation method could accommodate the Force technique's properties. He continued, explaining that his martial skill had surpassed the Fire Realm, making it possible. The young man listened intently, his gaze fixed on the older man. He reflected on his past life and his master. Before he picked up the sword, his life had been meaningless. The old master's words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the youthful face of the one he addressed. He had given the young man a name, a new identity, but had never revealed his own, not even in death. He was told to define himself. The weight of that expectation settled heavily on his shoulders. The young man, now known as Yom, reflected on this. The irony was not lost on him. A question arose. Did anyone know the Sword Ghost's true name? A strange coincidence was revealed. The Sword Ghost's name was also Yeomyong. Yom considered this new information, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Despite their shared history, his comrade insisted he couldn't simply leave. He was urged to join the Righteous Heaven Alliance, an organization dedicated to eradicating demons. Yom, however, had his own plans. He would accept the offer of assistance, but only to achieve his own ends. A hand, bloodied and lifeless, lay sprawled on the cobblestones, a discarded sword nearby. The scene spoke of a brutal struggle. He was a mountain of a man, his body a canvas of crimson streaks against his pale skin. His eyes, wide with disbelief and agony, reflected the fading light. His labored breaths hitched, the lifeblood draining from his wounds. Death was imminent. He cursed under his breath, his voice a low growl. The escape of his enemy gnawed at him. He justified his restraint, acknowledging the opponent's unexpected resilience. Even the Sword King could not withstand such a blow. A triumphant smile stretched across his face, his eyes gleaming with a cold fire. The greatest obstacle to his ambition had fallen. News of the devastating attack spread like wildfire, reaching the most prominent martial arts sects. The warning spread far and wide, a chilling premonition of the impending danger. A young man, his face etched with worry, called out to his master. He stood defiant, his gaze unwavering, a storm brewing within his eyes. The news of the devastating attack on the Righteous Heaven Alliance had spread like wildfire. It hadn't been long since the initial assault, and many families were completely annihilated. The council members grappled with the implications of the loss. Even the most powerful families had fallen. They speculated that the enemy might have attacked from multiple sides. From what they had confirmed, all of the Dark Lord's extreme demon masters were assigned to eliminate the 3 demonic families. The council members discussed the nature of these demonic families. They were the families created by the Dark Lord after overthrowing the existing clans. One of the council members, a man with long, dark hair, looked thoughtful. He seemed to be contemplating the implications of this revelation. The Shangxihua family, in particular, was said to have 2 extreme demon masters assigned to it, making it a particularly dangerous target. The council members continued their discussion, noting that the enemy's positioning was likely strategic, with Mount Zhongnan and Mount Hua in mind. They estimated that, including the Dark Lord himself, there were at least 5 extreme demon masters. Even formidable warriors found their movements restricted within the Sword King's domain due to the overwhelming pressure. One of the council members emphasized that even without his weighty sword skills, the Sword King remained the greatest swordsman of his era. A simple joint attack wouldn't determine the outcome against someone like him. In other words, a more comprehensive strategy was needed. The Dark Lord possessed the martial prowess to face the Sword King alone. A young man with intense gray eyes stared into the distance, his expression grim. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. This might not even represent the full strength of the enemy. The original plan had been to bolster Kong Tong and Kunlun, allowing them to deal with the demonic sect first. Then, the combined forces would strike against the Dark Lord. However, a crucial question arose. Should they alter their strategy, given the current circumstances? A young man with light pink hair and thoughtful expression considered the implications. The Allied forces needed to hold their ground while the main assault was launched. He mused on the complications arising from losing the initiative. The efficient distribution of forces was now paramount. A high-ranking official, his face etched with worry, addressed the assembled martial arts masters. He reminded them that everyone awaited his orders. The alliance leader, a young man, felt the pressure. He couldn't afford to show any indecision. Suddenly, a cry of alarm shattered the tense silence. Something terrible had happened. A Taoist from the Kong Tong sect, recognized by another, looked shocked and concerned. A battle-hardened warrior, his face grim, arrived, questioning the reason for this unexpected visit amidst the ongoing war with the demonic sect. The pink-haired man urged the warrior to compose himself and speak slowly, sensing the gravity of the news. A desperate plea for help echoed through the air. "Please save our sect." News of a grave crisis had reached the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Grandmaster Tihio and the Kunlun Demon Immortal, pillars of their strength, had succumbed to an unknown poison. A young man, his face etched with worry, reacted with disbelief. Poison? It couldn't be. An elder, his expression grim, offered him something small and dark. The elder explained that the poison was the killing bird flower, one of the 10 poisons. Even the demonic sect had masters who could withstand it, he warned, underscoring the severity of the situation. He stressed the need for secrecy, instructing the young man to keep the information from the 2nd and 5th elders. Though the other elders were quiet, their silence was suspicious. They were undoubtedly plotting. The young man, despite his concerns, pledged his loyalty and obedience. The elders' instructions were clear. The poison must never fall into the wrong hands. Another elder, arriving on the scene, demanded an explanation for the sudden crisis. The young man, his eyes blazing with a strange green energy, remained silent, his thoughts a whirlwind. Suddenly, a declaration of support arrived from another family, adding a new element to the unfolding drama. An elder noted the intensity of the young man's killing intent. 3 figures, their faces strained, struggled for breath. A fourth, an older man with a stern expression and numerous small scars on his face, watched them with a calculating gaze. He seemed to be deliberately restricting their air supply. A younger man with light pink hair scoffed. He questioned whether they would be seeking help or hurling insults instead. The pink-haired man apologized and requested a more detailed explanation of their predicament. Another man, this one with dark hair, sighed. He explained that the Tang family, tasked with guarding the rear, had been ambushed in the treacherous Tian Shan Mountains. A grizzled warrior, his face contorted in anger, recounted how they had lost contact with the Tang family and discovered the horrifying scene upon investigation. The image depicted the aftermath of a brutal massacre. Dozens of corpses lay scattered across the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the attack. The scene continued to show the extent of the carnage. The ground was stained crimson, and weapons were strewn amongst the fallen soldiers. The pink-haired man remained unconvinced. He insisted on a thorough verification of the facts, demanding clarification on the reported poisoning of the Sword and Demon Immortals. The narrative shifted to the events following the annihilation of the Tang family's forces. The demonic sect launched a swift and brutal offensive. 2 powerful figures, the left and right envoys of the demonic sect, stepped forward. They were trusted aides to the sect leader. The Kunlun Demon Immortal personally joined the battle. A fierce clash erupted. Blades clashed, sparks flew, and the air crackled with raw power. The battle between the 2 envoys and the opposing forces was evenly matched, thanks to a powerful demon-subduing sword technique. The Righteous Heaven Alliance fighters were gradually gaining the upper hand, pushing back the demonic energy. But at that moment, an unexpected variable appeared. In the midst of the earth-shattering clash between the Flowering State and extreme demon masters, someone suddenly intervened. And the 2 of them, a person who called himself the Poison Demon. They were poisoned by that person. The scene opens in a dimly lit stone corridor, the air thick with anticipation. Torches cast flickering shadows on the ancient walls. Tang Munchan, bound and helpless, found himself in a cold, damp cell. His thoughts were a mixture of confusion and apprehension. He had only intended to seek treatment for his injured arm. He glared at his restraints, his anger simmering beneath the surface. This was not how he envisioned the situation unfolding. A figure approached, their voice cutting through the silence. The figure revealed themselves to be a member of the Heavenly Demon Cult, their words confirming Munchan's suspicions. A woman, Baek Soyan, the demon healer, introduced herself with a chillingly pleasant demeanor. Munchan, surprised by her youth and appearance, expressed his disbelief. Soyan reassured him, offering a false sense of comfort. She examined his injuries, her assessment grim. The damage was far more extensive than he initially realized. Meanwhile, another individual seethed with resentment, their thoughts focused on revenge. Soyeon's chilling suggestion sent a shiver down Munchan's spine. Munchan, faced with a terrible choice, braced himself for what was to come. Tang Munchan, his face partially obscured by bandages, stared at his reflection. He muttered to himself, overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of his situation. He questioned the fairness of it all, wondering how he'd come so far only to be faced with such a seemingly insurmountable obstacle. Vexed Soyeon, her expression unreadable, calmly explained the option of learning demonic arts to heal his arm. The idea was shocking to Munchan, a member of the righteous Tang clan. Soyeon clarified that it wasn't just any demonic art. This was something far more significant. The conditions were laid out. Mastering the immortal demonic art would grant incredible regenerative abilities, even allowing for regrowth of severed limbs. Soyeon continued, emphasizing that this would also significantly improve his physical aptitude. However, she cautioned that this particular art was not easily accessible, even within the cult. Munchan, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperation, asked what he must do. Soyeon stated that severing all ties with the Tang clan was a necessary step. She clarified that this applied to everyone, including his father and grandfather. The reason for this drastic measure was revealed. The art was a top-secret martial art, and anyone who could influence Munchan's will was a threat. Soyeon offered Munchan a choice: return to his family or proceed with the dangerous path of learning the demonic art. Munchan, his face etched with internal conflict, silently pondered the weight of his decision. Tang Munchan, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, endured immense suffering. He saw an opportunity for revenge. A masked figure, eager to assist, declared their willingness to help. The energy from a previous attack hindered his recovery. He was forced to rely on a pain-suppressing pill. The pain from his regeneration process was excruciating, threatening to drive him mad. Despite this, he had managed to poison several Fire Realm masters with the blood from his severed arm. He lamented his inability to do more. His rage burned, fueled by his desire for revenge against Tang Yeonmyeon. He resolved to master a forbidden art to exact his revenge. His arm was fully healed, a testament to his aptitude for demonic arts. He learned that the cult master had not granted him the immortal demonic art without reason. Bound and recovering, he questioned his current predicament. The demon healer explained that while the immortal demonic art suited him, his potential was limited without further development. The true strength of the immortal demonic art lies in its ability to modify the body without the worry of side effects. Because of this, its creator, the immortal demon, became unmatched within the cult and even dared to challenge the cult master for leadership. He was warned not to follow in the immortal demon's footsteps. In the end, he was killed by the cult master. But wasn't the immortal demon supposed to be invincible, capable of regenerating even if his head was cut off? How could someone like that be killed? The immortal demonic art is ultimately a martial art that relies on controlling demonic energy. That's why it's useless against the cult master, who dominates demonic energy itself. The young man's immortal demonic art was only at a third level of proficiency, capable of reattaching severed limbs. He was told that to surpass his limits, he would also need to modify his body. His current state was no different from a scarecrow waiting to be stabbed. He was told that his body would be modified. The fastest way to master the immortal demonic art is by being injured and brought close to death. He would also have his offensive capabilities fixed. The Tang clan has something called the Realm of the Poisoner, a place where a single breath or drop of blood can kill dozens. Tang Munchan's transformation continued. The Poison Master, a figure shrouded in shadow, declared, "From now on, I'll be feeding you this poison." He reassured the young man, "Even if it feels like you're dying, don't worry, you won't actually die." The process was explained. Your body can be modified to take on properties similar to poison. Keep at it until you become an immortal poison master. Munchan's face contorted in agony, his eyes bloodshot. The transformation was clearly painful. His body convulsed, a dark red substance erupting from his mouth. The strain was immense. He groaned. "Damn it, my body still hasn't fully adapted to the poison? No, is it even possible to adapt to this in the first place?" Meanwhile, the Poison Master received a report. "We've captured some of the fleeing Joint Sect and Kunlun Sect members as prisoners." The Poison Master pondered. What should we do with them? Prisoners? He quickly dismissed the idea of keeping them alive. Where exactly would they even go back to if they were released? Kill them all. His eyes glowed with a malevolent intensity as he made his decision. His expression was one of cold determination. Elsewhere, a group of fleeing prisoners were desperately urged to run without stopping. A desperate flight continued. The pursuers were relentless, clinging to their prey like shadows. They knew that capture meant certain death. The Poison Master's intervention had shifted the balance of power, but it was a precarious advantage. Ahead, a lone figure emerged from the dust. Hope flickered in their hearts. Suddenly, their pursuers vanished. Confusion reigned. But their respite was short-lived. The enemy was closing in again. One of the fleeing men made a selfless sacrifice, buying time for his companions. He had recognized a familiar figure in the distance. A reunion, long overdue, took place. But even as they rejoiced, a new threat loomed. He had arrived. The warrior stood amidst the carnage, his white coat dusted with the crimson spray of a recent battle. Fallen foes lay scattered around him, their weapons discarded in the bloody earth. He sheathed his glowing blade, the faint hum of its energy still lingering in the air. He turned to see a young man, his face pale but unharmed, staggering towards him. Concern etched itself onto the warrior's features as he approached, his voice a low murmur of inquiry. "Are you all right?" The young man, visibly shaken but otherwise unharmed, managed a weak smile. "The reinforcements we sent for have arrived," he announced, a surge of relief in his voice. Two figures, their conditions dire, lay before the elder. He knew immediate action was required. Fortunately, the injuries were limited to poisoning, allowing for a focused treatment. The young sect master's arrival was providential. He instructed those present to hold off any attackers until the detoxification process was complete. The elder was troubled. It was Gong Suntae and Guang Miang who had been leading the pursuit team. He recognized the two envoys, Gong Suntae and Hayek Raining Xian, from the opposing faction. The young sect master had heard rumors. They were masters from the demon sect. He needed half a minute for the detoxification, pleading for time. The elder observed that support had arrived from the Tang family. However, he doubted they would be given the time needed for detoxification. A bloody blade flashed, signaling the start of the conflict. A fierce battle erupted. The young sect master, frustrated, abandoned his attempt at a peaceful solution. He declared, "Let's fight with our lives on the line. Then, I leave it to you." With a determined nod, he entrusted the outcome to his companion and began his descent. The impact of the attack sent a shockwave through the area, the force of which was clearly visible. John, unwavering, vowed, "If that's all it takes, I, John, will hold on with all my might." At the Righteous Heaven Alliance headquarters, a critical question arose. "Are you saying you won't send troops to Xinjiang?" A strategic discussion ensued. The speaker explained, yes, dispersing forces ambiguously would instead create a favorable situation for the enemy. Just think about it for a moment. The implications were grave. The question was posed, then are Kongtong and Kunlun going to be abandoned, as they are? A stern response followed, of course not. Losing Kongtong and Kunlun, which have masters of the transformation realm, it was deemed that such a loss would be a significant blow, both morally and practically. Therefore, a decision was made. A special detachment would be sent directly to Xinjiang. Yang Yangxiang, the young envoy, formally entrusted the command of the Righteous Heaven Alliance forces to Commander Zhuge during his absence. However, the military commander voiced his concern that the alliance leader's departure would negatively impact troop morale. The young envoy countered that this was the optimal strategy to address the situation without depleting their forces. He then suggested that the older military commander accompany him. The older commander, despite his unquestionable martial prowess, raised concerns about potential attacks during the detoxification process. The scene shifts to the present moment. The older commander, utilizing Shaolin's Vajra indestructible divine body technique, deflected an attack. An observer noted the great reputation of the Shaolin master. He explained that even with the Vajra technique, breaking through the defense would take at least half a minute, and that the fleeing Kunlun and Kongtong forces were gaining ground. The young envoy's actions seemed to indicate a belief in his ability to perform the detoxification. The older commander stated that they needed to buy time, and that he would refine the detoxification process. The elder, his face partially obscured by a metallic mask, observed his opponent with a calculating gaze. He knew the younger man was planning to use a dangerous technique. The monk, however, was undeterred. He declared his understanding of the plan, confident in his ability to counter it. A fierce clash ensued. The monk's attack met with a powerful counter. The intensity of the confrontation was palpable. The masked elder unleashed a devastating attack, intending to raise the surrounding area. Despite his success in absorbing the poison, the monk's body suffered significant damage due to the prolonged exposure. He reflected on the poison's energy, acknowledging that his hopes had been dashed. Meanwhile, a high-ranking official assessed the situation, deeming the possibility of Elder Sa being a traitor extremely low. He questioned whether the individuals under suspicion were indeed the traitors. The identity of the so-called poisoned demon remained a mystery, shrouded in intrigue. A young man pondered the possibility of a collusion between the suspected traitors and the demon sect, a collaboration that reached unprecedented levels of poison mastery. A young man, his face etched with worry, muttered to himself. He had a bad feeling about this, but the emergency treatment must be finished before joining Master John. He stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, the ominous power palpable. Meanwhile, a young man with pink hair, his expression one of surprise, questioned the strange phenomenon before him. The source of the energy was revealed. A powerful monk, his back to the viewer, stood radiating an immense, terrifying aura. The monk, his face contorted in a grimace, questioned the sheer ferocity of the energy. Another figure, partially obscured, observed the scene. It was like the energy of a monster, not human. The name of the weapon was revealed, the dark evil god demon sword. A voice, cold and calculating, explained that the demonic energy had been refined to its extreme limit, allowing an evil god to reside within the sword itself. The monk, his eyes blazing, challenged the wielder of the sword. He scoffed at the idea that the Vajra indestructible technique could resist the power of this evil god. With a roar, the monk unleashed his power. The monk's attack, a hellish demonic earth prison flame hand, clashed with the demonic energy. A violent explosion rocked the area as the monk's burning void explosive technique met the sword's power. The monk, battered but defiant, braced himself for the next attack. The dark, ominous black energy of the evil god, demon, sword surged. The Alliance leader's subordinate cried out for his master, who was locked in fierce combat. One of the combatants had already lost an arm. The elder warrior grimaced, noting that there wasn't much time left before his blood vessels fully recovered. He warned that if the fight ended now, the lives of the two combatants would be in grave danger, as everyone was relying on him. Despite the loss of his arm, the elder warrior declared that it was only the beginning, vowing to unleash his full power. Observing the scene, two onlookers expressed disbelief at the intensity of the battle. The elder warrior's rage intensified, his intent to destroy his opponent completely. A young man sensed a strange energy emanating from a small creature on his shoulder. He wondered what it could be. He questioned whether his opponent was a spirit master, given the immense power he was wielding. An immense, dark energy surged from the warrior. The weathered face of the elder warrior, etched with the strain of battle, spoke volumes. He gasped. Has half a Gak ever felt this long? His assessment was grim. There was no sign of the enemy numbers decreasing, despite Master John's valiant, one-armed defense. Even he, a seasoned warrior, would soon reach his limit. Exhaustion hung heavy in the air. Everyone was weary from a night of relentless flight. One soldier confessed, "I'm barely able to hold my sword." The elder warrior strained, his breath ragged. He wondered aloud if they could hold out until the arrival of Sage, Sabak, and Masian. He ordered the others to stand back. "I will handle this from now on," he declared, taking charge. A young man, overcome with emotion, cried out, "No way, Sage, Sabak, and Gakun." Contrary to expectations, they had successfully broken free from the poison's grasp. It was all thanks to the sacrifices of those who had held the line until now. With renewed determination, Yeomyang declared, "Let's put an end to this." An observer marveled at Master John's resilience, noting, "It's impressive that you held out even after losing an arm." However, a stark warning echoed. Once you die, the entire momentum of the righteous alliance will be crushed. The warrior stood amidst the chaos of battle, a whirlwind of motion and destruction surrounding him. His breath hitched as he surveyed the scene. He felt a tremor in the earth, a deep resonance that seemed to shake his very bones. It was a sign of immense power unleashed. A grizzled elder, his face contorted in shock and disbelief, stared at the devastation before him. What just happened?" His voice was a choked whisper, barely audible above the din of battle. All his subordinates were down, vanquished in an instant. The scene was one of carnage. Broken bodies and scattered weapons littered the ground, a testament to the overwhelming power displayed. The elder's eyes narrowed, his mind racing to comprehend the impossible. Were they taken down in one go? Was there such a skilled swordsman among them? A younger man, kneeling before the elder, offered a humble apology. "I apologize, master." Another figure arrived on the scene, his expression grim. "Did I arrive too late?" The elder's gaze shifted to the newcomer. "No, you're here already? Does this mean you've completed the detoxification?" The newcomer nodded, his eyes burning with intensity. "Yes, thanks to you, master." The elder smiled, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. "Fortunately, our desperate resistance was worth it." The elder addressed the young warrior, his tone filled with respect. "I must acknowledge it, young master. No, Lord of the Alliance." He bowed deeply, his words sincere. "I will make amends for my shameful words and actions by exterminating the demon path within the righteous Heaven Alliance." He was a figure of almost mythical perfection, a master without flaw in character or ability. Yet, the thought that his arm might be lost before the battle with the Dark Lord even began weighed heavily on those present. The energy emanating from the two assailants didn't match the master's internal energy signature. This discrepancy was deeply unsettling. The elder, reflecting on his hasty judgment, admitted to himself that he had been too quick to assess the situation based solely on energy readings. He had promised himself he wouldn't make such a mistake again. The loss was indeed significant. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. His resolve hardened. He would make amends for the master's lost arm. A surge of raw, emerald power erupted from within him, a potent force that promised retribution. But even this wouldn't be enough. Killing those two was merely a start. He unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy that tore through the air. The enemy, a formidable warrior from the demon realm, was shocked. How could their elite fighting force be pushed back by a single, seemingly insignificant opponent? The disbelief was palpable. To be thwarted by a mere youngster wielding a dagger was humiliating. The elder watched in astonishment. He couldn't believe such a powerful master existed within the righteous faction. The question of a young man's true identity hung heavy in the air. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion that left his opponent reeling. The air crackled with energy as his blades sliced through the air. The commander, watching from afar, muttered to himself that ordinary techniques were useless against such power. He declared that they would have to resort to absolute techniques. The challenge was issued, a test of strength and skill. The commander, enraged, questioned his subordinate's intentions, accusing him of planning to destroy the entire area. The commander's concern was not unfounded. The power unleashed was immense, capable of devastating the surrounding area. The resulting explosion was catastrophic, threatening to turn the entire region into a wasteland. With a piercing strike, he continued his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. The commander, his face contorted in shock and disbelief, watched as the attack unfolded. The sheer force of the attack left the commander speechless, his only reaction a stunned gasp. Defeated and awestruck, the commander questioned the identity of his opponent, wondering if he was someone who only appears once every 1,000 years. An unprecedented genius, even among the righteous faction, was revealed. His power was deemed comparable to that of a small sect leader. Although there was no need to explain to those about to die, a special explanation was offered. The young lord of the Sichuan-Tang sect and the alliance leader of the Righteous Heaven Alliance identified the warrior as the venomous sword dragon. The commander inquired about the warrior's arm. The warrior confirmed that the bleeding had stopped and that his performance had been remarkable, even considering the loss of his arm. The warrior was advised not to blame himself, as preserving the lives of the two masters was more important. The commander stated that until the demon path was exterminated, his spirit would not falter. Despite being called members of a fallen righteous sect, they were fortunate to have someone like Master John. However, the ominous energy from earlier had not subsided. Even in death, the killing intent of their enemies remained. The commander questioned the possibility of eliminating that energy before departing. The Shaolin master, his hands glowing with purified energy, declared that they could easily eliminate the ordinary demonic energy. He then stated their intention to finish the task and return. He continued his cleansing ritual, the golden light intensifying. A young man, his voice sharp with urgency, warned the master to stop the old man from touching the energy, clarifying that it emanated from the sword, not the corpse. A surge of dark energy erupted from the corpse. The old man, his face contorted in surprise and pain, was overwhelmed by the sudden surge. The young man moved swiftly to intercept the energy. His blade flashed, a brilliant arc of light slicing through the darkness. He asked the Shaolin master if he was all right. Despite his powerful strike, the demonic energy persisted, leaving the young man astonished. The Shaolin master explained that the moment he infused his Buddhist energy into the sword, it was consumed by a vengeful spirit, transforming it into a Buddha-killing energy. The young man and the Shaolin master stared in disbelief at the ominous energy. The master's eyes widened, his gaze fixed on the swirling energies coalescing before him. The form was taking shape. He had initially dismissed it as a strange occurrence, but now there was no doubt. He knew what it was. It was a Kimamorio, a being born from accumulated grudges. But this was no ordinary one. A normal Kimamorio is born from a single, long-accumulated grudge. This, however, was different. This entity was the result of countless grudges bound together and sealed within the sword. In essence, it was an artificially created Kimamorio, a forbidden practice for even the most skilled shaman. The creation of such a being was strictly forbidden, yet someone had dared to defy this ancient taboo. It seemed that someone within the demon sect was continuing the forbidden lineage of shaman practitioners, using any means necessary. The monstrous form, a testament to their defiance, loomed large, a terrifying embodiment of power directed against heaven itself. The battle raged. A warrior, cloaked in shadow, unleashed a devastating blow, cleaving through the monstrous creature before him. The creature, wounded but defiant, roared in pain and fury, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. Its attack was swift and brutal, a desperate attempt to overpower its attacker. But the warrior was ready, deflecting the blow with practiced ease. The clash of steel echoed through the air as the warrior continued their relentless assault. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the warrior felt nothing. A strange numbness permeated the wound. The creature's resilience was unnerving. It seemed impervious to physical attacks. It was only natural, the warrior realized. Their attacks were ineffective against a being of pure malice. A smaller, more powerful being spoke, offering to take over the fight. The warrior, exhausted from the prolonged battle, considered the offer. They had been using the creature as a source of energy. The smaller being revealed its true nature, an ancient evil spirit. A sudden mist rolled in, obscuring the vision of an elderly man and his companions. A monstrous figure emerged from the mist, its eyes glowing menacingly. The monstrous figure, its form barely visible through the swirling mist, loomed over Yeonmyeon. A voice cold and ancient echoed in his mind. Asterisk finish it quickly. Many eyes are watching Star. He moved with practiced grace, his movements a blur as he prepared to strike. Before him, the creature's serpentine form coiled, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The creature lunged, its icy breath a tangible force that threatened to freeze Yeomyang solid. He understood the danger. With a roar, Yeomyang met the creature's attack head-on, his own energy clashing against its icy power. The resulting shockwave sent tremors through the earth. Despite the ferocity of the battle, the creature seemed unfazed. A voice, this time audible, boomed. For a newly born creature, your level is quite impressive. The creature continued, its voice dripping with ancient malice. But you're no match for me, who has accumulated power for over 1,000 years. The creature unleashed a wave of dark energy, intending to consume Yeomyang as nourishment for its power. The impact was devastating. The creature's power was overwhelming, and Yeomyang was thrown back, barely escaping with his life. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader anxiously inquired about the young master's well-being. An observer noted that the fog was a manifestation of the young master's energy technique, similar to other energy techniques. Another elder expressed his horror at the creature, stating he had never seen anything like it in his life. Yeomyang, despite his injuries, suspected this was not the end of the threat. He knew he needed to ask for help. He requested that the elders take the injured and return to safety, suggesting that this might not be all of the threat. The young warrior addressed the Alliance leader. No, Alliance leader, you've already managed to eliminate their key forces. Please be satisfied with this. He continued, explaining that the evil spirit was not susceptible to normal attacks. The Alliance leader pondered, it seems someone from the demon sect is forcibly creating evil spirits. Then if there are multiple entities like the one we saw today. Another warrior, his face grim, warned, we should assume the demon sect's forces are still intact. Additionally, we haven't identified the small poison demon yet. The Alliance leader's gaze hardened. If it was truly someone connected to the Tang family, he would handle it himself. The young warrior, Yeomyang, considered the situation. It might sound reckless, but he believed this was their chance to deal a decisive blow. One of the elders, startled, stammered, but. Another elder cautioned, please be extremely cautious and act with prudence, Alliance leader. Yeomyang, resolute, declared he would return with good news. With a burst of speed, he vanished. The Alliance leader chuckled, haha, I say this because I know you won't listen if I try to stop you further. Who in the demon sect could pose a threat to you, Alliance leader? The Alliance leader then instructed everyone to gather the patients and head back, though he admitted to being worried. As they departed, a final warning was issued. They didn't know how many extreme demon masters the sect had, not to mention the demon sect leader. The Alliance leader looked towards the horizon, his thoughts heavy. A figure, clad in white, hurtled downwards, a blur against the ochre landscape. The descent was swift, the words of concern echoing in his mind. Please return safely without fail. He landed within the Heavenly Demon Sect headquarters, the announcement stark. Small poison demon is entering. The Lord Demon, a figure of imposing stature, greeted him with a chillingly polite congratulation. A woman with striking features, a disciple of the sect, observed him with a calculating gaze. You're finally starting to look like a proper demon disciple, she noted. The Poison Master's pride in his accomplishments was relayed to him. The Lord Demon continued, explaining that the Poison Master Yang family head would be guaranteeing his status. Tang Munshan, humbled, expressed his gratitude for the protection afforded to him. The Lord Demon, however, had a condition. He could no longer use the Tang surname. Munshan's response was a quiet, almost reverent, yes, father. He expressed his gratitude for being accepted into the family. The Lord Demon, a man of imposing stature and stern countenance, considered the young man's request. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed on the floor. He found the suggestion underwhelming. The Lord Demon inquired about the young man's preferences for a reward. He approved of the young man's choice of the divine body technique. However, the woman beside him suggested an alternative. She proposed something more unique, the reverse blood demon technique. The woman explained that this technique was famously used by the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord's forces during their invasion of the Tang family. It was a powerful but dangerous technique, capable of greatly increasing strength for a short time, but risked death or demonic possession if mishandled. She challenged the young man, implying that mastering the immortal demon technique should make him capable of handling the reverse blood demon technique. The woman continued her explanation, highlighting the contrasting nature of the two techniques, one that cost life and one that prevented it. She then proposed combining the two techniques, suggesting the result would be incredible. The woman smiled, intrigued by the prospect of combining contradictory martial arts techniques. Meanwhile, a figure approached a military encampment. High above the training grounds, a senior officer observed the troops, commenting on their diligence. He seemed pleased with their progress. Thanks to their swift mobilization, the military forces were able to quickly reinforce the area. He inquired about the arrival of the Alliance leader and Master John, clarifying that he meant the Kunlun delegation. The officer expressed a cautious optimism. hoping that the situation wouldn't worsen. Meanwhile, a discussion unfolded regarding the strategic importance of bringing two Taoists back to the front lines. The alliance would have 6 flowering state masters, but maintaining their forces would be crucial given the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord strength. Until the alliance leader arrived, they needed to keep the Heaven's Brilliance Demon Lord in check while preserving their own strength. One of the officers admitted he hadn't known that a significant amount of time would pass. However, Jiggle Changshin would return after accomplishing something momentous. A powerful, purple energy emanated from a grand palace, hinting at the scale of the events to come. The headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Sect stood imposing against the backdrop of the Xinjiang Tianshan Mountains. Inside, a high-ranking sect member addressed a figure cloaked in shadow. He praised their recent contributions, highlighting their cooperation with the left and right envoys. The sect leader, a powerful figure with a commanding presence, offered the shadowed figure a chance to state their desires. The shadowed figure, despite their calm exterior, emanated an overwhelming demonic aura. They spoke, their voice barely a whisper, expressing a desire for the true version of the reverse blood demon technique. The sect leader, intrigued, considered their request. He mused that it was no coincidence that someone possessing the immortal demon technique would seek the reverse blood demon technique, suspecting the Lord Demon's influence. A woman with striking features appeared in the next panel, her words suggesting that the Lord Demon had likely advised the shadowed figure that an immortal body could negate the technique's backlash. The sect leader chuckled, amused by the Lord Demon's mischievous nature, before getting to the point. He revealed that there is no true version of the reverse blood demon technique. The true technique, he explained, uses acupoints to circulate demonic energy and unleash latent power. He further elaborated that risking death like the immortal demon and utilizing all acupoints would constitute the true version of the technique. The sect leader, his body racked with the power surging within, could only manage a confused grunt. His body, overwhelmed by the demonic energy, refused to obey his commands. He watched, a grim expression on his face, as the shadowed figure continued to question him. The shadowed figure's hand clenched into a fist, a sign of his growing impatience. The sect leader's eyes glowed with an unnatural intensity as the demonic energy coursed through him. He coughed, a violent expulsion of air, as the energy overloaded his system. He explained that the heavenly demon technique granted control over demonic energy, essentially giving the sect leader power over life and death within the sect. However, there was one demon who escaped this control, the immortal demon. The sect leader had attempted to force the immortal demon into a berserker state, but it failed to affect his body. The shadowed figure wondered what happened to the immortal demon, given his transformation into an uncontrollable monster. The sect leader admitted he hadn't properly explained the technique's risks to the immortal demon. The immortal demon, having overused the reverse blood demon technique, ultimately self-destructed due to his own regenerative abilities. The sect leader's words echoed in Youmyang's mind. The true form of the reverse blood demon technique was a path of self-destruction. His eyes, bloodshot and burning, reflected the terrible price of power. He understood the risks, the potential for a berserk rage surpassing even the immortal demons. Yet, the desire for vengeance burned brighter than any fear. Despite the warning, Youmyang's resolve remained unshaken. He would pursue the power necessary to exact his revenge, even if it meant courting death. He knelt before his master, his body trembling with a mixture of determination and fear, but his voice was firm as he pledged his unwavering loyalty. The young man's fierce determination was palpable. He would risk his life countless times to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain encampment, a different kind of tension brewed. An elder, his face etched with worry, observed the unusual stillness of the Dark Lord of Destruction's forces. A map showed the unusual inactivity of the forces, raising questions about their leader's current state. The elder pondered the possibility that the Dark Lord had been injured in his recent conflict with the Sword King. But if that wasn't the case, something else was clearly amiss. He called for a soldier. News of an emergency reached the elder, adding to the growing sense of unease. The news confirmed his worst fears. The Dark Lord of Destruction was on the move. News of a shocking invasion reached the ears of the high-ranking official. Shaolin, a sacred site, had fallen under attack. He reacted with fury at the audacity of the invaders, their advance in a sacred territory. But the official's anger was tempered by a deeper concern. He knew the implications of this act of aggression. Doubt clouded his mind. Could the situation truly be as dire as it seemed? A warrior woman, her face grim, stood ready. She held a sword, a symbol of her unwavering resolve. The situation was dire. The imperial court and the righteous alliance were seemingly powerless. The warrior woman watched as the battle raged, knowing that no reinforcements would arrive. A sinister figure emerged, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. His chilling smile spoke volumes. The sinister figure declared his intention to leave no monk alive to witness the next sunset. His words echoed the sentiment of his followers, their faces contorted in savage glee. The government's decree was clear. They would not interfere in martial matters. News of the imperial court's decision reached the ears of a high-ranking official. Could it be that Shaolin was to be abandoned? Despite the grim news, the official insisted that they must go to Shaolin, even if it was too late. The sword saint, Song Chong, unexpectedly appeared. Jigul Chongshin questioned his presence, given his supposed duty at Mount Wutang. He explained that the situation demanded his immediate attention. Song Chong revealed that the conflict was not merely the Dark Lord's doing. Demonic forces had already begun moving into Shaolin. The news shocked the officials. Shangxi was left speechless. Meanwhile, the Shangxi family announced a dispatch ceremony for the upcoming war between the righteous and the demonic forces. The day had finally arrived. Wang Muriyong, the young master of the demonic path, was eager to prove his worth to his father. This great war would determine the successor among the three young masters of the demonic path. The question hung heavy in the air, a silent challenge. As a successor, our son is the most likely candidate, right? He took a slow sip of tea, his gaze distant. A subtle tremor in his hand betrayed his inner turmoil. His voice was soft, almost a murmur, yet the question held a sharp edge. Are you still worried about that? Her response was immediate, a mother's unwavering conviction. As a mother, isn't it natural? She continued, her words painting a picture of ruthless ambition. Among the three young masters of the three demonic families, the young master is the most skilled. Her voice hardened, a hint of defiance in her tone. Is my support, as the right hand of the Lord, not enough? By merit, to what extent? Her resolve was clear, unwavering. I just want to hear an honest answer. The destruction of the Wasan and Zhongnam sects loomed large in her mind. A chilling smile played on his lips. With that much, the young master will become the next. The annihilation of the righteous sects in Shangxi was a foregone conclusion. The Dark Lord of Destruction launched a devastating assault on the Shaolin Temple. Simultaneously, the imperial court declared its neutrality in the escalating conflict within the Murim. The Shangxi family, one of the three demonic families, mobilized their troops. The swift and brutal events left many questioning if all this transpired in a single day. An aged official, his face etched with worry, contemplated the unfolding crisis. A message arrived. Urgent return was required. Heeding the call, a figure raced across the desolate landscape. Is this the Xinjiang Plains? The journey continued across the barren expanse. He noted the unusual lack of vegetation, unlike anything he had ever seen before. This is the Taklamakan Desert, a place as desolate as the land of death. The desert's existence is attributed to the power of dragons who controlled the five elements. The Azure Dragon commanded the power of lightning. Other evil dragons controlled the remaining elements: fire, water, earth, and wood. The vast, sandy expanse of the Taklamakan Desert stretched before him. Ancient ruins, remnants of a forgotten civilization, half buried by the relentless sands, marked the landscape. He paused, studying a weathered stone tablet half hidden in the sand. It depicted a complex, circular formation, etched with strange symbols. The formation was a ritual spell designed to divert the Earth's energy, a desperate measure taken long ago to prevent a catastrophic event. He frowned, his gaze sharp. Why hadn't the formation been removed? The question gnawed at him. A small, reptilian creature, its scales shimmering faintly, offered a partial explanation. One of the ritual masters had opposed its removal. The creature continued, explaining that the master, despite being from the demon sect, possessed unparalleled skills and had foreseen dire consequences for the common people. The master had single-handedly cast the powerful spell, a feat of immense magical prowess. This explained why neither the other ritual masters nor the shadowless wanderer had challenged his decision. The creature added that the master's methods differed greatly from orthodox ritual masters, hinting at darker practices. A figure emerged from the swirling shadows, his presence radiating an aura of immense power. He had used evil spirits to bolster his status. It was rumored that his elevated status allowed him to perform forbidden techniques and avoid divine punishment. The traveler was warned to exercise caution if he discovered any formations created by this powerful, reckless master. The traveler's companion, a small, dragon-like creature, expressed concern, revealing a bond that tied their fates together. He continued his trek across the seemingly endless expanse of sand, the heat radiating up from the ground. A question crossed his mind. Just how vast was this desert? His pace had slowed considerably, the weight of the journey beginning to tell on him. His guide warned him again, "Be extremely careful not to stray more than 3 steps away from me." They were using the reverse blood demon technique, and despite their best efforts, they had somehow veered off course. They crested a dune and saw something unexpected in the distance. The guide recognized the formation. It was similar to one he had seen in a young sect leader competition. They arrived at their destination, a large, imposing structure. The guide was astonished. A door, in the middle of the desert. He cautioned his companion. It's too early to be surprised. The guide examined a small, ornate plaque. He touched the plaque, and it seemed to react to his touch. The door opened, revealing a fiery interior. He stood before a weathered wooden door, its surface etched with arcane symbols. The air crackled with an unseen energy. Beyond the door, A completely different space unfolded, filled with unfamiliar plants unlike any he had ever seen. Hundreds of years ago, the sect's founder had created this place from his own mind, a sanctuary for training. Only those with the blood of the founder could open and close the door, ensuring uninterrupted training. He explained that reaching the realm of the legendary demon would greatly increase the sect's strength. The younger man expressed his gratitude for the elder's consideration. The elder then commanded him to reveal himself. It had been a while since they had last met. Suddenly, a large deer-like creature appeared, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light. It identified itself as Method Deer. The deer answered the elder's call, its voice echoing with ancient power. The younger man was shocked by the unexpected appearance of the creature. The elder explained that the deer would assist in the younger man's training. The deer pledged its service, ready to follow the elder's orders. The elder's words hung in the air, a promise and a warning. He offered the assistance of the Method Deer in daily matters, a significant boon for the young disciple. The disciple, unwavering in his resolve, confirmed that his mind remained unchanged. A searing pain racked his body, unlike anything he had experienced before. It was a pain far beyond the demonic energy outbursts he'd endured recently. The source of the agony was revealed, a surge of demonic energy, violently erupting within him. The heavenly demon divine technique, a powerful and dangerous ability, was taking its toll. Despite the excruciating pain, the elder remained confident. He believed the disciple would persevere, just as the immortal demon had done before him. The disciple's struggle continued, his body contorted in agony. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the young man and his companion found themselves in a place of immense power. They stood before a reverse dragon sealing formation, a powerful tool designed to eliminate earth dragons. The young man sensed something strange beneath the formation, a feeling his companion shared. The image showed a deep, dark pool of water, filled with an eerie, glowing energy. There are thousands of evil spirits beneath the surface. They aren't absorbing the remaining earth dragon's energy, are they? This must be the work of that defiant heaven bastard. Those men will do anything to make evil spirits their subordinates, to build up their power. Thousands? It's even more than I expected. Shouldn't we deal with these before fighting the demon sect? But if they're immune to physical attacks like that one from before, it'll be quite troublesome to handle them. Huff, huff, huh. If I eat all of these, my power will skyrocket. By the way, I'm not a ritual master, so I don't know much about evil spirits and demons. You're more suitable to deal with them. And at your level, it shouldn't be difficult, right? That's true, but I didn't expect you to agree so readily. My energy and body are already strained from traveling across this vast desert. I needed a place to rest for a day before clashing with the demon sect anyway. I'll allow you to manifest. Finish as quickly as possible and come find me. Got it. Yang Yangxiang stood amidst a swirling desert wind, his dark gray tunic billowing around him. A colossal, serpentine shadow stretched behind him, its immense scale hinting at the power he commanded. He glanced back, a brief, determined expression on his face. All right, I'll be back, he declared before vanishing in a flash of light. The ground trembled. A blinding explosion of golden energy erupted where he had stood moments before. A word of advice. If you head north towards the desert's border, you'll find a village. Meanwhile, a strange energy pulsed through the air, taking the form of countless, ethereal cards. A section of the ground cracked open, revealing a glowing, intricate symbol. What's this? He wondered, his voice barely a whisper. Some powerful energy was approaching. It wasn't the master. This was the energy of a hungry spirit. A monstrous, spectral beast emerged from the swirling vortex, its form vaguely canine, but impossibly large and menacing. An intruder had appeared. The reverse dragon sealing formation, guardian of the gate, was activated. A four-eyed divine hound, its eyes glowing with ethereal light, rose to meet the threat. The four-eyed divine hound prepared to attack. No matter who it was, intruders must be eliminated. How peculiar. Hidden beneath the desert sands, the Earth's energy had been trapped within this formation all this time. A pit? The creature sensed numerous energies. Were the evil spirits sealed here? It mused that absorbing these energies would greatly increase its power. Something was coming. It lunged forward. How dare you set foot in this place? It didn't know how they found out, but intruders would be eliminated. This one possessed top-tier caliber. Wait, you look familiar. Aren't you the blue-horned white snake, one of the invisible guest subordinates? Yes, I saw you when the invisible guest was active. I thought you had perished along with him. The beast regarded Yeonmyong with cold eyes. To think you're still alive. What's your reason for coming here alone, you mere tool? Its massive form filled the chasm, a terrifying presence of ice and shadow. The creature sneered. You were just a gatekeeper for the small fry. Yeonmyong's eyes flashed with anger. How dare you call me a tool? A fierce battle erupted, a clash of raw power between the ancient being and the young warrior. The aftermath left the area in ruins. The battle had taken its toll. He found himself near a small village, nestled surprisingly close to the harsh Taklamakan desert. To think there's a village even near such a desert. He sought refuge in a modest dwelling, his mind preoccupied with Blue Horn's well-being. I wonder how Blue Horn is doing. He knew he couldn't rely on Blue Horn alone. The young man had already clashed with evil spirits once, and another encounter was inevitable. He pondered the nature of evil spirits, their essence rooted in resentment and grudges. The essence of evil spirits is resentment imbued with grudges. If I can imbue my sword with an intent stronger than that resentment. A villager, startled by his presence, apologized for interrupting his meditation. I recall asking not to be disturbed during meditation. I'm so sorry. I forgot. Yo Myong, weary but resolute, dismissed the villager's offer of assistance. Fine, just leave it there and go. He hung his head, muttering an apology. The weight of his recent battles was heavy upon him. Upon arriving in the village, Yo Myong had politely requested lodging, but the villagers seemed to mistake him for someone far more sinister. He decided against correcting their misconception, choosing instead to go along with it for the time being. Their excessive hospitality, however, was becoming increasingly unsettling. The village elder, a man whose face spoke of years of hardship, recognized him instantly. He knew Yo Myong was from the prestigious Tang family. The elder then revealed the story of Zhang Chunael, a warrior from an evil martial arts family who had been forced to flee after the Black Death Alliance's reign of terror. While Chunael was away, his wife was harassed, leading to a tragic outcome. Consumed by grief and rage, Chunael sought vengeance, but a warrant was issued for his arrest. He had been forced to leave his young daughter behind. Now, with the warrant possibly lifted and the Black Death Alliance gone, he hoped to find his daughter. Yo Myong surmised that the warrant was likely also void. The elder's shocked reaction confirmed his suspicions. The Black Death Alliance had been defeated. The young master of the Sichuan Tang family, Yo Myong, confirmed his identity. He considered the implications of his actions, deciding that it was best to let the matter rest. A villager excitedly shared news from high-level master. Overwhelmed with relief, the villager expressed gratitude for the information, eager to reunite with his daughter. Yo Myong noted the villager's unusual generosity, suspecting the reason behind their kindness. He learned that the villager's hospitality stemmed from a drug distributed by the Heavenly Demon sect, a drug that alleviated worries. The villager explained that the drug, while effective, was highly addictive. He further explained that the sect members often visited the village, and that villagers would try to curry favor to obtain more of the drug. Despite the village's isolation, Yo Myong knew that distributing addictive drugs was wrong. He questioned the morality of the sect's actions. Suddenly, a loud bell rang out. The bell signaled an emergency. Bandits were approaching. A wave of bandits charged into the village. Yo Myong braced himself, realizing he would have to stay and fight. A villager anxiously peered into a dimly lit room, his voice barely a whisper as he called out. He then turned to another man, his face etched with worry as he relayed urgent news of an impending bandit attack. The young man, Chunael, had been summoned for a reason. The elder, however, was more concerned with the practicalities of the situation, confirming the threat and revealing the village's preparedness. He urged Chunael to seek shelter, but the young man scoffed at the idea. The elder, flustered by Chunael's defiance, attempted to clarify his intentions. Chunael's response was swift and decisive. He would use the incoming bandits to his advantage. From afar, a large group of bandits could be seen approaching the village. Chunael swiftly identified 4 individuals within the bandit group as imposters. He then turned his attention to one of the disguised men, his gaze intense. The elder, in a hushed tone, instructed Chunael on how to handle the situation, suggesting he claim affiliation with the Yang family. Chunael considered the advice, understanding the strategic advantage of using poison and deception. Boldly, Chunael revealed his true identity to one of the disguised men, claiming to be a young master of the Poison Master Yang family. The disguised man was taken aback by this revelation, questioning the young master's presence in such a remote location. The Poison Master Yang family saw an opportunity. Their gleeful leader declared that by taking a certain individual hostage, they could extort a vast quantity of divine pills from a powerful sect. His eyes widened in alarm, a clear sign of his unease. He watched from a distance as a band of bandits approached the village. An older man, clearly agitated, lamented the disruption of his much-needed rest, complaining that one problem after another had been plaguing him. He was startled by a sudden question. Who had revealed his presence? A stern warning followed. Cooperate, or face dire consequences. A young man, awestruck, expressed his amazement at the unfolding events, praising the mastermind behind it all. The mastermind, however, admitted that he hadn't intended for things to escalate to this extent. He was surprised to learn that his strength had been underestimated. A terrified man begged for mercy, offering anything in exchange for his life. The identity of the informant was revealed, the village chief. The villagers were shocked by this revelation. The accused chief vehemently denied the accusations, claiming it was slander. Enraged, someone demanded the chief's death. The old village chief, his face contorted in a mask of rage, accused a shadowy figure of treachery. He had been manipulated. The chief seethed into believing a young master from a powerful sect was a threat whose wealth and power should be seized. The scene shifted to a group of villagers, their faces grim and determined. They had been complicit in the plot, their actions driven by desperation and the promise of a better life. A caravan of merchants wound its way through a desolate landscape. The village chief had been betraying his people, feeding information to bandits in exchange for a share of the spoils. The narrator's voice, calm and measured, interjected. Had the stolen goods been used to buy food and supplies, the village would have escaped poverty long ago. The chief, still seething, challenged anyone who doubted his claims to search his house. It overflowed with riches, he insisted, proof of his betrayal. Another villager, his face etched with disbelief and anger, questioned the chief's actions. The truth was finally coming to light. The chief, his gaze distant and haunted, admitted to knowing the village's plight. His actions, he implied, were born of desperation. The villagers erupted in outrage. They had been deceived, betrayed by the very person they had trusted to lead them. The deaths of young guardsmen were also linked to the chief's treachery. One villager, overcome with fury, unleashed a torrent of accusations against the chief. The chief, his face pale, tried to defend himself, claiming it was a misunderstanding. The chief, his eyes filled with despair, lamented the circumstances that had driven him to such desperate measures. He had felt there was no other way to save his people. A swift, decisive blow knocked the chief to the ground. The villagers, their anger reaching a fever pitch, were disgusted by his actions. The narrator explained that the guardsmen had been killed by feather darts, moving with incredible speed. The chief recognized the weapon. The chief, his eyes wide with dawning horror, wondered aloud if the weapon belonged to the Yang family, known for their use of poison darts. A young man, his face obscured by shadow, confirmed his identity as a member of the Yang family, a master of poison. A dart, imbued with a strange, glowing energy, pierced the old man's scalp. The impact was swift and silent, leaving only a faint trail of luminescence in its wake. His eyes widened in surprise, a grimace twisting his features as he registered the sudden pain. The source of the attack remained unseen, hidden within the shadows. He was confronted by a young man, his expression a mixture of curiosity and appraisal. "You're sharper than you look," the youth observed, his voice calm yet sharp. "You should have pretended not to notice that." The thief's words proved accurate. A vast treasure lay hidden. This should be enough for the villagers to resettle elsewhere. He decided to let the people divide the treasures amongst themselves before departing. He dismissed the gold as unnecessary for his current path. Meanwhile, the villagers from Black Snake Castle were relocating, their share of the treasure being significantly less than expected. One villager expressed his gratitude, stating that the treasure would allow him to search for his missing daughter. He received a bag containing poison and feather needles as a precaution against bandits. Overwhelmed by the generosity, the villager struggled to express his thanks. He was then questioned about his possible connection to the Sichuan Tang family. The man was surprised to learn that he was speaking to the young sect master. He wondered about the absence of another individual who had seemed confident in his decision. Under the moonlight, he contemplated whether to investigate personally. Should he go check himself? He felt a tremor in the connection with Chonggak, a growing unease that mirrored the storm brewing within the beast. Chonggak's form flickered, the connection weakening. His grip on the creature faltered. The bond between them, forged through a unique spiritual connection, allowed for telepathic communication. But distance threatened to sever it. There was an unforeseen consequence to their pact. If separated by too great a distance, the servant would lose their sanity. The immense power of the creature threatened to overwhelm Chonggak's mind, the strain evident in his strained posture. Meanwhile, deep within the reverse dragon formation, a group of high-ranking evil spirits watched. Their attention was suddenly drawn upwards, a shared awareness of a significant event. They sensed the death of the four-eyed divine hound, the guardian of the bottomless pit. Immediately following this, they felt a tremendous surge of energy descending towards them. The energy manifested as a colossal, ethereal serpent, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light. A deranged evil spirit, its sanity shattered, descended, spreading a poisonous mist. Lower-ranking evil spirits were annihilated simply by the poison mist touch. They too faced a similar fate, unless they could somehow overcome this being. In this dire situation, their only recourse was to devour one another, strengthening themselves, however slightly. The act of consumption began. One being absorbed the other, transforming into a more powerful entity. A high-ranking evil spirit, the Phantom Wraith, emerged. It commanded the lesser being to leave. Another high-ranking evil spirit, the Black Qilin, appeared, unwilling to let the other raise its rank. The death of the four-eyed divine hound was noted. Its killer's strength was clearly immense. The Black Qilin resolved to escape, deeming this no time for reflection. He had consumed one of the lesser spirits, raising his own rank. Now, the rest were insignificant. The Black Qilin, however, was a different matter. It was his chosen prey. The creature before him was a higher-ranked azure-eyed black tiger, a formidable opponent. The tiger offered a swift death, a mercy the smaller spirits would not receive. From his vantage point, the black Qilin sneered at the lesser beings below. Suddenly, a colossal form emerged from the depths, surprising everyone. The difference in rank between the newcomer and the black tiger was staggering. It was the bullet pearl fish, a creature of immense power from the unfathomable deep sea. Its power was as immense as its origins. Even with powerful spells and masters, the creature was nearly impossible to contain. The ancient ritual, a desperate measure to contain a terrifying power, is depicted. A lone figure, cloaked and small within the vast circle of arcane symbols, is shown. The incantation, designed to imprison him for as long as 4 divine hounds lived, is described. The passage of time is implied. That long wait is over. The being's declaration of intent to consume all humanity echoes across the void. The monstrous form of the being rises, its gaping maw a terrifying promise of destruction. Its rage is palpable, especially towards those who dare to imprison it. The earth trembles as the being bursts forth. The aftermath of its emergence is catastrophic, a wave of destruction radiating outwards. A chasm opens, revealing a glimpse of the sky above the bottomless pit. 2 powerful creatures are shown, facing a significant challenge. The area is rife with lingering resentments of lower-ranked evil spirits, remnants of the bullet pearl fish's passage. The spirits, remnants of the bullet pearl fish's power, are visible. Faced with a common threat, the 2 creatures consider an alliance. Reluctantly, they agree to cooperate, at least for now. The monstrous figure, its eyes burning with malevolent energy, addressed its opponent. "Are you the one who killed the 4-eyed divine hound?" it boomed. A being of such power was certainly worth devouring. With a terrifying roar, the creature lunged forward, its massive jaws opening wide. The impact of the attack sent shockwaves through the air, a powerful force ripping through the very fabric of reality. In response, a blinding flash of light erupted as a weapon of immense power was unleashed. The battle raged, a clash of titans shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Even after the initial assault, malevolent spirits continued their struggle for dominance, vying for power amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the disturbance in the sky above did not go unnoticed. Powerful beings observed the unfolding chaos, their expressions filled with disbelief. The celestial formation, once a formidable barrier, had fractured, splitting apart. Could it be that the being they thought was sealed away was still alive? The scene shifted to reveal a figure, cloaked in shadow, observing the events from afar. A looming presence descended from the heavens, its arrival heralded by a chilling whisper. The formation that had imprisoned him was broken, but the being that emerged was unexpected. Chonggak, the young master of the Sichuan Tang family, found himself facing a relentless foe. "What? You're still not done?" he questioned, his voice laced with disbelief and exhaustion. He stood, eyes wide, a silent question hanging in the air. Tang Yunmaong. His name echoed in the stillness, a stark contrast to the chaos that had recently transpired. A colossal, whale-like creature breached the water, its gaping maw revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Its eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, fixed on something beyond the immediate vicinity. The creature was identified as the formation master of Defying Heaven. A voice, filled with urgency, whispered, "No, wait." High above, a figure in dark robes moved with impossible speed, seemingly unaffected by gravity. The spell formation above was unstable, the sky remaining open. The creature's eyes, still glowing, seemed to offer a path to escape. A plan formed. With this creature's help, they could easily leave this place. Tang Munchan, his expression a mixture of concern and determination, watched the unfolding events. He wondered what had happened to the figure in dark robes. A monstrous, dragon-like head emerged from the depths, its eyes blazing with the same eerie luminescence as the whale-like creature. A hand, clad in dark leather, reached out. He focused his energy, preparing for the next phase of the escape. The details would come later. The dragon-like creature lunged, its movements surprisingly agile despite its immense size. The scene was chaotic. Tang Munchan, relieved there were no injuries, found himself once again in a complicated situation. He sighed. A voice cut through the chaos. "Hey, you there, human." The creature, now identified as Blue Horn, engaged in a fierce struggle with Tang Munchan. Tang Munchan, trapped within a magical barrier, found himself face to face with a colossal, sentient fish. The creature's voice echoed in his mind, a low rumble that spoke of escape. He needed to widen the spell formation to escape. A figure, wielding a long sword, appeared. The figure, impatient with Tang Munchan's slow progress, urged him to widen the spell formation again. The fish warned him of the consequences of refusal. The fish announced that the sky had opened, providing a chance for escape. The escape route was revealed. The colossal fish urged everyone to escape together. But as the escape began, a multitude of smaller, menacing creatures emerged from the opening in the sky. Tang Munchan noted the sheer number of these creatures, realizing it undermined the purpose of their purification. A fierce battle commenced. He was surrounded by the creatures. Undeterred, Tang Munchan prepared to use a technique specifically designed to deal with evil spirits. He engaged in a desperate struggle against the creatures. He unleashed his technique. Tang Munchan and his companions found themselves hurtling through a chaotic vortex of swirling energy. The pressure intensified, a crushing weight bearing down on them. He felt an immense pressure, a suffocating force that threatened to crush him. His companions reacted similarly. Before them, a monstrous, shadowy form emerged from the depths of the vortex, its gaping maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. An enormous amount of energy was being concentrated in the area, a palpable energy that crackled in the air. Tang Munchan, despite the overwhelming pressure, remained focused. To finish this in one strike, precision was paramount. His master's teachings echoed in his mind. This was a technique designed to shake the spirit, targeting the essence, energy, and spirit of his foes. By delivering a strike to the soul-like essence, even ghosts would be powerless. He unleashed the technique, a wave of decaying energy surging forth, aimed at the heart of the shadowy creature. The attack connected, a powerful surge of energy erupting from the point of impact. The shadowy creature reacted, its eyes widening in surprise as it felt the strange energy coursing through its being. The dagger, it realized, was the source of the energy. The energy intensified, building to a crescendo before unleashing a devastating blow. The blow struck true, the shadowy creature reeling from the force of the attack. This was a sword strike that unified vibrations, focusing the power into a single, devastating blow. Tang Munchan realized that by concentrating his energy into the sword and creating vibrations, he could further increase its power. The title card reads, Explosive Force Sword Technique. He unleashed the technique, a surge of energy erupting from his blade. The impact created a shockwave. The shockwave spread outwards, a ripple of immense power. The force of the attack struck multiple targets. The spirits, weakened by the attack, began to falter. They were visibly damaged, their ethereal forms flickering. Tang Munchan watched, his breath catching in his throat. After enduring for so long, the spirits were finally showing signs of weakness. One of the spirits, released from its seal, lamented its fate. The warrior pressed his advantage, his movements swift and precise. Tang Munchan, his expression grim but resolute, stood amidst the fading energy. Tang Munchan gently cradled the small, blue-horned creature in his hands, murmuring words of encouragement. He then turned his attention to the lingering remnants of the vanquished evil spirits. Yomiang appeared suddenly, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He questioned Tang Munchan about the spirits' disappearance. Above them, the last vestiges of the evil spirits dissipated into shimmering, blue lights. The blue-horned creature, still recovering, expressed its worry about the sheer number of remaining evil spirits. It questioned whether Yomiang had dealt with them all while it was incapacitated. Yomiang explained that he had lost consciousness during the fight, only regaining awareness afterward. Relieved that his companion was safe, he suggested they leave the area, having wasted too much time. Before departing, Yomiang decided to absorb the remaining energy from the dissipated spirits. The blue-horned creature protested, concerned about the energy expenditure. Yomiang reassured it, stating that he didn't want to waste any more time. The creature, unconvinced, accused Yomiang of being inconsiderate. Yomiang offered a compromise. He would reveal a crucial piece of information in exchange for its cooperation. A powerful, ethereal figure emerged behind Yomiang, hinting at a significant development. Yomiang, his gaze sharp, questioned the ethereal being before him. How do you know that? The being, its form shimmering, explained, before the invisible guest sealed me in a magic jar in the past. It continued. He told me the key to the myriad heavens flower rain. If someone from a future generation finds you, the being instructed, tell them the key and devote yourself as their familiar. You probably won't follow my words exactly, but in the end, that will be the only way for you to survive. That's how the being ended up in that sorcery jar, confined for over 1,000 years. Tang Munchan, surprised, asked, So you've ended up becoming a familiar just as my ancestors said. But why didn't you mention the key until now? The being responded, expressing its desire for freedom and acceptance of its fate. With tears in its eyes, it pledged, I'll be your familiar. I'll continue to be of help. So just this once. Yomiang, impatient, urged, hurry up and do your thing. I should have just told you to absorb it quickly instead of listening to your old stories and whining. The being replied, 1 moment. 1 moment is enough. A surge of energy erupted, taking the form of ethereal orbs. Yomiang, his back to the viewer, stood amidst the swirling energy. It was a bit embarrassing for Yomiang to admit, but he needed help. He acknowledged the dragon's assistance, noting that it was already being quite helpful. The dragon, in response, expressed gratitude for Yomiang's kind words, stating that he did not view the dragon as merely a tool. Yeomyong noticed something peculiar. The dragon's scales were turning black. Having absorbed all he could, Yeomyong prepared to depart. They agreed there was no reason to linger any longer. The dragon thanked Yeomyong for his patience. The transformation was complete. Before him stood a magnificent, dark-scaled dragon. The dragon vowed to never forget Yeomyong's kindness. In the past, I was an evil spirit named Seong Willow. Seong Willow stole people's intelligence and spread poison in the soil. An invisible guest captured me. The invisible guest wanted to create poison with sorcerers, but not through poison creatures or insects. Rather, through evil spirits containing poison. In a space where over 100 evil spirits were trapped. They devoured each other, accumulating resentment. And I, who survived, became the true poison. It was from then that my transformation began due to accumulated resentment, and I was called the blue-horned white snake. A martial artist pondered, isn't this similar to how a martial artist reaches the three flowers convergent state? Well, similar but slightly different. Evil spirits are fundamentally beings of regression. If we must categorize, it's closer to a demon learning the martial arts of regression. When demons' achievements deepen, they reach the extreme demon level. He stated, I don't particularly feel a negative sense about an extreme demon. Is this also the effect of absorbing resentment? The familiar, a serpentine entity with piercing blue eyes, listened intently as Yeomyong, the young man with messy black hair, spoke. Yeomyong pondered the implications of his growing power, the resentment fueling his transformation into something far beyond a mere martial artist. A vision flashed before his eyes. A powerful figure, radiating an aura of immense power, stood amidst a swirling vortex of energy. This was the realm of the transcending demon, a state Yeomyong was rapidly approaching. The creature felt a shift within itself, a loosening of the constraints that had bound it. Reaching this new level of power meant freedom from its previous limitations. Yeomyong's gaze hardened. He was considering the risks and potential consequences of his actions. He weighed the possibility of severing his connection with the familiar, a decision that would require him to accumulate even more resentment. The familiar, surprised by Yeomyong's unexpected thought, questioned his intentions. A stern voice cut through the air, reminding Yeomyong that accumulating resentment wouldn't solve his problems with spiritual masters. Despite the potential risks, Yeomyong remained resolute in his decision to not sever ties with the familiar, at least for now. With a determined expression, Yeomyong declared it was time to move forward. The familiar, perched on Yeomyong's shoulder, commented on the delay they had experienced. Yeomyong reflected on his journey, acknowledging the time spent traveling back and forth across the desert. The faint tremor in the earth subsided, leaving only the lingering scent of ozone and the unsettling silence of the ravaged landscape. A massive, serpentine tail, still faintly glowing with residual energy, lay broken on the ground. He turned to his familiar, blue horn, concern etched on his face. The creature, though wounded, seemed to be recovering. Yeomyong, still sensing the faint presence of life within the village, questioned his master about the lingering energy signatures. A villager, Chunael, emerged from the ruins, overjoyed at Yeomyong's return. He questioned the young man's continued presence in the village. Yeomyong dismissed Chunael's greeting, stating that the villager's presence wasn't the main issue. Chunael, however, was frantic, pointing out the villager's plight. The scene shifted to show two figures fleeing the village, their movements suggesting urgency and fear. Yeomyong's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he sensed something amiss. A horrifying sight met his eyes. The villagers, all unconscious, lay scattered in the village square, covered in white cloths. He and Chunael stared at the scene, a grim understanding dawning on them. Yeomyong recalled the villagers' earlier symptoms, foaming at the mouth and collapsing. He theorized that the symptoms were consistent with withdrawal from a potent substance. Yeomyong discovered a cache of pills in the village chief's house. The villagers had consumed them, becoming addicted. He pondered the villagers' addiction, a trace of poison present in each of them. The young man, Yeomyong, listened intently as the elder explained the situation. It was not difficult, the elder assured him, to gather the people. Yeomyong's expression turned serious. He had extracted the poison before, but the withdrawal symptoms were unexpected. These divine pills, he mused, were truly malicious. The poison was designed to disrupt senses, not to kill. However, attempting detoxification would create an even larger problem. His companion, a dark feline creature, watched him with knowing eyes. The creature warned him about the intense pain of the returning senses. The creature shuddered at the thought of the villagers' suffering. Yeomyong reflected on the creator of these pills, horrified by their cruelty. An elderly villager writhed in agony, the effects of the withdrawal overwhelming him. Yeomyong, despite the risk, saw this as an act of goodwill. But this act of goodwill would come at a terrible cost. Chunael, a villager, issued a critical instruction: gather the survivors and proceed to the Tang family residence. He He then added a second order to take a divine pill to the medical hall to show Tang Yijin. Meanwhile, Yeon Myung, having already set a course of action, reflected on the symptoms of the divine pill addiction. He knew that Tang Yijin would likely find a way to resolve them. He moved with purpose, his movements sharp and decisive. A powerful blow sent a shockwave through the air. A villager looked on in wide-eyed fear, his face a mask of terror. Two men conversed, one revealing that he'd heard the Poison Master Yang family was where the demon sect researched medicine and poison. Yeon Myung, having arrived at his destination, prepared for his next action. His intent was clear, to destroy. Inside the Yang family compound, workers busily prepared more of the divine pills, their focus intense. One demanded more poison tree sap. The supervisor stressed the importance of the task, reminding them of the value of the pills they were creating. News arrived. The family head was coming. The family head arrived, greeted by his subordinates. He complimented their hard work. The family head inquired about the divine pill production, confirming there were no issues. His deputy reassured him, his flattery well received, though not entirely genuine. He mused, a hint of unease coloring his thoughts. Lately, only good things have been happening. The increased demand for divine pills had earned the sect leader's trust, and his adopted son, Moon Shan, had been performing exceptionally well, surpassing even the expectations of seasoned masters. The Poison Master Yang family, it was said, would soon become the next leading demonic family. A high-ranking member of the Yang family inquired about Munshan's well-being. The young master was currently receiving direct teachings from the sect leader himself. But then, the question arose, why inquire about Moon Shan specifically? It had been quite some time since the young master last took the Pian pill. The Pian pill, a painkiller that blocked sensations to suppress pain, was the base for the divine pill. Moon Shan, however, could not suppress his pain without the Pian pill. This was the very reason for his adoption. The matter would be discussed with the medical master, but then a sudden noise interrupted. Vibrations shook the ground. Was it an earthquake? Trouble was brewing. An intruder alarm blared, its shrill cry echoing through the Yang family compound. A figure, cloaked in shadow, was seen forcing entry. The sound of a heavy thud followed, the impact shaking the very foundations of the building. Outside, a figure stood defiantly, his voice ringing out across the courtyard. Who dares to come here? His eyes, narrowed in fury, focused on the source of the disturbance. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fist. The aftermath of a brutal confrontation was evident. Blood splattered across the polished stone floor. Inside, a group of elders watched with grim determination, their faces etched with worry. One of them muttered, "I've been busy searching for this place since dawn." The scene shifted to reveal a figure walking amidst the fallen bodies of his enemies. His goal, to confront the heads of the Poison Master Yang family. A flashback revealed the identity of his target, the creator of the divine pills used to ruin the lives of innocent people. He finally confronted his target, the head of the Poison Master Yang family. "Is that you?" Two figures stood before a grand building, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. The elder, with long, flowing hair and a stern face, uttered a single, bewildered phrase. "W.H." A powerful figure, clad in dark attire, addressed the elder. His words were sharp and filled with menace. "You lot who spread drugs to the common people living in this barren land, ruining their lives and sucking them dry. I've come to annihilate your clan today." The elder, still reeling from the threat, muttered to himself, barely audible, "I thought I heard something." He turned to address his companions, his voice laced with anger and disbelief. "This is absurd. The commoners of Xinjiang belong to our sect. It's none of your business, you outsider from the Central Plains." A younger man, his face etched with concern, challenged the intruder. "So what right do you have to talk about annihilating our family? We haven't done any harm to the Central Plains, have we?" The intruder's response was chillingly calm. "Wasn't your war with the Kunlun of Qinghai aimed at expanding into the Central Plains and creating a demonic world order? In that process, those divine pills must play a big role in your missionary activities." The elder's face paled as he realized the truth behind the intruder's words. Just one of those pills, an addiction was inevitable, leading to submission to the demon sect. His thoughts were filled with dread. The intruder, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, declared, "I won't let such filth spread to the Central Plains." The elder's eyes widened in fear and disbelief as he recognized the uniform of the Righteous Alliance. Leader of the Righteous Alliance? A monstrous, green dragon emerged from the shadows, its presence radiating immense power and menace. The elder could only whisper in terror, "In no way." Tang Yomyang, his face grim and determined, stood ready to face whatever lay ahead. The vast distance between the Central Plains and Xinjiang did little to hinder the spread of a shocking rumor. News of the Righteous Alliance's formation in Sichuan, with the dark poison sword dragon at its core, had reached even the distant Xinjiang. This news, however, caused little immediate reaction in Xinjiang, despite the Righteous Alliance's growing strength in the Central Plains. The news had reached Xinjiang, yet it failed to provoke a significant response. Meanwhile, Yun Jung-hyuk, the young leader of the Divine Sect and Dark Lord of Destruction, was on the move. Despite the growing power of the Righteous Alliance, their influence hadn't yet reached Xinjiang. But why? A high-ranking member of the sect questioned the unexpected presence of someone, realizing it meant their left and right envoys had been encountered. The envoys, deemed weaklings, had been eliminated. He had killed them all. There was no reason to spare demon sect experts attempting to assassinate members of the Righteous Alliance. His face was grim, sweat beading on his brow. He declared the conversation over. Regardless of any delay, annihilation was inevitable. A considerable amount of demonic energy approached. Reinforcements were arriving. It seemed other families were coming to support them, as Yomiang had caused trouble in their territory. His boldness in coming alone was noted. One of the sect members scoffed, questioning whether Yomiang intended to kill their radiant envoys. The man before him, a figure of power, declared that their paths had never crossed before, his words laced with menace. Yomiang vowed to make the place his grave. He launched a powerful attack. His opponent, surprised, questioned if he was a poison user, only to be met with the revelation that poison was useless against him. The young man's eyes glowed with power. He wondered if the poison mist was affecting him. He realized that thanks to his poison-refining madness, no poison affected him. An older man explained that his family produced the poison as a painkiller, and that they should be able to communicate. The older man revealed that the pill was not poison, but rather something that sharpened the senses. The elite members of the Heavenly Demon sect mobilized swiftly. Their movements were a blur as they prepared for battle. Master Yang and his forces arrived, having heard the commotion. They came to aid in the conflict. A confident voice declared, "Leave the rest to us." The sect leader, having captured an intruder, thanked his subordinates for their timely assistance despite their busy schedules. He staggered, clearly affected by something. His hand flew to his face. The Righteous Alliance leader's unexpected presence alone sparked questions among the sect members. They wondered why he was there unaccompanied, given his busy schedule. Before the arrival of the Righteous Alliance leader, the captive had been forced to inhale the smoke from a mysterious pill. However, his body's resilience caused sensory issues instead of the expected effects. This unexpected development presented an opportune moment for action. The poison demon commanded his subordinates to attack Yomiang. He smirked, confident in their overwhelming numbers. The assault began, a flurry of blades aimed at the lone figure. Yet, Yomiang moved with impossible speed, dodging each strike. Two of the attackers watched in disbelief as he vanished. One of them shouted, urging his comrades to look up. Above them, Yomiang reappeared, his eyes glowing. A sect elder gasped, realizing Yomiang was using martial arts after regaining his senses from the Beyond Pill. Yomiang himself reflected on his enhanced senses, noting the amplified flow he could now perceive. He unleashed a wave of energy, striking down multiple opponents. At that moment, Yomiang realized he could finally perform the martial arts he had only imagined before. He moved with newfound grace and power, his movements blurring. One of the remaining sect members watched in shock, questioning how Yomiang could move like that in midair. Yomiang continued his assault, his movements a blur of green energy. He unleashed the feather dart wheel, a technique previously beyond his capabilities. Having suspended the darts in the air with his energy, he prepared for the next phase of his attack. With a confident smirk, he entrusted the darts to the flow visible to his current flow eyes and spread them in an instant as if spinning. His opponents watched in disbelief as the attack unfolded. The darts rained down upon them. One of the onlookers could only express his astonishment at the sheer power of the display. Meanwhile, another figure approached, intending to annihilate them all. One of the previously overwhelmed warriors found himself strangely enlightened by the experience. The onlookers were left speechless by the sheer unexpectedness of the situation. Yomiang, eyes blazing with newfound power, considered his next move. Following the Dark Lord of Destruction's invasion, Shaolin was annihilated in less than a day. Even so, the Dark Lord didn't leave Shaolin alone. He began to eradicate the remaining Shaolin forces in Hunan. His actions were thorough. He aimed to erase all traces of Shaolin from the world itself. Among the remaining Shaolin disciples, there were some surprisingly skilled fighters. The Dark Lord reflected on his actions, regretting not having dealt with them personally. He questioned why these Shaolin fighters only appeared when the temple was in crisis. But he considered their arrival too late to make a difference. He noted that they had all reached the Three Flowers gathering at the Crown State. One of the fighters, bored with the situation, found the turn of events amusing. Addressing his companions, he challenged them to entertain him. The battle began. The Dark Lord smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Your speed is quite fast," he observed, "but your flank is wide open." He lunged forward with blinding speed. One of the Shaolin masters, a wizened old man with a long white beard, intercepted the attack. "You blocked it?" he asked, surprised. He explained, "Golden body protection energy." The Dark Lord, however, was unimpressed. I can certainly feel my demonic energy dissipating. But just blocking won't accomplish anything, will it?" Another Shaolin master unleashed a powerful strike. It was the 100-step divine fist, a long-range technique. The Dark Lord observed, "I see, this way you can deliver a blow without energy loss, just like in close combat." However, the Dark Lord effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand. The other Shaolin masters watched in disbelief. He completely blocked the 100-step divine fist enhanced with the Vajra indestructible body with just one hand. He scoffed, his gaze fixed on the Shaolin masters. Their attempts to explain the intricacies of their martial arts seemed absurd to him. Wasn't overwhelming force enough? Why waste time with elaborate techniques? His opponent, a Shaolin master, could only manage a furious retort. The Dark Lord demonstrated his point, imbuing his strike with such force that it negated the distance between them. The resulting impact was devastating annihilation. Another master questioned the simplicity of the Sword Demon's approach, contrasting it with their own complex techniques. He mused that while effective, the Sword Demon's method lacked the depth of the 100-step divine fist. The other masters scoffed at such a notion. Increasing power without understanding the principles of martial arts was nonsense. But their disbelief was short-lived. His words held terrifying truth. The sheer power of his attack left them speechless. He was no mere man. He was a demon lord. The force of the blow sent one of the masters flying, crashing into a pagoda. The impact left the master severely injured, questioning his own strength. The Dark Lord surveyed the ravaged Shaolin temple, a grim satisfaction etched onto his face. He had left the main hall intact, a perverse sense of artistry guiding his destruction. His lieutenant, Un Ryong, arrived shortly after. Her expression won a polite apology for the interruption. Un Ryong reported on the successful extermination of the Shaolin monks, her words precise and efficient. The Dark Lord inquired about the object in her hand. It was the head of the monks slated to become the next abbot. Un Ryong explained that he had been gathering monks to prepare a counterattack, but she had eliminated them all. The Dark Lord acknowledged her work with a curt good work. He declared their business in Hunan concluded. Turning his attention elsewhere, he inquired about the situation in Shaanxi. Un Ryong's response revealed that after the troop deployment ceremony, Jiam Ryong had already moved out. She noted that Un Ryong might feel impatient, as the Hua family could earn merits before him. Un Ryong countered that she and Jiam Ryong acted solely as extensions of the Dark Lord's will, suggesting a degree of ambition. With their conversation concluded, the Dark Lord dismissed Un Ryong, signaling their departure from Hunan. News of the Shaolin Temple's destruction, a millennia-old center of the Murim, spread rapidly. This news reached the Tang family, who were already concerned. In Zhuxian, the Righteous Alliance, already encamped there, was now faced with the fallout of Shaolin's destruction. The alliance was in a precarious position, unable to send aid to Shaolin due to the Shaanxi Hua family's troop deployment ceremony. Meanwhile, after receiving news of the troop deployment, a high-ranking official of the Tang family dispatched Yang and Hakwun to Mount Hua in Zhongnan. The Mount Hua sect leader, a woman with striking crimson hair, addressed the elder statesman. She proposed a plan to strategically counter the Shaanxi Hua family's advance by enlisting the aid of two powerful sects. He listened intently, his expression thoughtful. The elder statesman noted that while both Mount Hua and Zhongnan were righteous sects, their mutual animosity presented a significant challenge. The elder statesman continued, explaining that disciples from Mount Hua had recently joined the Three Flowers gathering at the Crown State, demonstrating exceptional talent. Despite this potential advantage, a shadow loomed. The Shaanxi Hua family possessed two formidable masters, a force that even the combined strength of the righteous sects might struggle to overcome. The elder statesman's gaze sharpened. He believed that by confronting the two sects, the righteous forces could secure victory in Shaanxi. Meanwhile, the remaining righteous alliance forces were to proceed to Hunan, contingent upon the success of negotiations with Mount Hua and Zhongnan. The Mount Hua sect leader reacted with disbelief and anger to the suggestion of cooperation with the Zhongnan sect, expressing her frustration. She countered that the Shaanxi Hua family had only held a troop deployment ceremony, not a full-scale invasion. The discussion continued, with the Mount Hua sect leader expressing her disdain for the idea of cooperating with the Zhongnan sect, whom she considered inferior. Her anger intensified at the prospect of working alongside those she viewed as unworthy allies. Despite the challenges, the elder statesman remained resolute, aware of the sect leader's simmering resentment towards the Zhongnan sect. The narration box details past conflicts between Mount Hua and Zhongnan, highlighting the deep-seated animosity between the two sects. Even the Namgung family head, a powerful figure, had fallen to the Dark Lord of Destruction, underscoring the gravity of the situation and the threat posed by the Dark Lord. Chong Myung's sharp gaze fell upon a woman with crimson hair, her expression a mixture of impatience and barely suppressed anger. "Say something." The Mount Hua sect's leader's direct disciple, a young man with striking teal hair, remained calm and composed. An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, spoke. He understood the concerns, but believed the 1,000-year-old Shaolin wouldn't fall easily. He cautioned against complacency, urging them to wait for news from Shaolin before acting. The potential consequences of premature action were too great to ignore. The The teal-haired disciple pondered the implications of Shaolin's defeat. Was it due to weakness, or was the Dark Lord simply that powerful? He pointed out that Manhwa was different. Their strength was not to be underestimated. The older man admitted that in the past, he would have felt reassured by such confidence. But now, things felt different. Observing the young disciple, the older man noted his youth, a stark contrast to the weight of responsibility he carried. The older man sighed, reminding the younger one that he still had a long way to go before reaching maturity. Meanwhile, the crimson-haired woman made a decision. Zhongnan's desperate pleas for aid would not be ignored. She resolved to seek cooperation from Zhongnan herself, leaving immediately. The older man, however, was not pleased with her decision. He warned her against changing her mind. The crimson-haired woman clarified her position. She was not there as a member of Manhwa, but as an envoy of the Righteous Alliance. Her bold declaration was met with a mixture of shock and anger from the older man. A young woman, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion, stared at something unseen. "What?" she whispered, her gaze fixed on a point just beyond the frame. She reacted instantly, drawing a sword and leaping into action. The scene shifted, showing her engaged in a fierce battle against several opponents, her movements swift and precise. One of her adversaries, lying defeated on the ground, gasped for breath. His words, laced with bitter resentment, revealed the weakness of his group. "They're not even warmed up. No guts, absolutely none. Isn't it because you rely on authority to act arrogantly while neglecting your training?" The woman, her face contorted in a grimace, unleashed a powerful energy blast. "You bastards, where did you come from?" she roared, her voice filled with fury. The woman, along with two other figures, stood defiantly. One of them spoke, his tone calm, yet resolute. "It seems we should introduce ourselves properly." From the shadows, two imposing figures emerged. "Greetings, we are the honor guards of the Hua family," one of them announced, their voice carrying an air of menace. The other guard continued, his words dripping with cold calculation. "Pardon our rudeness, but let me get straight to the point. According to the will of Madame Wei Yunyang of the demonic path, we must annihilate your sect." The Zhongnan sect, a sprawling complex nestled amidst towering peaks, stood serene under the twilight sky. News of a devastating attack reached the sect leader. Shaolin, a powerful and ancient order, had fallen victim to the Dark Lord of Destruction, and the Hua family had mobilized their troops. Hakyu, the Zhongnan sect leader, observed the unfolding events with a thoughtful expression. He recognized the gravity of the situation. He confirmed that the Righteous Alliance had also dispatched OK Yang and himself simultaneously. Considering OK Yun's personality, Hakyu surmised that Mount Hua would likely remain inactive for now, despite the crisis in Shaanxi. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierced the air. Enemy raid. Chaos erupted. A swift, brutal attack had begun. Screams and the sounds of clashing steel filled the air as the attackers overwhelmed the sect's defenses. A survivor lay amidst the carnage, his fellow disciples torn apart. He was overcome with grief and disbelief at the scale of the massacre. His thoughts drifted to his cheerful brother, Yang Jun, now lost to the violence. The memory of training with his younger brother, Hyo Rim, earlier that morning, only intensified his anguish. The survivor lamented the senseless loss of life. A figure emerged from the shadows, their expression grim. They disliked killing cowards, but they would fight. The masked figure's eyes burned with an unsettling intensity. Today, it seemed, was to be different. He addressed his opponent with chilling confidence, promising swift execution. With a flick of his wrist, a wave of energy erupted, striking the other man. The impact left the younger man reeling, tears streaming down his face in terror. The force of the blow sent debris flying. The arrival of the Zhongnan sect leader was announced, heralding a shift in the conflict. Enraged, the sect leader confronted the attackers, demanding to know their identities. He questioned the motives behind the brutal attack on his disciples. A lone figure, Hak Woon, was warned about the approaching reinforcements. Despite the overwhelming numbers, confidence remained, as the battle was far from over. The remaining troops were ordered to pursue any survivors. The young master was credited with the annihilation of the Zhongnan sect, a victory achieved through overwhelming force. A woman with dark hair and a determined expression stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. Whether it was a prophecy or mere nonsense, she was about to find out. Two elderly men observed her from a distance, their faces etched with concern. One of them questioned her capabilities, noting the sinister nature of her energy. The woman, impatient, declared her hatred for wasting time. Meanwhile, two other men, Hak and Woon, strategized. Hak instructed Woon to move their disciples to Mount Hua before the enemy completely surrounded them. One of the men reflected on his initial assessment of the situation, realizing he had underestimated the masked figure's strength. Observing the woman's actions, one of the men deduced that the other extreme demon masters must be elsewhere. Now aware that their enemy's forces were divided, the two men decided to reinforce Mount Hua and defeat them one by one. A desperate cry of "Master" echoed as two figures engaged in fierce combat. The scene shifted to reveal a powerful figure, seemingly unfazed by the attack. The poison demon unleashed a furious strike, his blade a blur of motion. He commanded his underlings to protect the fleeing disciples. Meanwhile, a Zhongnan disciple engaged a masked assailant in a desperate duel. A Zhongnan elder, assessing the situation, grimly acknowledged the overwhelming odds. He noted the immense demonic energy emanating from his opponent. The elder felt the chilling possibility of death, a sensation long unfamiliar. He vowed revenge for the underestimation of Zhongnan's might. The poison demon found amusement in the unfolding battle. He ordered his forces to pursue the fleeing disciples relentlessly. The Zhongnan elder cursed his predicament, realizing the pursuit team had already caught up. He urged everyone to flee, promising to hold off their pursuers. The assault on Zhongnan began with a furious onslaught. A wave of dark energy erupted, sending disciples scattering. The sheer force of the attack was overwhelming. The disciples struggled to defend themselves against the relentless barrage. Amidst the chaos, an elder, his face etched with worry, urged his students to flee, prioritizing their safety above all else. He knew the Shanxi Hua family's simultaneous attacks meant their escape would be perilous, but survival was their only hope. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in shadows, his face contorted in a cruel smile, watched the unfolding battle from afar. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. Elsewhere, a serpentine creature, its scales shimmering, flew across the vast expanse of the Xinjiang Tian Shan Mountains. It was exhausted from its journey, the long flight proving more strenuous than anticipated. It urged its passenger to awaken. The young man, still disoriented, slowly regained consciousness. He was lying on the ground, the events of the battle a hazy memory. He tried to recall what had happened, his mind struggling to piece together the fragments of the fight. He remembered fighting Tang Munchan. Then, he remembered the strange spell cast by the demon sect leader, a technique that had momentarily incapacitated him. He looked to his companion, Blue Horn, and asked how much time had passed since the spell's effects wore off. The young man stood, his back to the viewer, gazing at the distant horizon, a sense of foreboding settling upon him. He awoke disoriented. The landscape before him was vaguely familiar, yet impossibly distant. His mind raced, recalling his teacher's lessons on the 7 principles of swordsmanship. He had always strived for strength, but now, he questioned that path. The path of strength, he realized, was not for the faint of heart. It demanded a resilience to the repulsive force inherent within. The scene before him shifted, a memory surfacing from his past. He saw his master, a figure of immense power and wisdom. A wave of longing washed over him, a yearning for those days spent training under his tutelage. Suddenly, a gruff voice broke through his reverie. He was being observed, his training scrutinized. The voice belonged to a powerful figure, his presence radiating menace. The man demanded answers. Fear gripped him as he found himself face to face with the imposing figure, his immense strength palpable. But this wasn't a memory, this was real. A chilling realization dawned on him. The desolate landscape offered little comfort. A lone figure perched precariously on a rocky outcrop, the setting sun casting long shadows. He was young, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and determination. Beside him stood a stern, imposing figure, his gaze unwavering. The younger man's thoughts raced. He questioned the reality of his situation, wondering if it was all a dream. The older man, sensing his apprehension, suggested they fabricate a story for the moment. The young man, drawing his sword, revealed his identity as Tang Youmiang of the Sichuan Tang family. He had heard rumors of a powerful swordsman in this place. He had asked how the young man had arrived, a question that led to a swift, dazzling display of swordsmanship. The older man's eyes widened in surprise as the young man's skill was revealed. The older man, intrigued, observed the young man's movements. The young man reflected on his master's eccentric personality, realizing that his actions had inadvertently sparked a competitive spirit in his opponent. He noted the name White Snow as a technique. The young man sensed the absence of Blue Horn's energy, realizing something significant. The older man watched with a knowing smile, finding the situation interesting. The elder's gaze, sharp and assessing, lingered on Youmiang. He had tested the young man's skills, and now he would see more. Youmiang, feeling the weight of the elder's scrutiny, felt a surge of dread. He knew, instinctively, that he was facing a formidable opponent. Across the courtyard, another figure watched, their impatience growing. The elder, despite his outward calm, found the situation more challenging than anticipated. He questioned Youmiang's potential. His assessment continued, his eyes never leaving Youmiang. He declared that this day would mark the end of Zhongnan, with Youmiang's generation. Youmiang, unfazed by the threat, retorted that the elder spoke too easily of annihilation. He challenged the elder's assumption that sects could disappear so easily. A surge of energy erupted from Youmiang, a testament to his resolve. The elder countered, stating that as long as a single Zhongnan disciple lived, their will would endure. With unwavering determination, the elder vowed to give his life to stop Youmiang. However, Myong had a change of heart, deciding to leave his opponent barely alive, but not before making him watch the deaths of fleeing disciples. He remained on the ground, his breath ragged, the aftermath of Myong's assault evident in the deep wounds across his body. His eyes, however, burned with a fierce determination. Despite his grievous injuries, the elder began to rise, his movements slow but deliberate. A surge of dark energy pulsed from within him. He unleashed a wave of power, a crimson torrent that tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the attack sent him hurtling backward, a blur of motion against the ravaged landscape. He crashed into a nearby structure, the impact echoing through the area. Dust and debris filled the air. Despite the damage, the elder's eyes remained fixed on his opponent, his resolve unwavering. Myong, sensing the elder's renewed strength, launched another relentless assault. The elder barely managed to defend himself. The elder, despite his mastery, found himself overwhelmed. He could only grit his teeth and endure the onslaught. The elder, his body racked with pain, gasped for air. His disciples must have escaped Zhongnan by now. He had no regrets, no last words for Zhongnan, but a deep regret lingered for OK Yun, the leader of Manhwa. Hakyu of Zhongnan, the elder reflected on the words left unsaid to her. In the past, they had been known as the Shangxi Dragon and Phoenix, the representative talents of their two sections. Their friendship had begun at a gathering between Manhwa and Zhongnan. Their eyes met by chance, and he fell for her at first sight. To impress her, he trained tirelessly until the next gathering, researching dumpling shops in Shangxi, knowing she loved them. He even rewrote love letters countless times to express his feelings. However, at the next year's gathering, something completely unexpected happened. OK Yun, she had broken the arms and legs of all the Zhongnan disciples named Hack. Her rampage didn't stop there, extending to him. It wasn't difficult for him to restrain her, exhausted as she was from subduing his martial brothers. He tried to understand her sudden actions, but, unable to ignore his martial brothers' cries for vengeance, he prepared to act. The elder, Hakyu, recounted a past incident. He had broken the arms and legs of OK's disciples, a retaliatory action born from a conflict between Manhwa and Zhongnan. The fragile peace between the sects shattered. He later learned that OK Yun's outburst at a gathering stemmed from the harassment she suffered at the hands of his fellow martial brothers. Overcome with guilt and shame, he felt disillusioned with his sect. He had hoped to reconcile with OK Yun, but the rift between their sects proved irreparable. Hakyu's resolve hardened. He aimed to change the current state of Zhongnan, focusing on fostering courtesy and respect rather than solely martial prowess. His actions, however, were not enough to prevent the conflict. He believed that by emphasizing courtesy and respect, Manhwa would view Zhongnan differently. Decades had passed since he made that decision. Overcome with remorse, Hakyu apologized to OK Yun for his past failures, acknowledging his shortcomings. Only in the face of death did the weight of his inaction truly sink in. He saw purple plum blossoms, a sign that perhaps there was still hope. A powerful energy surged forth. The elder statesman, Char_003, observed the scene unfolding before him. He pondered the unexpected presence of Myong, Char_001, questioning the circumstances that brought the young man there. His gaze shifted to the distant figure of Char_007, the Manhwa sect leader. The elder's expression deepened with concern as he noted the unusual circumstances. Myong, slightly injured, appeared to be recovering from a recent battle. He was clearly exhausted but still alert. He looked up, his eyes searching for someone. A faint smile touched his lips as he saw the elder. The elder continued to reflect on the strange situation. He had sent troops to Manhwa, yet here stood the sect leader, and now Myong. Meanwhile, Chart_011, known as the Poison Demon, was engaged in a tense conversation. He was attempting to negotiate with the Zhongnan sect, but his patience was wearing thin. Myong addressed the elder, his voice laced with respect. He was clearly seeking guidance. The elder responded sharply, his words carrying a hint of disapproval. He felt the young man's interruption was disrespectful. A young woman, her eyes blazing with anger, stood ready for a fight. Her expression was one of pure defiance. Around 5 p.m. on the previous day, as the assault on Manhwa commenced. Annihilation? The question hung heavy in the air. He had only been in Shangxi for a few years, yet he dared to attempt the annihilation of a major sect. It seemed that the scraps he'd consumed under the Dark Lord's shadow had given him a false sense of confidence. He was contemplating a full-scale war against the righteous martial arts world. A war already underway. The news of Shaolin's annihilation only served to underscore the gravity of the situation. They were now on their way to Shangxi. The weight of the impending conflict was palpable. Shaolin's fall had been swift and unexpected, a testament to the overwhelming power of their enemy. Shaolin, the very foundation of martial arts, had crumbled. The implications were staggering. The troops had been dispatched to prepare for the inevitable, but it was already too late. The tide of battle was shifting far faster than anticipated. With their lord's arrival, the situation was expected to change dramatically. It was only proper for his subordinates to clear the path for him. The situation in Zhongnan might already be resolved. Zhongnan, too, had fallen. The resources dedicated to its defense had been significant. Even though she had fought alone, her martial prowess far surpassed anything they could have imagined. Zhongnan might fall before Manhwa. He acknowledged that stubbornness was a luxury he could no longer afford. He gave instructions to Yang and Chong Maiyong. She needed to go to Zhongnan, but she apologized for leaving. The sect leader's position was challenged, a stark question hanging in the air. Was he abandoning his post? He was told he couldn't die, not yet. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. The disciples questioned the leader's decision, their loyalty tested. 2 of his disciples offered to take his place, their words filled with a mixture of respect and concern. One of them apologized for their earlier stubbornness, acknowledging the burden they had placed on their master. The master understood their actions, knowing they had already anticipated the situation. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion. The Manhwa disciples were called to action, tasked with eradicating demonic forces. A young woman, her face bearing the marks of battle, explained her haste, revealing that her sister and siblings were in danger. She proposed skipping pleasantries and engaging directly in combat. The purple energy on the woman's face was identified as a technique unique to the Manhwa sect leader. The sect leader, his face a mask of barely contained fury, addressed his opponent. Why does the thought of being beaten like a dog by a female sect leader excite you? He continued, his voice dripping with disdain. For a sect leader, your way of speaking surprisingly lacks dignity. I'm taken aback. His opponent, a woman with striking crimson hair, retorted sharply. To show such impudence, even after seeing the Swordmaster, isn't your confidence a bit excessive? The woman's words were met with a swift counter. The real impudence is your ugly mug that can't even show its face proudly. Without further words, you take the beating. With a burst of speed, Yomiong launched a devastating attack, his plum blossom technique a whirlwind of deadly strikes. He moved with such grace and precision that his movements seemed to defy physics itself. Observing the battle from afar, a warrior noted the strange purple energy falling from the sky. He wondered if Mount Hua had sent support. Yomiong's attack was relentless, forcing his opponent to defend herself with all her might. Despite her skill, she was clearly struggling against his superior speed and power. She apologized for her rudeness. The clash of their powers created a blinding flash of light and energy. As the dust settled, a different opponent emerged, questioning Yomiong's intentions. She suspected he was planning to attack her as well. She lamented her inability to properly control her true chi at her age. Yomiong, ignoring the elder's protests, stood defiantly. He had no intention of backing down. The old man's words were a warning, but Yomiong's resolve remained unshaken. He knew the identity of his opponent. His opponent revealed himself, confirming the elder's claim, the young master of the Hua family. News of Yomiong's victory spread, solidifying his reputation. The elder's words hinted at a growing unease among the onlookers. Whispers questioned the young master's methods and motives. The young master, enraged by the doubts, unleashed a brutal attack. He silenced his critics with overwhelming force, but his actions only fueled further suspicion. The young master's companion warned him of the consequences of his actions. The young master, unmoved, continued his assault, his arrogance blinding him. His opponent, Yomiong, countered, pointing out the hypocrisy of his words. Yomiong prepared to deliver a decisive blow, his anger palpable. The impact of the attack was devastating. The warrior launched a swift, powerful attack, his blade a blur of motion. His opponent, the young master, barely managed to deflect the blow, his eyes widening in surprise. The force of the impact sent the young master reeling, his body momentarily thrown off balance. Concerned, an elder advisor called out to the young master, questioning his reckless actions. Despite his injuries, Yomiong stated that he could at least move now, thanks to the time bought by his opponent's earlier actions. The elder, however, expressed concern, stating that Yomiong shouldn't be a burden to a lady. Yomiong scoffed at the notion, reminding the elder of his past prowess. He then explained that, with the Plum Blossom Goddess's attack unblocked, he could eliminate Hakyu. With a battle cry, Yomiong unleashed a devastating technique, the Golden Spirit. The attack struck with incredible force, leaving the young master severely wounded. The young master's face contorted in agony as he suffered the full brunt of the attack. Observing the scene, a woman and an elder discussed the increasingly disadvantageous situation. The elder urged a retreat, advising the young master to reconsider his actions. A stern-faced warrior, clad in dark armor, addressed a younger man. His words were a clear declaration. Your safety is my priority, young master. The young master, despite his apparent concern, remained resolute. He acknowledged his defeat, but warned, I admit my defeat. However, the Lord will arrive here soon. A woman with vibrant pink hair, her expression fierce, interrupted. She declared, No, but who said we'd let you go quietly? This time, I'll really take that brat's neck. The young master, seemingly unfazed, launched a powerful attack, exclaiming, Hakyu, what are you doing? Why are you blocking me? He explained his actions, stating, "That brat is their weakness, which is why we are still alive." The woman, slightly injured, stumbled. A concerned voice asked, "Hey, are you all right?" She responded, "I'm not. My leg is injured. I'm just holding you back." She then added reassuringly, "Don't worry. If I recover a bit with the great circulation." An older man, observing the scene, commented, "Sheesh, you're all bravado, aren't you? Oh, sect leader, okay. Can you even walk properly like that?" The older man continued, addressing the woman, "Even Hakyu, once called the dragon and phoenix of Shangxi, is past his prime. Why bring up the old dragon and phoenix of Shangxi now, huh? Thank you, and I'm sorry. It's not really for Zhongnan, but for the righteousness of our sect." The woman reflected, "Besides this incident, do you remember what happened on the day of the friendly match long ago? I've always wanted to apologize for that day. Fortunately, I got to say it before I die." The older man responded thoughtfully, "Ah yes, I remember that day. Even now, when I think about it." The sect leader, his face etched with a mixture of anger and frustration, addressed his disciple. He voiced his desire for retribution against a rival sect, the Zhongnan. His disciple, however, seemed more concerned with the actions of their fellow disciples. He explained that the embarrassing situation stemmed from a love letter he had written, which his disciples had shared widely, leading to much teasing. It was, he admitted, a bit embarrassing. The disciple, upon hearing about the love letter, reacted with a mixture of surprise and amusement. The sect leader's confession was certainly something to get angry about, he thought, especially considering the effort he had put into writing it. The scene shifted to show the sect leader embracing his disciple, a gesture of comfort and perhaps apology. The disciple's expression showed a mix of concern and affection. The sect leader, preparing to use a lightness technique to heal his disciple's injuries, warned him to hold on tight. The disciple, however, seemed surprised by this sudden action. The disciple, intrigued, asked to hear more about the love letter. A wide shot reveals a scene of intense chaos. A large compound lies in ruins, smoke billowing from shattered buildings. Numerous figures clash amidst the destruction. A powerful figure, his face contorted in rage, prepares to unleash a devastating blow. "I'm going," he shouts, his voice filled with grim determination. The warrior hurtles forward, a blur of motion, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. His opponent, equally fierce, meets the attack head-on, their expressions mirroring each other's intensity. The impact of their clash sends out a shockwave of energy, obliterating everything in its path. An older man watches the scene unfold, his face etched with worry. "Why are you being so reckless?" he shouts, his voice laced with concern. He warns the younger warrior, "The enemy is right in front of you." The older man observes the battle, impressed by the younger warrior's skill. "Their level far exceeds my expectations. This is beyond what Chong Maing, who's just entered the unrestrained realm, can handle," he thinks. Meanwhile, other disciples struggle against their opponents. The other disciples are being pushed back too. "If this war of attrition continues, our side will suffer greater losses," one of them warns. The older man watches with growing anxiety, praying for the younger warrior's survival. "Please be alive, Chong Maing." The young warrior, battered but not broken, lies on the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm still alive at least. I reached the unrestrained realm at the age of 20, he thinks, reflecting on his accomplishment. The older man reflects on the young warrior's potential. "I thought I had talent equal to the Black Death Alliance leader or the mad demonic lord," he muses. He continues his internal monologue. "Now I understand the look of doubt my senior brother showed me. The lack of real combat experience made a bigger difference than I imagined." A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness and radiating an aura of immense power, sneered. "Is this the end? Already? How boring." He addressed his opponent, a younger warrior with teal hair, "Not bad for your age, if I think about it. But, youngster, lacking experience." The older warrior launched a devastating attack. The blow sent the younger warrior reeling. "You die by my hand. Today." Watching the fight, a large, bearded man roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha, what's this? Hilarious. Your movements." He mocked the younger warrior's desperate struggle. "Crawling? Like a worm? No shame at all." The younger warrior, despite his injuries, continued to fight with surprising resilience. His opponent scoffed. "Like an insect. Fitting appearance." The large, bearded man, seemingly regaining his composure, declared, "Now I'll end this." Suddenly, the ground trembled. A group of figures appeared, their presence ominous. A commanding voice cut through the air. "Go, disciples of Zhongnan. Let's help Manhwa eradicate those demons." Among the arriving disciples, one recognized the sect's symbol. "Zhongnan, sect." The large, bearded man's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Why are they here?" The thought of Jumryong's fall was almost unbelievable. It defied all logic. He watched, a grim expression on his face, as the battle unfolded before him. The warrior fought with a ferocity born of desperation, his every move a testament to his skill. The tide of the battle shifted dramatically with the unexpected arrival of Zhongnan's forces. The combined might of the Flame King demonic blade and the life-taking demonic fist proved too much for their opponents. Overwhelmed, the enemy forces retreated, marking a significant victory for the Orthodox Murim. The leader of the Orthodox Murim forces surveyed his troops, ensuring their well-being. He approached Yeonmyeong, who was being carefully supported by another soldier. Yeonmyeong, despite his injuries, requested to be put down, his curiosity piqued by the intense stares of his comrades. A young soldier voiced his concern, prompting a thoughtful response from his superior. The situation was grave. The mad demonic lord was headed towards Shangxi after eliminating Shaolin. The Shangxihua family suffered heavy losses in the recent conflict, and the situation is far from secure. Besides the known masters of the three demonic families, there is also the formidable Jumryong to contend with. Jumryong's actions forced a retreat by taking the lord's seed hostage. Even if they had fought to the bitter end, neither Hakyu nor his master would have emerged unscathed. To be on par with two mature, unrestrained realm masters is a testament to their strength. They had only bought themselves some time. The situation was dire, and the enemy would regroup and attack again soon. The grim reality settled upon them. They were facing a formidable foe. The thought of the mad, demonic lord joining the enemy forces filled them with dread. After careful consideration, a difficult decision was made. Zhongnan and Manhwa would abandon Shangxi. The news was met with shock and disbelief. Shangxi, the very symbol of Manhwa and Zhongnan, was to be abandoned. While Shangxi was their homeland, the demonic forces had grown too strong for them to handle. Their priority now was to lend their strength to the Righteous Alliance. Although it seemed like the best option, concerns remained about the commoners in Xi'an who had supported both sects. A high-ranking official, her expression grim, assessed the situation. Time was short. They needed to convince the remaining citizens to evacuate Xi'an before the enemy's arrival. She then issued orders. Yang Hak and OK Yang were to relay the urgent news to the Righteous Alliance. Chong Mying and she would focus on persuading the citizens themselves. The senior official sighed. This task would be far from easy. The young woman, accepting her role, agreed to the plan. But she wondered what her own part in this urgent evacuation would be. Meanwhile, another official stressed the importance of tending to sect leader Hakyu's injuries and to avoid further conflict. The next day, at the Righteous Alliance camp, news arrived. Mount Hua and Zhongnan had joined forces with the Alliance, having announced their intention to leave Shangxi. The Alliance leader received the report with a satisfied nod. Hakun and OK Yang had done their jobs well. The combined forces of Mount Hua and Zhongnan had dealt a significant blow to the demonic forces in Shangxi, greatly reducing their strength. However, a serious matter remained. The situation at Shaolin Temple. The Alliance needed to act quickly, as the morale of the Alliance would plummet if the truth about Shaolin was revealed. The Alliance leader carried a heavy burden, knowing that the truth could not remain hidden forever. A powerful, imposing figure emerged from the shadows, his eyes burning with an ominous intensity. The question hung heavy in the air. Where are you? The young man, Yeonmyeong, slumped to the ground, his face etched with disappointment. He had expected more of a challenge. His opponent, a powerful figure, stood over him, a sneer playing on his lips. It had been a waste of his time. The victor mused that this reality felt strangely unreal. A blinding flash of light erupted from Yeonmyeong's body. He reflected on his past sparring sessions with his master, realizing he had never won a single match. Despite the pain, Yeonmyeong's body was rapidly healing itself. He sensed that the energy surge was far from ordinary. The muscular man, his opponent, watched with a grim expression. He smiled, pleased to see his former student's progress, even though his own life was nearing its end. He resolved to overcome this obstacle. Yeonmyeong, his expression resolute, vowed to demonstrate his mastery to his late teacher. The landscape was ravaged, a testament to the recent battle. Broken pillars and shattered stone littered the ground. A figure, cloaked in shadow, moved swiftly through the debris. The ground trembled as a powerful force erupted nearby. Yeonmyeong, sensing the disturbance, braced himself, his hand instinctively reaching for one of his daggers. He leaped back, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. His eyes widened in surprise. The attack was swift and precise, a blur of motion. He countered with a burst of speed, his movements a whirlwind of controlled chaos. His face was grim, his breath ragged. The fight was far from over. He launched another attack, a desperate attempt to gain the upper hand. His blade flashed, a streak of light against the darkening sky. The impact sent tremors through the earth. A large chunk of stone was dislodged and sent hurtling into the air. He landed gracefully, his body coiled and ready for the next strike. His opponent, a powerful warrior, analyzed the situation. He needed a decisive strategy. The warrior lunged, his blade a silver streak against the dust-choked sky. His opponent, a hulking figure of immense power, met the attack with a roar. The impact sent tremors through the ground, a shockwave rippling outwards from the point of contact. He considered his options. The technique was risky, consuming significant internal energy, but it might be his only chance. He focused, attempting to solidify the scattered energy fragments before they dissipated. With a surge of power, he channeled his energy. His opponent pressed the attack, unrelenting in his assault. The two clashed again, blades meeting in a shower of sparks. His opponent sneered, confident in his superior strength. The warrior knew that a direct confrontation wouldn't work. He needed a different approach. He launched a swift counterattack, aiming for a weak point. A towering figure, bald and scarred, with eyes like burning embers, loomed over the battlefield. His expression was one of grim determination. He unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy that obliterated everything in its path. His opponent, a younger man with fiery red hair, smirked. "I've paid you back for cutting my shoulder, master." The impact of their clash sent shockwaves through the ground, a maelstrom of dust and debris obscuring the combatants. He laughed, a sound both cruel and triumphant. As expected, his laughter ceased abruptly. He muttered to himself, "I shouldn't treat him like fighting an ordinary human, should I?" A young man, his face etched with concern, observed the battle. That was a magnificent sword strike. There are few in the world who could display such swordsmanship. But why? A woman's anguished face filled the next frame. Her eyes were wide with terror. "Even with such power, did you just stand by and watch as I burned to death in the fire?" The older man's eyes widened in surprise. "That child," a young man with pink hair, stared, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Why is she here now?" He gripped his sword, a surge of energy coursing through the weapon. "I already know this isn't reality." He was surrounded by shadowy figures, their eyes glowing menacingly. "Are you going to kill me with that sword? Like the people behind you?" He gasped, his eyes wide with shock as a shadowy figure loomed over him. The figure's voice echoed, cold and accusatory. Another figure, seemingly calm amidst the chaos, urged caution. The remnants of past memories flickered before him, raising doubts. A searing question pierced his mind. Did he truly feel no responsibility for the lives he had taken? He was warned against ignoring the weight of his past actions. The swamp of doubt, guilt, and arrogance threatened to consume him. His inner turmoil manifested as a heart demon. He reflected on his past actions, acknowledging his reliance on force. The weight of his past lives pressed down on him. He had resolved to live his second life ordinarily. That was his intention, at least. But in the end, Yeomyong found himself still floundering in a river of blood. He questioned whether he had truly changed at all. If his life was destined to be this way, why? A voice, seemingly from a small, white creature, cut through his thoughts. "You want to live ordinarily? I don't think that's possible." The creature continued, explaining that someone born with his talent must have a reason for it. The image shifted, showing a young woman with a troubled expression. The reason? Yeomyong's face was grim, his expression unreadable. He was alone, once more. A question echoed in his mind. Is that your choice? He looked out at the many people before him, realizing there were too many now. He had tried to remove the obstacles around him, but in doing so, he had inadvertently created many more connections. The warrior reflected on his past life, a life spent in solitude, before finding companionship and purpose. Now, he stood ready to lead them. A serene image depicted a young woman with lilac hair, gazing peacefully. The words "make friends" floated above her. He reflected on his past life, admitting that he could even feel affection for a woman. The reason for his awareness of his past life, he mused, must be to protect those connections. He resolved that even if there was no specific reason, it didn't matter. A surge of energy erupted from his hands, a vibrant green light. He declared that even insults directed at those who had fallen were inconsequential. His resolve was unshaken. He stood resolute, his eyes burning with determination. He was leaving. Hakun and Ok Yang visited nearby villages in Xi'an to inform the civilians about the situation in Shanxi. They warned that after destroying Shaolin, demonic forces were coming to eliminate Manhwa and Zhongnan's sect as well. And that from today, all of Shanxi had already been engulfed in the flames of war. While ordinary conflicts between martial sects don't harm civilians, it's a different story when demonic forces are involved. Before long, a procession of refugees formed. And soon, Xi'an witnessed the large-scale refugee exodus ever seen. To ensure the procession wasn't blocked by wild animals or bandits, Hakun, Ok Yang, and Changmayong stood at the front. Hakyu and Ok Yun took charge. So where are we going? We can't take the entire refugee procession to Juxian Mountain where the Righteous Alliance forces are stationed. We'll all move together within Shanxi, then we'll go to Juxian Mountain. We plan to send the refugees to Sichuan under Hakyu's leadership. Sichuan is the safest place in the Central Plains with the Tang family and the Righteous Alliance there. It should guarantee the safety of the refugees. Humph, we'll be fortunate if we don't get ambushed on the way. Don't say such ominous things. By the way, that man called Golden Spirit, wasn't there something strange about him? The young man, Yeomyong, vehemently denied any significance to the events unfolding before him, insisting it was nothing. His words were met with a sharp retort. The seed of the Dark Lord, it was said, had lived an unremarkably ordinary life. A question arose. Was there a need for such excessive protection? Yeomyong pondered, finding the actions illogical, a worthless act driven by demonic forces. The relationship between protector and protected seemed far too emotionally charged to be merely that of a guard in his charge. He dismissed his concerns, concluding he was overthinking. A woman explained that those with a 9-yin constitution found it difficult to learn ordinary martial arts, but excelled at ice techniques. This cultivation technique, she continued, was useless to those without the 9-yin constitution, explaining why it survived the Dark Lord's destruction. It was a technique that would harm those with ordinary bodies. The woman resolved to diligently practice this rare and powerful technique. She mused on the mysteries of fate, reflecting on how, among the many lost martial arts, this one would prove helpful to a child. 17 years prior, the Dark Lord of Destruction had killed her father. At the moment of the Tang family's defeat, a barely audible whisper reached her. The woman recounted the events of that day, her voice barely a whisper. If it was the Lord's will, she recalled, he had said this and retreated. A chilling image of the Dark Lord of Destruction filled her memory. His eyes burned with an unholy light. Meanwhile, a lone figure knelt amidst a bamboo forest, his fist clenched in frustration. The golden spirit of Honor Guard and the Shangxi Hua family entourage stood before him, their faces grim. They greeted the Lord who had become the sky of the demonic path. The man before them, his identity revealed, spoke with quiet sorrow. That person was his father. The name, Yun Zhonghyuk, Dark Lord of Destruction, hung heavy in the air. His eyes, a swirling vortex of icy blue, held a chilling intensity. He lamented his failure in Shangxi, ashamed to face his father. He offered to accept any punishment. Elsewhere, a fierce confrontation unfolded. A young woman with fiery red hair engaged in a heated exchange with an older man. Two figures stood facing each other, the tension palpable. One, older with long white hair, his fists clenched. The other, younger, with dark hair, appeared equally resolute. The older man spoke, his voice carrying a weight of authority. He instructed Un Ryong to proceed to Guizhou and prepare for the expedition. A man knelt before the older figure, pleading for another chance. The older man remained impassive, stating that this was the second time such a plea had been made. The younger man's face was contorted in anger and frustration. He recalled the past, the failure of his previous attempt to bring down the Tang family. Despite this past failure, the older man had generously forgiven him. However, the older man pointed out that with the Black Death Alliance leader gone, the younger man had repeated his reckless mistake. The younger man, now desperate, pleaded for another chance, having been excluded from the succession competition. Meanwhile, another scene unfolded. Hua Muriyong, the demonic path young master, greeted his father. The young master took full responsibility for the defeat, explaining that the golden spirit had to retreat due to his weakness in battle. He questioned the interruption, wondering why his steps were blocked for such trivial words. The older man responded that if the responsibility lies with him, then he must pay the price. He watched, his eyes narrowed, as the attack unfolded before him. A young man, his face contorted in a silent scream, fell to the ground, a crimson stain blooming across his chest. The blow had been swift, brutal, and utterly unexpected. A question formed in the observer's mind, a silent why, hanging in the air. His gaze fell upon the fallen warrior, a bitter realization dawning on him. Throwing away your life for a mere child, he thought, his expression hardening. The man's face was etched with grief and regret, his eyes filled with a profound sadness. He had raised the young man as his own shadow, a loyal and devoted follower. He had only wanted to see him succeed, to protect him from the harsh realities of their world. But now, his carefully laid plans had crumbled to dust. The fallen warrior's last words echoed in his mind. Am I not of the Lord's bloodline? A question that spoke volumes about the complexities of their lineage. The dying man's words revealed a hidden truth, a secret that had been kept for far too long. Golden spirit, my Real, he whispered, his voice barely audible. Meanwhile, in a different location, two young boys stood before a powerful figure. Their faces bore a striking resemblance to the fallen warrior. The powerful figure, Yun Zhonghyuk, the young sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, addressed them. From now on, you are my honor guard, he declared. The leader's words revealed a dark secret. Many children have been sold to the Heavenly Demon Sect to obtain divine pills. These two boys were among them. The young sect leader's rise to power was not accidental. He had been carefully cultivated, nurtured, and supported by those in power. As shadows, they had taken down those who blocked his path, paving the way for his ascension. Their methods were ruthless, their loyalty absolute. His gaze was cold, a chilling intensity that spoke of power and unwavering resolve. A storm brewed within those crimson eyes, reflecting the weight of a terrible secret. He had acted in his stead, fulfilling a duty born of necessity and obedience. But the consequences of that decision were far-reaching and unforeseen. And so, the order was given. Create an heir, using the daughters of those families who had surrendered to the sect. It was an incomprehensible order, a cruel twist of fate that would forever stain the lineage of the Heavenly Demon Sect. But the order of the one who would become the sky of the demonic path was absolute, unquestionable. A woman, her face etched with a mixture of fear and resignation, awaited her fate. Her eyes held a flicker of defiance, a silent protest against the injustice. There was no room for personal feelings. This was simply an order, a cold, calculated decision. He had initially believed it to be a task devoid of emotion, but 10 months later, holding the infant in his arms, feelings began to bloom. A shadow of doubt crept into his heart, a feeling he shouldn't have harbored. He knew he shouldn't. The child's cries tugged at something deep within him, a desperate plea that resonated with a father's protective instinct. These were words he could never say to the child, not in his entire life. Yet, he vowed to keep a different promise. Even if the child one day ascended to become the Lord, certain truths would remain unspoken, a silent pact between them. He would protect the child until the very end of his life, a vow etched in his heart. The rain fell in sheets, mirroring the desolation in the sect leader's heart. He stood amidst the remnants of a place where the sky of the demonic path had once trod. His shoulders slumped, tears streamed down his weathered face. Only emptiness remained. The imposing Guo family estate stood silhouetted against the night sky, a testament to generations of power and influence in Guizhou province. A journey was about to begin. Within its walls, a young man, Yomiang, prepared for a mission to Shaolin Temple. His purpose, to assist the Lord. The wait was agonizing. Two women, clearly concerned, discussed the prolonged delay and the potential victory of the Hua family. Their worries stemmed from the possibility of Yomiang being excluded from the succession, a consequence of the Lord's will. One of the women, understanding their impatience, offered a word of comfort. She reassured them of her deep affection for Yomiang, mirroring their own. She pleaded for patience, urging them to wait a little longer. The other woman, though still anxious, resolved to find a way to ensure Yomiang's future. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a triumphant figure celebrated a recent failure of a rival, a golden spirit. This failure presented an unexpected opportunity. A strategic plan was formed to deploy Guizhou's forces against the Sichuan Tang family and the Righteous Alliance's main base. The plan's architect, a powerful figure, declared that the victory would secure the succession for his son, Yun. A strategic meeting unfolded amongst a company of soldiers. The leader instructed them to split up, ensuring the safe passage of civilians. One soldier, Hakwon, volunteered to escort the civilians to Sichuan. They agreed to regroup later at Mount Zhuaxian. Hakwon, leading the civilians, moved swiftly. Concerns arose about Hakwon's safety, given the large group he was protecting. The previous encounter had left several key figures injured, necessitating a regrouping period. Despite potential threats, confidence remained in Hakwon's abilities. Meanwhile, a different group observed from a distance. One of them sensed a powerful energy, confirming their suspicions. They realized they were being followed by a formidable opponent. The urgency of the situation became clear. Their separation was now a critical disadvantage. The Dark Lord of Destruction, Yun Zhonghyok, revealed himself, expressing boredom with the prolonged wait. Two figures, a woman with vibrant pink hair and a man with teal hair, stood amidst a desolate landscape. The woman's expression was one of disbelief and barely suppressed fury. "Not only did you arrive in Shangxi far sooner than anticipated," she seethed, "but you even predicted our route and laid an ambush." The teal-haired man's gaze was fixed on something in the distance, his face grim. His words were a low, grave assessment. "That man is the Dark Lord of Destruction." A figure, cloaked and powerful, laughed, a sound that echoed with chilling confidence. His words were a boast, laced with arrogance. All this time, did I dare think I was on the same level as someone like that? An older man, his face etched with worry, spoke with grim resignation. "Even if we all attack together," he stated, "we'll die." Another figure, his face obscured by shadow, gripped his sword. His resolve was clear. "I must buy time for them to flee, even if I have to sacrifice myself." The older man, observing the situation, made a strategic assessment. "The civilian group is heading towards Sichuan. I'm not interested in them anyway." He continued, his eyes sharp and focused. "What I care about is you people who will join the Righteous Alliance forces at Mount Zhuxian." The figure with long dark hair spoke, his voice low and dangerous. "I was thinking of killing you all, but I changed my mind." His eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, held a chilling calm. "I'll spare your lives for now." The older man, his face etched with concern, questioned him. "What's your scheme?" The poison demon's eyes, a swirling vortex of cerulean, held a chilling calm. "Scheme? There's nothing like that." He addressed his subordinates, his voice a low growl. "Kill everyone here and chase the refugee procession to slaughter them all?" One of them responded, almost casually, "That would take about as long as drinking a cup of tea. It's just." The poison demon shook his head. "There's no need to do that, so I won't. I don't just kill people for no reason." Observing from afar, Yomiang's allies reacted with shock. "When did he?" The poison demon continued, his gaze distant. "No matter how much you struggle, if I set my mind to it." His thoughts drifted to a larger plan. Establishing demonic world order in the Central Plains wouldn't take even 2 weeks. But then, that wouldn't be fun, would it? You have to fight with tension to feel a sense of satisfaction. He explained his delay in confronting the Black Death Alliance leader. For that reason, I kept postponing the fight with the Black Death Alliance leader. A flashback revealed a conversation between the Poison Demon and another figure. He and I both wanted to fight when we reached our absolute peak. But now I hear he died to some brat called the Righteous Alliance leader. The Poison Demon sighed. Can't be helped. I'll have to make do with this guy as my entertainment instead. For that time, I'm keeping only the elite from both sides alive. Whether they're righteous sect members or demonic path followers, I don't need those who drag down their alliances. He turned and walked away. From that perspective, you've proven your worth. The Poison Demon addressed Youmyang directly. I'll spare you, so don't take a single step out of Shangxi. Youmyang's allies were wary. If I see any movement to leave, I'll kill you. That bastard. Is he really just going to say that and leave? It doesn't seem to be an empty threat. One of them questioned Youmyang's resolve. So, are you really going to do nothing as he said? Youmyang listened intently as the elder, OK Yang, contemplated the upcoming conflict between the Righteous Alliance leader and the Dark Lord of Destruction. The elder's words hinted at the formidable strength of both combatants, yet uncertainty clouded his assessment. He admitted that while the Alliance leader possessed unparalleled skill, a complete victory couldn't be guaranteed. Meanwhile, a group of 4 figures stood poised for departure, their mission seemingly excessive, even to the elder. The Poison Demon, however, remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the departing figures. He mused on the reckless ambition of one particular individual, a golden spirit who had dared to challenge him. The elder, however, was preoccupied with the numbers, a grim calculation forming in his mind. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and a stern expression stood beside the elder, her face etched with determination. She was clearly distressed, her eyes wide with fear and apprehension as events unfolded before her. The elder, despite his injuries, urged her to remain calm and patient. He cautioned her against acting rashly, advising her to wait for the opportune moment. The scene shifted to reveal the elder lying on the ground, his body marred by a fatal wound, a broken blade lying nearby. The grim reality of the situation settled in. Both sides had fought fiercely, a testament to their unwavering commitment. This brutal display of conflict was intended to sow seeds of wariness and apprehension. Shangxi lay dying, his lifeblood staining the earth. A young woman knelt beside him, her voice barely a whisper as she questioned his final decision. She had been unable to respond to his apology, the weight of his words heavy on her heart. The man beside her, his face etched with grief, mirrored her own turmoil. The scene shifted, focusing on the young woman's anguished face. The memory of Shangxi's death was still fresh. She recalled their shared journey, a moment of profound connection before his sudden demise. The betrayal was too much to bear. Overcome with grief and rage, tears streamed down her face. A dark energy began to emanate from within her. Her eyes blazed with a furious intensity, her voice a low growl as she vowed revenge. The Dark Lord of Desolation had unleashed his wrath. A torrential downpour lashed against the imposing structure of the Heavenly Lord's palace, the rain mirroring the somber mood within. A woman, her purple robes plastered to her body by the rain, stumbled through the downpour, her face etched with grief. She cried out in anguish, her voice barely audible above the storm's roar. Nearby, a man lay unconscious, his body supported by another figure. The woman continued to weep, her sorrow deepening. A young man approached her, his voice soft but firm as he spoke words of comfort. Another man, his face streaked with tears, watched the scene unfold, his own grief palpable. Inside the palace, 2 figures sat at a table, their hands clenched. One of them spoke, his voice heavy with unspoken words. The conversation turned to the mystery surrounding the Heavenly Lord's lack of an heir. The weight of this secret, kept for over 2 decades, pressed heavily upon them. A man, his eyes filled with a profound loneliness, contemplated his isolation. The Heavenly Lord's disdain for humanity was a truth that cast a long shadow. A woman with fiery red hair, her expression etched with sorrow, contemplated the Heavenly Lord. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. She turned her gaze to a man, his face partially obscured by shadow, and asked if the Golden Spirit had ever spoken of her. He responded that initially he'd been worried about the Golden Spirit, given his origins, but the Spirit had reassured him. The man's concern was for Muryang's sake. The narrative shifted to another scene. A man with dark hair, his face partially hidden by shadow, revealed that the Golden Spirit had defied the Lord's commands. All credit for the annihilation of Zhongnan would go to his young master. The young master's safety was paramount. A figure, bloodied and wounded, fell to the ground, murmuring the name Golden Spirit. The man with dark hair, his face now visible, clutched his head in anguish. He confessed to having lived his life seeking recognition from a father he'd never known. He lamented his foolishness in not realizing the Golden Spirit had been by his side all along. Another man, his hair streaked with gray, reflected on his failure in the succession race and the end of his family's legacy. His eyes, blazing with a fiery intensity, reflected the choices he would make from that point forward. The woman with red hair, her expression unyielding, reaffirmed her pride in her son, Muryong. He announced his departure. He stood, his face obscured by a blindfold, a palpable tension in the air. A figure in purple robes knelt before him, seemingly in distress. The blindfolded man's features tightened, his jaw clenched. A fierce anger simmered beneath his calm exterior. A woman, her expression a mixture of fear and urgency, approached cautiously. She asked for a moment of his time. She held a delicate flower, its petals of vibrant pink. A sudden, joyous laugh erupted from the woman. She was clearly relieved. The blindfolded man, though still impassive, seemed to share in her relief. He confirmed her suspicions. News of the opportunity had reached the Guo family. Preparations were underway. A grizzled, mustachioed man pondered the implications of Shaolin's destruction on the surrounding region. He held a document, its contents revealing the extent of the threat. The enemy would have fallen before reaching Zhuxian Mountain. A decision was made. An immediate advance on Wuhan was necessary. Alliances were being forged. The man, confident in his assessment, reiterated his earlier prediction. The Sword Saint Song Chong was mentioned. The leader of the alliance seemed amused by the dire situation, questioning the gravity of the news that all contact with their allies had been lost. He proposed a bold solution. They would travel to Wuhan to ensure the survival of the alliance's forces, regardless of what happened to other sects. Addressing Jigul Chongshin directly, the leader emphasized the urgency of their situation. He warned Jigul Chongshin to watch his words, as he would not tolerate any further insubordination. The leader's words revealed a grim truth. The man they were discussing was mercilessly killing without hesitation. A question arose among the assembled. Could they truly trust this person? The devastating news arrived. Shaolin had been annihilated. The messenger apologized for the delay in delivering such terrible news, offering those who wished to leave the alliance permission to do so. Overwhelmed with grief and guilt, the leader questioned his ability to blame those who chose to abandon the alliance. He apologized for his actions. Despite the leader's actions, the others expressed gratitude for his honesty. They reassured him that no one blamed him for the tragedy. The leader was urged to continue leading the alliance, and they vowed to personally avenge Shaolin's destruction. However, for the sake of his people, the leader refused Song Chong's proposal. A high-ranking officer, his face contorted in a furious grimace, bellowed, "There will be no change of plans. We will not go to Wuhan." He turned to another officer, his expression softening slightly. "To keep waiting here at Zhuxian Mountain?" The second officer responded calmly. "Advance, you say?" "Yes, we just received a report from the forward scouts." The report detailed the Guo family's forces advancing towards Sichuan, intending to strike their main camp while the alliance forces remained at Zhuxian Mountain. The first officer scoffed. "You said to abandon Wuhan, but now you want to defend Sichuan?" His expression hardened. He explained, "No, we wouldn't be so shameless. We're using Guizhou's deployment as an opportunity." The location of their next move was revealed, Qinghai. Meanwhile, villagers in a nearby area reacted with fear to the approaching soldiers, but a soldier reassured them, "Don't be so scared." One of the villagers recognized the area as Kunlun's sect's territory, a grim realization. The soldiers, uncaring, demanded valuables from the villagers, threatening violence if they refused. A young man, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities, considered his options. He had received a pouch from his master, but questioned if he could handle the situation alone. He was forced into a confrontation, having no choice but to fight. His opponent, a brutal warrior, grinned menacingly. "I'll start by killing about 3 of you." A monstrous, ice-blue dragon emerged, its roar echoing through the land. The ground trembled violently. A monstrous roar echoed through the air, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Villagers, caught in the midst of the upheaval, looked up in terror. A figure, silhouetted against the sky, descended rapidly. One man, caught in the creature's wake, was thrown violently to the ground, the impact jarring him to his core. The villagers, initially paralyzed by fear, began to react. One, armed with a sword, stood defiantly. His eyes widened in disbelief and terror as the immense scale of the approaching threat became clear. He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible above the wind's howl. He had seen something impossible. A colossal, ice-blue dragon, its scales shimmering with an ethereal light, descended towards the central plains. The journey led him through a verdant landscape, the snow-capped peaks of a distant mountain range visible on the horizon. He was traveling swiftly, his progress marked by the churning water around him. He reflected that he would reach Sichuan by the following day. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sight of a magnificent, ethereal dragon, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. The dragon's eyes held an unsettling familiarity. He felt a sense of unease. A surge of energy from the subspace caused him to pause, the feeling deeply unsettling. Yo Miang, sensing the danger, was urged by a voice to proceed with caution. He was pleaded with to reach safety. He found himself facing a powerful opponent, his blades clashing in a flurry of motion. His opponent pressed him, questioning his resolve to leave. The opponent, a man of considerable power, sneered, suggesting that Yeomyong hadn't truly defeated his inner demons. The warrior fought back, his attack a bright flash of energy. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the area. The young warrior, Yeomyong, clashed swords with his towering opponent. Sparks flew as steel met steel, the force of their blows shaking the very ground beneath their feet. A blinding flash of light erupted from the point of impact, momentarily obscuring the combatants. When the light subsided, Yeomyong was seen reeling from the force of the blow, his body momentarily airborne. His adversary, a hulking figure with a cruel smile, mocked him. "Ha! How do you expect to leave like that?" Undeterred, Yeomyong countered, "For all your big talk, your swordsmanship is meaningless here." He unleashed a flurry of attacks, a whirlwind of motion too fast for the eye to follow. The giant's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Yeomyong's blade connected, sending the massive warrior flying backward. The giant's aura shifted dramatically. It was as if something within him had fundamentally changed. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying in every direction. Amidst the chaos, the giant laughed. "So you want to see this through to the end?" His eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "Very well, if that's your wish." He had won, hadn't he? The dust settled, revealing a scene of devastation. But even in victory, a chilling uncertainty lingered. The sheer power of Yeomyong's final strike was almost incomprehensible. It defied all known forms and techniques. It was a strike born not of skill, but of pure, unwavering intent, a testament to his resolve. Yeomyong, panting, stared at his opponent, his own question echoing in the silence. Was this truly the ultimate technique? His vision swam, the world blurring around him as the adrenaline faded. The opponent, seemingly untouched by the attack, stood amidst the chaos, a pillar of unsettling calm. A wave of energy pulsed outwards, the epicenter of the recent battle. Yeomyong, his eyes narrowed, braced himself for another attack. He knew the fight wasn't over. His heart, though weary, held no wavering. But a chilling realization washed over him. A heart demon is not so easily overcome. Was he seeing things, or was there something else in the aftermath of the explosion? He unleashed the flower rain of the sky, a technique that filled the visible world with energy imbued with the intent of the attack. The power surged, a breathtaking display of might. His opponent, caught in the torrent of energy, struggled to maintain his footing. But even as he dominated the battle, a new threat emerged. His opponent questioned if he had truly grasped the essence of the flower rain of the sky. The warrior stood defiant, facing the overwhelming power of his foe. He realized that this power, drawn from his own mind, was a natural extension of his abilities. Moments later, three figures stood amidst the aftermath of the battle. One was injured and lay on the ground. An elder sister urged her companion to rise. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp rebuke from another individual. The injured woman reflected on the events, realizing that their survival was merely a momentary whim of their opponent. She resolved to take matters into her own hands, even if it meant resorting to drastic measures. Her brother cautioned her against rash actions. Right now, escape was the only priority. A plan needed to be formed to evade the ever-watchful gaze of their pursuer. Her eyes reflected the weight of loss and despair, a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing elsewhere. The empty gaze of someone with nothing left to lose. A messenger, perhaps from Manhwa or Zhongnan. A messenger, sent on a secret mission from the Hua family of Shangxi. Who were they? The messenger's words hung heavy in the air. From the demon sect? How dare they? Considering the messenger was alone, their claim didn't seem entirely false. He was just a low-ranking member, delivering a message. He didn't know the details of the Hua family's plans. The urgent instruction was clear: leave Shangxi immediately. A group of warriors stood vigilant, their presence a stark reminder of the danger that still lurked. The Hua family of Shangxi. Their name carried weight, their influence vast. A pledge of atonement for the damage done to Mount Hua and Zhongnan. A promise to stand against the Dark Lord of Destruction. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, a reflection of the coming conflict. A figure, his eyes blazing with an unnatural blue light, addressed a group of people. He explained his presence, stating that he had sensed a significant surge of demonic energy emanating from the Hua family. He then revealed a grim truth. The Hua family's chances were over. The camera angle shifted, revealing a contingent of soldiers, their faces obscured by shadows, standing in formation. The man with the piercing gaze continued, his words sharp and dismissive. He made it clear that there would be no second chances. He drew his sword, the glint of steel reflecting the intensity of the moment. Another man, his expression serious, requested an explanation of the succession struggle. The first man responded, his tone suggesting impatience. He felt his time was being wasted. Despite his irritation, he decided to explain. The Dark Lord of Destruction was merely a tool to establish a foothold for the heavenly demon-divine cult's advance into the Central Plains. He revealed a shocking truth. He was originally the young sect leader of the heavenly demon sect. He elaborated on his plan, explaining that once the demonic world order was established, he would reclaim his former position. The other man pressed him, questioning why he had deceived them into believing they were his children. The man with the piercing gaze responded, his words sharp and dismissive. He stated that it provided justification for assigning the demon elders. Two older men, their faces etched with worry, were shown. They had faithfully served under someone, unaware of the deception. The answer, it seemed, was sufficient. He allowed himself a small, almost imperceptible sigh of relief. He found a strange lightness in his heart, a stark contrast to the weight of his earlier anxieties. It was fortunate, he mused, that such a cold-hearted man was not his father. His son, meanwhile, had come seeking vengeance for his father's death. The son stood before him, a formidable figure wielding a long sword, his rage palpable. The son's words hung in the air, a stark declaration of his intent. The elder man, despite the gravity of the situation, expressed understanding. He acknowledged the impending ruin of the Wa family, but questioned the involvement of these two particular individuals. They were discarded when deemed unnecessary, mere pawns in a larger game. The elder man reflected on his past actions, the deception and manipulation he had employed. His pride was shaken. His rage at his own foolishness was overwhelming. The elder man's laughter was chilling, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Something had gone terribly wrong. He had no choice but to eliminate them all. Before the sun sets today, the Wa family of Shangxi will be annihilated. He stood, face to face with an overwhelming pressure, feeling as though he were about to be devoured. His companion warned him not to let his guard down. Even fully prepared, they knew there was nothing they could do against the Lord. They remembered their purpose. One of them confessed that he had lost the succession race and was not even the Lord's child. He asked his companion to stop showing him courtesy, given his failure. Despite the odds, their bond as teacher and student remained, even if it meant going against the Lord's will. He knew someone like him could never reach the Lord. However, he couldn't idly stand by after witnessing his father's death. He would risk everything to obstruct the Lord. His loyal followers pledged to stand with him, even unto death. He roared, aware that they were about to start a fight with no chance of winning. The leader of the Wa family, his face etched with grim determination, addressed his followers. He expressed gratitude for their unwavering loyalty, even in the face of certain death. The Wa family, he declared, would not live under the protection of the Dark Lord of Destruction. His words resonated with the gravity of their situation. He urged them to become fools like him, embracing a path of honor even in the face of overwhelming odds. Meanwhile, a conversation unfolded between two figures. One, with a contemplative expression, questioned whether internal strife had broken out among their enemies. The other, a man with stern features, confirmed the news. He noted that while they had been waiting, a significant development had occurred. This development, the internal strife, was deemed excellent news. It presented the perfect opportunity to act. The ensuing chaos, they reasoned, would create openings, even for someone as formidable as Yun Jonghyuk. Their plan was to strike not only the Wa family, but also Yun Jonghyuk. A woman with fiery red hair was shown, her expression resolute. She was determined to eliminate Yun Jonghyuk swiftly and decisively. An older man, his face lined with age and experience, recalled the events of the Wa family's invasion of Manhwa. His thoughts turned to a particular individual. He questioned whether that person had been present during the invasion. The scene shifted to show the woman with red hair and a man with a beard engaged in a conversation. The tension between them was palpable. The man questioned the feasibility of a surprise attack amidst the chaos. His sister, however, remained confident in her plan. She asserted that by the time their senior sister arrived, the Wa family would already be eliminated. The man, however, was still uncertain about the best course of action. She gripped the hilt of her sword, a silent question hanging in the air. Her companion, a man of imposing stature, responded with a harsh rebuke. He argued that seeking vengeance now would be reckless, given their current weakness. The man's words hung heavy in the air, leaving the woman momentarily speechless. She looked towards the distant mountains, a storm brewing within her. The woman's gaze shifted to her companion, her expression hardening. They were the only ones left to carry on the legacy of their fallen leader. He explained that their immediate priority was not revenge, but to honor their leader's sacrifice and uphold his will. Tears welled in the woman's eyes, but her resolve remained firm. Survival was paramount. They had to endure until the very end. Meanwhile, two other figures watched from a distance, their intentions unclear. The woman, addressing her companion, apologized for her inability to do more at this moment. She knew she was leaving him alone to face the coming battles. He reassured her, promising to ensure she would receive a proper burial once the war concluded. He then turned his attention to the task at hand, preparing to depart. His goal was to ensure everyone would remember her sacrifice. A powerful blow landed, crushing the man beneath its force. His opponent watched with cold disdain. The victor scoffed at the pathetic display of strength, questioning the combined might of the fallen warrior's allies. The young woman, her face etched with grief, stared at the lifeless body of her comrade. She couldn't understand. Hadn't she warned him? Across the battlefield, a figure stood amidst the carnage. His words echoed with chilling confidence. He was untouched, unblemished by their attacks. He dismissed their efforts as meaningless, a mere piling of corpses. His gaze fell upon a woman, her expression stoic, her eyes filled with a cold fire. A dark-haired man with piercing blue eyes watched from afar, a cruel amusement twisting his lips. He found their futile struggle amusing. His amusement was short-lived. The warrior, his face contorted in a grim smile, tightened his grip on the throat of his captive. The captive's eyes widened, revealing a swirling, hypnotic pattern. It was a power he had yet to unleash. The hypnotic pattern intensified, radiating outward from his eyes. This was a power beyond their comprehension. He questioned the warrior's actions, accusing him of squandering the lives of his subordinates. The warrior, defiant, retorted that his enemy was before him, the Dark Lord of Destruction. He had let the others escape to draw out this powerful foe. The Dark Lord scoffed, stating that they had only managed to scratch his pride. He felt it was enough. The Dark Lord praised the warrior's courage, acknowledging his audacity. With a final, brutal strike, the Dark Lord ended the warrior's life. It would have been a different story had he not acted so boldly. He watched, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. The warrior's defiance, though ultimately futile, had been interesting. The warrior lay defeated, his body still, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy that had pulsed through him moments before. His eyes, though closed, still held a flicker of defiance. How meaningless your defiance was, the Dark Lord mused, his voice a low growl. I'll personally show you. The Dark Lord's triumph was not merely personal. He intended to make an example of this fallen warrior, a spectacle for all the Central Plains to witness. The elder's warning hung heavy in the air. Avoid Juxian Mountain. 3 figures stood before him, their faces etched with apprehension. He explained that a powerful warrior known as Silver Wolf guarded the Lord, alongside Golden Spirit, and was leading the Guizhou family's troops toward Sichuan. The messenger relayed the urgent order, retreat to Sichuan. One of the figures, a grizzled warrior, added a grim warning. They might encounter the main force along the way. Having delivered his message, the warrior departed. Meanwhile, a different group observed the unfolding events, their leader expressing his disgust at the Lord's callous disregard for human life. They acknowledged the fortunate circumstances. The simultaneous attack by the 3 demonic families and the Dark Lord would have been devastating. A sudden, violent disturbance in the sky caught their attention. The movement of the clouds was unnatural, as if imbued with a will, gathering in one place. A woman's voice cut through the air, identifying the cause. The Dark Lord was seeking them out, his power extending to manipulating the very flow of nature. They recognized the immense power of their enemy, a being transcending the limits of martial arts. Urgency filled their words as they prepared for their escape. With a burst of speed, they fled. The group, desperate to avoid detection, moved swiftly, their movements a blur as they navigated the treacherous terrain. They dared not enter the territory of the ominous clouds. Meanwhile, at the Righteous Alliance's main camp in southern Sichuan, a young woman with vibrant green hair slumped over a desk, overwhelmed. She was Jigu Yangyang, the acting military commander, burdened by the lack of communication from the alliance leader and her uncle. Her worry deepened with each passing day, the silence amplifying her unease. Elsewhere, a young man with pink hair anxiously inquired about his master's whereabouts. A response arrived, confirming the master's presence, but the messenger's tone hinted at something more. Mo Yonwei, the Righteous Alliance recruitment section leader, appeared, his arrival a welcome distraction. He had brought snacks, a thoughtful gesture that eased the tension. He offered some to Yang Yang, who accepted gratefully. They shared a quiet moment, the snacks a small comfort in the midst of uncertainty. Yonwei expressed concern for Yang Yang's well-being, noting her lack of sleep. Yang Yang reassured him, stating that her current workload paled in comparison to the battlefield's demands. The young strategist, Yang Yangxiang, chuckled lightly, sharing steam buns with a companion. He commented on his workload as acting military commander, assuring them he wasn't completely neglecting his rest. He reflected that such dedication was only natural for a member of the Righteous Alliance. Suddenly, an interruption. Urgent news arrived, disrupting their peaceful moment. The news was grave. More importantly, it was urgent. Tang Gaiyong, captain of the Righteous Alliance's Hidden Intelligence Patrol, delivered the grim report. Troops from the Guizhou family were marching towards Sichuan. The weight of the news was palpable. Even the usually cheerful companion looked on with alarm. The urgency was underscored by the gruesome discovery. Several bodies lay on the floor, victims of a brutal attack. The situation was dire. The approaching army was laying waste to everything in its path. The aftermath of the attack was brutal, leaving behind a scene of carnage and destruction. In the distance, flames consumed a building, a grim symbol of the devastation. The chaos continued, with the sounds of battle echoing through the ravaged landscape. Amidst the chaos, Guiyun, the demonic young master of the Guizhou family, emerged, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He had been waiting for this moment. Meanwhile, a woman of high status observed the unfolding events, her expression unreadable, yet conveying a sense of quiet dignity. But morale is important in war, especially in a place where human dignity is paramount. The Guizhou family's advance guard, led by a man with purple hair, expressed satisfaction with their conquest, ordering their troops to listen. He announced the suspension of command and control, granting his soldiers permission to kill and plunder as they pleased, but forbidding any punishment for actions against civilians. The soldiers, emboldened by their leader's words, reveled in the despair and fear of their victims. The scene depicted the chaos and destruction unleashed upon the city, a testament to the leader's command. Meanwhile, elsewhere, concern grew among the Righteous Alliance. 2 hours had passed, and they worried about wasting precious time. Silverwolf, however, reassured them, stating that in war, looting was a necessary evil. He explained that allowing the troops this time boosted morale and allowed them to procure needed supplies. The narration introduced Gun Chionake, a virtuous general who had fallen to demonic madness, now serving the Guo family. Chionake's background was detailed. Originally a military general, he was closer to a soldier than a martial artist. His descent into demonic madness occurred after a past incident, where he was saved by the Dark Lord of Destruction. Following this salvation, he joined the Dark Lord, aiding the Guo family. His actions and words were steeped in a darkness that caused unease, a stark contrast to his former self. Despite his dark path, his skills remained excellent, a fact noted by an observer. A messenger hawk arrived, bearing a message seemingly from Manhwa. A seasoned general, accompanied by a falcon perched on his shoulder, studied a message. His brow furrowed in thought as he murmured, He pondered the gravity of the situation. Is it serious news? It could be seen that way or not. Meanwhile, a man with a bandage across his forehead stood alone, his expression grim. Don't tell me. The general, still reviewing the report, observed, It's too late to defend, so they're attacking our base to force us to retreat. They're enemies, but it's quite a good strategy. He considered the implications. Is going according to the young master's predictions? A woman, dressed in rich robes, meticulously wrote on a scroll, her face betraying a serious concentration. She continued her work, and we've also requested support from the Fujin Liu family, securing a promise of several hundred troops. In particular, they say that Bex Su Ryan of the Ice Snow faction, the Liu family's strongest force, is coming. A map showed the strategic positions of various factions, highlighting the impending conflict. Now it's just a matter of who beheads the enemy leader first. A woman, her expression calm despite the circumstances, reassured someone. Please don't worry about my safety and focus on destroying the Righteous Alliance and the Tang family. Why Yun? Even if it's a planned situation, it's still a matter of life and death. You're truly composed. A man with purple hair and a bandage over his eyes reflected, but the Ice Snow faction helping. This is a bit unexpected. A large, bearded man declared confidently, Since the madam says so, let's march forward without worry. If we destroy the empty Tang family and Righteous Alliance like this. A man with long, dark hair spoke with chilling certainty. Young Master Guiyun will become the next lord. Yes, the elder is right. That's right. Now is the time to build up Yun's achievements. 2 figures rode away from a battlefield, the implication of a potential mistake hanging heavy in the air. If we make a mistake here, we'll end up like the Hua family of Shangxi. A man with purple hair and a bandage covering part of his face, his expression resolute, declared, Let's hurry and destroy the Tang family and the Righteous Alliance's main camp. A guttural roar echoed across the battlefield, the voice of a commander urging his troops onward. The air vibrated with the intensity of the conflict. A maelstrom of clashing steel and desperate cries filled the space. He, a figure of imposing stature and fierce determination, led the charge. His battle cry, March forward, spurred his men to greater efforts, their faces grim with a mixture of fear and resolve. Meanwhile, a sinister grin stretched across the face of a warrior as he moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion amidst the chaos. His eyes gleamed with a cruel light, relishing the carnage. 2 figures lay dead, blood staining the cobblestones. Their lifeless eyes stared blankly upwards. A man watched from a distance, a look of disappointment on his face. What a shame, he mused, such a pity. The scene shifted to show more bodies, the aftermath of a brutal battle. 2 men stood, bound and captured. One of them, with purple hair, remained stoic. A muscular man addressed his captives. He had personally ensured their capture, boasting of his handiwork. He suggested they rest before continuing. The purple-haired man smirked, a chilling expression crossing his face. He considered it impolite to disregard the efforts of his subordinates. He began to consider his next move, a sinister glint in his eyes. Start with? He pondered. News arrived. Elder Gun Chionake had sent a letter. The Righteous Alliance army was marching towards the Guizhou family's main camp. The purple-haired man steeled his resolve. He couldn't let his desires cloud his judgment. He ordered the women killed, deeming them unnecessary baggage. A desperate plea for mercy was made, but the purple-haired man remained resolute. A lone rider, silhouetted against the setting sun, leads a troop of soldiers across a dusty plain. He is Char_007, and a thoughtful expression crosses his face. He muses about the war's relentless march and whether a brief respite would have been wise before embarking on this mission. He acknowledges the risks involved, even his mother's participation, but remains resolute in his purpose. Suddenly, he notices something unusual on the ground. What's this, he wonders. It appears to be a rope, seemingly abandoned. The rope suddenly tightens around his horse's neck, causing the animal to rear in surprise and pain. The resulting chaos erupts as the horse bucks wildly, throwing Char_007 to the ground. From his vantage point, he sees that his troops have fallen into an ambush. The enemy attacks with a furious cry. Char_007, despite being caught off guard, is not easily defeated. He defiantly shouts, "How dare you underestimate me?" A fierce battle ensues. The attacker's skill is evident. One is shown capable of bisecting a person with a single strike. The intensity of the battle was palpable. A man, his eyes blazing with fury, had reached the peak of his power. He had employed underhanded tactics, a fact not lost on his opponent. His adversary, a member of the Righteous Alliance, condemned his ruthlessness, citing the atrocities committed in Sichuan. The Righteous Alliance stood ready, their swords gleaming under the sunlight. They were prepared to end his reign of terror. One of them, a woman with striking green hair, vowed to stop him right there. He found her declaration unbelievable, his disbelief evident in his expression. Meanwhile, another warrior, captivated by her beauty, was completely speechless. A man, consumed by lust, declared his desire to possess her. His companion, however, urged patience, reminding him of the Righteous Alliance's presence. They discussed the absence of the extreme demon masters, wondering if they had gone to the Tang family. Undeterred, the captivated warrior boldly asked for her name, openly admiring her beauty. She reacted with disgust to his advances, making it clear that she would not be swayed, even under duress. He suggested a slower approach, acknowledging the chaotic nature of immediate intimacy. The battle raged. A flurry of steel met steel, the clash echoing through the air. She noted the chaos around her, a grim determination hardening her gaze. She needed to create an opening. Their commander bellowed the order, galvanizing his troops into action. The Righteous Alliance prepared for battle. He urged his comrades to rise and fight, his voice strained with urgency. The enemy was relentless. A chilling command was issued. Capture the woman with the fan, alive at all costs. With a roar, the soldiers charged, a wave of steel and fury crashing towards their target. He watched in disbelief, the sheer skill of his opponents overwhelming him. This was impossible. Despite their careful preparations, including traps, the enemy's power was far beyond their expectations. The tide of battle turned. A powerful warrior, mounted on a dark steed, cut through the ranks of the Righteous Alliance. His red energy aura amplified his strength, even bolstering his mount. It felt like facing an unstoppable force. A harsh assessment was made. Their initial evaluation of the enemy's strength was woefully inadequate. He challenged his opponent to a duel on the open plains, a bold and risky move. He pressed his advantage, his eyes fixed on his target. The warrior's desire intensified. He leaned in, a predatory gleam in his eyes, his hand cupping her chin. "Won't you become my concubine?" Her response was swift and furious. "You bastard! How dare you with your filthy hands?" Meanwhile, several figures leaped into action, swords flashing. "You can't approach the young master so carelessly." One of them, identified as Section Leader Y, engaged the attackers with impressive skill. The young woman, her patience clearly wearing thin, addressed her captor. "Isn't it about time you give me an answer? My patience is running out." Her eyes narrowed, a cold fury replacing her previous frustration. Compared to the person she admired, he paled in comparison. He scoffed. "Oh, is that so?" She retaliated, her attack decisive. "Then our conversation ends here." He smirked, confident in his strength. "You submit by force." His companions, however, proved to be no match for her. "So let's take our time and play leisurely. I find this more entertaining than being obedient anyway." She cried out for help, her voice strained. "Help us, young master." He approached her, his expression unreadable. The scene was tense, filled with unspoken emotions. His gaze lingered on her face, a mixture of anger and something else, perhaps regret, in his eyes. A young woman, her face tilted upwards, looked up at the sky in surprise. Snowflakes fell around her. She muttered to herself, clearly disoriented. The unexpected snowfall was unsettling. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of concern crossing her features. The timing of the snow was peculiar. Suddenly, a powerful force struck her, sending her reeling. She was clearly unprepared for the attack. A concerned voice called out to her, filled with alarm. The attacker's technique was impressive. Another figure arrived on the scene, apologizing for their lateness. They had been monitoring the situation. The newcomer declared their intention to protect everyone present. Their resolve was unwavering. A figure, cloaked in white, lay prostrate on the ground, a faint ethereal glow emanating from their form. They slowly rose, their eyes, though still closed, betraying a hint of inner turmoil. A young woman, her gaze sharp and alert, addressed the figure. "I sense a presence. You've arrived, master." Another woman, with fiery orange hair, approached, her expression apologetic. "Sorry for interrupting your meditation. Please understand, it's an urgent situation." The young woman from before spoke again, her voice laced with urgency. "I just received a letter saying the Guo family's forces have reached Sichuan." She continued, explaining the situation. According to the letter, the army has split into two. One part is heading towards the Righteous Alliance. The main force, however, was headed towards the Tang family, who were also short on manpower. The Righteous Alliance was in an even weaker position, with most of their forces stationed at Juxian Mountain. Turning to the young woman, the fiery-haired woman asked, "So, would you be willing to go as reinforcements for the Righteous Alliance?" The young woman hesitated, questioning her own capabilities. "Me? But am I capable enough?" The fiery-haired woman reassured her, emphasizing the defensive advantage they held and the approaching enemy forces. She pleaded with the young woman, urging her to help the Righteous Alliance and support the Tang family. "Please help the Righteous Alliance, achieve victory, and return to support the Tang family. Believe in yourself." The young woman's expression hardened, a newfound resolve settling in her eyes. "You're far more talented than you think." A flashback shows a younger version of the young woman, her appearance mirroring that of the fiery-haired woman. "The last time I saw her, she was just someone who was on par with me." A figure, cloaked in flowing white robes, stood with their back to the viewer, a hand outstretched as if manipulating the very air around them. Intricate, swirling patterns of icy blue energy emanated from their fingertips. The unexpected display caused a man with striking purple hair to react with disbelief. His eyes widened, a mixture of shock and fascination evident on his face. "This is driving me crazy. I really didn't expect this." Meanwhile, a young woman with vibrant green hair, her expression one of alarm, warned, "It's dangerous." She unleashed a wave of energy, a technique she called Leaping Winter Earth, sending a blast of freezing air towards several figures. The sudden, unexpected blizzard caught the attention of a man with short, gray hair. He looked up in surprise, muttering, "What's this?" "Snow." The green-haired woman's attack was met with a dismissive chuckle from a man with purple hair. He sneered, "What a cute little trick." His casual dismissal quickly turned to alarm as the cold intensified. What? It's suddenly getting too cold." His companions also began to suffer from the extreme cold, their bodies freezing. One of them gasped, "It feels like my lungs are freezing." The purple-haired man watched, his expression shifting from amusement to concern. "You have internal energy, but you're collapsing from the cold?" He looked down at his struggling companions with disdain. "What pathetic fools. You seem no different from them, though." The purple-haired man's expression changed to one of dawning realization. The cold poison freezes not just the skin, but the internal energy too." He raised a hand, a surge of icy energy emanating from it, confirming his suspicion. "Moreover, it seeps deeper as time passes." A young woman, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light, manipulated the energy in her hands. She confessed, "I haven't been learning this technique for long, so I don't know how to control things like severity." Meanwhile, Tang Wenjin, the honor guard leader, greeted a newcomer. "Welcome, family head," he announced. The armed forces reported. "All armed forces have completed battle preparations." A young woman, seemingly a high-ranking official, spoke to her subordinates. She explained that they could move immediately upon receiving orders, and that the enemy's main force included the formidable Guncheon AK and the infamous Silver Wolf. The Silver Wolf's reputation preceded him. Intelligence reports described him as the one who annihilated Shaolin, his martial prowess immeasurable. Despite the threat, there was a sense of cautious optimism. With Master John on their side, they believed they could handle the situation. A masked warrior anxiously inquired about the status of Masters Gokin and Teiho. Two individuals had regained consciousness, but a serious problem remained. They apologized for their injuries, but explained that their internal energy circulation was blocked, either by the poison or its aftereffects. In their current state, venturing out would be reckless. Two older men, likely leaders, grimly assessed the situation. They concluded that continuing the fight would only make them a burden. A young man's eyes drooped in defeat. He realized their reliance on outside strength was futile. A woman and an older man strategized. They decided to employ defensive tactics while awaiting reinforcements. Urgent news reached the family head. Scouts monitoring the Guo family's troops had reported an extreme demon master, wearing a silver mask, leaving the formation and heading toward the Righteous Alliance. A young woman, her face etched with worry, received the grim report. Her eyes widened in alarm at the news. Meanwhile, a contingent of soldiers rode towards the Righteous Alliance, their progress seemingly unhindered. An older man, possibly a commander, observed their advance. He noted the lack of ambushes or traps along the way. He apologized, but stated his need to leave for Guiyun. He expressed concern, noting that Gua's reaction suggested something significant had happened. The path to the Righteous Alliance should be no worse than their current location. A man with long hair, possibly an elder, believed that the Great Spear Demon alone should be enough to handle the Tang family's forces. He declared his intention to join young Master Guiyun. The commander considered the situation, noting the excessive overprotection of Guiyun's son and the involvement of the Hua family of Shangxi. He lamented that it seemed like children were fighting the war for them. A figure, cloaked and moving swiftly, appeared. A fierce battle erupted. A figure in dark robes clashed with a figure in lighter attire. The figure in dark robes, enraged, shouted for the other to get out of his way. He watched, a grim satisfaction twisting his lips as his ice magic slowed his opponent. The young master's movements were becoming sluggish, hampered by the biting cold. His subordinates pressed their advantage, their confidence growing with each passing moment. Another warrior charged forward, eager to join the fray. The attack was swift and brutal. A scream cut through the air as one of the Righteous Alliance members fell, struck down by a precise blow. The poison demon's forces had gained complete control of the immediate situation. Their victory seemed assured. But from the periphery, a new threat emerged. Tang Munshan, recognizing the dire circumstances, moved to intervene. He urged his fellow warrior to seize the opportunity, their combined strength a potential turning point in the battle. The young master, however, was already reeling from the previous attacks. He struggled to defend himself against the relentless assault. One of the onlookers cried out, desperate to prevent the young master's demise. A desperate attempt to save him was made. The warrior's desperate lunge was met with a brutal counterattack. Blood sprayed across the ground as he was thrown back. A blinding explosion erupted, the force of the impact shaking the very ground. The clash of powers was immense. A witness observed the scene, disbelief etched across their face. The young master's defeat at the hands of such opponents seemed impossible. The aftermath of the explosion revealed the extent of the damage. The young master lay wounded, his strength clearly depleted. Suddenly, a new arrival appeared, offering a glimmer of hope. Silver Wolf's timely intervention shifted the balance of power. He watched, a grim satisfaction twisting his lips as the young master struggled against the encroaching frost. The arrival of someone unexpected caused a ripple of surprise across his features. Silver Wolf? His eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding his gaze. Why was this individual here, so far from where he should have been? He assessed the newcomer's abilities, noting the surprising depth of their internal energy despite their seemingly shallow martial arts. The young master, his body racked with cold, had clearly been attacked with ice-based techniques. He issued a curt order, his voice carrying the weight of authority. Run far, far away, beyond his reach. Escape was not going to be easy. The journey would be arduous, requiring relentless effort. Across the battlefield, a figure watched the unfolding events with a calculating gaze. The newcomer moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion as they evaded a deadly attack. Their eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, reflected the intensity of the confrontation. A sinister smile played on their lips. This method, too, had been an option. The extreme demon, observing from afar, considered his next move. It had been a while, perhaps it was time to act. He lay still, the faintest hint of a smile playing on his lips. Above him, the words Extreme Demon Soul Restoration Technique hung in the air, a testament to the power at play. A grave error had been committed. The Silver-Masked Master's unexpected arrival was a catastrophic development. The family head had sent Miso to the Righteous Alliance, hoping to shield her from the dangers of the battlefield. However, fate had other plans. She found herself alone, amidst the most perilous fighting. Meanwhile, the family's cavalry expert was deemed essential for the upcoming defensive battle. The family head agonized over his decision, questioning whether he should have sent Master John to the Righteous Alliance instead. But Master John had already received the war report and departed immediately. His sudden departure at such a critical juncture was unsettling. He claimed it was urgent and that he had to leave immediately. The aftermath of a brutal confrontation was evident. Two figures lay wounded. The Ice Snow faction of the Fujin Liu family will be pleased to learn of the unfolding events. One warrior, facing a formidable opponent, acknowledged their inability to win. Their opponent, however, intended to capture them alive. The masked man, his face contorted in a cruel smile, issued a chilling order. Both captives must be taken alive, including the Jeagle clan daughter. Two women, their faces etched with worry, stood before him. One, with long, flowing blue hair, seemed particularly distressed. The masked man's smile widened. He declared that he would show them lots of affection, a clear threat given the context. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure, presumably a high-ranking member of the young master's guard, contemplated the situation. He considered intervening, but ultimately decided against it for now. The blue-haired woman, seemingly in a position of authority, calmly advised surrender, suggesting that their comrades' lives depended on it. She reasoned that their leader would likely not care about the chastity of an ice technique user, further emphasizing the dire circumstances. A wounded man, his face bearing the marks of a brutal fight, pleaded with his comrades to surrender to save their lives. The blue-haired woman's expression shifted, revealing a sudden surprise. The reason for her surprise remains unclear. A commanding voice ordered someone to step back, followed by a cry of pain. Elsewhere, Master John's arrival was met with shock and disbelief. His unexpected appearance was a significant development. The narrative shifts to a powerful figure, identified as the silver-masked extreme demon master, who had previously led an assault alongside the Heavenly Lord. A warrior, his face partially obscured by bandages, reflected on Master John's unexpected presence, questioning his alliances and actions. Master John, his power evident in the swirling energy around him, vowed to show no mercy. The old master unleashed a wave of raw power, his aged face contorted in a grimace of exertion. His power, indeed, was worthy of the title Vajra, Great Victory. Yet, even this formidable display was not enough to deter his opponent. He was several levels above a mere temple abbot. Despite the loss of an arm, the warrior's attack continued, his Vajra collapsing fist unrelenting. However, even the warrior admitted that his opponent was formidable, though not unbeatable. A violent explosion erupted, the force of the clash sending shockwaves outward. The impact sent the old master reeling, a powerful blow that left him momentarily stunned. He declared it was his turn to attack. With a furious roar, he unleashed the Nine Dragons' demonic steel technique. The old master was sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blow undeniable. His opponent countered with a Vajra collapsing fist, a devastating technique. The old master unleashed a devastating blow, a torrent of raw power that shook the very ground. His opponent, the Silver Wolf, barely managed to deflect the attack. The force of the impact sent tremors through the air, a visible wave of energy rippling outwards. Observing from a distance, a figure noted the sheer destructive power on display. He deemed the situation too dangerous to intervene. This was a battle between masters of unparalleled skill, a clash of styles that threatened to obliterate everything in its path. The conflict was a spectacle of breathtaking power, a whirlwind of blows and counterblows. One of the combatants, his face contorted in exertion, realized the nature of the fight, a battle between masters who had surpassed the three flowers gathering at the crown. He noted that the Silver Wolf was being pushed back, his defenses slowly crumbling under the relentless assault. Meanwhile, another participant observed the fight, searching for an opening to exploit. The old master's attack continued, a relentless barrage of blows that sent his opponent reeling. He roared his fury, unleashing a devastating attack aimed at ending the fight. The blow landed with earth-shattering force, sending a shockwave through the air. His opponent groaned in pain, his body battered and bruised. Despite the brutal exchange, the old master remained unaffected by his opponent's demonic techniques. He wondered why. The answer lay in the fundamental difference between Shaolin's Buddhist techniques and the demonic energy techniques. The old master's deep-seated killing intent, honed over decades, was the key. Interference with the energy flow had led to a demonic possession. The outcome of the conflict had already been decided. He was thrown violently to the ground, the force of the blow sending tremors through his body. The old monk lamented his pitiful state, blinded by revenge and lost to himself. His opponent had brought about his own demise. It had all happened in a matter of seconds. She offered to release him from his misery. He criticized his opponent's slowness, pointing out that a surprise attack should have been launched immediately. The old monk admitted that he was too late. He scoffed at the old monk's words, noting that he seemed to be rambling nonsensically due to the demonic possession. His eyes burned with a dark energy. He noticed a strange energy passing by. Despite its brevity, the chilling pressure of that presence was undeniable, rivaling even the Heavenly Lord. He was too late. The aftermath of the battle was a scene of chaos and destruction. A figure, cloaked in shadow, surveyed the devastation, his expression unreadable. He approached a young woman, her face streaked with tears, and gently placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Everyone, I'm sorry for being late," he said, his voice low and reassuring. Meanwhile, a group of weary soldiers looked on, their faces etched with exhaustion and relief. Despite all the difficulties, don't worry anymore, a voice boomed, cutting through the silence. The leader of the Righteous Alliance, Tang Yomiang, stood tall and resolute. His gaze was unwavering, his resolve unshaken. "Because I'm here now," he declared, his voice filled with quiet confidence. Two figures stood silhouetted against the twilight sky. One, cloaked in darkness, extended a hand towards the other, who stood with their back to the viewer, seemingly hesitant. The cloaked figure's face was partially obscured, but a look of grim determination was evident. He muttered to himself, "I couldn't sense his presence until he got this close." Meanwhile, another individual, with vibrant pink hair, observed the scene from a distance. He recognized the cloaked figure. "That man is the Righteous Alliance leader." A young woman, her eyes brimming with tears, approached the figure with his back turned. "Is it really you, young master?" she asked. The young woman continued, "Unlike when I last saw you, your internal energy control has become more natural. It seems you've been training diligently." He sighed, acknowledging her words. Yes, but in the end, I couldn't be of help. Even Lady Miso had to step up. My absence must have been a burden. The pink-haired man launched a swift attack against the righteous alliance leader. The young woman's instincts screamed danger. My instincts tell me he's dangerous. Even if it means mutual destruction, I must kill him here and now, she thought. A man with short purple hair warned the young woman. Young master, go to Chion AK. I can't fight that man while protecting you. The young woman was shocked. What? Is he really that strong? That silver mask. He's on a higher level than those light and dark envoys. Does the Dark Lord of Destruction have many martial artists of such caliber? The pink-haired man and the young woman decided to postpone their reunion. We'll have to postpone catching up for later. The pink-haired man focused his energy, preparing for battle. Your first, silver mask. The pink-haired warrior unleashed a devastating blow, a torrent of energy erupting from his hands. His attack tore through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the impact created a blinding flash, momentarily obscuring the scene. When the light subsided, the pink-haired warrior found himself battered but still standing. He gasped, his internal energy depleted. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure moved swiftly through the air, seemingly unaffected by the chaos. The warrior's face contorted in pain. He realized the overwhelming difference in their power. Despite the grim odds, he resolved to inflict some injury, even at the cost of his own life. Suddenly, he noticed something peculiar. A figure was moving impossibly through the air, defying gravity. The pink-haired warrior's eyes widened in disbelief and fear. A young woman with teal hair watched in horror as the events unfolded before her. A celestial figure, cloaked in light, descended from a swirling vortex of cosmic energy. The impact of their arrival sent tremors through the very ground. A powerful warrior, his face contorted in fury, braced himself for the inevitable. He muttered to himself, disbelief etched onto his features. This was beyond anything he had ever encountered. An elderly man, his eyes twinkling with amusement, observed the scene from afar. He chuckled, "You never cease to amaze people every time I see you." Meanwhile, the warrior, his focus unwavering, reflected on the incredible power of the alliance leader. He addressed someone unseen, a respectful tone in his voice. "Sir." Two young women, their faces alight with relief, greeted him. "I'm so relieved you're safe." Their safe return held significant meaning, a fact emphasized by the solemn expression of the figure observing them. The warrior reported on his mission's success in Xinjiang. He was then questioned about the details of his encounter with the demon sect. He explained that he had initially only intended to strike a blow, but the situation escalated unexpectedly. The demon sect was creating a poison that threatened to plague the world. Their actions forced him to attack their headquarters. A majestic, three-headed bird soared through the heavens as several figures engaged in aerial combat. The warrior struggled against the sect's strange sorcery. He was thrown back by a powerful force, the impact sending him hurtling through the air. The warrior, having eliminated the demon sect's main forces and their leader, felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, a lingering concern remained. A dangerous individual still lurked in Xinjiang. He mused that unless this individual obtained a similar opportunity, escape would be impossible. For now, though other matters demanded his attention, he instructed his companions to wait. He reflected on the unexpected death of Silver Wolf, who hadn't even put up a fight. The fact that almost all of the Righteous Alliance and Tang family forces had moved to Zhuxian Mountain was a significant development. His actions had consequences. He couldn't simply walk away unscathed after his confrontation with the Tang family and the Righteous Alliance. He had returned. A superior inquired about the warrior's pursuit of the fleeing horseman, to which he confirmed the man's demise. The old monk expressed his gratitude for the warrior's actions, highlighting his impressive feat in eliminating the silver-masked bastard and the demonic forces. The alliance leader listened intently as a young woman, her face etched with worry, exclaimed, "That's not all, alliance leader." While he was away, the three demonic families launched a coordinated assault. In Shaanxi, Manhwa and Zhongnan defended their main temple against the Hua family's relentless offensive, but were ultimately forced to evacuate with the civilians due to the overwhelming force. Following this, the Guizhou Guo family advanced into Sichuan, their sights set on the Tang family. Meanwhile, the uncle and the Righteous Alliance forces at Zhuxian Mountain engaged the Guizhou Guo family's main castle. However, they too faced difficulties, struggling against support from the Fujian Lu family, and contact with them was lost. The warrior, reflecting on his absence, admitted that his selfish actions had caused suffering for many. Despite this, the alliance leader reassured him, emphasizing that thanks to his efforts, the threat from the demon sect and the Western Front was no longer a concern. He praised the warrior's accomplishments. The warrior, however, remained focused on the larger threat, the eradication of the Dark Lord of Destruction and the salvation of the Central Plains. As the warrior's companions observed a strange creature, one of them noted that the warrior was sometimes too sentimental. The creature, surprised by their attention, questioned if they could see it. The warrior's companions were equally astonished by the creature's appearance. The creature, revealing itself to be a spirit, lamented its inability to remain hidden from others. The warrior realized that the creature's appearance was likely not accidental, but rather a purposeful revelation, possibly connected to their ancestors. An elder explained that this spirit had served as their family's guardian for generations, providing invaluable aid in their battles against demonic forces. The creature, its serpentine form barely contained within a humanoid shape, recounted its ordeal. Trapped by the demon sect leader's sorcery, it had been carried across vast distances, finally arriving at the Central Plains. It had not been alone in that struggle. The fact that Yomiong now stood before them, unharmed, was testament to the help he had received. Yomiong, his gray eyes sharp, acknowledged this. He had indeed overcome the heart demon, but not without assistance. He drew his blade, the polished steel gleaming, a silent tribute to the power that had aided him. The memory of that aid was a fleeting image, a dark void punctuated by faint glimmers of light. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Yomiong, a powerful force that sent him reeling. He found himself facing a formidable opponent, a demon whose eyes burned with malevolent intent. The battle raged, a whirlwind of motion and power. The demon's attacks were relentless, but Yomiong met each blow with skill and determination. A grueling exchange left Yomiong gasping for breath, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. With a final, desperate lunge, Yomiong struck a decisive blow. The impact sent the demon reeling, its form flickering before dissolving into nothingness. He unleashed the Annihilation's strength sword technique, a blinding flash of energy cleaving through the air. The force of the blow sent shockwaves outwards, the impact echoing in the very air itself. Across the battlefield, two figures watched, their expressions grim. One of them, a woman, spoke, her voice laced with concern. "This is taking a long time. Normally, one's would have been broken, and they'd become a cripple by now." The warrior, however, remained resolute, his internal monologue revealing his determination. "I didn't expect this attachment to life to be this strong." But even as he fought, a voice of reason whispered, "If you had given in to the heart demon back then, it might have been easier." The battle raged on, a struggle not just of physical strength, but of enlightenment. Suddenly, a question arose in the woman's mind. The warrior's attack faltered, his strength waning. He collapsed, exhausted, amidst the rubble, a single thought echoing in his mind. "How long have I been fighting? How much longer must I fight?" Doubt gnawed at him, the heart demon growing stronger with each passing moment. As far as he knew, he was facing opponents close to being the strongest in the world. Despair threatened to consume him. What more can I possibly do? He collapsed, his body racked with exhaustion. A powerful, unseen force pressed down on him, threatening to consume him entirely. His mind wandered, filled with the faces of those he had sworn to protect. They must be waiting for him, he thought, a pang of guilt piercing his exhaustion. A voice, firm and resolute, cut through his despair. "Raise your head and look forward," it commanded. The warrior's resolve faltered, a single word escaping his lips. "I'm sorry." The image of his defeated foe flashed before his eyes, a stark reminder of his own vulnerability. Another voice, this one filled with concern, urged him onward. "Stand up. What's breaking here isn't your strength or stamina," it said. He saw them, his allies, their faces etched with worry. Their presence, though distant, offered a glimmer of hope. The voice returned, offering a final piece of guidance. "If you just pull yourself together, you can leave this place," it whispered. A young man with pink hair stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. He seemed utterly shocked by something he had just witnessed. His eyes widened further as he whispered, questioning if he was hallucinating. The words "Lord of the Black Death Alliance" echoed in his mind. He turned to see a figure with long, dark hair, their back to him. The figure seemed to sense his presence. The figure, a man with dark hair, spoke, revealing that the young man wasn't alone in his imprisonment within the heart demon prison. A fragment of the young man's thoughts, a memory of white snow, was also present. The man explained that he had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy to enter the young man's mental realm, but he had also witnessed everything the young man had endured. He expressed confusion at the young man's continued struggle, given his previous triumph over the heart demon. The man commented on the young man's lingering distress from the illusions, finding it both torturous and tedious to watch. He offered his strength. A surge of energy erupted from the young man, a powerful, bright light emanating from within him. The young man, overwhelmed, cried out the name White Snow. A fierce battle ensued, the young man wielding a glowing weapon against an unseen foe. The unseen foe revealed itself to be a powerful, imposing figure, radiating an aura of immense power. The battle continued with intense energy blasts. The one whose will was being broken was regaining his strength. He was surprised by this sudden shift, questioning how it was possible. Understanding dawned on him. Now he could truly end this. This heart demon was not merely a trial of his training. It was triggered by something else entirely. The images of his master and ancestors, intended to imprison him, were merely part of the heart demon that needed to be cut away. The illusion before his eyes was not what it seemed. He would cut through the world itself, created by the will that sought to suppress him. That will, seeking to suppress his own and bring him down, was a force to be reckoned with. His opponent noted that Yeomyong had finally found the right place to attack. The sword technique was annihilation, far exceeding its original power. He had named the technique heaven-shattering annihilation. He imbued the technique with the determination to cut through a world filled with wills that were not his own. He had done it. Yeomyong, through sheer will and a mastery of his newly forged sword, had shattered the illusionary heart demon. The weapon, a marvel of engineering and mystical power, hummed faintly in his hand. From the dissipating form of the demon, a serpentine figure emerged, its eyes glowing with an ethereal light. It spoke, its voice a whisper on the wind. "Please take care of it." Yeomyong, still reeling from the battle, looked at the creature with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. He pondered the strangeness of the experience. The illusions had felt so real, and the lingering sensation was unsettling. His thoughts turned to the limitations of his most powerful technique. It seemed to only work within the confines of the heart demon. He questioned the absence of his familiar, white snow, during the crucial moment. Suddenly, a surge of anger coursed through him. Why hadn't his allies appeared when he needed them? The poison demon, his face contorted in rage, unleashed a devastating attack. A new threat emerged from the dust and debris, the Alliance Lord. The young master of the Sichuan Tang family, shocked by the turn of events, could only watch. The poison demon, his expression grim, stood before Yunhui. He desired resolution, a way to end the lingering pain. He warned her, his voice sharp, to not come any closer. His warning was ignored, and a fierce clash ensued. Yunhui, tearful, noted her father's lateness. Overcome with remorse, he apologized profusely. The man realized that Yunhui's words and actions were not merely illusions conjured by the heart demon. He explained that these lingering thoughts were summoned by a soul-gathering technique, essentially other souls. He couldn't bear to watch Yunhui suffer again. Yunhui's relief was palpable. She was glad to have avoided a direct confrontation. Despite the circumstances, she didn't want to relive those painful events. The Alliance Lord then appeared, seemingly without resentment. He clarified that as lingering thoughts, they shared memories and emotions. He was not foolish enough to ignore her suffering. He expressed gratitude for the experience and the opportunity to say what he couldn't before. Their paths diverged. The man departed, leaving Yunhui in his care. Come to think of it, this fellow was the culprit behind this illusion. It was created by filling soul-gathering techniques and demonic arts with the sorcerer's own soul. As much as I like to torture it, the best revenge would be to use it in a way the sorcerer never intended. I used the samadhi, true fire, to erase its resentment and turn the spirit into something like an elixir. Although it won't have effects like strengthening internal energy or physical enhancement, the knowledge and wisdom the sorcerer gained in life will be imbued in your intent. You should take at least one spoil of war when you leave this place, shouldn't you? It's truly time to part ways now. I will now go to where the dead should be. I've nearly exhausted my spiritual energy to intervene here. The spiritual energy in white snow that contained me will be depleted, and you won't be able to meet me again. Just because he doesn't have a weapon, would he? Not to lose the connections you spoke of like I did. As I can't forgive, but I believe your sincere desire. I hope you protect your connections. Thank you. Lord of the Black Death, Alliance, and Yunhui, although they're not really them, just parts of their will. Thanks to their comfort, my heart feels. He felt lighter, a noticeable shift in his being. The oppressive weight of the heart demon's illusion had finally lifted. A voice, faint but familiar, reached him. It was time to leave this desolate place. Thanks to the demon's sect leader's spirit, Yeomyong could now create an exit. A voice called out to him, a voice he recognized. It was Blue Horn, his familiar, sensing his presence and urging him to hurry. They were close to the Righteous Alliance's main camp. Yeomyong, still slightly disoriented from the spell, was surprised to learn that Blue Horn had flown all the way there while he was trapped. He understood, Blue Horn, and used to flying, had made the journey as quickly as possible. With newfound enlightenment, Yeomyong spread his will throughout the world, completing his transformation. He thanked his ancestor for their guidance, a profound gratitude filling him. Two figures appeared, their presence unexpected. Their appearance in the heart demon was no coincidence. One was a disciple from a past life, the other a descendant leading the family in this life. Yeomyong believed it was their combined will that guided him. He had appeared by reversing the demon sect leader's spell, a feat of immense power. He declared his intention to lead the war against the demonic path to victory, protecting his sword, his family, and his connections. With unwavering resolve, he vowed to protect those he held dear. A woman with fiery red hair, her expression sharp and commanding, stood at the forefront of a formidable army. Behind her, ranks of soldiers, clad in dark armor, stretched as far as the eye could see. One of the soldiers, his face partially obscured by shadow, muttered to himself, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the opposing force. He estimated that the enemy numbered at least twice their own forces. Meanwhile, news arrived that the masked man had joined the righteous alliance, prompting concern among the ranks. The family head issued a desperate order, acknowledging its impossibility but leaving them no choice. The order was brutal: kill at least 10 enemies before falling. A warrior, her crimson cloak billowing behind her, moved swiftly into the fray, heedless of the odds. The grim reality of past encounters with demonic forces was recalled, highlighting the devastating losses suffered. The woman from the first panel, her eyes filled with tears, spoke of the rules of the Tang family of Sichuan. An older man, his face etched with determination, roared a battle cry. Repay kindness twofold. Charge! The battle raged, soldiers clashing in a whirlwind of steel. A chilling realization dawned: their enemies were poisoned. Despite their numerical advantage, the Allied forces were being pushed back, a question hanging heavy in the air. The young woman, Char_010, expertly deflected a blow aimed at her comrade. Her movements were precise and economical, a testament to years of rigorous training. Meanwhile, a seasoned commander observed the unfolding battle, his expression grim. He muttered to himself about the importance of a commander's martial prowess in such conflicts. A fierce clash erupted between two warriors. One, wielding a formidable weapon, was clearly outmatched by the other's superior skill and speed. A nearby observer gasped, recognizing the swift horse armor technique employed by the Imperial Army. The imposing figure of a powerful warrior loomed large, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Char_010 launched a series of devastating attacks, her movements a blur of motion. A volley of projectiles rained down upon a soldier on horseback, who barely managed to evade them. The soldier, surprised by the unexpected attack, questioned the nature of the projectiles. A calm warrior assessed the situation, confident in his skills despite the barrage of attacks. The intensity of the battle was palpable, a clash of energies between three powerful forces. The wind howled, a testament to the sheer power unleashed in the conflict. It was barely enough to restrain the enemy commander's mount, but it would suffice. The commander, however, was unfazed. He noted that his opponent was slowly draining his energy with a wind-imbued poison. He explained that if he dismounted, the wind pressure would kill him due to the sudden energy depletion. But then, the true power of the swift horse armor technique was revealed. The family head had already secured the commander's feet, leaving his forces to eliminate the remaining stragglers. The remaining demon sect members fought with surprising ferocity. A woman observing the battle from afar noted that they were fighting far better than she had anticipated. She reflected on their improved skills since their last battle against the Dark Lord of Destruction. Their recent battle against the Black Death Alliance had hardened them. The experience had made them stronger. Suddenly, a warrior cried out in shock. A blinding spear, imbued with immense energy, hurtled towards its target. The question hung in the air: was this the legendary Chionei spear? The swift horse armor technique, originally designed for the chaos of battle, was about to be put to the ultimate test. All damage sustained while mounted was accumulating as energy, ready to be unleashed in a devastating blow. He braced himself, readying for the impact. The energy of the incoming spear was immense. The trajectory of the spear remained unaffected by the flying daggers. Their energy was dispersed. The sheer force of the attack was enough to cause massive damage to friend and foe alike should it strike the ground. He knew he had to block it directly, a desperate gamble against overwhelming power. A commander's voice cut through the chaos. All armed forces were to evacuate immediately. The ground trembled as the spear's energy neared its peak. Despite the order to evacuate, escape seemed unlikely given the sheer energy released. A warrior was sent sprawling by the force of the blast. The aftermath of the attack was a scene of devastation. A crimson blur, a weapon of immense power, sliced through the air. The sheer force of the attack was palpable, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. From the heart of the devastation, a brilliant light erupted, momentarily eclipsing the chaos. Amidst the dust and debris, a figure stood defiant, their silhouette barely visible against the blinding flash. News of his return spread like wildfire. Impossible, they thought, yet there he was. He had deflected the explosive shock spear, a feat of unparalleled skill and power. The leader of the demonic forces, witnessing this display, felt a surge of unease. He recognized the newcomer's attire. It was that of the Righteous Alliance. The leader scoffed, revealing his identity as the Alliance leader himself. According to reports, he should have been on the Western Front. His unexpected appearance here was a shock. Yo Myung's unexpected arrival was met with mixed emotions. Gratitude, but also a plea for his continued assistance. His mother, however, was furious at his reckless actions. Suddenly, a colossal dragon descended from the heavens, its presence filling everyone with awe and terror. The seasoned warrior, who had seen countless battles, had never witnessed such a creature. With the dragon's arrival, the question arose: were the Righteous Alliance members safe? The familiar, Blue Horn, watched from the shadows as Silver Wolf and young Master Gua engaged in a tense exchange. Guo's expression betrayed a troubled mind, a storm brewing beneath his calm exterior. A whip cracked, the sound sharp and sudden, punctuating the already fraught atmosphere. Guo's eyes narrowed, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The fallen figure of Silver Wolf lay before them, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy of the previous moment. A question hung heavy in the air. Why was he here? Young Master Yun was dismissed as a pathetic brat by an unseen speaker, their voice dripping with disdain. The narration revealed the tragic past of Gun Chionake, his descent into darkness fueled by the loss of his daughter and his subsequent allegiance to the Dark Lord of Destruction. The true reason for his devotion to the Dark Lord was unveiled, a desperate attempt to avenge his daughter's death. It was revealed that Guo's devotion stemmed from the striking resemblance between Guo Huaiyun and his deceased daughter. An old man, overcome with emotion, declared Guo to be as good as his own grandson. The old man vowed to continue his fight, even if it cost him his life. Despite the interruption, the old man pressed on, his focus unwavering. He had already dispatched any threats on his approach.